This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Tick. 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 Water leaked all the way from the plastic bag containing the fish. Aqiao supported herself on the ground with both hands, climbed up, and twisted her neck to make a crisp sound of crackling. Sniffing slightly, she wrinkled her nose slightly in the direction of the fishy smell. Then, she straightened her slightly arched body with difficulty, and walked along the watermark stripping from the ground. One step. One step. One step. The steps were short and stiff. Her clumsy feet were like a child who had just learned to walk. However, she was already 16 years old. Woof. Woof. The dog barked behind her. Aqiao stopped, turned the head on her neck 180 degrees backwards, and found the barking dog with her unfocused eyes. In the dirt pit, a dog head appeared. Its bright eyes looked at her, and it whimpered at her, as if accusing her of abandoning it. It barked while digging the dirt with its front legs and crawling out with its body. Woof! It finally crawled out of the dirt pit with great effort. It barked at her and rushed over quickly. Aqiao did not move, but stood there and stared at it curiously. This dog gave her a familiar feeling. It seemed it was her dog. Yes, this dog was hers. She bent over stiffly. Her legs bent at 90 degrees, but her waist was still straight, so she squatted down, picked up the fluorescent dog leash on the ground, and grabbed it in her hand. She held it. The dog hummed softly twice, happily nudged her calf with its head, and stretched out its tongue to lick her exposed snow-white instep. It licked until it was wet and sticky. Her toes curled up itchily, and she raised her hand and touched its head and scratched its chin skillfully and gently. The dog rubbed her palm and licked her fingers. Aqiao was so itchy. She held her hand and scratched the palm with her nails. Then she stood up and took the dog, stepped on the watermark that was about to disappear, and continued to walk. This time she walked in a proper manner, and her steps gradually became faster and smoother. The dog followed quietly beside her, looking up at her after taking 2 steps, and looking up at her after taking 2 steps. Beep, beep. Noisy car horns. The noisy hawking in the vegetable market. The dragging footsteps of passers-by. The hum of airplanes, coughing, swallowing, spitting, came into Aqiao's ears bit by bit, from far to near, from weak to solid. It rang in her ears. She could clearly hear every sound, every subtle noise from which direction. Someone was gnawing bones over there. A child was crying over here, and a man was screaming in fear in the distance. And the iron basin was knocked over to the ground with a clang. It was so clear, and it was getting clearer and clearer. Ah! Ah! Someone is biting! Someone is biting! Help! The scream suddenly rose, and there was chaos around them. People quickly dispersed and formed a circle in the back to watch the excitement. A man hugged the head of the woman next to him with both hands and bit her hard. Blood flowed from her neck, quickly staining the woman's white cotton skirt red. The lively crowd suddenly quieted down. The next second, there was a loud noise. Quick! Quick! Call the police! Call 120. Crazy. Biting everyone he saw. He has rabies. Go and pull them apart. Pull them apart. Several big men came forward together, and when they were reaching out to pull the man suddenly raised his head from the woman's neck and locked his eyes on them sharply. The bloodshot eyeballs swelled like inflated balls, staring at them like nails to fix their feet, making them afraid to move. In this 1-second gap of pause, the man roared like a beast, then waved his bloody hands and quickly rushed towards the group of men. The posture of rushing was fierce and desperate, and several men were frightened and retreated on the spot, turning around and running. The man who was slow to react and lagging behind was directly pressed to the ground. The man knelt on his stomach, buried his head, and bit his face. The skin on his face was instantly pulled out with blood threads. The flesh fell to the ground, and the eyeballs burst. The people who were watching the excitement were shocked. It took a long time to react. Zombies! Run! Zombies are coming! It's zombies! People scattered like a tide, desperately fleeing in all directions. There were a lot of people in the vegetable market in the morning, and a group of people suddenly ran and suddenly blocked each other. Fear spread among the crowd, and people were eager to escape from here. They pushed the person in front of them, kicked down the stalls next to them, and rushed out frantically. The person who was caught off guard fell to the ground and tripped over another person. They tripped over one another and fell like a pile of people. The crowded vegetable market instantly became a disaster scene with people pressing on each other. Everyone struggled to push away the people who were pressing on them and climbed up. But no one could be pushed away or moved. The feeling of suffocation came one after another. The person who was pressed at the bottom kept rolling his eyes and gradually lost his breath in the noisy and panicked vegetable market. The woman who was bitten first and lying on the ground suddenly opened her eyes wide and climbed up from the ground in a weird posture, twisting her neck to sniff the delicious human smell in the air. Huh? She roared to the sky and rushed towards the crowd that was stacked like a pancake. She bit everyone she saw. One by one. One by one. Blood and flesh splattered, wailing everywhere, and corpses were lying all over the ground. Achiu stood at the edge of the vegetable market, watching everything that happened inside with an expressionless face, looking at the splattering blood. Her throat rolled, and then vomited. She vomited green liquid, bubbling on the cement floor, like a corrosive agent. The dog next to her lowered its head to smell it. It smelled sour and stinky. It worriedly pulled Achia's pants with its front paws and looked up at her. Achio wiped the corners of her mouth and touched its head. It's okay. After spitting out this mouthful, she seemed to be relieved. The whole body is light. The head is clear. The nose is sharp. And you can breathe in unprecedented smells. Fishy smell. Bloody smell. Fishy smell. Urine smell. The vegetable market that has become a hell on earth is full of all kinds of stench. The bloody and scarred zombies kneel on the ground, chewing and swallowing the rations in their mouths. Those who did not run away hide in every corner, staring at everything around them with fear and vigilance. And the children are scared to wet their pants. The vegetable market is full of humans, corpses and zombies. The zombies get up after eating and wander around. Then, as if they have found something more delicious, they swing towards Achiao, baring their teeth with flesh hanging on them and roaring at her. Woof! The dog is tense and opens its sharp fangs to the zombies who are walking towards it. Ho! Ho! The zombies waved their hands to catch it. The dog jumped up on the spot. One paw dug at Achio and told her to run faster, and the other paw started running first. Achio was a little slow to react and couldn't keep up with the dog pace. The dog leash was pulled straight in her hand, and the dog face was distorted. It looked back at Achio with an indescribable look, and mercifully dragged Achio with its fragile neck. Achio finally caught up, but she ran bumpy. The zombies were like a little tail on her back, staggering, just like Achio. The dog neck hurt, and it looked back. It had dragged a person, a corpse, and then another corpse. A long string of corpses, one by one, like a string of candied haws. For the first time in history, it showed an expression that humans could not understand, could not accept, and could not look directly at. It stopped and took a breath. It lay on the ground, wagging its tail, and asked Achio to get on its back. Achio took 2 quick steps, pounced on it, grabbed its little ears, and adjusted its posture by holding the dog leash. The dog stood up and was about to run away, but its back was empty. Achio was gone. It turned around in shock. It saw a man holding Achio with one hand and running away. Woof woof woof. The dog bared its fangs, raised its fierce claws, and chased after the man, scratching his hand with its claws. Hiss. The man stopped in pain, let go of Achio, and shook his hands. A bloody mark on his arm was shocking. Woof! Woof woof! The dog lay in front of Achio, barking at him madly. TSK! The man wiped off the blood and looked down at it. Woof! The dog kicked Achio with its hind legs to let her run. Achio stood firm. She pulled up the dog leash and shook it to stop it from jumping on the man's leg and biting him. She could not feel the man's malice. The dog obviously did not believe it and was hostile to the man. Achio stroked it with her hand to comfort it. The dog then returned to her feet and stuck to her legs obediently. The look she gave the man was still fierce. Her whole body was on guard, and her fangs were exposed from time to time. The man chuckled, "It's a good dog." Then he turned to Achio. He saw that she was running too slowly just now, and those lame zombies were about to catch up with her. He couldn't bear it, so he took her all the way. "Little sister, why don't you run? Those who bite people are zombies. You have to be careful. Bites are contagious. Be careful, you will become like that," the man told her gently. Achio stared at him, then looked at her dog. The man understood what she meant and said with a smile, "It's the same for dogs. Where is your home? Go back to your parents." Don't run around. Achio looked around. They were no longer in the vegetable market, but on the wide road. This place was very different from the vegetable market. Cars drove in an orderly manner, and pedestrians passed by leisurely. They had no idea what happened in the vegetable market. But where was her home? She shook the dog leash. The dog hummed at the man and walked forward with its sturdy limbs. Achio followed it. The man stood there, watching and laughing. This dog is really smart. The dog led Achio through the downtown, the bridge, and into the alley in the suburbs. At the end of the alley, there was an iron door on the wall. Going inside was Achio's home. Achio didn't know. She just felt very familiar. So familiar that she could walk around the room with her eyes closed without bumping into the tables and chairs. With a casual press, the light bulb above her head flickered and lit up. The room was filled with warm orange light. Achio sat on the small square chair, reached out to grab the remote control on the square table and pressed it. The dog squatted beside her, and the man and the dog watched the old small TV opposite flashing black and white snowflakes at a fast frequency and turned on. The female host was broadcasting local news. There were many biting incidents in the Southwest vegetable market, and the armed police department has sent many police officers to suppress them. Please avoid the road for the general public. Change the channel. Some experts believe that the virus is related to the virus pollution that occurred in the city some time ago. The specific situation is under investigation. Please don't believe, spread rumors. Change the channel. If you encounter similar incidents, please immediately find shelter to hide, and keep a distance of more than 10 meters from the infected. If there is no place to hide, please use a sharp weapon to kill its head. Please close the doors and windows, and don't walk around casually. Every channel was broadcasting the collective biting incident in the vegetable market. Achio changed several channels, and finally saw something different on the last one. An animation. The dog lay on the ground, rested its chin on the back of her feet, and gently touched her. Bang! Just as the man and the dog were watching with relish, the iron gate behind them suddenly banged. Achio was so scared that he straightened his lazy back. The dog pounced on the iron gate and barked wildly. Achio pulled the dog leash to calm the dog down. Through the gap under the gate, she saw a pair of feet circling around outside, with heavy and staggering steps. The air smelled bloody. Achio squatted down, and there were many monsters, like the ones in the vegetable market in the alley outside. They kept walking back and forth, making a ho-ho sound. The ground was covered with bloody corpses. Bang! Bang! The zombie with half of its arm broken used its fat body to hit the iron gate one after another, and the iron gate made a loud noise, attracting the zombies in the alley to gather around. More and more. More and more. They surrounded the iron gate tightly. They followed the fat zombie and kept hitting the iron gate, wishing to knock it down and rush in. Achio only took a look, sat back in the small square chair, and continued to watch TV. The anxious dog couldn't help it, straightened the dog leash and roared at the zombies outside. Woof woof. Ho ho. Woof woof. Ho ho. For a while, the sound of dogs and zombies shook the earth. Chapter 2. Inside the house, the happy cartoons were playing. Through the iron gate, the vicious dogs and zombies were roaring at each other. The two sounds intertwined. But Achio was not disturbed at all, and she watched the cartoons with great enthusiasm. She found the cartoons very good, and found that she could easily block out the sound she didn't like, just like closing a small window in her ear. The sun climbed high in the sky, and she watched several episodes, including the commercials. The TV station reminded her to watch it again at the same time tomorrow. The shaky clock on the wall turned to 12 noon, and Achio skillfully calculated that the cartoons would start at 9 o'clock in the morning. 3 hours a day. 5 episodes. She wrote it down, turned around to look at the dog. The dog was still barking, and his voice was hoarse. Tired of barking. The zombies outside the door were also tired, and were resting. She hugged the dog with some heartache, and rubbed his head against it. The dog licked his dry tongue, buried in her arms, and made a sad wooz sound. The voice was so hoarse, like an old man. Achio laughed when she heard it. Ho, ho, ho! She comforted it. But the sound made the man and the dog stunned. Achio's voice was exactly the same as the voice of the zombies outside. The dog's eyes widened in a second and looked at her in horror. Achio raised her hand to cover her mouth in panic, and couldn't believe that she made that sound. She was not the ugly and dirty monster outside the door. She looked different from them. She didn't bite people. But the voice was indeed the same. Ah Qiao ran to the small and old bathroom with difficulty, and looked at herself in the narrow mirror embedded in the door. The clean white short-sleeved long skirt was slightly wrinkled, and the hem of the skirt was curled. But it was clean. It was completely different from those monsters. She was not a biting zombie. She pronounced the wrong sound. Because she couldn't speak, she subconsciously imitated them when she spoke for the first time. She put down her hand, smiled at herself in the mirror, and felt relieved. The dog stood at the door of the bathroom, with its tail erected, unable to believe that there would be in his own home. Ah Qiao squatted in front of it and raised his hand to touch it. Don't be afraid. She is not a monster. She will not eat people. She will not bite you. Ah Qiao was talking to it. The dog put down its alert tail and shook it gently. It laid down in the palm of Ah Qiao's hand, pulled her sleeves with its front legs, and held her arm. Woo-woo. It was not afraid either. It was shocked. The man and the dog hugged each other at the door of the bathroom for a long time, until the dog couldn't help licking its tongue. Ah Qiao let it go, took a bowl of water from the water pipe, and put it in front of it. The dog drank quickly, and drank several bowls in a row. It is really thirsty, Ah Qiao thought. Then, Ah Qiao was hungry. The stomach growled. The teeth itched. She wanted to eat. And she wanted to eat urgently. Anything would do. She wanted to eat. She lifted the tablecloth, crawled under the table, dragged out a small old refrigerator, and took out a lot of packaged frozen meat from it. The smell of meat mixed with frozen cold smoke entered her nose, so stinky that she frowned. I don't want to eat this. Not this. She doesn't want to eat this. She opened the cabinet, brushed away the seasoning bottles, and searched through the boxes and cabinets. Everywhere. Looking for food. Looking for what she wants to eat. No. 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 There is nothing. No food. Nothing she wants to eat. Ah Qiao was obviously feeling impatient. She kept turning around the house. The dog circled around her, getting impatient. He ran up and grabbed her skirt and pulled hard to make her stop. Ah Qiao couldn't feel or hear the dog barking. She just suddenly saw the bowl on the ground. The water in the bowl. There was only a little left, shallowly spread on the bottom of the bowl. It was glowing and rippling. She stuck out her tongue and licked her mouth. Gulp, gulp, rolling in the throat. Saliva spread in the mouth and swallowed. Swallow. Gurgle, I want to drink. I want to drink. I want to drink. She plunged into the pool and turned on the tap eagerly. Ice-cold water flowed out of the blue plastic water pipe. Gurgle. 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 She tilted her head and put her mouth to the water pipe. The cold water rushed directly into her mouth, swallowing in big gulps. Swallowing mouthful after mouthful. Drink it. Drink it. Drink it all. Drank her stomach until it was bloated, swelled and bloated. When she moved, she could hear the sloshing sound of water. Burp. She burped. She was full. The hunger burning in her body was suppressed for a moment. Not so hungry anymore. She pulled her head back from the water pipe and combed her wet long hair with her hands. Wring out the water from the collar of her skirt. Turn off the tap. The dog barked worriedly at her feet. Anxious and pitiful little appearance. Ah Qiao bent down and picked it up with a distressed look, holding it in one hand and gently stroking its soft fur with the other. It nestled in her arms docilely and obediently. Whimpering, she carried it to bed, took a nap. After dinner, went to sleep. This was her subconscious action. The bed was hard and she couldn't sleep. Ah Qiao opened her eyes. The dog opened his eyes. The man and the dog stared at the old, dusty and mottled ceiling in a daze. Then, Ah Qiao was a little hungry again. A little hungry. A little hungry. A slow hungry. Unlike just now, when she was hungry quickly and fiercely. She didn't want to be as anxious and unable to control herself as before. She should go out to find food. Eat when she's hungry. Eat at night. Eat tomorrow. Eat in the future. Eat every day. She didn't know where she learned this consciousness. But she had a premonition that she would be hungry 3 times a day. She should eat 3 times. In the morning, at noon, and at night. She had to find food. Store a lot of food. And eat when she was hungry. So she patted the dog head and called it to get up. The short lunch break was over. Woof! The dog stared at her in confusion. Ah Qiao opened her mouth. Huh? What an ugly sound. Ah Qiao covered her mouth. The dog looked unacceptable. She avoided the dog eyes and didn't look at it. She took the dog leash, shook it, and let the dog take her out. Outside the iron gate were zombies everywhere, covering the sky and filling the alley. If she went out from here, their blood, flesh, and brains would stain her body and make her stink. The voice was very similar to theirs, and the person couldn't be more similar. Ah Qiao frowned slightly in disdain, turned around and crawled out of the broken window covered with grease in the narrow kitchen. She was thin and easily crawled out, and her skirt was stained by the greasy window frame. She rubbed it casually, but it couldn't be rubbed off. Seeing the dog crawling over and its black fur, she was relieved instantly and even wanted to laugh, because the dog became like a little black dog, a greasy little black dog. She couldn't help laughing, and her throat made a ho-ho sound. She covered her mouth with her hands, her eyebrows curved, and laughed quietly. The dog swung its tail and hit her, hitting her very lightly. She was not allowed to laugh. Ah Qiao closed his mouth and stopped laughing. With an expressionless face, he led the dog on a leash and walked out of the narrow back alley with it. Outside were the intertwined old alleys, where more than a dozen zombies were wandering. They smelled the fresh smell of meat in the air and pounced on Ah Qiao and the dog. The dog stood in front of Ah Qiao and roared fiercely, but it could not stop the zombies. There were zombies in front of him and behind him. There were also zombies in the alley on the other side. The dog circled around Ah Qiao, jumped at the nearest zombie, opened its sharp fangs, and bit off the zombie's leg in one bite. The zombie fell to the ground, not caring about its broken leg at all, and continued to crawl by rubbing the ground with its intact elbow. The speed was very slow, and there was no danger anymore. The dog glanced at it and ignored it. Then it pounced on several other zombies and bit off their legs one by one. The zombies fell to the ground, crawling slowly like turtles. Ah Qiao curved his eyebrows and smiled happily. Her dog is so awesome. The dog felt Ah Qiao happiness, wagged its tail happily, wiped the blood off its front paws on the wall, ran quickly to Ah Qiao's feet, and clung to her affectionately with its clean head. Ah Qiao took the dog leash, walked through the zombies on the ground, and walked out of the alley. The world outside has changed. The streets that were orderly in the morning are now in a mess. The car was smashed and smoking in the middle of the road, and humans were pounced on the ground and eaten by zombies. The bitten human stood up and pounced on another human in a weird posture. Everyone screamed and ran away in panic. The zombies staggered and chased after them with a roar of ho ho ho. The police shot the zombies with guns. Blood, meat, and bullets flew everywhere. The dog was tense and stared at Ah Qiao's surroundings. Once a zombie pounced on it, it flew up and bit off their legs fiercely, biting off one after another. The zombies continued to attack from all directions. The dog only had one mouth, a pair of front legs, and a pair of hind legs. It could only protect the front of Ah Qiao, but not the back. When it bit down another zombie, Ah Qiao was caught by the zombie that rushed from behind. The bloody mouth with a foul odor came close to Ah Qiao's neck, and the zombie wrinkled his nose first, then made a slightly puzzled sound of ho ho. Then, it threw Ah Qiao away and rushed to the people on the other side. At the moment of rushing away, the dog jumped over from the side, and with its fangs exposed, it bit the zombie's hind legs, biting from the calf to the waist, tearing the zombie into pieces. And the complete body could not be put together. Even after it was bitten to pieces, it still glared at the zombie viciously. It was more ferocious and fiercer than zombies. It was like the zombie bit its ancestors, and it came to take revenge. The police who saw this scene were stunned. They were about to rush over when they saw the dog put away its ferocious fangs and lay down docilely at the feet of a girl. The girl grabbed the dog leash, sat on the dog back, threw herself forward, and wrapped her arms around the dog neck. The dog stood up, leaped with its front legs, and jumped several meters away. It carried Ah Qiao and flexibly shuttled among the zombies. The wind blew up her white skirt and messed up her long hair. She shook her head and raised her face from the flying hair, revealing a pink and bright face like a flower. They ran forward through the vast sea of people and corpses. The cool breeze on her body made Ah Qiao feel comfortable. She looked up at the wind and smiled happily. Ah Go ran so fast. So fast. So awesome. Ho. 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 Ah Qiao couldn't help but get close to the dog ear and praise the dog in the language of zombies. Praise it. Keep praising it. The dog raised its tail high and its fierce face became proud, and its pupils were filled with watery brilliance. Its nose was moving happily. Woo! Woo! It responded to her and laughed with Xiao. The street passed by them, and the station slid away and stopped at the entrance of the mall. The small square outside the mall was as messy as ants moving in a thunderstorm. One nest after another. An ambulance was lying in the middle of the road. The red cordon was pulled around the small square, revealing a hole. The small square was full of armed police cars, public security cars, riot control cars, and transport cars. Police officers stood outside the cordon with guns, acting as human shields. Teams of people entered the small square under the command of the red flags of the traffic police and climbed onto the transport trucks. After a full truck was loaded, it drove out of the small square. One after another, more and more people were evacuated. There were fewer and fewer transport trucks on the square, and the people in the team were getting more and more panicked. In the distance, zombies roared one after another. Gunshots hummed. Zombies approached, and corpses piled up. When there were only 2 transport trucks left in the square, everyone's hearts were completely confused. They began to squeeze desperately into the transport trucks and pushed away the people in front. Squeeze in. Squeeze into the car. The traffic police shouted loudly to maintain order, and their voices were hoarse. No one listened. They only cared about squeezing, pushing away the people who blocked them, and just wanted to climb onto the transport trucks. Only by getting on the transport trucks could they leave here. Leave this hellish city. The traffic police couldn't stop them. They couldn't stop them at all. The armed police and special police were fighting the zombies, and they had no spare energy. Seeing the crowd getting more and more chaotic, some people even climbed onto the explosion-proof vehicle. The traffic police immediately waved a flag and called on the armed police and special police to withdraw and leave. The special police car took the lead, followed by the transport vehicle, the armed police car, and the explosion-proof vehicle. Those who were left without getting on the car suddenly went crazy, slapping the explosion-proof vehicle, intercepting the explosion-proof vehicle and climbing up, desperately chasing desperately. Xiao sat on the dog back and watched for a long time across the street. It was not very understandable, but she had to wait until these cars had gone and the people had dispersed, so that she could go to the mall to stock up on food. Hey! A head poked out of the window of the armed police car, and a big black and yellow hand waved at Xiao. Xiao looked over. It's you again, little sister. Haven't you gone home yet? It was the man who ran with her in the morning. Didn't I tell you to go home? Where are your parents? At this time, he was wearing a black explosion-proof police uniform with the big word police on it. Xiao couldn't remember her parents' house or anything like that. She had no impression at all. She just knew that she had to find food now. She pointed to the mall. Her intention was obvious. The man's expression changed, and his friendly face suddenly became serious, with thick eyebrows and strong features, looking a little scary. Xiao was not afraid. She thought that if she made a sound, she would be more scary than the man. So she looked directly at the man. The man said, "It's full of zombies. You can't go in. Go home quickly." As if he was afraid that she didn't understand. He turned his back to her and pushed her out through the air. Xiao didn't move. She had to go in. The man was obviously anxious. Ignoring the shouting of the people in the car, jumped out of the car, landed in front of Xiao, grabbed Xiao's arm with his big hand and dragged him into the car. The dog back was lighter again. Xiao was kidnapped by the man again. He was kidnapped directly into the car. Woof! Woof! The dog's eyes were red with anger, and he raised his front legs to dig at the car. Xiao hurriedly tightened the dog leash with both hands and lifted the dog in the air. The rope was deeply tied into the dog's neck, and it cried out in pain. It was almost strangled to death. Xiao hugged it, gently rubbed its neck to comfort it, and kissed its face. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. Woo woo. Chapter 3. The armed police car ran over the zombies. Xiao leaned on the car window and watched the huge shopping mall slide away from her sight. Her heart was filled with sadness, sorrow, and grief, and she felt mixed emotions for a while. Her heart was calm without any ups and downs. What are you looking at? The man came up from behind, supporting the car wall with one hand, and his tall shadow covered her. Looking at the place she was looking at from a distance of half a meter, the zombies and the chaotic crowds on the street came into view. For a moment, He frowned. In this situation, they should protect humans and retreat to a safe area. But humans are too crazy. And the remaining weapons are not enough for them to survive to the end. And they have more important tasks to perform. Under the retreat order, even if there are survivors outside, they have to retreat. The man sighed and asked Ah Qiao, "Are you looking for your parents?" Ah Qiao shook her head. She was looking at the lost food. She was just a little bit away. Just a little bit away from having enough food for a shopping mall. "Where is your little sister's home?" "I'll take you back," the man asked. Ah Qiao looked back at him. He looked serious and spoke very seriously. He was a responsible man. She opened her mouth and wanted to say that she didn't want to go home and didn't have parents. Before she could say anything, the dog used its claws to pull her skirt hard. Ah Qiao reacted instantly and covered her mouth at the moment she uttered a word. She stared at the man with bright eyes and blinked. With caution. The man thought she was afraid and didn't dare to tell her home address. He stood up straight and pointed at the word police on his chest and said to her, "Don't be afraid. I'm a policeman and I won't hurt you. It's too dangerous outside. You have to go home and be with your parents." Ah Qiao waved his hand. "Not going back. No parents." "Really?" The man promised very seriously. Ah Qiao still waved his hand. After a long time, the policeman next to him whispered, "Brother Qi. She can't be mute?" A word awakened the dreamer. Ah Qiao looked at the police with appreciation and nodded to them again and again. "Yes, she is mute," affirmed. The man frowned. His eyes dimmed. He looked unhappy. Such a cute and tender little girl. But she is actually a little mute. He looked at her with pity. Then he couldn't bear it and turned his head away. After a while, he turned his head and asked Ah Qiao, "Do you have a father and a mother?" Ah Qiao shook his head. "Poor." The policeman next to him sighed. The man sighed too. Outside, they didn't have to feel pity for her. But now in front of them, no matter how they looked at her, she was pitiful. The car fell into silence. Without a home, without parents, where should she go? The armed police car left the city, followed by a bus to evacuate the survivors. The man's eyes lit up. "Let's go to the camp. Brother Qi." "No way." The man waved his hand to interrupt the protests of others, and said to himself, "She is also a survivor. We will send her to the camp on the way." So as not to delay the mission, they did go to the camp on the way, so they would go the same way as the evacuation convoy. So, the people in the car did not refute. The camp was on the back of the mountains far outside the city. The large ground outside the cordon was full of tents, and sharp fences were set up outside the line. Soldiers with guns patrolled to prevent zombies from invading. There were several long tables in the middle of the tents, piled with food. People were busy coming and going, and the new survivors were registering at the entrance. "Follow me." After Brother Qi finished speaking to Ah Qiao, he jumped out of the car and shouted to the distance, "Song Li." A little girl with long braids ran over quickly. "Brother, you're back." The white and round face smiled like a white and clean bean paste bun, and it was very sweet inside. For some reason, Ah Qiao wanted to eat bean paste buns. She swallowed her saliva and stared at the bean paste bun. "Come, let me introduce it to you. This is..." Brother Qi held Song Li's shoulder and got stuck in the middle of his words. He looked back at Ah Qiao and asked, "Little sister, what's your name?" Ah Qiao raised her hand and wrote in the air. Xiao. Song Li slowly read the words she wrote. Ah Qiao nodded. "Hello." "Ah Qiao." "Hello. My name is Song Li, and I'm Song Qi's sister. My brother brought you back. You can treat this place as your own home in the future. You can play as you like, but don't run out of the cordon. It's very dangerous outside." Song Li was very familiar with people. She understood everything without her brother's explanation. "Ah Qiao, you will live with me in the future. She is a good sister." Song Qi patted Song Li's shoulder with relief and said to Ah Qiao, "Just tell Song Li what you need. I will arrange it for you." Ah Qiao clasped her hands together. "Thank you. I have something else to do. I'll come to see you when I'm free," Song Qi said, twisting Song Li's shoulders and taking her away, lowering his head and whispering to Song Li. They were far away. Ah Qiao still heard it accidentally. He said she was a little mute. A poor little mute without a father or a mother, and asked Song Li to take good care of her. After Song Li came back, she looked at Ah Qiao with a loving look. Ah Qiao pursed her lips and thought it was unnecessary. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Songli asked. Achiao's eyes lit up instantly. This is necessary. She, nodded. Thirsty. Hungry. Here. This is our public dining area. You can eat anything you put here. But you can only eat it here and can't take it away. Songli took Achiao to the long tables in the middle, which were filled with all kinds of food and water. Take as much as you can eat. Don't waste it. If you waste it, you will be fasted for 3 days. She said it very exaggeratedly, fearing that Achiao didn't understand. Achiao's eyes fell on the table and couldn't move away. But this was not good. So she forced herself to move away. Can't be so greedy, she told herself carefully. Then she nodded to show that she understood as Songli said. Songli saw all her eyes and thought this girl was very cute. She asked Achiao with a smile, which one do you want to eat? Achiao stretched out her hand, touched the croissant, and then gently touched it and retracted her hand. Songli was amused by her cute action, picked up the croissant and handed it to Achiao, and gave her a box of yogurt. Eat it. If you don't have enough, take more. Achiao took it, stared at the golden croissant, and smiled. Her eyes were very beautiful, and her green pupils were full of luster, like a fairy sea lake. It makes people want to take pictures and save them. Songli immediately took out her mobile phone. Achiao and the dog squatted at the foot of the table. One person and one dog squatted obediently and neatly. She tore open the packaging bag of the croissant, broke off the pointed croissant, and fed it to the dog mouth. The dog stretched out its tongue and rolled it away, and licked her fingers. Achiao's fingers were covered with the dog's saliva, and it was itchy. She smiled, scratched the dog's chin with her saliva-soaked fingers, and wiped it clean on its hair. Songli couldn't bear to disturb them, so she secretly took several photos of her beautiful smile with her mobile phone. The setting sun slid down from the sky, and the orange-yellow halo dyed the sky and the earth red. A person and a dog squatted on the edge of the long table, eating croissants and drinking yogurt. Achiao bit the straw, and the orange-red cloud light cast a warm shadow on her side face. The dog head rested on her feet, and from time to time, he used his nose to rub the white instep exposed from her slippers. This picture stunned Songli. It was like watching an aesthetic movie. Songli, someone interrupted her appreciation, and also woke up the person and the dog who were enjoying the food. Songli, come here. Someone in the distance was calling. Songli said to Achiao, I'll go. You eat slowly here. Don't waste it. Achiao watched Songli run away, picked up another piece of whole wheat bread, and slowly chewed it with the dog. Fragrant. Delicious. She made a soft ho-ho sound next to the dog ear. The dog whined twice in agreement. The man and the dog ate until the sun set. The busy people came to the long table and saw the man and the dog eating at the foot of the table. They were shocked, stunned, complicated, and angry. Achiao raised her head and looked at them innocently. Her clear eyes had never been polluted by the world. Like a princess who had just come out of the ivory tower, she had a beautiful face and pure eyes. It made people angry but unable to express it. So, they could only gather together and talk about the man and the dog. Who is this? Where did the child come from? Whose dog is this? I don't know him. Oh my god. He ate so much of our food. Oh my god. Achiao's feet were piled with snack packaging bags. Without counting them, just looking at the volume, there would be no small mountain of garbage without 100 or so. I. A young man was furious. He pointed at Achiao and spoke stutteringly. Achiao looked at him with a little concern. Under Achiao's gaze, he finally calmed down. Fuck. Whose child is this? Who is it? Damn. He eats more than the pigs raised by my grandfather. Do you know that food is in short supply now? You can't eat anything. What if we starve to death after you eat it? Why do you eat our food? His voice was very loud. People farther away heard it and gathered around, seeing the large reduction of food on the table. Their faces suddenly turned bad. More people shouted at Achiao. Who are your parents? Where are your parents? Who brought you here? Speak. Mute. Achiao nodded. It's a mute. Everyone was speechless. Amidst the chatter, Songli ran up in a panic. Ah! Sorry. Sorry. She is Achiao. She can't speak, she explained to everyone breathlessly. When she said that Achiao was brought by Song Chi, Everyone's anger finally subsided a little. But they still had resentment. They just didn't dare to complain so obviously. They were able to stay here safely. All thanks to Song Chi and the police. Some of the food was their own. And some was distributed by the police. It was placed here just to make everyone feel at ease. Eat well. And not go hungry. Everyone ate according to the rules. And no one expected a little girl to eat so much. She was not welcomed because she exceeded everyone's expectations. But there was no way. Maybe they ate the part that Song Chi gave them. Or maybe they also ate Song Chi's part of the food. No one could blame her. Song Li apologized several times. And everyone was even more embarrassed to say anything. Song Li was Song Chi's sister. What could she say? They had to sit quietly next to her and have dinner in silence. The crowd dispersed. And Song Li breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at the garbage at Achiao's feet and gave Achio a thumbs up. Really good. Her brother's car of big men couldn't eat as much as she did. Originally, she wanted to ask Achio if he was full. But Song Li couldn't speak. Because she ate too much. Song Li could only say, "Let's go back." After saying that, she saw Achio touching her stomach. And Song Li's head exploded instantly. Could it be that she was not full yet? She felt panic in her heart, fearing that Achio would say she wanted to eat more. Fortunately, she stood up, biting the yogurt straw with her mouth and sucking. Bye. The box was sucked flat. And it could be heard that she had finished drinking. But she was still sucking. She really loves to eat. Song Li pretended not to see it and led the man and the dog to her tent. After walking away, the adult sitting at the dining table finally let go and complained, while scolding Achio for eating like a pig. They said that Song Li was so arrogant because of Song Chi's sigh. They opened their mouths and were indignant. After listening, Achio looked up at Song Li, who was walking in front of her. She was tall and big, with a little baby fat, like a sweet bean paste bun. Where was she arrogant? It was very sweet. Very bean paste bun. She liked it. Achio thought so. Those people were so unreasonable. They scolded her for eating too much. It was unreasonable. Achio pouted and swung the dog leash to express his dissatisfaction. Just compensate them. We're here. You'll live here from now on. With me. Song Li turned around and saw no one or dog behind her. There was only a piece of afterglow on the ground. Green grass. Tents scattered around. And adults chatting. Song Li looked at the empty green grass and was dumbfounded. It was there just now. How could it disappear in just a few steps? How could she explain to her brother? Chapter 4. Achio and the dog climbed over the cordon and entered the forest. The forest was dense, dark and chilly at dusk. She lay on the dog back, pulling its fur to keep warm. The dog carried her through the forest and onto the main road. The road was full of cars heading out of the city, with a series of collisions in the middle of the road. People ran away in panic, shouting and screaming. "Hey, little sister!" Someone shouted at Achio. "Run! Don't go into the city. The city is full of zombies. You can't go in." Achio didn't care and ran straight to the high-rise building. The city was full of zombies, wandering in the streets, cars, and houses. It was like poking an ant's nest. There was a supermarket with a red plaque diagonally opposite. Achio shook the dog leash, and the dog immediately understood. It slowed down and planned to jump over from the edge where there were fewer zombies. Just as he found the right direction, the zombies suddenly rushed over like they were on fire. A large group of zombies, with densely packed heads. The dog knew that he could not defeat them alone. So he took a few steps back tactically, then raised his front legs and jumped onto the zombies beside him. He used them as springboards and jumped across the street. Bang! The feeling of weightlessness suddenly hit the dog, and he was pulled down by a zombie. Achio fell to the ground and hurt his back, and he gasped in pain. The dog was so angry that he bit the zombies. In just a moment, the zombies surrounded them. They pounced on Achio, sniffed, and turned around and pounced on the dog without interest. After all, a dog could not defeat thousands of zombies. And the dog was quickly pushed to the ground by the zombies. The rotten mouth bit it, and blood immediately flowed. Dozens of hands and feet suppressed it, leaving it unable to struggle. The dog lay on the ground in a mess, uttering a painful roar of a woo. A woo. Achio struggled to sit up from her legs, and saw the dog that was bitten to pieces, and her eyes turned red with anxiety. "Ho!" she roared, desperately digging the zombies around with her hands. grabbing them and throwing them out like throwing stones. Ho! Ho ho! She shouted and threw, with amazing strength, and soon crawled to the dog. The dog lay on the ground in a broken state, looking at Aqiao with tearful eyes, and the bitten front limbs tried hard to hook Aqiao's hand. Halfway through, a string of blood dripped from its red hair, and the claws fell to the ground weakly. It felt that it was about to die. Woo! Woo! The throat whimpered with difficulty, and it used all its strength to crawl slightly to Aqiao's feet. It wanted to stick to her legs and sleep against her, wanted her to tickle it. It looked at Aqiao, tears filling its eyes. Ha ha! Ha ha! Aqiao knelt on the ground with a frown on her face, hugged it tightly in her arms. Her dog was like a broken doll, with no intact part on its body. Her palms were soon covered with its wet blood. Aqiao was furious, and wanted to kill all the zombies. She turned her head, bared her teeth, and roared at them. The howling was earth-shattering, and the zombies were panicked and fled. Seeing this, Aqiao roared even more fiercely. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! The zombies retreated like a tide and fled far away. There was nothing around her. Aqiao held the dog, stood up and ran wildly. She wanted to go to the clinic, to the pet clinic, to find someone to save the dog. The dog couldn't die. Couldn't die. She didn't want the dog to die. She wanted to be with the dog. With the dog. She ran and screamed all the way. Blood dripped down 3 streets. There was no pet clinic. She kept running and running. Running like a gust of wind. Running from one street to the end. And when the zombies smelled her breath, she had already entered the next street. Finally saw a pet clinic. She rushed in. The zombies inside were tempted by the thick blood and rushed over. Aqiao shouted loudly, and the zombies were so scared that they ran away with their heads in their hands. Hoo-hoo! 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 She screamed frantically into the clinic. Call the doctor. Ask someone to come out and check on her dog. No one answered, but she knew there were people inside. 2 adults and a child hid behind the small door and observed every move outside through the cat eye. Hoo-hoo! Aqiao screamed at the cat eye. Come out! The man with glasses behind the door showed fear and panic. This zombie is more ferocious than the one outside. He quickly retreated into the door behind him and locked it quietly, with 2 doors between them. He reduced his presence. Zombies, as long as they don't get close, they can't feel it. Thinking like this, the man's panicked heart calmed down a little. He turned and went into the lounge inside to see his wife and children. Bang! Bang! The 2 doors that had just been locked were violently kicked away. The man reacted very quickly and rushed into the lounge to lock the door, and then used a chair to block it. His wife hid in the corner, trembling with fear, holding the child. This was their last place, and there was no way to escape. Hee hee. The door of the lounge was kicked open by Aqiao. She stood at the door, staring at the 3 people inside with bloodshot eyes. The man stood in front of his wife and children, his legs weak. This zombie is so fucking scary. Not only can he smell their scent through 3 doors, but he can also see them. Hee hee. After examining them, Aqiao stepped forward and stuffed the dog directly into the man's hands. Hee hee. Cure. She threatened him fiercely with her eyes. The man looked down at the dog in his hand, and the dog was dead. It was covered in blood and flesh, and could no longer be seen as a dog. But his 30 years of work intuition told him that this zombie wanted him to cure the dog, and he had to cure it. If he didn't cure it, the 3 of them would die. The man's hand trembled, and he tried his best to stabilize his voice. It's seriously injured. I'll try. Hee 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 hee. It must be cured. The man didn't understand, but it didn't stop him. Nodding. He put the dead dog on the operating table, and before leaving, he used his eyes to signal his wife to take good care of the child. With just a glance, Aqiao urged him impatiently. Huh? Hurry up. The man had to speed up his hands to get the scalpel, but was blocked by Aqiao before he got it. Huh? Huh? Wash your hands. Disinfect. Aqiao rinsed his hands in the basin and raised his head. The man rolled his eyes in his heart, and silently washed his hands and disinfected them to carry out the normal surgical procedures. While treating the wound, he suddenly felt that this zombie was very strange. Disinfection was obviously something that only humans would be aware of. So why did it know it? Could it be that a human turned into a zombie, but was equipped with a human brain? The legendary evolved zombie? No way. He secretly glanced at Achiao, and was glared back by Achiao. The dog died miserably, and its body was incomplete. There was not a single piece of good skin or flesh. There was no flesh left on the hind legs, revealing the leg bones. The man's scalp was numb, and he admired the zombie that bit the dog. It was brave to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. He disinfected, stitched, and bandaged the dog over and over again. He put the dead dog in a sleeping position that dogs love the most, took off his gloves, and washed his hands. It's done. The injury is too serious. It needs to recover slowly. Wait for a while, the man said. Achiao stared at the dog wrapped like a mummy, and wanted to reach out and touch it, but was afraid of hurting it. So he stood by the bed and watched it obediently. Get well soon. When you get well, they can eat bread, drink yogurt, watch cartoons, and sleep together. Do a lot of things. Achiao's mind flashed with many things she wanted to do with the dog. Wake up the dog and realize them one by one. The man stood with her for an hour, and finally couldn't stand anymore, and whispered, "Now there is nothing for me to do. So, I go in first?" Achiao didn't say anything, and didn't move. The man moved to the side carefully and carefully. Achiao didn't react. He took another step. Still no reaction. Then, the man turned and ran into the lounge. But he was kicked in the half-broken door by Achiao. His wife and children looked at him worriedly, and he waved his hand to show that he was fine. His family had both good luck and bad luck. It was Saturday, and his wife went to pick up the child from cram school to see him in the clinic. Before they had said a few words after entering the door, the zombies rushed in. They reacted very quickly and hid in the lounge. They hid for the whole afternoon. They were worried about not finding a way out. But now they found it. Since this zombie came, there has been no zombie outside, and it is their chance to escape. Although the zombie outside is more terrifying, it is now focusing on the dead dog, so they can give it a try. If they win, all roads lead to home. If they lose, they will come back to continue treating the dead dog. The man made up his mind and whispered to his wife and children. They agreed. So, the three of them sneakily opened the door of the lounge, crouched down, hid behind rows of tall medicine cabinets and pet shelves, and moved quickly and quietly to the door. Those shelves were very high and dense. Usually, people hiding behind them could not be seen. At this time, they were particularly careful, and the zombie must not notice them. The man was lucky. Unfortunately, Achiao was very sharp. When they just reached the glass door leading to the hall, Achiao's head turned 180 degrees, and her blood-red eyes locked on them. Ah! The child was frightened by her incredible head and screamed loudly. It was too late for the wife to cover her mouth. The four people confronted each other. Achiao didn't say a word. The man smiled awkwardly and took his wife and children out of the lounge, hiding in the house. The three people felt complicated. They couldn't tell whether it was safe or dangerous. Safe. It wouldn't bite them. Unsafe. It was more fierce than the ordinary zombies outside. The three sat in the chairs, not knowing what to do. There are no windows in the lounge, and the only door to the outside is the clinic, which leads through the lobby. The operating room next to the lobby has a large glass window, and the lobby can be seen clearly. Wherever they go, the zombies can catch them accurately. There is no way. There is absolutely no way. How about this? She must sleep at night. Let's go at night, the man said. The child nestled in his mother's arms and whispered, "Will zombies be tired?" Then he said, "Do zombies sleep at night?" "Who knows?" The man stared at his child for a long time without saying a word. The three of them continued to sit, and every second seemed like a century. It was dark, and the temperature dropped. The three of them went from sitting to huddling together to keep warm, wrapped in a blanket. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. The three looked up in shock. The man and his wife looked at each other, picked up a golf club that they didn't know where to pull out, stood 1 meter away from the door, and asked, "Who is it?" "Huh?" A familiar zombie voice that was different from ordinary zombies. The man opened the door a crack. He was particularly afraid that Achiao would kick away this last door representing the safety line. "What's the matter?" An eye appeared from the crack of the door and asked it. Achiao pointed to where the dog was lying, and then pointed to the round clock on the wall. Hee. It's time to change the dressing." Inexplicably, the man actually understood. But there's really nothing to change for a dead dog. The man had no choice but to put down his golf club and go out to change the dressing. Achio stared at him like an inspector. He didn't dare to be lazy. After changing, Achio continued to stand by the bed. This time, the man didn't stand with her, and reported back to the lounge. Then, all the gaps in the lounge were blocked. All the tables and chairs were piled behind the door. Because the dog started to stink. The zombies should know that the dog is dead soon. Then, they will die soon too. This is a zombie who values dogs very much. The three of them were trembling in the lounge. Outside, Achio was a little hungry. She touched her stomach, hesitated to look at the dog, and then looked outside. There is a supermarket across the street with lots of food. She wants to eat. The dog is sick and can't move. She is worried about leaving it here. The man inside is very bad and has a lot of thoughts. He is lazy in changing the medicine. If she is not watching, she is afraid that the man will hurt the dog. She is also afraid that the man will sneak away. They have sneaked away before. The man can't leave. She still needs the man to treat the dog. It's so difficult. Even hungrier. Achio feels that her body is very strange. As long as she feels a little hungry, she will quickly become hungrier and hungrier. Hungry. Hee-hee. 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 Achio raised his head and roared a series of times in his throat. Outside, hundreds of zombies responded. Countless zombies came like a tide, filling the streets and blocking the clinic. Achio walked out and roared at the leading zombies. All the zombies on the opposite side lowered their heads and surrendered. Then, she quickly flew to the supermarket opposite. She swiped the food. The rest room. The man was frightened to the point of numbness when he heard the zombies roar. It took him a long time to muster up the courage to open the door a crack, squinting his eyes to look out. And his eyes met the zombies outside. Those zombies stood neatly outside the outpatient clinic door like terracotta warriors, facing them, staring at them. Crazy. Numb. The man grabbed his hair and cursed in his heart that he was crazy. How good was the feng shui of his small clinic? And it attracted zombies. Why didn't he have such good business before? Chapter 5. With no hope of escape, the three of them hung their heads in silence in the lounge. They were sleepy, but they didn't dare to sleep. They could not help but feel their stomach growl. The child lay on the bed, touching his stomach and turning his head to look at his mother. The little eyes looked pitiful and helpless. The mother couldn't bear it, but she had no way. The lounge was just a small room with a small bed, a thin quilt, a few hanging coats, and a chair. There was not even a pot of water. The mother licked her lips dry, but she kept enduring. Now, facing the pitiful eyes of the little child, she felt pain and anxiety in her heart. Evacuation. Think of a way. The child is hungry. She stood up from the bed, twisted the quilt for the child, and stood in front of evacuation. Evacuation had a sad face, and was helpless in the face of his wife's questioning. He had no way. You see, there are zombies everywhere outside. There weren't so many people when running marathons. I can't do anything. I can't just smash the wall and run. He paused, suddenly stood up and looked outside. The ferocious zombie disappeared. Not to mention, smashing the wall seems to be possible. He stood up, rushed out of the lounge at a very fast speed, and found a big hammer from the broken door of the storage room next door. You watch. He asked his wife to stand behind the door and watch the situation. And he swung the hammer and started to smash the wall. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was huge, and the speed was very fast. What they wanted was speed. To smash a hole at the fastest speed. And then run. The zombies standing on the street outside heard the sound, and were stunned for a moment. Some zombies wanted to get close to the source of the sound, but they didn't dare to move. They had just signed a friendship agreement with a companion to guard the street for 10 minutes. It's not even 10 minutes yet. Evacuation swung the hammer a few times, and gradually lost his strength. He was hungry after not eating for a day, and he didn't have much strength because he didn't exercise all year round. After a few hits, his hands were weak, and his waist was sore. He rubbed his wrist and asked Deng Suyu, "How is it?" The zombies didn't move. Deng Suyu shook her head and urged, "Hurry up. It's their best chance if they don't move." Evacuation didn't dare to give up, and smashed quickly. Bang, bang, bang. The ground shook, and the building shook. Before it felt like the building was about to collapse, a hole finally opened in the wall, leaking in the dim night. He Gao-Ching was so excited that his glasses reflected. And he swung the hammer again and smashed hard. Bang! A large piece of the wall hit the ground, revealing a big hole. It was a hole big enough for people to crawl through. He Gao-Ching dug with his hands, cleaned up the broken bricks and soil, turned around and waved to his wife. Come on! Come on! The child also got up from the bed. The three of them gathered at the entrance of the cave, looking at the piles of bricks, mud and darkness outside, with smiles on their faces. We can get out. It's good to get out. There will be food outside. He Gao-Ching took off his glasses, wiped off the sweat, and smiled. Come on. You go out first. I'll send the child out later. Deng Suyu nodded. She was small, and she could clean the bricks outside and make it easier for He Gao-Ching to climb. She immediately knelt on the ground and used her head to get into the cave. Half of her body was drilled through, and her head was exposed. Her nose quickly smelled the unique coolness of the May night. She looked up with joy, and then her pupils suddenly shrank. Her mouth opened, and she screamed earth-shakingly. Ah! Then, she used her hands and feet to retreat. But because she was too excited, her back arched up and pressed against the uneven bricks above, hooking her closed, and she couldn't retreat no matter how hard she tried. Stuck in the cave, unable to get in or out. In front of her, there was a beautiful face that was magnified. It was the fierce female zombie that they had been on guard against for an entire afternoon. She was bending over and staring at her with a puzzled expression. Surprised, he. What are you doing? Ah! Deng Suyu screamed even more fiercely when she heard the zombie language it made. He Gao-Ching didn't understand why, so he had to grab his wife's legs and drag her inside. Zila, the clothes that were hooked were torn, and Deng Suyu was finally pulled back. What? What happened? He Gao-Ching helped her up, asking while looking at the hole. The hole that leaked light was blocked by something, and it was dark. Just as she was wondering, a small head came in from outside. He Gao-Ching was so scared that he trembled all over, and his waving hand almost knocked over his wife, who had just stood up. He widened his eyes and watched in horror as the head slowly lifted up, revealing a familiar face from the waterfall like long hair. The female zombie who treated dogs. It crawled in, stood up straight, and patted the dust off its hands first, then patted the dust off its white skirt. Then it walked to Gao-Ching and looked at him suspiciously with its beautiful face that was as innocent as a human child. Its eyes were complicated. They wanted to escape. The consciousness was swirling in its mind. Aqiao frowned. If they escaped, what would happen to the dog? They didn't want to save the dog. Aqiao frowned, raised his foot, turned around and kicked the wall that the man had used all his strength to smash a small hole and collapsed under its feet. Dust filled the sky. Zombies roamed everywhere, and roared greedily at the fresh human beings who suddenly appeared. Deng Suyu was so frightened by the terrifying faces that she couldn't stand steadily. She relied on the child in her arms to hang on to her last breath and hid behind He Gao-Ching. He Gao-Ching looked at the collapsed wall with a face full of despair. Their only safe house was gone. Aqiao was satisfied. In this way, they had nowhere to escape and could only follow her. It smiled at the corners of its lips, walked happily to the dog, sat on the ground, and ate snacks happily. Eat a bag, divide a piece on the plate, and wait for the dog to wake up to eat. It brought back all the food from the entire supermarket, filled the hall. Originally, some of it was intended to be shared with the zombies outside who helped guard the gate. But they didn't like it and didn't want it. Can only wait for the dog to wake up and eat together. Aqiao ate here with satisfaction. He Gao-Ching and the other two wandered in the lounge. Break a hole. Just want to use the night to use objects to avoid zombies and go home. Now, zombies from all sides surrounded them, calling one to another, and rushed towards them in groups. There were too many to count, densely packed, and more. If they went out, they would undoubtedly be sending meat to their mouths. Moreover, there was a fierce female zombie behind them staring at them. They were in a dilemma. Deng Suyu pulled He Gao-Ching's sleeve and winked at him. Take some things away. She was a housewife, and she knew everything in the house. She wanted to go to the hall to pack some food to take back. He Gao-Ching and her had been married for 10 years, and she could think of everything she was thinking. Now there were zombies outside, and they couldn't hide. It would be better to follow the female zombie. At least it didn't eat people, and it still had fighting power. In order to treat the dog, It would definitely protect them. Wait for a good opportunity to stimulate it to fight with the zombies. They could take advantage of the situation and take away the food. It was simply the best of both worlds. Gaoqing nodded, protecting his wife and children and approaching Achu. He walked very carefully. Gaoqing kept observing its reaction. This zombie was more powerful than the zombies outside, and he had never seen it eat human flesh. He hoped that it would not suddenly attack. He kept praying in his heart. After entering the ward, he nodded and smiled at Achu very carefully, and then sat down close to the door. Away from it, Ding Suyu spread the quilt she rolled up on the ground, let her son sit on it, and wrapped him tightly to prevent him from getting cold. The three of them sat down, and saw that Achiao did not drive them away, and they breathed a sigh of relief. He took another look at the zombies that were lingering in the lounge and dared not approach, and suddenly felt that choosing to stay was the right decision. The child was wrapped in the quilt, staring at Achiao, who was eating, his eyes fixed. Ding Suyu covered his eyes several times, but couldn't cover them. How could you look at this kind of non-human thing randomly? If you get tired of it, it will be over. But the child didn't have such troubles as hers. He was simply hungry and greedy when he saw others eating. Besides, the sister opposite was very pretty and ate very happily. He became even hungrier. Mom, I'm hungry. He stared at Achiao without blinking and whispered to Ding Suyu. Ding Suyu stared at Gaoqing. Gaoqing pushed his glasses and sighed helplessly. He was also hungry. But who the hell dared to compete with zombies for food? If you want to compete, you can only do it secretly. Yes, secretly. An idea suddenly came to him. Gaoqing put his fist to his mouth and coughed lightly. It immediately attracted Achiao's attention. It worked. He was secretly happy. He then stood up, walked to the bedside to check the dog injuries, and then said, "It's seriously injured and needs an injection of medicine. But I don't have this medicine here." At this point, he spoke slowly, waiting for Achiao to answer him. However, he forgot that Achiao couldn't speak human language. Achiao roared a few times. Ding Suyu and the child were stunned. Gaoqing thought it was asking, "Where can I get the medicine?" He immediately said, "The clinic on Bailey Street has it. It's just behind the clock tower." He shook his finger. The clock tower in the city was tall and still turning gears. It was exactly 8:40 p.m. Achiao took a look and frowned slightly. It looked very close, but she felt it was far away. She didn't want to go. She didn't want to be separated from the dog so far and for so long. It really needs it. It's injured too badly. If it doesn't get the injection today, its leg injury will. He observed Achiao's face. Maybe it will become lame. The word lame was very light. He thought that as long as it showed signs of rage, he would change the word immediately. Unfortunately, it couldn't change. It hurt it. Huh? Achiao roared in great anger at Gaoqing, and his eyes quickly filled with blood, as if he had dipped his eyeballs in a red wine glass. Horrible and beautiful. Gaoqing's scalp was numb, and he was trembling all over. But he didn't dare to move. Moving is a stimulus to wild animals, especially when they are crazy. It was anxious and angry, looking at the dog and Gaoqing, wishing to tear him apart. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why did you say it now? Bad human. It roared, and the zombies outside responded. Then, dense groups of zombies, more than the zombies surrounding the street just now, squeezed into the small clinic one by one, occupying every inch of the clinic, raised their necks, opened their bloody mouths, responded to it, stared at them, and their bloodthirsty teeth itched to leave and eat them. Achiao stood up and flew directly outside. It was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gaoqing was crazy. No, it's not like that. He didn't mean that. Don't leave them alone in the zombie group. Chapter 6. Achiao flew out and suddenly felt something was wrong. She didn't recognize the medicine. She turned back to the small clinic and landed in the crowded hall, making Gaoqing burst into tears. He was wrong. Really wrong. Originally thought that they could take the opportunity to grab the food by sending it out. Who could have thought that once it left, the zombies would desperately squeeze into the clinic, filling every corner and gap. Staring at them, the continuous roar made him feel that he would not live for more than 3 seconds. Gaoqing hurriedly crawled out from under the bed and rushed to Achiao, as if he saw the great Buddha's light. You are finally back. Xiao responded to him. She hadn't gone yet. Gao-Qing didn't understand. He just knew that it was back. He couldn't hide his excitement. This zombie was fierce. But it gave people an inexplicable sense of security compared to those zombies. He followed Xiao step by step. Without asking for medicine. Just following. Xiao always felt something was wrong. But couldn't explain it clearly. With her brows slightly furrowed. She turned around and growled at a few zombies. The next second, she was roared back by the zombies. And she roared back again. They looked like doughy bread. Which made Gao-Qing want to rub them. Crazy. He cursed himself inwardly. He stood aside and watched them roar at each other. After roaring for a while, they stopped. 6 zombies with healthy hands and feet walked to the bed. And before Gao-Qing could react, they lifted the bed together and walked straight out of the clinic. Gao-Qing, ? Are they going to leave? He was ecstatic. They left. And all the supplies here belonged to them. The joy lasted only a second. And Xiao said "Huh" to him, motioning him to follow. Gao-Qing, ? Looking out, the streets were full of zombies, crowded between the vehicles at the street intersection. Densely packed. Going out would mean death. Who dares to leave? Gao-Qing didn't dare to move. Xiao roared again, with obvious impatience. Deng Suyu pushed Gao-Qing's waist and asked him to leave. She was always good at observing people's expressions. If he didn't leave, this zombie would go crazy. Gao-Qing didn't dare to really fight it. Seeing the zombies carrying the hospital bed out, the zombies wandering on the street avoided them one after another. And he felt better. Reluctantly, he followed closely. He looked back every 3 steps, looking to see if Xiao was around, while thinking about how to escape. When he looked back, he was dumbfounded. Under Xiao roar, the wandering zombies obediently divided the piled supplies, followed them in groups, and walked in a line. He and his wife and children were sandwiched in the middle of a group of zombies, like a sandwich. The zombies outside roared at them, and the zombies sandwiched between them roared back. No zombie dared to attack them anymore. This scene is like a corpse driving team. No, it's the corpses driving people. Gao-Qing, there is no desire to live. He was trapped at the door of the pet clinic, and the clock struck 9 in the evening. It was dark, and the clinic was occupied by zombies. Xiao seemed to be invisible, and went in to see the medicine cabinets, beds, and space inside. The clinic was large, with a lot of medicine, better than the one just now. It nodded with satisfaction. Then it raised its head and let out a long hiss. And the zombies in the clinic fled. In 30 seconds, the pet clinic was cleared. The zombies carried the dog in and put it down. Sandwich was forced to stand in the corner, not daring to move. The zombies behind came in one by one to unload the supplies. When the last zombie walked out of the clinic, Gao-Qing immediately locked the door and checked the doors and windows of each room. They were all closed tightly. Finally, they had a relatively safe place again. Deng Suyu was obviously relieved, found a sofa, and wrapped the child in the air-conditioning blanket to sleep. The child was hungry and kept staring at the snacks on the ground. Deng Suyu had no choice but to signal Gao-Qing with her eyes. Gao-Qing coughed lightly and turned to get a penicillin. He was already dead anyway, so it didn't matter what he got. As he unpacked the package, he asked Xiao in a flattering tone, "Well, I haven't eaten for a day, and I'm so hungry that my eyes are dizzy." Once he said the first words, the rest came more smoothly. "Can you share some food with me? I'll have better strength after eating, and I'll definitely be able to cure it as soon as possible." His words were sincere and serious. Xiao compared himself to her. He could do more and better things when he was full. She nodded. The child immediately broke away from his mother's hand and rushed to get food. Bread, spicy strips, potato chips, drinks. Xiao was jealous, and her eyes followed him when he took something. Heartache. Feeling of bleeding. I don't know why. It felt that these things were its own and didn't want them to take them away. Possessiveness. This word popped into my head. But he is a child. She is older than him. She should give in to him a little bit. The flower of the motherland. And his father also helped to treat the dog. Xiao comforted herself like this. Don't look at it. You won't know if you don't look at it. But she heard it clearly. His face was sour. Deng Suyu felt it. And also felt its indulgence of her son. And clearly knew that if she went up to get some more, it would definitely get angry. So, She prayed hard in her heart that her son would get more, and more. On the other hand, she used her eyes to observe its reaction at any time. When she saw that its face was about to be completely exhausted, she immediately called her son back. Her child was very obedient, and when he called, he immediately ran back with food. All the things he got were stuffed into his mother's arms. Xiao was unhappy, grabbed a box of yogurt, bit the straw and sucked hard. He felt comfortable only after sucking the box flat. After Gaoqing gave the dog an injection, he took off his gloves and asked carefully, "Can I take a bag?" "Just one bag." Xiao glanced at him and nodded. No one can be hungry. But the doctor cannot be hungry. Gaoqing really only took one bag. But it was more than the pile of meat his son took. The huge bag of meat jerky he took made him feel full and strengthened his body. Deng Suyu was very happy to see it. The family sat in a far corner, wrapped in air-conditioning quilts, sharing the food they had just received. Deng Suyu ate very little and kept asking her son to eat more. She saved as much as she could, fearing that she would not get the next meal. The child had no worries and ate happily. Usually, he would be scolded for eating spicy strips. But at this time, he could eat whatever he wanted and eat another bag when he was full. Gaoqing chewed the meat jerky, drank water, and discussed with his wife, with his eyes, how to escape tonight. It was a dark and windy night. Deng Suyu fell asleep with the child in her arms. Gaoqing couldn't sleep well, thinking about running while being on guard against the zombie in the house. He simply didn't sleep, put on his glasses, and leaned against the wall. He looked at the clock tower outside the window from time to time. Lao Zhong counted the seconds one by one. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and he and his wife planned to escape through the window at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock in the morning is the time when humans are most tired and vulnerable. And it should also be the time when the zombie's defense is weakest. It was 2 o'clock, and the zombie was still sitting in front of the bed, sitting upright with his back straight. Isn't it going to sleep? Gaoqing was puzzled and kept praying for it to sleep quickly. It was almost 3 o'clock, and he couldn't wait any longer. He was panicking. It was still sitting at 2:30. It was motionless at 2:50. It was 3 o'clock. It didn't even move its butt. Gaoqing's forehead was bulging with veins, and he pushed Deng Suyu awake to let her see. Deng Suyu opened her mouth and said silently, "Go up and see if it is sleeping. Zombies are different from humans. What if they sleep in a sitting position?" Gaoqing stood up and moved over timidly. Xiao heard the noise and turned his head suddenly. His head turned 180 degrees on his neck. His green eyes looked at Gaoqing in confusion. Gaoqing was stunned, trembling all over, his scalp numb, like a fucking ghost. His two green eyes glowed in the dark, and his head was spinning. No one could stand it. He cursed in his heart, and smiled awkwardly. "I can't sleep, so I came to see how it is." He pointed at the dog on the bed. Xiao said "Oh," and got up to let him go. She had just woken up from a dream, and her steps were a little frivolous. In Gaoqing's eyes, it was like a ghost floating. He hurriedly looked at the dead dog and hurried back to the window. Dejected, he couldn't leave. Zombies don't sleep at all. He cursed it from head to toe, and to 36 generations of ancestors in his heart. He cursed until the sky was slightly bright. His wife and children woke up from another sleep, but the zombies were still awake. The family was in despair. Deng Suyu looked at Gaoqing and asked him what to do. Gaoqing was speechless. What else could he do? He had to find another chance. He didn't have the strength to fight the zombies head-on. The three were worried. In the dim night ahead, bang dong, there was a loud noise, and something hit the ground. Then, the zombie's roar exploded in the air. Gaoqing felt a flash in front of his eyes, and something flew towards him. He subconsciously lay down and rolled to the side. But before he rolled, another figure rushed over and hugged the white shadow. Huh? Xiao turned his head and yelled at Gaoqing. Gaoqing squinted and saw that it was not a thing, but the zombie and its dead dog. The dead dog was crazy for some reason and suddenly attacked him. Gaoqing was so shocked that he didn't recognize his mother. Wasn't that dead dog dead? Ah! How come it's alive again? Why does the dog have to become a zombie too? He suddenly realized what Xiao meant. It was telling them to hide. Gaoqing quickly crawled over and picked up his son, dragged Deng Suyu into the warehouse, locked the door, and hid. The child was shaken awake and asked him what happened with sleepy eyes. He covered the child's mouth tremblingly, telling him not to make a sound. At this time, there was a huge fight outside. The dog suddenly got better, but it seemed to have turned into a different dog. It became extremely aggressive. Its long fangs were glowing, and its amber pupils were filled with blood-like threads, which were entangled and crowded in its eye sockets. The dog had changed. It had become different. Aqiao was depressed and happy at the same time. She was depressed that her dog seemed to have forgotten her, and she was happy that her dog was finally well. Although it was attacking her, it looked very lively. It was just that the dog was getting more and more anxious. Like when she was hungry. Did it want to eat? Aqiao dodged the dog attack in confusion, picked up a bag of bread, tore it open, and handed it to it. The dog pounced on it and took a big bite, almost biting off Aqiao's finger. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and pulled back her finger in time. The dog fangs cut a long cut on her fingertips, from the finger bones to the fingertips, and a little liquid seeped out. The green liquid was mixed with scattered white dots, as if it was melted with gold powder. It gave off a sour and sweet taste. Aqiao put her finger into her mouth and licked it. It tasted a little sweet and a little sour. Woof! Woof woof! The dog stood in front of her with a small piece of bread in its mouth, and looked at her steadily with its blood-red amber eyes. Ah! Aqiao took out her finger and made a vague sound. Woof! In an instant, the dog pounced on her and bit her finger. Its cold tongue rolled around Aqiao's bleeding fingertips and sucked hard, like a newborn baby drinking milk. It sucked very hard. Aqiao was hurt by the sucking, and pushed it away with a hum. She was very strong, and the dog was easily lifted up. It took a few steps back and stood still. It looked at her through the gray morning light. For a long time, it whimpered in its throat, turned around and broke the glass, jumped into the street in one step, and disappeared in a few steps. Ho! 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 Aqiao chased her out, and no matter how she yelled, she didn't look back. Chapter 7. On one side was a doctor and delicious food everywhere, and on the other side was a dog that didn't recognize people. Aqiao stood outside the broken window, hesitated for only a second, and chased the dog in the direction it left. You can find delicious food again, and you can find a doctor again, but there is only one dog. She crossed 2 streets and ran very fast. She ran as fast as she could, but she still couldn't catch up with the dog. She heard its muffled roar across the street. Finally, after she took several shortcuts, she met the dog at the intersection. Huh? She jumped out and yelled, trying to make it stop. The dog also yelled at her, asking her to get out of the way. A man and a dog confronted each other at the intersection. The zombies around had already hidden far away, and there was nothing everywhere. For a long time, the dog jumped up and tried to get around her. Aqiao reacted very quickly and pounced on it, grabbed its hair with both hands, and sat on its back with a long leg. The movements were fast and skillful, as if she had done it hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of times. The dog was stunned for a second, unable to bear this humiliation. He stood up and threw her down madly, his throat emitting waves of angry roars. Aqiao had planned it in advance, and she hugged its neck with both hands, and pressed her entire upper body against it, while comforting it to stop. She rubbed its head with her face. Every time she rubbed the dog would be quiet. This time it did not quiet, but ran forward very irritably, jumping and leaping, spinning in circles, and firmly trying to throw her off. Aqiao was determined not to let go, and would not let go even if she was thrown to death. Her stomach was dizzy, and acid juice surged up. She closed her mouth tightly, hugged the dog's neck, closed her eyes, and let the strong wind blow her hair into a mess. From the city to the outside of the city, high-rise buildings, over mountains and ridges. Aqiao couldn't help it at all. Vomiting. All the snacks and yogurt she had last night. The vomit poured down from the top of the dog's head and flowed down along the nose. The dog braked suddenly and stopped on the spot, and its amber eyes gradually became dizzy. The tip of its nose smelled a disgusting sour smell that made the dog uncomfortable. It was confused for a long time, and when the person on its back vomited the second time, it suddenly realized what it was. And then the whole dog was furious. It jumped more than 10 meters high on the spot. It fell heavily to the ground, almost knocking Aqiao, who was vomiting, off. Halfway through vomiting, It was also shaken back by the strong ground slamming action. She slid down from the dog back, grabbed the dog ears, and patted her chest with the other hand. The dog with a face full of filth glared at her angrily, and its sharp fangs were bared, determined to tear her apart. An extremely unfamiliar look. At this moment, Xiao finally believed that the dog really didn't recognize her. She pulled up her precious white skirt to wipe the dog face, and apologized while wiping. Sorry. You ran too fast and couldn't help it. The dog eyes were twice as big as usual, filled with full of anger and hatred. Xiao was embarrassed, so she could only clean its head carefully, and then use her fingers to gently comb its hair, combing it neatly and beautifully, although there was still a bad smell. Let's wash your hair, she said to the dog. Let's find a bottle of shampoo to wash your hair. With a coaxing and negotiating tone, the dog shook its head violently to shake off her hand that pinched its ear, walked forward with an angry face. It took a step. She took a step. It ran a step. She ran too. Followed it. Walking all the way. Following all the way. Annoying. The dog cursed in a low voice. Xiao's beautiful green eyes lit up behind her. She heard that the dog could actually talk. She could understand what the dog said. She couldn't understand it before. She found that after the dog injury healed, it became stronger than before and could talk. Just like when she climbed up from under the bridge that day. She walked faster, ran faster, heard farther, and smelled more than others. The dog seemed to be the same. She ran forward a few steps, stood beside the dog and asked it, "How far can you hear the sound? How far can you smell the smell? Can you feel what time it is now? Can you sense where there is a supermarket?" The dog looked at her with a squinting eye, as if he was looking at a lunatic. Gurgle. I don't know whose stomach is growling. Xiao covered her stomach, feeling a little hungry, but didn't growl. She leaned over and put her ear close to the dog belly. Are you hungry? An invisible red crept up the dog ear, and it licked its mouth uncomfortably. When her ear was close to it, it jumped out and ran away. This time it ran very fast, a speed she couldn't catch up with. It stopped very far away and looked back. I saw Xiao chasing hard from behind, and his small body rose and fell in the rapeseed fields on both sides, like a white butterfly with light. His bare feet left a string of green footprints with golden pink light on the soil. It exhaled a breath from its nose. It had eaten the green juice in her hand. It was sweet and sour, and quite delicious. Now it flows on the mud. A waste. The dog snorted and ran forward without looking back. Xiao chased for a long time, but couldn't catch up. He couldn't catch up at all. In the end, he couldn't even hear the dog breathing. She stopped disappointed. She sat down in the rapeseed field, holding her legs that hurt from running and staring blankly. Now she was alone, without delicious food and without the dog. The midday sun was shining, and her face was red. It also bleached the green blood flowing from her soles. After the blood turned white and dried, it was itchy. So she picked up her feet and looked at her soles. There was a long cut, and many small scars, and the scars were filled with broken glass shards. It was the injury she got when she ran out of the clinic. The dog broke through the glass, and she jumped out and stepped on it. She didn't feel anything along the way, and now she was sitting here. The pain came out in waves, but it didn't hurt much. It was more itchy. She peeled off the glass shards in the wound, frowning in pain. Then she stopped peeling, because the glass shards embedded in the wound didn't hurt that much. The sun rose higher and higher, and the weather became hotter and hotter. She wrapped her skirt and hid in the tall rapeseed stalks, and the rapeseed blocked the sun. She closed her eyes and began to sleep. She hadn't slept since she was woken up by the doctor in the middle of the night. She ran a long way with the dog in the morning and was too tired. Now was her daily lunch break. When she woke up, she would go find the dog again. Thinking of this, she fell asleep soon. She slept soundly and breathed heavily. A shadow covered her from the outside, and she pushed aside the tall rapeseed stalks with 2 hands, and saw the person sleeping soundly, with her eyes slightly narrowed. Then, she rolled her eyes to the sky. She chased it desperately just now, but who would have thought that she could sleep like a pig just by turning her head? The dog sat down and grabbed her feet with its front paws. I don't know if it was the sharp nails that scratched her or her feet hurt. She frowned uncomfortably and turned over. The dog was stunned for a moment and dared not move. When she fell asleep again, he poked his head to look at her soul. Half of the wound was white, and the other half was bleeding green. The dog stuck out his tongue, and a fishy smell emanated. It raised the back of its paw to wipe the blood from the corner of its mouth, and secreted saliva to clean its tongue. It faced her soul and licked it. The unique sour and sweet smell of blood mixed with the wet smell of soil. Soil is not delicious, but blood is delicious. It licked it again and again, licking the sole of her foot all over. Finally, it couldn't help but suck a few mouthfuls. The wound burst open, and a pool of blood flowed out, and it swallowed it all. She ate too much, and she groaned in pain. The dog didn't dare to continue eating, for fear that she would wake up and pester him again. After licking her wound once, it put down her leg and ran away. Achia woke up, and the sun was about to set. Large patches of afterglow covered the sky, and the whole vegetable field was red and dim. She opened her hazy eyes and looked at the light through the gaps between the rapeseed stalks. The wind blew, and the thin rapeseed buds made her nose itchy and wanted to sneeze. She suddenly remembered that she was awakened by a fright. She dreamed that someone had been holding her feet and biting them, and she couldn't fight or break free. Both soles of her feet were bitten through. Recalling the dream, she was shocked. She sat up suddenly from the rapeseed field and held her feet to look. The soles of her feet were clean, as if they had been washed. The injury from stepping on the glass in the morning was completely healed, without even a scar left. Magical. She studied it for a while and came to the conclusion she was in good health. Then she stood up, stamped her feet, and randomly chose a direction to look for the dog. She met many zombies along the way, and she went up to ask if they had seen a big dog. Some zombies with dull brains hesitated and couldn't answer, but smart zombies would point her in the direction. She liked smart zombies. It was dark, and she still didn't find the dog. She was already hungry, so she asked a zombie where the supermarket was. The zombie was confused. Ha ha. Ha ha. Eat people. Silly boy. People are so disgusting. Achiao told it. Unexpectedly, the other party rolled her eyes. Achiao looked at its back as it slowly left, and was completely puzzled. She walked a few steps in the opposite direction, and suddenly turned back to catch up with it. The zombie turned his head and stared at her incomprehensibly, asking her what she was doing. Achiao didn't say a word and didn't answer. The zombie walked and looked back at her in confusion. It didn't walk steadily all the way, and always felt that something was strange, until it saw the fragrant person. It forgot about the strange fellow on the spot, and pounced fiercely on the fragrant human flesh. The crowd screamed and scattered, running incredibly fast. It had a limp on one leg, and there were no other zombies around. It pounced for most of the day, but didn't pounce on anyone. It was so angry that it turned back to ask the weird companion to help it. But when it opened its eyes, the companion who had followed it all the way was squatting on the ground picking up things. The food that fell from humans. She squatted forward and picked up while walking, picking up a full armful. Then she sat on the grass next to her, tore open the food bag, and ate leisurely. The evening breeze was gentle, and the night fell. She enjoyed eating very much. For a moment, it felt that it had been busy for most of the day to find food for her. Rage rose from its empty chest, and the zombie roared and rushed over to pounce on her, tear her apart, and bite her. Before it could press, its companion suddenly lit up his eyes, and pointed forward with his finger holding the potato chips. Ah! Human! The zombie turned his head quickly, and under the dim night, there were vegetable fields and dark mountains everywhere. Where are the people? Dead liar. It stretched out its hand without hesitation and pushed, but pushed nothing. She looked down, but there was no trace of her weird and cunning companion on the ground. The companion had already left with the food. In the night, she was holding human food and waving at it. Thanks for leading the way. Bye. Fuck. This zombie uttered the first dirty word since the zombies appeared. Chapter 8. There were too few things to eat. Barely enough to fill her stomach. Achiao bit the last piece of whole grain biscuit and went to look for the dog in the direction of the rising moon. The countryside was quiet at night, and the roads were dim. The zombies wandered around in different places. Sometimes when a dog barked from a house, the zombies would immediately rush over and roar at the dog through the fence. Achiao carefully caught every sound, and none of them were from the dog. She walked lostly on the countryside street, and the zombies rushed over to sniff her twice, then walked away with two dissatisfied hums. Achiao followed them like a tail. and asked every zombie if they had seen her dog. Some zombies thought she was annoying, and that she looked like a human but not a human, and wasted their time. They were not good at walking, so they randomly pointed in a direction and told her that the dog was over there. As soon as she left, the zombies complained to their accomplices that there were zombies who went out of their way to eat dogs, which was an insult to the delicious humans. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Achiel heard it, but she didn't want to miss every place, just in case she really encountered it. And there were dogs there, so she might ask the dogs if they had seen dogs. But the dogs didn't understand what she was saying. As soon as she asked, the dog barked at her, barking very fiercely, jumping up and banging its head against the fence, wishing it could rush out and bite her to death. Achiel walked to the first floor window of a building next to her, and her appearance was reflected in the dark glass window. Round green eyes, white and pink face, long black hair draped softly, and a white dress with some green and yellow marks. Pretty and decent. Why did the dog bite her? Not fierce. She suddenly bared her teeth at the glass window and made a zombie bite gesture, which scared the person who was peeping at her from the glass. She was a bit fierce. Achiel left with satisfaction. The child inside cried, and the woo cry attracted the zombies around and the barking of dogs. Hello, Achiel? The window on the second floor opened, and someone leaned out to call her. The voice was full of doubts. As if uncertain, Achiel looked up and saw a familiar round face. Songli. The moment Achiel saw her, she wanted to eat bean paste buns. Hey! It's really you. Songli turned around and shouted downstairs, Brother! I found Achiel. Open the door quickly. Soon, the door on the first floor of the building next to Achiel opened, and Songchi walked out and waved at her. Come in quickly. What are you running around at night? Very familiar. It seemed that Achiel had known them for a long time. Achiel calculated in her heart that she had only cooked once. She ate a lot of other people's food, which caused Songli to be secretly scolded. She also said that she went to the city to find food to return to Songli, but later forgot about it because the dog was injured. Before Achiel moved, Songchi rushed out and pulled her, because the zombies rushed over from the front. Achiel went into the house. The door was locked, and a small light was on the wall, illuminating the house. Songli ran down from the upstairs and stood in front of Achiel, looking her up and down. Where did you go that day? My brother and I looked for you for a long time. Hey, where is your dog? Achiel was unhappy when the dog was mentioned, and his originally expressionless face suddenly became sad. Songli clearly felt it and realized that she had said the wrong thing. She hurriedly pulled Achiel to sit on the sofa and asked her, Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? The scene returned to the first time they met. It was after this sentence that Achiel ate a lot of their food, which led to a big disagreement in the camp after she left. And then, Songli wanted to slap herself. Why did she ask this question? However, the words had already been spoken, and Achiel looked at her seriously and nodded at her. Yeah. Hungry. Thirsty. Songli, If Achiel is still as gluttonous as before, I can't afford to support her at all. Okay. Songli just got up, and her brother had already handed her food and drinks. Songli looked at her brother, and her brother was looking at Achiel. The way his eyes glowed was like he was raising a child. Inexplicably, Songli had this idea. She looked at Achiel again. Achiel tore open the packaging bag, chewed the meat jerky in small bites, then opened the 2 wings of the yogurt box, and then inserted the straw to drink the yogurt. Really like a child. Songli sat down in silence, watching her finish a bag of meat jerky, and still sucked after drinking all the yogurt, sucking until the box was flat and made a bye-bye sound. She played enthusiastically, sucking all the time, and the paper box kept making noises. She put down the paper box only after she had enough fun, looking at Songchi and Songli with bright eyes. You can feel that she is very happy now. She is really a child, sad at one moment and happy at another. Songli touched everywhere with her hands, and found a marble from the gap in the sofa and handed it to her. Do you want to play? Achiel took it curiously, and the amber marble glowed under the light, like a dog eyes. She suddenly missed the dog. She started to feel sad again. Songli was depressed. She found that she fell into a sad mood 3 times out of 3 sentences she said. For a moment, she wondered if she was scared by the zombies, and couldn't speak. She stared at her brother. And the next second, she heard her brother ask Achiao, "Why did you run away that day? Where have you been these days?" He asked 2 questions in a row, which made Achiao even more depressed. She couldn't find the dog. And when she found it, the dog despised her. In the dark night with the sound of dogs and zombies, Achiao was sad in an endless cycle. Here, Songli couldn't stand it anymore. Glared at her brother. Got up. Grabbed a bottle of yogurt and stuffed it into Achiao's hand. Drink it. She found that as long as she kept drinking this and slurping it, she would be happy easily. Sure enough, Achiao's eyes lit up. Holding the yogurt, opened the small wings on both sides, and then inserted a straw to drink. As he slurped, his eyebrows curved and his eyes were bright. What a child. Songli and Songqi defined it. After eating and drinking, Achiao started to look at Songli and Songqi. She thought they were good and kind. If possible, she didn't want them to be eaten by the zombies outside. She gestured with her hands. Songli and Songqi couldn't understand it at all. Can you write? Songli asked her. Achiao thought about it carefully, and thought she should be able to write. She nodded. Songli took out a pen and paper from the house. Achiao's posture of holding the pen was very awkward. She didn't know how to hold it with her 5 fingers. It took several attempts to hold it steady, with the posture of holding chopsticks. Then she wrote crookedly, "Is this your home?" The strokes were wrong and the font was crooked. Barely recognizable. Songli and Songqi looked at it with heartache. She was 1.5 meters tall. Even if she was 12 years old, she should be a junior high school student. But she couldn't even write. She was still mute and had no parents. So pitiful. Songli was filled with love, and said to her in a gentle voice, "No. There is no one here. We are here to stay for 1 night. Where was it before?" Seeing these words, Songli looked a little sad. At that time, Achiao disappeared, and she looked everywhere, but couldn't find her. When Songqi came back, they went into the city to look for her again. On the day they went into the city, they found that the camp was attacked by zombies, and everyone had evacuated. They didn't catch up with the main force. Her brother was worried about Achiao again, and the 2 of them discussed and decided to look for Achiao before chasing the main force. After searching for 4 days, when they were about to return, Achiao appeared in front of them. Sometimes, you have to admit that fate is really wonderful. At first, she looked for Achiao just because she was responsible for Achiao. But she had to look for him when he was lost. Now, like her brother, she sincerely felt pity for Achiao and wanted to give her some love. Songli replied to Achiao. They were attacked by zombies and dispersed. Achiao looked up and looked at Songli with pity. Songli looked at her with a particularly embarrassed look. The army dispersed. But she had a powerful brother, so she didn't think it was a big deal. On the contrary, Achiao, the little mute without a father or mother, and without food or drink, was even more pitiful. Songli said, "My brother, and I have a lot of food." Wow! Achiao's eyes brightened up 3 degrees. She picked up the pen and continued to write, "You have nowhere to go." It was an affirmative sentence. Songli understood her pure thoughts in seconds. Achiao was completely writing on the board, putting all her thoughts on the board. Songli nodded lightly. "That's about right. It's not that there is no place to go. The army left a mark when it withdrew. They went to the south." Achiao was overjoyed. "Can you help me find the dog?" Songli was surprised. "Your dog is lost?" No wonder she always felt that Achiao forgot something. Hearing this, Achiao frowned slightly and said him unhappily. The tone was vague, but it was audible. Songli, for a long time, comforting her, "It's okay. Dogs run fast and are more sensitive than humans. They will run when they encounter danger, and zombies can't bite them." Achiao was even more unhappy. Her dog didn't even remember her after being bitten by zombies. It was also because she ran too fast and couldn't catch up with it. Moreover, it was because the dog was more sensitive than humans, so it hid from her better. Songli didn't know that her words hurt her heart, and she just thought she missed the dog. So she said, "Let us help you find the dog. Isn't this Achiao's little thought?" Songli caught it clearly. Sure enough, Achiao was happy immediately, bringing people with food to find the dog together. Perfect. She doesn't have to worry about not having food and water, and she can have more strength to find the dog. There is strength in numbers, and she will definitely find it. Achiao suddenly stood up, staring out the window, with a smile on her face. The sudden movement startled Songli. Songli was scared. After she reacted, she thought to herself that Achio might have heard the dog barking and thought it was her dog. She listened twice, and there was indeed a dog barking outside. Achio, that may not be your dog. Hey! Don't go out. It may not be your dog. It's too late now. It's dangerous to go out. Let's go back in the morning. Achio couldn't stop her from opening the door. She was thin, strong, and ran fast. Songli just locked the door, and before she finished her words, Achio back had disappeared outside the door. Brother! Songli shouted. Song-chi had already rushed out of the house with a weapon to chase him. Songli had no choice but to carry a big backpack and follow him. Achio ran to the barking dog happily. It was not her dog. She knew it was not her dog. But she had to do something else. She stood there, and the dog barked even harder. More and more zombies were attracted. There were so many zombies that they filled the small streets of the village. Achio raised her head and roared loudly at the moon. The zombies responded. She roared several times, and the zombies that were originally roaring at her were all suppressed by her. They lowered their heads docilely and listened to her orders. Help me find the dog. Hey! There is strength in numbers. And there is even more strength in corpses. She will definitely find the dog. When Song-chi and Songli arrived, they saw her bending over, staring at the dog inside who had lost its voice through the iron fence. Both the person and the dog stared with wide eyes. Chapter 9. The three of them returned to the house they had just been in. Songli sat next to Achio and said in a gentle voice, It's too late now. Let's rest first and go out to look for the dog in the morning. Okay. She coaxed Achio with a coaxing tone and sat close to her, fearing that Achio would hear the dog barking and run out again. It's not easy to find someone now. Fortunately, Achio agreed very readily, mainly because she was sleepy. Because Songli watched Achio yawn and began to adjust his posture to lie down on the sofa. Hey! Let's go upstairs to sleep. There is a big bed. Songli supported her back. It's comfortable to sleep on the bed. I just changed the clean quilt cover. Achio didn't care. This sofa was soft and comfortable. But after being supported by Songli, he followed upstairs. Before entering the house, I looked back and saw Song-chi napping on the sofa where they had just sat. Oh! It turned out that he had occupied his sleeping place. In the future, I will leave the sofa for him to sleep on. Achio remembered it well. After all, they gave her delicious yogurt and dried meat, and helped her find a dog. They were two good people. She could give them a sofa. The bed was also good, very soft and fragrant. Achio slept comfortably until the sun shone through the curtains. Songli woke up early and gently packed her things. Seeing her open her eyes, she smiled and said, You finally woke up. You slept so soundly that I was still hesitating whether to call you. Get up and wash up quickly. My brother has cooked dinner. After dinner, we will go find the dog. Upon hearing, Eat, Achio's sleepiness disappeared instantly. She sat up and went to the bathroom to wash her face. Songli asked her through the door, I found a few small clothes that are suitable for you. Do you want to change? Achio held her mouthwash and looked at herself in the mirror. The white skirt was wrinkled, and mud and grass juice stained it. It was dirty, and she wanted to change it, but she didn't want to throw it away. She shook her head and said she would not change it until she found the dog. The smell of food came from downstairs. Achio stopped thinking about it, washed her face quickly, opened the door, and rushed downstairs, like a little rabbit that had been hungry for a long time. Songli laughed at her speed. She put all the things into a big backpack and carried it downstairs. Song-chi had just put the dishes on the table when a figure rushed down. He looked up and saw the pair of green eyes greedily falling on the meat in his hand. On the plate, Achio had never eaten rice and meat, but inexplicably felt that rice, especially meat, was better than jerky. She sat down at the table obediently and waited for the meal to start in a very polite manner. Song-chi smiled and asked her, Have you washed your hands? Yeah. Achio replied vaguely and nodded with particular certainty. She washed her hands when she washed her face just now. Okay. Eat right away. He brought out the food, and Songli just came downstairs. Seeing the table full of dishes, Songli gave a thumbs up and smiled. This family is rich, with so many sausages and bacon. How much is left? I will pack it up and take it away later. More. Let's eat first. Some people can't wait. Song-chi distributed chopsticks. Achio didn't know how to hold it, so he held it loosely. In the end, he simply used the tip of the chopsticks to poke the meat, and he stuck 1 or 2 pieces at a time. The bacon was fragrant, and the sausages were spicy. She liked it very much. While eating, he nodded to Songli frantically, saying him in his mouth, as if he was agreeing with something. Songli thought for a while, and asked her hesitantly, "Do you want to take the sausages and bacon too?" Take it all away. Bring it to the dog." It was the first time she ate this kind of thing, and it was very delicious. The dog must like it too. Songli laughed. "Brother, don't tell me. She looks like a little deer, but she is very smart when it comes to eating." She didn't mention any names, but Aqiao knew he was talking about her. But wouldn't it be strange if she wasn't smart when eating? She sniffed the pink tip of her nose and continued to eat. Song-chi's cooking skills are really good. She likes them, and she wants to bring the dog to eat together. Song-chi cooks a lot of meals that are not breakfast or lunch, because it's rare to come across a house with electricity, water and food. After the end of the world, the water and electricity are not completely cut off, but not all of them are available. He cooked a big pot of rice, and also a big pot of sausages and bacon, which are easy to store and eat. He originally planned to take it with him on the road and eat it for 2 days. Who would have thought that once he met Aqiao, all the plans would be overturned? She can eat so much. It's like a food storage machine. All the rice and dishes cooked by Song-chi were eaten up. Not a single drop left. Songli stared at Aqiao's stomach exaggeratedly. She ate so much, but her stomach didn't even swell up. Aqiao burped, put down the chopsticks and bowl she had just learned to use from Songli and Song-chi, and wiped her mouth with paper. She was so happy. It tasted good. Songli wanted to ask her if she was full, but she didn't dare to ask. What if she says she is not full? Aqiao is always different from others, so Songli dare not test her easily. Otherwise, she will be hurt and lose more food. In Aqiao puzzled eyes, Songli closed her mouth immediately, then opened it again and said, "Let's go." The 3 of them set off with their luggage. Aqiao also carried a pink little school bag with some food that Songli gave her. Let her eat when she is hungry and thirsty. Not much, but it is better for dealing with emergencies. After all, they can't afford Aqiao appetite if they give her too much. "Aqiao, where do you want to look?" Songli asked for her opinion. Aqiao pointed to the south without hesitation. The 3 of them went south. At noon, Song-chi found a good off-road vehicle. Aqiao happily sat on it and watched Song-chi knock down several zombies and speed along the country road. I felt a little uncomfortable. I didn't feel much when I saw them knock down zombies before, but not today. She felt that the zombies everywhere were her property, and they were helping her find the dog. If they were killed, there would be no zombies, and the power to find the dog would be reduced, so it would be difficult to find it. She took out the small notebook and pen hanging on the side of her school bag, wrote something and handed it to Songli. "Can you not hit them?" Songli read it out word by word. Then she just thought she didn't know the harm of zombies. Like a child who didn't know how to write the word death and couldn't bear to see things being destroyed. "So," Songli patiently said, "they are monsters that eat people. They will intercept our car and eat us. And we won't be able to find the dog if we are eaten. But if they were killed, the power to find the dog would be reduced." Aqiao was tangled, pulling her eyebrows. Finally shook her head. "They won't stop the car. They walk on the side of the road. I want to go to the toilet." After she finished writing, she covered the notebook and pen and waited for the car to stop. She didn't give Songli a chance to discuss it at all. Songli asked her brother to stop the car, and said to Aqiao, "I'll go with you. It's dangerous outside. You're too young." Aqiao physique is 1:2 to Songli's. Songli only treats her as a child. Aqiao waved her hand to refuse, and Songli thought she was embarrassed and said, "I'll stand outside and won't go in." She still waved her hand to refuse. Songli had to stand by the roadside and wait. Aqiao stepped into the rapeseed field, and the tall rapeseed stalks instantly submerged her figure. She ran quickly inside, as fast as a gust of wind, and finally caught 2 zombies after passing through 2 plots of land. Hee. She called them, and went up to warn them seriously not to walk in the middle, but only on the side, and let them find the dog and go south to find her. under the pressure of Accio, who was taller than them. The zombies were forced to agree and staggered on the ridge of the field. Accio was satisfied. The more zombies there are, the greater the chance of finding the dog. When she ran back to the rapeseed field, Songli couldn't wait any longer and kept calling her outside. Accio ran out quickly. Songli looked at her with a little concern. Did you eat too much this morning and feel uncomfortable in your stomach? She took a little longer to go to the toilet. What's more, it was a child, which made her worried. They had food, but no medicine. If Accio got indigestion or something like that because of eating too much, it would be a bit tricky. Accio shook her head. She didn't feel uncomfortable, nor did she eat too much. She was just full, and could still hold on. She was too lazy to write. So she said it in her mind once, and assumed that Songli had heard it. Then she lay on the car window and looked outside. The rapeseed fields were swaying in the wind. The low mountains were rolling. The ground was green, and a lollipop-like tree was full of pink petals. It was so beautiful. She wanted to live in a beautiful place with her dog, eat endless delicious food, watch endless cartoons, and sleep in a soft and big bed. It would be best if someone could cook delicious meals. Thinking of this, Acciao's eyes lit up. When she finds the dog, she will do this with the dog. Let Song-Chi cook. She will give him a sofa to sleep on. Hey, brother, look at those zombies. They are so strange. Songli suddenly pointed to the front. The groups of zombies seemed to be domesticated, lining up in an orderly manner on the side of the road and moving forward. They walked neatly on the side of the road, leaving the middle lane of the rural road. It just so happened that they drove past smoothly. The zombies here are too well behaved. Songli sighed. Song-Chi's face was not very good. The more strange it is, the more ghosts there are. He felt uneasy and always felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't tell. Normally, when he encountered such a situation, he would intuitively feel that there was a great danger ahead. But at this moment, there was no such directness. Just an inexplicable weirdness, which did not exclude him from continuing to drive forward. He said, "Be careful." Songli understood immediately, and stopped watching the show. She immediately became serious and grabbed a knife in her hand. Accio looked back at her, her heart pounding. She had seen humans killing zombies. They would only pick up knives when killing zombies or chickens and rabbits. The car was driving well, and they were walking well. Why did Songli suddenly pick up a knife? Did she think she was a zombie and wanted to kill her? Accio relaxed back suddenly stiffened. She turned around and faced Songli, her eyes full of vigilance. Accio didn't want to be beheaded. Hey, it's okay. I'm protecting myself from zombies. Don't be afraid. Songli couldn't help laughing when she saw her like that. She changed the direction of the knife and moved away from Accio. Accio still didn't relax, because the doctor said she was also a zombie. Songli must have thought she was a zombie too. Accio grabbed the bag of the small school bag and recalled what was in the small school bag and what was in Songli's backpack. If Songli wanted to kill her, she would grab the bag and jump out of the car immediately. People can't die, and food can't be thrown away. Accio made up her mind. Accio, come here. Song-Chi called her from the front. Cunning humans also play the trick of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. He wanted to lead her to the front and let Songli stomp her head from behind. Accio sat still and straight. After holding on for less than a second, Accio rushed to the front. Because Song-Chi said a killer move. The dog in front looks a bit like your dog. Come and take a look. Chapter 10. The same size and hair as a dog, but not a dog. Accio sat back in disappointment. Her dog has 3 lobed eyes and bright pupils, and you can clearly see its emotions. The dog on the road was just a stray dog, not as good looking as her dog. Not finding the dog, she sat back and didn't care so much about the knife held by Songli. Seeing her like this, Song-Chi didn't ask if it was the case, for fear that asking too much would make her sad. Silence all the way. Accio kept listening to the noises from far away. Heard a lot of sounds. Screaming, crying, and roaring. But there was no sound of a dog. Songli took out the knife and felt tired. She was on guard along the way. But nothing happened. It was too smooth. Even Song-Chi couldn't figure it out. They swept 2 small shops and a pharmacy smoothly. Loaded half a car with food and medicine. Accio chewed QQ candy. The smooth and fragrant QQ candy chewed between teeth. Sweet and delicious. She liked it. While chewing, she counted how many bags there were, and what flavors they were. She took out a bag of each flavor and put it in her backpack. Songli laughed. This stuff is all yours. Eat it as you like. No need to put it separately. Ah Qiao said, and still packed it. This was left for her dog. She didn't eat it. After packing, she continued to unpack new flavors and chew them for fun. Brother, our sweeping was quite smooth this time. It would be great if it was always this smooth. Songli sighed. Songqi didn't think so. There were still survivors in the village, and there were no zombies in the shops. But they didn't go out to find supplies. It's hard to say whether this situation is good or bad. He, who has always been easygoing, would rather have a little twists and turns than the smooth journey now. The off-road was smooth for 4 days. He rushed to find the dog during the day and stayed in an empty house at night. Songqi showed off his best cooking skills. But it didn't stop Achi from getting more depressed day by day. No amount of QQ candy and yogurt could make her happy. Songli stuffed her with a lot of delicious and fun things. But she was still unhappy. Even when she was dragged into the supermarket to pick out what she wanted, Achi was still unhappy. She was so unhappy that she picked up a toy car and angrily smashed the zombie's head in front of him. Fortunately, Songli and Songqi reacted very quickly. Before the zombie was shocked and roared angrily, they dragged her out of the supermarket and drove forward. After the car drove a few hundred meters, Songli looked back and saw the zombie, who was smashed, leading a group of zombies chasing behind. Fortunately, they ran fast. Otherwise they would be besieged. Songli patted her chest and asked Achiao, why did you smash it? Originally, there was a row of shells between them and the zombies, and they would not attract attention if they sneaked past quietly. Achiao had to smash it, and it was extremely accurate and hit the zombie's forehead. Achiao pursed her lips. Ugly. He still wants to lick her hand. Damn it. If the dog was here, it would have bitten it to death. I miss the dog again. I miss the dog so much. Achiao bent her knees and hugged her legs, buried her head in her arms. Feeling sad? So sad that her heart itched and her teeth itched. I want to bite something. I want to bite everything. Bite it to death. I want to bite. I really want to bite. The sound of teeth rubbing came out from the gap between her arms. Songli leaned forward in confusion. What's wrong with you? The strong smell of blood rushed straight to Achiao's nose. She could feel the blood flowing and the beating heart in Songli's body, as well as the heat of the warm breath. I want to bite. I want to bite her to death. The teeth in her mouth were ready to move. Achiao couldn't help but open her mouth and raised her head from her arms. Suddenly, she plunged into her arms again and hugged herself tightly. Can't bite. Can't bite. Can't bite. If you bite, no one will make the bed and cook. And if you bite, you will be the same as them. She didn't want to become a zombie. Didn't want to eat people. Didn't want to be like them. Achiao used both hands to grab the snacks in front of her. Picked up a bag at random. Tore it open and threw it into her mouth. Air-dried beef. QQ candy. Popping candy. Dancing in her mouth. She bit them with all her strength, biting hard as if to vent. Her teeth rubbed against each other and made a crunching sound. Songli said, don't be sad. We will definitely find the dog. And there are too many zombies. If you hit it, it will attract other zombies that we can't beat. In the future, run away when you see zombies. They are not powerful, but we are few in number and can't beat so many of them. Do you understand? She coaxed and taught, like teaching a child. Achiao was confused. Her mind was full of the desire to bite. The food in her mouth could not solve her itchy teeth, and she felt that the more she ate, the more itchy it became. It was so itchy that she felt uncomfortable all over. She couldn't help twisting her body, trying to pry open her teeth with a sharp object. Scrape the itch between her teeth with a knife. Insert a needle into the root of her tooth to draw out the liquid inside, and draw it out completely. It seemed that the itch would go away that way. Song Li's unique hot smell came into her breath, and Achiao's teeth were itching to fly out of her mouth. She stared at Song Li's mouth, her white and round face like a bean paste spun, and her round throat full of blood vessels. Gulp. Achiao swallowed a big mouthful of saliva. Want to bite. Pounce on her and bite her. Bite her. Bite her. Bang. As Achiao stood up, Songqi suddenly stepped on the brakes. The three of them fell forward by inertia. Achiao hit the back of the front seat and stood up quickly. Songli covered her forehead and asked loudly, What are you doing? Brother. Song-Chi leaned on the steering wheel. His head stretched forward, looking for something with his head raised and eyes wide open. I think I saw her dog. It suddenly ran to the middle of the road and almost couldn't stop. Achiu. He turned around and called. There was no trace of Achiao in the back seat. When Songli sat firmly, she only saw the car window next to her open. And Achiao back was up and down in the rapeseed field. Achiao. Songli rushed to the window and shouted, "Come back! My brother saw your dog." Achiao heard it. But she couldn't turn back. She wanted to bite people and living things. Everything alive. People. 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 Bleeding things. But she couldn't bite Songli and Song-Chi. They were good people, who gave her food and shelter, cooked, washed dishes, and made the bed. Songli also washed and combed her hair, and was gentle. She didn't want to be a bad person. She didn't want to bite them. She didn't want to bite the dog either. She smelled the dog scent. Just now, when she brushed past it, the dog ran away very fast. Fortunately, it ran away. Otherwise, she would not be able to help biting the dog. She couldn't bite the dog either. She wanted to bite people too much now. If she bit the dog, it would be terrible. She wanted to run far away, bite something else, and then come back to find the dog. Achiao ran as hard as she could, until she flew. She wanted to get away from here, away from Song-Chi, Songli and the dog. Run to a deserted place. It was so deserted that there was not a single zombie. Achiao turned around anxiously. But there was nothing. Her teeth were itching like crazy. The itch was pervasive, floating in and out of every pore of her body. She had no way out, and her eyes were red with anxiety. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore, and ran headfirst into the thick trunk, hugged it with both hands, and took a big bite. The tree was 100 years old, and the trunk was so big that she couldn't hold it with both hands, and the bark was dry and hard. Achiao thought she couldn't bite it, and even the trunk would knock her teeth out. Who would have thought? Crunch! The thick trunk broke into pieces in her mouth. Her teeth were like a sharp saw, breaking a century-old tree in half. Bang! The tree fell, and its crown swept through the weeds and hit the ground hard. The ground shook, and the broken cross-section revealed the irregular tree core, which exuded the fragrance of the tree core after the rain, and the familiar smell. Achi widened her eyes in horror. She hugged the broken tree for a whole minute, and turned her head with some fear and shock. When her slow and wandering eyes met those eyes, Achi was scared to tears. The dog she had been looking for a long time stood 3 meters away, staring at her expressionlessly. Look at her. Then look at the fallen tree. The amber pupils showed deep confusion, as if he couldn't understand why she ate the tree at all. Hee. No. Achi didn't know how to explain. The itch in her teeth started again. It started to itch again, itching more and more. It was super itchy. So itchy that she wanted to bite the dog. No. No! You can't eat dog. She turned around and looked for something to heal her teeth. When she saw the fallen tree, Achiao suddenly pounced on it like a hungry wolf. She knelt on the ground, hugged the trunk, and bit it with big mouthfuls. She tore and bit, biting off pieces of trunk, pieces of bark, and strips of tree core. The bitter, astringent, moist, and fragrant taste spread between her teeth, and her teeth were no longer so itchy. She looked back at her dog. Her dog looked at her incredulously with an expression of, "So that's it?" No. Achiao stood up and wanted to explain to the dog. As soon as her legs stood up straight, the itch that had disappeared rose again, filling her entire mouth and every tooth. Achiao squatted down again tremblingly, crawling on the half-bitten tree, and chewing it again, while biting. She looked back at the dog and cried. She didn't want to do this, but there was no way. Can't control it. Absolutely can't. She doesn't want teeth anymore. Not at all. Whoa! Achiao cried so hard. Her big tears fell like pearls. The dog was at a loss. It took 2 steps forward, then stopped, stood there, and looked at her. Achiao wiped her tears, and with her other hand, she rummaged through her backpack, took out a bag of strawberry-flavored QQ candy, and handed it to the dog. Huh? Eat. She left it for the dog. It was delicious. The dog didn't take it. The dog didn't like it. The dog didn't like her things. That's how she understood it. Then, she cried even harder. She bit even harder. She tore open the bag of candy with one hand and force-fed it to the dog. The dog jumped away, and she chased it with a big tree and forced a candy into its mouth before she stopped. The dog teeth bit the QQ candy, and the taste was incomprehensible. It frowned its invisible eyebrows and swallowed it greedily. Aqiao sat on the ground and took advantage of the gap when her teeth were not so itchy to feed herself a bite. The tree was very unpalatable, but fortunately, she had her dog and candy. Thinking of this, she bit the tree more and more happily and excitedly. Before her tears dried, she was already laughing. The dog eyes widened in shock. Chapter 11. The dog brain crashed for a minute. It stared at the human in front of it. This thing is no longer a human, but has a human body, a human face, and some rare human behaviors. It should be called a zombie, but it is more delicate and complete than the zombies outside that are in various forms. Maybe it's not a zombie. Her behavior is a little different from zombies, and also different from humans. It's between zombies and humans. Neither human nor zombie. The dog looked at her. She sat on the treetop, biting the tree trunk while eating QQ candy, and also looked at it. Her eyebrows were curved, and she looked delicious. The dog couldn't understand. Why would that soft, sticky and slippery thing be delicious? And why would the tree trunk be delicious? It stepped forward, raised its forelimbs to hold her hand, and put the other paw on her face to force her to open her mouth. There were still crushed pink QQ candy and white wood chips in her mouth, filling her red tongue and snow-white teeth. It was just that during this short period of time without eating, her teeth began to grow little by little, with sharp tips on both sides of her upper and lower teeth, becoming sharper and sharper, like needles that prick people. It was so itchy. Her teeth were so itchy that she wanted to bite people. Aqiao couldn't stand it, and rolled her tongue to make a hissing sound of inhalation. She wanted to bite the dog. Bite and eat its paws. Its paws were very sharp, and putting them in her mouth could tickle her teeth, which must be very comfortable. Aqiao tilted her head and opened her mouth in the dog paw to bite it. The dog exhaled a breath of hot air from its nasal cavity, and used its paws to pinch her face tightly. Its strength was very, very strong, much stronger than before, and its paws became sharper. Aqiao was imprisoned by its paw. Her face sank into its paws, and her white and tender face instantly turned bluish-white, making the dog yellowish hair begin to look white. It didn't hurt. The dog paw pads were thick and soft, and pressing on her face was like pressing on a marble. Its nails curled up and didn't cut her, and the distance was so close. The dog looked so beautiful with its head down. Aqiao could feel its breath in its nasal cavity. Its eyes were more beautiful than before, like amber stones hidden for thousands of years, crystal clear. But it was difficult to breathe. The hair on the edge of its paws got into Aqiao's nose, itching and wanting to sneeze. The teeth were itchy, and the nose was itchy too. It was itchy everywhere, and I really couldn't help it. Aqiao patted the dog's front legs eagerly. Let go. Ah, poof. It couldn't help it at all, and a big sneeze hit the dog's face. The dog was stunned for a moment, and then it was very disgusted and quickly covered her mouth, tightly covering it. The moment it covered it, it clearly felt the wood chips that splashed from her mouth onto its paw pads. Roar! The dog howled in dissatisfaction, and when it lowered its head again, it glared at her. Aqiao stared at it and blinked. She stepped back and took her mouth out of its pad. When she saw what was on its pad, she looked away unnaturally. She just glanced away and turned back. It was nothing. The dog used to eat her leftovers. Aqiao thought so. But she also clearly felt that the dog was angry and really didn't like to eat her leftovers this time. She quickly grabbed the QQ candy and handed it to the dog. Eat. She was wrong. Eat the candy. She rubbed her teeth hard in her mouth. Aqiao tried her best to control her impulse to pounce on it and bite it, but she really couldn't control it, especially when the smell of the dog came from in front of her and the dog was standing in front of her. She really couldn't control it. She jumped up, stretched out her hands to hug the dog head, opened her mouth, and revealed her sharp fangs. Hee. She was so anxious that she was about to cry as she watched the dog getting closer and closer. However, her body really couldn't stop, as if being controlled by someone. Hee. Get out of the way. Run. She didn't want to bite the dog. Holding the dog head tightly with both hands, she hung on it and put her mouth forward. Ah! Take a big bite. Crack, something broke. broke in her mouth. Hard, familiar, slightly fragrant thing. The moment she bit it, her teeth stopped itching. Achio looked down curiously and saw a piece of wood. The wood just split from the tree trunk. It was a long piece. She bit one end, and the other end was in the dog hand. Woo! Achio didn't know whether to cry or be happy. The wood didn't taste good, but the dog didn't get bitten by her. I should be happy. Happy. If she bit the dog, she would have no dog in the future. She was forced to bite the wood, one bite after another, and when she felt uncomfortable, she threw a QQ candy. She ate all the QQ candies originally reserved for the dog. The dog only ate one. She felt that she was being very sorry for the dog. When she felt better and her teeth stopped itching, she would go to the city and find a truckload of QQ candies for the dog. Definitely. She nodded affirmatively, and then ate with a clear conscience, one bag after another. The dog crawled on its belly, and saw from below that her teeth had returned to normal because of the tree trunk she had eaten. Strange. It was the first time it had encountered such a thing. It turned around, raised its paw and swung it down, and the tree trunk beside it, bang, fell to the ground, and the leaves rustled and fell beside Achio. Achio stared at it eagerly, not understanding what it was doing. Then, she saw the dog quickly and accurately peel off the rough bark with its sharp claws, take out the heart of the tree, split it into small pieces, and pile it next to her. Achio ate and took it as she went. Wow! Her dog is so good. So good. The best in the world. Achio stared at it with stars in her eyes. The dog felt uncomfortable being stared at. It shouldn't be here. It was in a city thousands of kilometers away from here yesterday. Why did it come back? Because it suddenly remembered something. It always felt that it had lost something. Something very important. It came back to look for it. Before it found the thing, it heard that a little zombie was looking for it. Without having to guess, it knew it was the little girl who had been chasing it all the way. It suddenly realized that when it was with her, it did not have the feeling of losing something very important. It only felt that way after it separated from her. She was looking for it. She was following it. It seemed that she knew it very well. If she knew it very well, did she know what it had lost? The tree trunks were piled up like a mountain. The dog sat opposite her, looking down at her. He asked her, "Do you know me?" "Ah." He. "Yes. I know her. Very well. We slept together." The dog, ? It looked her up and down. Now Achio was a little dusty. Her white skirt was dirty, and only a relatively clean face and bright green eyes were left. Still dirty. How could it sleep with such a dirty person? The dog looked at her with contempt, almost writing. "You are lying to me." "Really?" Achio straightened her chest, and her white skirt, which could not be seen in its original color, bulged slightly. She looked serious. It looked away, pretending not to hear. "How long have you known each other?" it asked. Achio bit the tree trunk of the right size that the dog had split, and thought carefully. The juice overflowed from the heart of the tree, and it tasted sweet. The first time she opened her eyes, she saw the blue sky with light white clouds. At that time, she could not hear or smell, and did not know where she was. She stood up for the first time and heard. The first time she heard a sound. It was the dog voice. It barked at her. Woof woof. It looked at her with watery eyes, as if accusing her of abandoning it. The first time she saw the dog, Achio knew it was her dog. The dog she must take away. Took the leash, and it followed her. They went to the vegetable market, saw people biting people, and turned into monsters. 11 days have passed since now. She and the dog have known each other for 11 days. But not 11 days. She thought that if she lived longer, she would know each other longer. "I have known each other since I was born," Achio said. "You have grown up. Bigger than before." Achio raised her hands to gesture. When she saw the dog on the first day, it was only as big as a watermelon. She had never seen a watermelon, and the words automatically popped up in her mind. When they separated, it was still as big as a watermelon. "You have grown a lot in the past 2 days." Achio nodded with relief. "It has grown very well." Her dog has grown well. It is now very big, taller than Achio when it stands up. The dog gradually frowned. What she said was true. When she chased it, it was indeed as big as she gestured. It ate a lot in the past few days and grew strong. "I have a very important thing. Do you know what it is? The dog asked her seriously. Xiao thought carefully. Unexpectedly. You have nothing. The dog has never had anything. Only her. The dog did not believe it, and forced her to think again with his eyes. Xiao thought again. Suddenly, Xiao came to it, and pulled its neck hair with her hands and looked back and forth. Hey, where's your leash? Where's the dog leash? Where's my green dog leash? Dog! The dog roared in anger, and shook its head to save its neck hair from her hands. He shook his whole body, and shook the hair that was messed up by her. The anger in his heart reached its peak. What is her dog leash? Who is she? Worthy of holding it. The dog leash was torn into pieces the moment it woke up. What kind of broken thing dared to be tied around its neck? The dog stared at her with red eyes, and the clock in his heart was swinging wildly between whether she really knew it or not. Her eyes, looking at it seriously, looking at it doubtfully, and her face full of shock. Really knew it. I'm not lying. But the ugly fluorescent green dog leash is really not its treasure. The dog was absolutely sure. Anything else? The dog suppressed his anger and asked her again. Xiao tried to think. Then he hesitated. Slippers? You like to bite my slippers? Look. She stretched out her feet. The bare soles of her feet were all muddy, but it still couldn't cover her pink and white skin. And her toes were soft. The big toe curled up and stretched out like a pink flower bud. You bit my slippers, and I have no shoes to wear. The tone was aggrieved. The dog was silent. Is it the kind of dog that would bite slippers? Blanket? You always snatch my blanket when I sleep. Accusation. A complete accusation. And the dog interrupted her with a claw. What a mess. It was talking about precious things. Important things. What are these? But she really didn't seem to know. It's better to rely on herself than on her. The dog turned around and walked away. Huh? Xiao immediately caught up. She ran 2 steps and then turned back, opened her school bag, and put all the tree cores that the dog had split into it, stuffing it full. She also grabbed 2 handfuls in her hands. She bit the tree trunk and fell far behind the dog. Dog. She called the dog. I thought about it. The dog leash is lost. So let's find a new one. Dog, eh? Chapter 12. Xiao was very persistent in finding a dog leash, and she would go into a store every time she passed by. When she came out, she was holding a big bag of food in her hand. 1 bite of tree trunk. 1 bite of snacks. She ate both and was very enthusiastic. She shared the food with the dog. The dog walked away with disdain. Don't you like it? Xiao asked it. The dog walked ahead without saying a word. You ate what I ate before. She saw a bag of dried meat and suddenly realized. Dog, do you want to eat meat? Then she took out the dried meat and fed it to its mouth. The dog turned his head away in disgust. The smelly meat, the dead meat, was extremely unpalatable. Don't you like it? Xiao muttered to herself and took a bite. It's really not as delicious as the meat cooked by Song Qi. Forget it. She will eat it herself. Is the dog hungry? Let's go find Songli. Her brother cooks delicious food. Songli also has yogurt. The yogurt you loved to drink before. Xiao walked beside it, chattering and muttering. The dog listened expressionlessly, feeling anxious. She walked too slowly, and in order to match her pace, it deliberately slowed down its limbs. Unexpectedly, she walked slower and slower, like a little ant. Every time the dog took a step, the ground under its paws was traumatized, and it turned the anger in its heart into sharp claws and pierced the ground fiercely. The rats underground fled frantically in shock. The dog anger subsided a little, and it listened to her numbly, hoping that she could talk about the important things it had lost. Songli and Song Qi are also looking for you. They are good people. They used to give us food and shelter. And after you left, they also gave me food and shelter. You will definitely like the meat cooked by Song Qi. Xiao tried hard to persuade the dog. She wanted to find Songli, eat their food, and sleep on a soft bed. But if the dog doesn't like it, then she can choose not to go. Anyway, she can find a house to live in and search the refrigerator for sausages and bacon to cook. Xiao shut up. She was a little thirsty. She looked up and looked around the store, wanting to drink water. This place is very remote, surrounded by mountains, fields, tiled houses, and it is also very beautiful. Green mountains, pink wild roses climbing all over the roadside greenhouses. Let's go drink water. There is no one around the tiled house, which is equivalent to an uninhabited house. Song Li and Song Chi are looking for an uninhabited house. Maybe there are sausages and bacon here. Achia gnashed her teeth excitedly. She walked in first. Then, she walked out with a face that was more straightforward than the sun. There is not even a water cup. She pouted. Why is it so different from the uninhabited house that Song Li found? Achia muttered and complained, while biting the tree trunk hard to vent her anger. The dog was very serious, studying her for the first time. From her black hair to her smooth toes. She still couldn't understand this person. Neither a corpse nor a person. Her behavior and thinking were very strange. The dog couldn't describe her with its only thoughts. It could only remain silent. Dog. She looked at it eagerly. The sun at noon made her face red. After walking for several hours, her hair was slightly messy, and her white dress was dirty, making her look particularly haggard. In addition, she looked uncomfortable because of thirst, and wanted to cry but didn't cry. She looked very wronged and pitiful. The dog, calm mind and indifferent expression, froze for a second. It spoke and asked her, "Do you know the well?" "What is that?" Achia frowned in confusion. "Dog wants to play in the well? Where is it? Shall we go now?" Although she was very thirsty, if the dog wanted to play, she could bear it for a while. After all, this was the first time the dog spoke to her on this journey. She wanted the dog to say a lot, but she didn't expect that the dog was depressed by her words. It felt a little speechless. Turned around and walked to the well behind the tile house. Put its front legs on the cradle, and drew a bucket of water. It poured out the first bucket of water, and handed her the second bucket of water. The well water was shimmering and reflecting in the sun. The cool air hit Achia's face, and she smiled immediately. The dog is so nice. She put the uneaten tree trunk next to the dog's erected ears and stuck it, holding the bucket with both hands and drinking it. The dog looked up, and the tree trunk rolled down from its head. It raised its hand to catch it, and only a section of the tree trunk was left as long as a human finger. The end that she bit was uneven and still had her teeth marks. The small teeth marks showed that this was something she had eaten, but not finished. It was incomprehensible. It was indescribable. Is this something that a person or a corpse can do? Put the eaten tree trunk on someone's head and stuck it on someone's ears? The dog was so angry that he bared his teeth. Looking up, he saw the person opposite him was drinking happily, and was unaware of his anger. He suddenly felt as if he had hit a piece of soft cotton. He was angry and helpless. He couldn't tear her apart. He still had to rely on her to find the important things he had lost. "Dog, do you want a drink?" Achi finished drinking, and handed the remaining half bucket to the dog. The dog looked at the bright water in the bucket, and licked its tongue subconsciously. As soon as it raised its tongue, it closed its mouth tightly. "Don't look away. Aren't you thirsty?" Achio asked it doubtfully. During this journey, the dog didn't eat anything or drink water. But the dog expression seemed to be really not thirsty. If it was thirsty, it would lick its tongue. So, Achio stopped forcing it. Put the bucket in its hand. "Dog, get another bucket of water. We can carry it." When they went to get the tree trunk, they found that the tree trunk fell to the ground and was covered with mud. Achio picked it up, washed it in the bucket, and put it in her mouth to chew. It can't be wasted. This is what the dog cut for her, and she doesn't have many tree trunks left. For the first time, Achio experienced Song Li's extra cherishment of food, and the tension of fearing that she would not have food. It will starve to death. When she is hungry, she will bite people. She will bite the dog to death. Achio chewed with big mouthfuls to stop the growth of the crazy teeth that bite people. The dog looked at her, silently poured out the water in the bucket, cleaned the bucket, filled a full bucket of water, and gave it to Achio. She pursed her lips. "I can't carry it." "Dog, do it." She had a big bag of snacks on her left, a big bag of tree trunks on her right, and a backpack on her back that was stuffed to the point of bulging and could only be zipped up halfway. The dog hooked the bucket. One person and one dog continued on their way. The afternoon sun was dazzling, and Achio was a little tired and sleepy. "Dog, let's find a place for lunch." Before she finished her words, her sharp ears heard the dog belly making a gurgling sound of hunger. The dog was hungry. I thought the dog would not be hungry. Achio smiled and changed the subject. "What does the dog want to eat? Let's go find something to eat. After eating, we'll go to sleep. When we wake up, we'll go find Song Chi." The itinerary was packed, completely ignoring its thoughts. The dog narrowed its eyes dangerously and raised the bucket with its front paws. As long as it tilted slightly, the bucket of water would be gone. She made it difficult for her, and it could also prevent her from drinking water. However, Achia was completely unaware of the danger. She swallowed the tree heart in her mouth, leaned her head forward, put her mouth on the edge of the bucket, and drank a big mouthful of water. The dog was so nice. He knew she wanted to drink water and fed her. She smiled even more happily, reaching out to touch its head, again and again, gently stroking along the shape of its skull. The palm of her hand against her head was soft and fragrant. The gentle movement was like treating the closest person to her. The dog subconsciously snorted in his throat. He liked this feeling. He enjoyed it so much that he couldn't help but rub her with his head, and even wanted to stick out his tongue to lick her palm and suck her fingers. A bad idea flashed through his mind, and the dog was shocked and came out of that confused mood. He jumped far away with a big stride and raised his head high. Roaring sound came from the horizon, followed by the barking of dogs and the howling of zombies. Then, the dog raised its limbs and rushed out like lightning. Dog! Achia felt a flash in front of her eyes, and the dog disappeared in an instant. It ran too fast. It ran again. It left her and ran away. It took only a second for Achia to realize that she was abandoned again. She bit the heart of the tree, put the things in her left and right hands on her shoulders, and ran after her. I really need a dog leash. Achia kept telling herself that she must look for a dog leash first when she goes to the supermarket next time. She wants to find a thick, best quality, and strongest dog leash. No. Find 100? Change them. Achia only has 2 legs. She can run faster than Songli and Songqi, zombies, and ordinary dogs. But she can't run faster than her dog. Her dog can run too fast. It must have inherited her genes and can run faster than her. Achia was both depressed and relieved. This way, if she encounters danger in the future, the dog can escape quickly, and she will be safe. An hour has passed since the dog ran away. Achia didn't know where she was. Her nose kept breathing, looking for the smell of the dog that was about to dissipate from the hundreds of smells in the air. Then she followed the faint smell and caught the roar from the other side of the sky. It was too far. It felt farther than the distant song she drove for 4 days, when she couldn't smell the dog breath and couldn't hear the dog call in the distance. She stood at the edge of the city. Compared with the day she was born, the city seemed to have been abandoned for 100 years. It was tattered. The streets were full of holes, and the windows of the houses were broken into dim holes. Some places had people, and most places were crowded with zombies. The roars rang out. Achia walked barefoot on the broken streets, brushed past the zombies, and asked them if they had seen the dog. The zombies roared and bumped into her and sniffed, showing no interest in her, and didn't tell her if they had seen the dog. The zombies in the city are not friendly. Achia could only search aimlessly, passing through streets, alleys, and cross alleys. Then, he saw the dog. It was standing on the steps, and across the 3 steps was a human who was not yet dead. He stared at the dog in horror, stretched out his arms, and waved and grabbed. He wanted to grab something, and seemed to be hitting something, but it was all in vain. His chest was blurred with blood. Achia was standing diagonally opposite. He saw Achia, raised his hands to wave at her, drove her away, opened and closed his mouth to spit out unclear words, and mouthfuls of blood. Achia heard it clearly, but did not move, watched him die helplessly and fearfully. The dog turned his head towards her, with blood on the corner of his mouth. The claws that had not yet landed were covered with blood, and the sharp claws were hanging with skin tissue that had torn the chest. It dug out his heart and ate it, across the shabby streets with a scorching breath. It looked at Achia coldly. The amber pupils were full of coldness. It was like looking at a strange corpse. The bucket was gone. Achia looked at it and raised its paw and waved it. The human skull was opened, revealing gray and white brains, and the bone marrow was flowing. Her dog lowered its head and opened its mouth. It swallowed with a big mouthful. It didn't chew. It didn't even stick out its tongue to taste. After it finished eating, it jumped across the street with a fishy smell and stood in front of her and asked her, "Songli? Let's go find her." Chapter 13. Find Songli. Faced with such a dog, Achia began to reject this matter. She wanted to find Songli, because Songli was very nice and Song-chi cooked delicious food. They were good people. But the dog, after eating, the dog grew up again, taller and more powerful. She had to look up to see the dog eyes. The nose smelled the fishy smell of its breath, and faced the pair of pupils that had become dark and deep. Achio really didn't want to take the current dog to find Songli. She had no doubt that the dog would eat Songli and Song-chi. Achio shook her head frantically. No, I will never go. No! Achio was firm in her attitude. She completely forgot that she had said that she would find Songli after it was full. Seeing her firm expression, the dog refused to give in. So, it waved its claws. The zombies in the city rushed in. Achio stood behind it, and saw those zombies standing in rows respectfully, with their heads lowered, like dolls that obeyed their masters and waited for orders. Achio suddenly thought of this sentence. In her ear, the dog was asking the zombies where the news about the dog came from. The news about the dog was spread by Achio. In the village, with Songli and Song-chi. Achio also told the zombies that if they found the dog, they must go south to find her. She and Songli and Song-chi walked all the way south. Ah! Achio was slow for a long time before she finally reacted. When the dog found the place where the news was spread, it would know to go south to find Songli in the end. The dog has become smarter. Achio stared at the dog tall back in shock, feeling unbelievable. It has completely changed after just a few days of separation from the dog. It has become very smart, powerful, and agile. Achio is about to catch up with it. Waves of zombies come and go, and the dog has not yet gotten the answer at once. Achio wants to stop it. She raised her hand, carefully touched the dog tail, and gently pulled it. The tingling sensation passed through the dog, and the dog body stiffened. The next second, it violently shook off Achio's hand and turned back to stare at her angrily. It became fierce, and its eyes seemed to be burning with fire, blood red, drowning its beautiful amber pupils. It stared at Achio as if it wanted to eat someone. Achio was frightened by his eyes. Her hands froze in midair, and her whole body was frozen. The little face was pale. As long as it opened its mouth, she would be scared to cry. Dogs hate to be coaxed the most. Only babies need to be coaxed. At the same time, it hates babies very much. Irritability rose from the bottom of its heart, and the dog stretched out its sharp claws and stabbed them into the ground fiercely, and moved 2 steps to the side to avoid her. At the same time, it got the answer it wanted. The news came from Yulong village and spread along the south. The dog extracted the key information, and then calculated the time it found Achio, and instantly had a rough direction in its mind. The dog jumped towards that place without looking back. Achio watched it leave until the zombies dispersed one by one. Achio came back to her senses in a trance, hung everything around her neck, and chased the dog at a faster speed than before. She ran out of the wind, bringing with her the strong smell of human blood. It was so fragrant that her teeth itched, and she wanted to bite people. She wanted to eat people. Eat people. Bite people more than ever before. Eat them. Eat them like dogs eat people. It was a wonderful taste. A smell that drove her crazy. Achio was so anxious that she wanted to cry, and her teeth were growing wildly. The desire to eat people was unprecedentedly high. Like zombies, like dogs, biting and tearing people apart would make her extremely happy. It's not like that. She is not a zombie. She is a human. She can't eat people. Achio ran so fast that she flew up. She wanted to find the dog in Songli. She didn't let the dog eat Songli, and she didn't let herself bite people. She didn't want to become a zombie, and she didn't want to bite people like zombies. You can bite the dog. Dogs are very powerful. There must be many ways to stop her. Humans don't have it. Humans are weak. If she bites them, they will die. She will become a zombie. I don't want to become a zombie. Achio pulled out a tree heart with her backhand and violently stuffed it into her mouth to bite those teeth that were itching like crazy. Push it down. Press it down. And stop them from growing out. She bit the tree heart in big mouthfuls, grinding one tooth at a time. The sap penetrated the gaps between the teeth and entered the deep gums, and the powder filled the mouth. Those venomous teeth that were growing wildly stopped, settled down, and retracted little by little. The teeth were no longer itchy, and the mouth was no longer itchy. Achio was going crazy. These diseased teeth must be pulled out. When she found the dog in Songli, she would go to the dentist to pull out her teeth. If the teeth fell out, they would not bite people, and they would not itch. And she could eat the meat cooked by Song-Chi properly. Thinking of this, Ah-Chiao ran faster. She felt relaxed all over and had endless energy. Day and night. When Ah-Chiao had eaten the tree until only 20 of the hardwoods were left, she finally saw Song-Chi's large black SUV. It was lying in the middle of the road, with the right door removed and no one in the car. Glass was shattered all over the ground. There was also a pool of blood. The moment Ah-Chiao saw the blood, her mind went blank. The smell of blood was neither Song Li's nor Song-Chi's. This did not make Ah-Chiao feel relieved, because she smelled the smell of a dog. The dog was injured. Terrifying thoughts flashed through her mind. Ah-Chiao looked around in horror and shouted with a hoarse voice, "Dog! Dog! Dog in the wilderness!" It was late at night. No one answered her. The wind was howling, and there was not even a zombie in this place. The leaves rustled, and Ah-Chiao stepped on the bloody mud, shouting as she walked. "I don't know how long I walked." The wind got stronger. The sky got darker, and the moon was dim. The rapeseed stalks in the rapeseed field made a crunching sound. Ah-Chiao walked through the rapeseed field and then turned back. She walked lightly, crouched down, quietly pushed aside the rapeseed stalks and went in. She smelled the dog, as well as Song Li and Song-Chi, and the smell of blood, getting closer and closer, as close as 1 meter away. Ah-Chiao stopped, hid in the rapeseed stalks, pulled apart a rapeseed stalk, and secretly looked over. She didn't know why she did this, but she did it. Then, she met the dog's fierce eyes. It stared at her angrily, looking down at her. She was caught peeking. So embarrassing. Ah-Chiao held her breath for a second, pretended to bend down to tickle her calf, and then stood up and grinned at the dog. The white teeth were neat and tidy, like small polished pearls. In the moonlight, she looked up and smiled at it. Her face was covered with dust from the rush, and her hair was messy from the wind. So silly, dumb, and cute. The dog turned around and sat on the ridge of the field without saying a word. Ah-Chiao observed it from behind. The fur was not missing. The ears were not missing. The feet and hands were not missing. There were no wounds on the back, no scars on the belly. The tail was intact. Now, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. And because the dog didn't chase her, she was even a little happy. The wind and sand on the way disappeared completely on her body. She felt relaxed all over. She walked up and sat down next to the dog. Just as she opened her mouth to say a few words, she caught a glimpse of 2 people tied to the rapeseed stalks opposite. A man and a woman. Song-Chi, Song Li. They saw Ah-Chiao and were shocked. Worry, anxiety, panic. A series of emotions flashed across their faces one by one. Unfortunately, their mouths were blocked by the messy rapeseed stalks. Ah-Chiao saw that they were feeling uncomfortable. He wanted to go up and help them untie. The dog glanced at him, and Ah-Chiao didn't dare to move. The dog was now fierce, disobedient, and had its own dog ideas. Ah-Chiao couldn't beat it. So, the air was silent. 2 people, 1 corpse, and 1 dog, all silent. 4 pairs of eyes, 8 eyeballs, each with their own thoughts, staring at each other until a faint white light appeared in the sky. Ah-Chiao couldn't hold on any longer. He ran all day and was exhausted. Now Song Li, Song-Chi, and the dog were by his side. Ah-Chiao bit the heart of the tree. Her eyelashes fluttered, her head tilted, and she fell asleep on the soft and warm belly of the dog. The 2 people and the dog. No one said a word. Song Li and Song-Chi were afraid that if they made a sound, the mad dog would bite Ah-Chiao. In their hearts, Ah-Chiao was a child who knew nothing, had never left home, and had not received any knowledge. She had raised dogs before, and she felt that every dog she saw was good because it didn't bite people like her own dog. In fact, this is a mad dog. Their car was driving normally, and the dog suddenly jumped on the car, broke the door, and forced them to get out. Weapons were useless against it, so they could only run. But people can't run faster than dogs after all. And they fought hard, but were still caught. After being caught, they were tied here and gagged. From the afternoon until now, they looked at the dog like a lunatic. Song-Chi and Song Li thought about it for a whole afternoon, a night, and a morning. But they couldn't figure out why this mad dog blocked the road and kidnapped them. Really crazy. The dog was sorting out his thoughts. There were many thoughts in his head, like balls of thread, entangled in his mind one by one, spinning, entangled, tied. After each meal, there would be one more ball of thread, rolling around in his head. Sometimes it was entangled and it was annoying, so it would divide it. It was as if there were a pair of hands that could unravel those balls of thread and put them in order. You could also throw away the unwanted balls of thread. Then, those annoying balls of yarn will never appear again. I like this feeling very much. Just like choosing what to eat and what not to eat. After sorting out his thoughts, the dog turned his head and saw Ah Qiao sleeping soundly. The sound of shallow breathing. The tip of the nose floating slightly. The face was flushed by the cold morning breeze. Very strange. It has been looking for the valuable things it lost. Along the way, the most common thing it heard was Songli, Songqi. The dog guessed that he knew Songli and Songqi. It thought, maybe they knew what they lost. So, it found them. The result was not satisfactory. They didn't say anything substantial. And, when leaving her, the regret of the lost items was as strong as the blood flowing out of the body. The farther away from her, the faster the blood flowed, until the body was almost dry and exhausted. The dog looked at the two humans opposite. Suddenly I remembered that when I was with her, I was annoyed by her nagging all the way. But the regret of lost things never appeared. It was as if she was that thing. The thing it lost. I don't know if the lost thing is really her. But, she is indeed a thing. The dog lay down and stuffed the thing Achio into his stomach. Cover her with long, soft and warm hair. Block the wind and light. Let her sleep more comfortably. Chapter 14. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Achio was awakened by the itch. Her teeth were so itchy that her head was confused, and she wanted to bite everything. She turned over and sat up, pounced forward, hugged the dog thigh, and was about to bite. Her mouth opened wide, and her sharp fangs bit a hard object. The familiar juice and powder spread in her mouth. Tree heart. Achio ate too much of this thing and began to dislike it. However, only this thing could suppress her fangs. She sighed sadly, grabbed the tree heart that the dog stuffed into her mouth, sat down, and chewed it in big mouthfuls to vent her anger. After eating several mouthfuls, the fangs slowly retracted. The hunger in her stomach and the desire to eat people gradually decreased. Achio moved to the dog's side, put her shoulder against its legs, put her mouth close to the dog ear, and whispered, "Dog, let them go. They are not bad people." And she was quite embarrassed about what she said next. "I'm hungry. I want to eat the meat cooked by Songqi." She was probably the only one in the world who was hungry while eating. After saying that, there was no shyness on her face. And she said confidently, "You will definitely like it. It's really delicious. Dog, try it." She tried her best to persuade it. The dog did not agree immediately, as if thinking about something. After a long time, it raised its paw. The rapeseed stalks that tied Songqi and Songli were directly broken into slag. The two people who returned to a new life did not relax, but became more alert. God knows what they saw. That night, they were afraid that the mad dog would eat Achio. So they stared at her without blinking, and tried every means to wait for Achio to wake up and remind her to run away quickly. Then, they saw the long zombie-like fangs growing out of Achio's mouth. Sharp, sharp, and bloodthirsty. That's a zombie. At this moment, they realized how weird Achio was from beginning to end. She was obviously 16 or 17 years old. But she didn't know anything. Even a little mute should know everything. But she couldn't even use chopsticks that a 3-year-old child could use. She couldn't use a toothbrush, a face towel, or her hair. Didn't wear shoes. Didn't change her skirt. Ate a lot but never felt full. And ate all the time. Too much. She should have realized it earlier. But she ignored it because Songli fell asleep every night listening to Achio's heartbeat. Every time she thought of sleeping with Achio, Songli felt creepy and terrified when she thought about it. It felt like she was covered with thorns all over her body, which made people uncomfortable. Songli and Songqi stood there, not daring to go up and say hello to Achio. Talking about private affairs. Songli really liked Achio. Achio was a good-looking child. Even if he was not good, a cute, fair-skinned and beautiful child like Achio would be loved by everyone even if he was a little bad. What's more, she is well-behaved. Songli took care of Achio for several days, like a real sister, because she really liked her. But the risk of contact with the infected is too high. She may become a zombie in the next second. And no one can estimate it. The two hesitated for a long time. And their hearts were torn. Achi was different from them. After eating until she didn't bite the tree hard occasionally. She didn't want to bite people immediately. She stood up and ran towards Songli. Her smiling face was like a sunflower. So bright that people fell in love with her. Songli softened her heart all of a sudden. She wanted to be with Achio and wait until Achio turned into a zombie. Song-chi was very rational. Leaving here directly was his last kindness to Achio. Yeah. Achio dragged a few words to express his happiness. Ran up and gave Songli a big hug. And then hugged Song-chi. Then he took out 2 bags of dried meat from his backpack and stuffed them into Songli and Song-chi's hands respectively. Eat. Song-chi's rationality collapsed. Achio has always eaten whatever he can eat. This is the first time that Achio took the initiative to give them food. There is a sense of accomplishment that his own child has finally grown up and become sensible. Song-chi was very moved and proud. Just when Song-chi was proud, Achio took out the small notebook clipped on the side of the backpack and wrote, "Can you cook?" The tone of inquiry showed that she was really hungry and wanted to eat. And she couldn't refuse. Song-chi, damn it! His firm rationality collapsed and his emotion dissipated. In the end, he picked up his backpack without complaint and built bricks with Songli to find a pot to make a fire. The smoke from the cooking was curling. Achio sat on the ridge of the field, with the dog sleeping beside him. The sun was bright but not hot in the morning, and the breeze blew, and the temperature was just right. The rape stalks fluttered, and the rapeseed swayed. The wild roses exuded fragrance. The sky was light blue, and there were thin white clouds. The eyes are full of beautiful colors. Achio suddenly didn't want to leave and wanted to settle down here with the dog. Achio was very happy with the specific picture in his mind. Achio woke up the dog and whispered to it about the picture in his mind. After listening, the dog tilted its head and continued to sleep. It found that Achio's interpersonal relationships were very simple. Except for Songli and Song-chi. She seemed to know no one else, which meant that no one else knew the whereabouts of its lost property. So, it didn't matter where it was. As long as it followed her, it would find clues of its lost property bit by bit in her shallow mind. The aroma of meat and rice wafted in. Achio's stomach growled. The picture in her mind was no longer fragrant, and she kept looking towards the pot. Meeting Song Li's complicated eyes, Achio smiled. Song Li pulled the corners of her mouth and smiled back insincerely. Brother. She tilted her head and called Song-chi. Achio looks like a zombie but not like one. Is she infected but not mutated yet? But after so many days, she should have become a zombie long ago. Why do I feel that she? Song-li couldn't describe the abnormality of Achio. Maybe it's a special case. Song-chi kept cooking. There is a safe zone in the south. After dinner, continue to go south. If she hasn't mutated yet, take her for a physical examination to see the situation. What if she has mutated? Song-li asked. Song-chi didn't say anything. Put your mouth tightly. The spicy aroma of the green pepper and sausage in the pot burst out in waves, and Song-li began to swallow her saliva. They haven't had a proper meal for a day and a night. The last meal was yesterday at noon. Song-chi and I ate a few slices of bread in the car. It's time to eat. When the dishes were out of the pot, Song-li shouted loudly to Achio. Achio woke up the dog. But the dog didn't get up and didn't want to eat. Achio pulled it. It was too heavy, and Achio's unparalleled strength didn't even move a millimeter. Helpless, Achio had to eat it by herself. When she walked over, Song-li and Song-chi deliberately kept their distance, and even kept an opposing state when they sat down. They were ready to run away immediately if Achio showed any abnormality. However, Achio didn't notice it at all. She was speechless because of the smell of sausages and bacon. She picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started to eat meat. Sautéed sausages with green peppers and bacon with garlic sprouts. All the vegetables were picked from the field, and they were in the growth period, fresh and tender. Add to that the stir-frying in a big pot over a high fire, coupled with this apocalyptic atmosphere, and it tasted 1,000 times better than usual. Achio took the first bite, and the spicy and fragrant taste in her mouth made her squint her eyes to enjoy it. And her hands kept gesturing to Song-chi. Delicious. Delicious. So delicious. It tastes better than boiled sausages and bacon. Song-chi is amazing. I want to keep Song-chi for life. The idea came true in her heart. Song-chi and Song-li, who knew nothing, threw away any worries and plans in her enjoyment, and picked up the bowl to eat with her. 3 people. Less than 10 minutes. All the dishes were eaten. Ah licked the last grain of rice on the chopsticks, and ran to the dog with the remaining half bowl of white rice. Dog, it's time to eat. She hid a lot of meat under the white rice, and hid it tightly. Neither Songli nor Song-chi noticed. Hee hee. The dog opened his eyes and sniffed. Not interested. He licked his mouth subconsciously, and when his tongue was retracted, Ah-chiu quickly put a piece of fat and lean bacon on it. The bacon was fried just right, not greasy or oily, and had the fragrance of garlic sprouts. The dog will like it. Ah-chiu expected it to open its mouth and take a second bite. Who would have thought that when the dog opened its mouth, the bacon that Ah-chiu liked very much was spit out. It fell on the ground and was covered with mud. Ah-chiu was so distressed. Song-chi had no meat in his bag, and this was the last piece. But this one was too dirty. Whenever it fell on the leaves, she had to pick it up, wash it, and eat it herself. Ah-chiu saw the dog tilt its head to the other side, and its front paws covered its mouth to prevent her from feeding it again. Ah-chiu was worried. Dog, aren't you hungry? Let's go find something to eat. The dog ignored her and slept with his eyes closed. It kept sleeping, and it seemed like it hadn't slept for days. It looked very tired. Ah-chiu looked at the bowl of meat, and then at the sleeping dog. She sat next to the dog, leaned against its thick back, and buried her head in the rice. Being worried, the green pepper sausage in the bowl didn't smell good anymore. The dog only loves to eat people, and is not interested in other foods. Ah-chiu realized this. She felt complicated. She didn't like to eat people. She and the dog were becoming less and less alike. Songli came to ask her if she was leaving. Ah-chiu was absent-minded, stood up, picked up the dog, and couldn't hold it. Then she suddenly remembered that the dog had grown heavier. The dog was so big that she couldn't hold it anymore. The dog woke up passively, stood up, and shook its hair. He held his head high and looked dignified. He looked even more handsome. Ah-chiu sighed in her heart. We still have to find a car. The previous car broke down. Songli spoke to Ah-chiu from a distance of half a meter. Ah-chiu nodded indifferently. Shall we go south? Yeah. That. Songli hesitated a little. She glanced at the big dog beside Ah-chiu. She only glanced at it for a second, then immediately looked away. She didn't know whether she should ask or not, but she knew she must not look at it for too long. This dog will kill itself when it goes crazy. When it smashed the car window and stood on the broken glass to force them to get out of the car, it didn't even feel any pain. Blood flowed all over the ground, but it didn't say a word. After a while, Songli couldn't hold it back, tried to lower her voice, and quietly asked Ah-chiu, Are you still looking for a dog? It's hard to guess the mind of a child. She has a dog now. Maybe she doesn't want her own dog anymore. Ah-chiu pointed at the big dog beside him and said bluntly, This is my dog. Songli Duan was shocked. She looked up suddenly and saw that the amber pupils of the big dog were instantly filled with angry blood red. It stared at Ah-chiu like a cannibal. Chapter 15. Songli quickly jumped 5 meters away. When zombies and dogs fight, only ordinary people like them are harmed. Stay away to save your life. After retreating, she began to worry about Ah-chiu again. Ah-chiu is not a real zombie. No matter the size and strength, he is far inferior to the dog. In the fight, Ah-chiu was abused unilaterally. A few bites from a mad dog may kill him. Songli also wanted to take Ah-chiu to the safe area for inspection. Brother. Songli grabbed Song-chi's backpack strap. How about we find a way to take Ah-chiu to get rid of the dog? As soon as the voice fell, Ah-chiu raised his little hand in protest, gesturing with both hands desperately, and yelling ah woo ah woo. No! No! Under Song Li's shocked expression, she quickly took out a small notebook and wrote, People are here. Dogs are here. Dogs die. People die? The huge bold exclamation mark conveyed her determination from afar. After putting the pen in his pocket, Ah-chiu jumped over and hugged the dog neck tightly. He held his hands tightly and pressed his whole body against the dog. He stared at Songli with his pupils wide open, and his eyes were filled with the words, No! Absolutely not. Songli was confused. She was more than 10 meters away from Ah-chiu, and she was talking to Song-chi in a very small voice. How could she hear it? It was outrageous. Just as the two were shocked, The dog stood up and threw Achio out. Achio turned in the air and stood on the ground, and took several steps back before standing firm. She pulled her skirt and watched the dog shaking its body restlessly, its front paws constantly digging its head, rubbing its ears, and scratching its throat. Dog. She ran up and stretched out her hand to tickle the dog. You should be angry. Don't be angry. I won't abandon you. Songli is lying to you. Don't take it seriously. She rubbed the dog head and scratched its chin. The dog usually loves to be tickled by her like this. But this time, it shook its head wildly and pushed her away to avoid her. The dog was so angry. I can't say such things to the dog anymore, Achio thought. If the dog said such things to her, she would be very angry too. The dog head was very hard, and it hit Achio's chest, causing her to hiss and gasp in pain. Her eye sockets were red with pain. Achio rubbed her chest and approached the dog with red eyes. The dog glared at her with a fierce expression. It seemed that if she approached, the dog would eat her. This thing is so annoying. I almost strangled it just now. The dog anger had not yet been vented, and suddenly something soft pressed against its mouth and nose, and she kissed it. It was full of a fragrant smell. The touch of the tip of its nose made it stunned. It turned its eyes and lowered them to see the face of that annoying thing close at hand. She had a pair of emerald green eyes, shining like a lake under the sun, clear and cool, very cool in summer. The face of the annoying thing was pressed against its face, and her breathing was clearly audible. Too close. So close that the dog could clearly see the small red mole growing on the inside of her eyelid at the root of her lower eyelashes. The red mole under her green eyes was full of tears, as if she had cried to death. Don't be angry. Dog. You look so fierce when you stare. It doesn't look good when you are fierce. The pink lips pressed against the dog mouth rose slightly, and soft words flowed out. It seemed to contain essence and saccharin, fragrant and sweet. It was so sweet that the dog felt dizzy. The dizzy feeling made the dog lose energy. Originally, when he was angry, he could smash a truck with his paws raised. But now, he didn't have the strength to push her away. Soft. This feeling was very bad, making the dog feel that his life was in the hands of others. It didn't like it. It didn't like it very much. And it didn't allow it. No one could control its life. The dog hurriedly retreated away from her. At a distance of 3 meters, the dog stared at Achio with great caution. This thing is too weird. You can't get close to it. She's like a walking hallucinogen, and it will make it feel weak if you get close to it. Too dangerous. Level 10 danger. Achio raised her hand and touched her lips, then put it to the tip of her nose to smell. The smell of a wet dog. The smell of health. This illness left no sequelae. He recovered very well. Achio thanked the doctor in her heart. If she could meet him again, she would consider treating him to jerky. She felt relieved, seeing that the dog was not as angry as it was at first. Achio felt a little happy, but the other half was not so happy because her rotten teeth were growing again. They always grew secretly when she wasn't paying attention. Achio was itchy. She reached into her backpack and touched the heart of the tree, and touched a bag of snacks. There was no heart of the tree. Her teeth were itchy, so itchy that she wanted to bite her tongue. Achio looked at the dog pitifully. She spread her hands and opened her mouth to show it the teeth that were growing secretly inside. Those teeth had life. They changed from round to pointed, becoming sharper and sharper as they grew. The sharpest part finally became as sharp as a needle tip. The dog was speechless and helpless, raised its front legs and leaped out. And after a few big jumps, it could no longer be seen. Songli looked at the dog back, her mouth wide open in astonishment. Brother, if we had such a fast car, we would be able to reach the safe zone at night. Right? Before Song-chi nodded. Achio raised a notebook and asked them from a distance, where is the safe house? Are there sausages and bacon inside? Songli, Song-chi, They could hear so clearly from more than 10 meters away. Will they be able to talk properly in the future? Brother. Songli suddenly grabbed Song-chi's arm and asked in shock, are there any superpowers in the safe zone? Did Achio become a superpower after being infected? Which normal person can hear so far? She paused. Then she gave herself the answer. Could it be that he is dumb, so his hearing is particularly sensitive? That's not quite right. Deaf-mute people are deaf-mute people, and generally dumb people's ears are not very flexible. Songli looked up, met Achio's confused eyes, and nodded affirmatively. Yes. The safe house is full of sausages, bacon, pork, beef, chicken, duck, fish, rabbit, all kinds of meat. Wow. Hao eyes lit up instantly. I really want to go to the safe house as soon as possible. I want to go immediately. Right away. You go find a car. Wait for the dog to come back. And we'll go to the safe house. Everything that was arranged in advance, and the huge exclamation mark showed Hao impatience. Song Li and Song Qi have never been as twisted as they are now. This is the best time for them to escape quickly and stay away from Hao, the zombie, and the mad dog. However, knowing that this man and dog are very dangerous, they don't want to escape. They want to take Hao to the safe zone for a physical examination to see if Hao is a human, a zombie, or a superpowered person. The two hesitated for a few seconds due to the danger and curiosity of going the same way, and finally chose to follow Hao arrangement. If Hao is a superpower, maybe he can be very helpful to the safe zone? They thought so, and went to find a good car that can run. Hao squatted in the same place, looking forward to the direction where the dog left. I hope the dog will come back soon, so that they can set off earlier, get to the safe zone earlier, and eat meat earlier. From Song Li's tone, it seems that there are many other things in the safe zone besides meat. If there is, she will find 100 strong dog ropes. I hope Hao will pull the grass on the ground and mix it with spicy strips to eat. But eating it alone can't stop the itch. The effect of grass on stopping the itch is minimal, and it is unpalatable, hard on the tongue, and the juice is bitter. The spicy strips neutralize the taste, but it doesn't change much. When Hao was about to want to find the tree heart by himself, the dog came back. He carried a large bundle of tree heart on his back. His steps were heroic and majestic. So cool. Hao eyes lit up, and she looked at the dog as if she saw a handsome god. She pounced on him, shouting as she ran, "Dog! Dog! Dog!" The dog limbs suddenly stopped, and when it saw Hao, it wanted to retreat. Too passionate. Too psychedelic. Passionate psychedelic drugs. This is how the dog defined her. When Hao was about to pounce on it, the dog untied the branches that bound its body and the tree heart, and threw a large bundle of tree heart to Hao. Caught off guard, before Hao could react, she subconsciously reached out to catch it. Then she was hit by the heavy tree heart and took a few steps back by inertia, still hugging the tree heart that the dog had chopped back for her. This bundle was too much and too heavy. It was all the dog love. Heavy love. Hao was so happy that she squinted her eyes, licked her mouth, held it with one hand, and pulled out a tree heart with the other hand and opened her mouth to bite it. After taking a bite, the desire in her heart disappeared. The hardwood was sweet and juicy, and tasted better than what she had eaten before, and the hardwood was peeled clean by the dog. Hao was very happy eating it. Let's go find Song Li. She happily shared it with the dog. Song Li and Song Qi have gone to find a car. Let's drive to the safe zone, where there are a lot of meat and snacks, and all kinds of things. Song Li's words took a few turns in her mouth, and turned into a safe house with everything. With hope in her heart, she said to the dog, "Let's live in the safe zone. I like it there." The dog looked at her with speechless eyes. It was as if he was looking at a fool. Perhaps, in this world, she was the only one who was so easy to deceive. She fell in love with, and wanted to live there after others said a few words. How could she say "I like it very much" without seeing it with her own eyes? Hao strode forward. The hardwood weighing 100 kilograms in her hand did not delay her hopeful steps. The dog followed her slowly. It could only follow, looking for its own things from the few pieces of information she had, and wanted to see how stupid she could be. How could she be deceived? Those who cry with red eyes and noses at every turn would cry until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Thinking of that scene, the dog nose made a snort similar to laughter. When he found Song Li, she was testing the car. Song Qi was pumping gasoline from the scrap car next to him. First fill the car's tank, then pour it into the oil barrel. The road to the safe zone is long and dangerous. You have to prepare a few more barrels of oil for emergency. However, everything was unexpected. I don't know if it was because of Hao or the dog, but this road was smoother than the highway before the end of the world. It was so smooth that I don't know how to describe it. A few days ago, Song Li and Song Qi would be terrified and couldn't eat or sleep well. Now, I'm used to it. When I see zombies, I think that's a strange thing. with Achiao and the dog. Whether they went to a gas station or a supermarket, the zombies fled and hid, as if they had met their natural enemies. It was very smooth, and it only took 5 days. They reached the cordon outside the safe zone. The safe zone was very large. The cordon with high voltage and spikes stretched as far as the sky, encircling a vast piece of land in the distance, protecting the 3-word safe house engraved on the tall iron gate behind the line. Chapter 16. The safe zone is large and solid. The high voltage of 100,000 volts gives people a strong sense of security. And the spikes standing outside the cordon are sharp, tilted down, and can easily pierce every zombie and person who tries to approach. Double insurance. Sonli felt safe from the bottom of her heart, and looked at the closed door inside with excitement. Brother. She didn't say anything else, but her tone and eyes were full of happiness. This kind of place that looks very safe at first glance is their dream in the end of the world. There must be a powerful army, advanced medical care, rich food and dense population. Living people are really reassuring. Along the way, Sonli either faced zombies or waited for zombies, or a dog that could go crazy and eat people at any time. I haven't met a living person. It seems that they are the only ones left in the world. Sonli, who was terrified all the way, wanted to see a living person urgently. The door opened. A soldier in camouflage uniform waved to them. Song-Chi ran in first along the safe passage, saluted the soldiers, and asked some questions. When Sonli walked over with Achiao and the dog, she heard Song-Chi asking if the troops from the camp had arrived. The troops from the camp set out first. They were delayed for nearly half a month, because they were looking for Achiao, and Achiao was looking for the dog. If the troops from the camp went smoothly, they should have arrived. The soldier shook his head, looking as if he hadn't heard anything. We haven't received troops for a long time. There are only a few survivors every day. Sonli was surprised. How is it possible? The safe zone is so big. Why don't they come? The soldier was speechless. He looked at Sonli, then at Achiao, and then at Sonli. He looked like he had something to hide. Come in. Come in first, and then we'll talk. He closed the door and locked it. While walking inside, he looked back to see if they were following. Sonli had a very bad premonition. She pulled Song-Chi's hand, and Song-Chi patted her hand to comfort her. It's okay. This is a safe place in the country. No matter how bad it is, it's better than sleeping in the wilderness. That's what he thought. He turned and saw Achiao, and was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly walked a few steps to catch up with the soldier, and spoke to the soldier in an extremely low voice. The soldier put his ear to his mouth, but couldn't hear clearly. Looking confused. What did you say? Song-Chi glanced awkwardly in the direction of Achiao, and then asked in a slightly louder voice, Don't you check when you enter the area? Oh, this. Check there. The soldier pointed to the front. 2 large tents covered with filth stood on both sides of the aisle, like a university enrollment report. Sonli dreamed back to her unfinished college days, with mixed feelings in her heart. The next second, she couldn't feel it anymore. The nurse, who was obviously very unprofessional, asked them to go in on the left side for men and on the right side for women, and take off their clothes for inspection. No wounds were considered passed. Sonli watched the nurse and Achiao tug at each other. Achiao's skirt lifted up. Her hands and legs were not injured. Asked Achiao if she was injured. Achiao shook her head and passed. Sonli, that? Sonli grabbed the nurse. Don't you want to check carefully? If you put it in like this, what if it's an infected person? The nurse asked Sonli in confusion. Are you infected? Or is she infected? Sonli, ? Is this something that can be said? Facing Achiao innocent eyes, Sonli couldn't say anything. And Achiao wrote with a pen and asked Sonli, Have you been bitten by a zombie? In Sonli's silence, she quickly wrote, I didn't meet any zombies on the road. When the nurse saw what Achiao wrote, several nurses treated Sonli seriously on the spot. Sonli was stripped naked and examined very carefully. Her hair was pulled apart for inspection. Sonli, I want to die. She got off the examination bed. Sonli finally found a chance to take revenge. She grabbed Achiao and asked, Your teeth don't itch anymore? You don't bite trees anymore? Her consciousness was, Nurse. Look. This person. Her teeth itch. She will bite people and trees. Achiao couldn't catch her consciousness at all. She shook her head very simply. It didn't itch anymore. She hadn't eaten the heart of a tree for 3 days. The dog said that her teeth would only itch for 3 to 4 days. After this period of time, she would not want to bite people. The nurses stared at Songli with wary eyes, as if wondering if Songli was still mentally normal. How could such a cute girl eat trees? If she wanted to eat, she must be starving. They looked at Achiu lovingly. A nurse asked Songli, "How is your sleep quality recently? Have you been greatly stimulated?" Her sleep quality was average, and the most serious stimulation was that Achiu, whom she raised as a sister, was a zombie, and she also raised a mad dog. But she didn't dare to say anything. She shook her head in resignation. They passed the checkpoint safely. Song Chi was already waiting for them outside with the dog. Songli walked over quickly and asked Song Chi, "Is there a professional inspection?" Song Chi shook his head. The two looked at each other for a moment. Songli lowered her head to see the dog, and then looked at Achiu, who was looking at her eagerly. She wanted to faint on the spot. Without giving her a chance, the soldier led them to continue walking inside. There was another wall and door inside. The door was half open, and Songli saw people coming and going. People carrying buckets, holding shovels in their hands, and carrying iron hose on their shoulders. Everyone cast a kind look at them, and Songli's sorrow was instantly relieved. They finally saw a living person. My dear ones. Songli had never thought that she was so eager for a living person at this moment. She used to feel noisy when she was studying and holding school celebrations. But now she liked scenes with many people. This is the edge of the safe zone, a professional planting area. The soldier explained to them in detail. Stepping into the door, they saw neatly divided fields. Men and women rolled up their trouser legs and planted rice in the paddy field. Further ahead was a vegetable field, where some people were watering, some were weeding, and some were digging the soil. Ah! It was different from what I imagined, but more desirable than what I imagined. Songli felt that she had come to the right safe zone. And this kind of cropped life was so wonderful. Just as Songli was envious and sighing, a sound of humming and chirping came from behind. This voice was so familiar. It was the sound of Achiu talking to people. She turned around quickly, and sure enough, she saw Achiu standing on the ridge of the field, gesturing with her hands and talking to the uncles and aunts in the field, and her head was shaking like a rattle, a serious expression on her face. Songli instinctively felt that it was not a good thing. Achiu. She hurriedly called her. Achiu looked back at her, then anxiously took out a small notebook and wrote quickly. They planted it wrong. The rice seedlings will not survive if they are planted this way. The more she wrote, the more anxious she became, and the gestures connected into a piece. Songli really couldn't distinguish the words written in a flamboyant style. She only guessed that she was against them planting rice. No! Songli walked over and grabbed her hand. After spending the past few days together, she knew more about Achiu's treatment of zombies. Knowing that she would not hurt anyone, she was bolder than before. Do you know what rice is? Do you know what rice and sorghum are? You can't even hold chopsticks to eat. So don't point at other people's rice and say that they can't survive. Songli only dared to send this sentence with her mind. Whether she could accept it depended on Achiu. Achiu frowned, wondering what the rice and sorghum that Songli said was. She couldn't remember it, but it was familiar. Just like she didn't know about rice before. But when she saw them planting rice here, she knew it was rice at once. Achiu thought she had heard or seen it, but it had nothing to do with planting rice. Achiu wrote, I don't know, but they really can't survive if they plant rice like this. The signature pen hit the word she had written before hard. Only by planting it this way can it survive. Only then can it produce more rice grains and harvest more rice. And the soil and water in the paddy fields are not good. The soil in those fields is not soft. And those seedlings are bad. They will not grow up in the future and will get sick. She became more and more anxious as she wrote. And she wanted to tell Songli. But if she told them, they would not understand and would think she was a zombie. Achiu was about to cry. Finally, she threw the pen and stopped writing, because Songli grabbed her hand and said, Okay, let's go see where to sleep first. The group continued to move forward. Achiu was unhappy. They didn't want to hear what she said at all. Songli saw that she was unhappy. Just like a child's strong desire to express herself was ruthlessly wiped out by adults. Songli felt sorry for her and asked her, Has Achiu ever grown rice? Or have you seen it on TV? Neither. Never grown it. Nor seen it. But she can smell, see, and touch. Achio also found it very strange. She stood on the ridge of the field, and the various smells in the paddy field entered her nose and rose. She could smell the smell of insects laying eggs, the smell of rotting seedlings, and the smell of water like zombies. She clearly felt that these were not suitable for growing rice. It would not survive, and would die. Even the cabbages in the vegetable fields farther away were crawling with fat, soft, green and fat pigworms, which had eaten the cabbages empty. They could not eat cabbages. They could not eat rice either. Achio knew. She wanted to help them. They did not listen. Go through this door to the residence, the soldier said, and went forward to knock on the door. The door was pushed open from the inside. There were various tents, big and small, broken, good, dirty, clean, white and gray. All of them were put together, one next to the other. The open tent curtains contained pots, pans, beds, chairs, tables, boxes, and various sundries. Songli walked in, as if she had stepped into an African slum. She asked the soldier hesitantly, "Do you all live here?" "Yes," the soldier said as a matter of course. "All the survivors are here. There are houses further ahead, where the officers live. As a matter of course, the higher the status, the better the housing. The survivors just need to survive in the end times. This is everyone's consensus. But it is still hard to accept when you experience it firsthand. Especially for someone like Songli who has eaten well, drank well, and slept well all the way." "Achio." She turned back. Achio had already retreated 30 meters away, staring at her with his nose covered, staring at the endless tents. With disgust, the soldier said, "The red tent at the door is the recruitment office. You should go and have a look. Work more and earn more money to buy what you want. And you can also live better." He said this because he saw that they were dressed cleanly. You know, every survivor who came here seemed to be fleeing. Ugh. Woo woo woo. Achio shook his head and waved his hands frantically, shouting silently at Songli. "She won't live here. She won't live here. She won't live here. It's smelly, dirty and crowded." She couldn't hide her disgusted expression. The soldier snorted and asked Songli and Song Chi, "Do you have 100 kilograms of food? We can move to another house." 100 kilograms. Songli was shocked. Then he asked him in an even more shocked tone, "Do you think I have 100 kilograms? The soldier nodded without hesitation. 150 kilograms. Songli. The round and plump bean paste bun. Chapter 17. Register, and you will be assigned a tent. Achio refused to go in. "Want to live in a big house and sleep in a big bed?" She asked Songli to leave. Songli disagreed. "How could we leave easily after finally arriving at the safe zone? No matter how broken or rotten it is better than sleeping in the wild. Moreover, there are crops here, which makes people feel more at ease than simply hoarding food." "Achio," Songli coaxed gently, "if you want to live here, you can live outside." It was obvious that Achio did not understand what she meant. Achio nodded affirmatively. Of course she wanted to live outside. Songli was silent for a minute, and said tactfully and bluntly, "How about this? Achio, you live outside, and we will visit you every day. Okay?" "Achio, ? Don't go with her? If you don't go, no one will cook. No one will make the bed and brush your hair." Achio stared at Song Chi and Songli. Songli and Song Chi were stared at with horror. The noisy and warm atmosphere suddenly dropped to the extreme. And even the soldiers had a creepy illusion. He looked up at the sky. The weather was good, and the sun was big. Ahem. He coughed lightly to ease the embarrassment. He asked them tentatively, "Do you want to register?" Achio narrowed her eyes, and stared at them dangerously, her pink lips unconsciously rubbing. Beside her, the dog stood with a tall back and deep pupils. "How dare I live here?" Songli waved her hands repeatedly and said in panic, "No. No. Thank you. Thank you." Then she quickly pulled Achio and called her brother to walk out. The soldier sent them out with a look of incomprehension. The accommodation conditions in the safe zone are a bit worse, but other places are not bad. Free food and free clothes, snacks and fruits, help to find relatives and so on. Songli waved her hands again. "No. No. The closest person is right beside her." Then she left faster. To be honest, she was attracted by these seemingly ordinary, but actually very good conditions. But they brought Achio who could turn into a zombie and bite people at any time, and a man-eating dog. Be patient, and the sea will be calm. Take a step back, and the sky will be wide open. She took Achio away, which was also a good deed for the safe zone. It is rare to be a bodhisattva in life. Very good. Sonli kept comforting herself in her heart. After leaving the safe zone, Sonli looked at the closed door and the strong cordon with reluctance, and asked Achio weakly, "Where are we going now?" Actually, she wanted to struggle again. "There is food and drink here, my brother, and I can earn more money by doing more work to give you a bigger house. It's very comfortable. On the contrary, we live outside, where there are zombies everywhere, which is very unsafe. Besides, you never know when you can't find food and you will starve to death. Look inside. There are food, drinks, snacks, and your favorite yogurt." Seeing that Achio was thinking seriously, she thought Achio was about to give in, and she mentioned several things that Achio liked very much. Achio's eyes lit up, and he took out a small notebook. "You drive them away, and we live here." Sonli? What a different way of thinking. She decided not to speak. "How about it?" Achio asked again with expectation. "No." Songchi refused. "Let's go." Where to go? To find a place to stay and food. The group set off again. They chose the nearest city. This time it was not as smooth as before. The city was full of zombies. Supermarkets, shopping malls, and small shops were all looted. No useful items were left. Songchi knew at a glance that not only this city, but all the surrounding cities were similar. The safe zone is so big, and so many people live in it. A lot of supplies are needed, and they will not miss any place. Songchi gave up searching. Then he found a house in the village with intact doors and windows, and no one living in it, and moved in. The storage room and refrigerator were all emptied. "Look!" Sonli pointed to the empty refrigerator, and said to Achio, "There is nothing to eat." Achio was not very happy. "Then let's go and chase them away." As soon as the words appeared, Sonli said solemnly and firmly, "No. Absolutely not. They will kill us. They have powerful weapons. Once the bomb explodes, we will explode." Achi was depressed. That night, she didn't eat well and didn't sleep well. Achio had a little insomnia. When she woke up in the morning, her eyes were swollen, and she knew she didn't sleep well. She yawned and asked Song Chi what to eat in the morning. Suddenly, she remembered that there was no food in Song Chi and Song Li's backpacks. There was a lot of food originally, but she ate it all along the way. "Dog." She hugged the dog neck and whimpered. The dog couldn't stand the child, let alone the crying child. Just as she was about to shake her off, she suddenly stood up and ran away. Song Li. She looked for Song Li all over the house with the little notebook. She found it in the toilet. Achio stuffed the little notebook through the crack of the door to show her. "Let's grow vegetables. I can also grow rice and cabbage. I grow them better than them. We will have more food to eat and drink in the future." She typed several exclamation marks to show that she was really amazing. Song Li looked constipated. She thought too simply. "You need land to grow vegetables. We don't have land. No seeds. And my brother and I don't know how to grow them. And if the water is cut off in the future, we won't have water either. We can't always rely on God to rain every day. Achio, you are too naive." She couldn't help but belittle Achio. Growing vegetables is not something that can be done by 1 or 2 people. It requires many people and a long time. Even if we find seeds, we will starve to death if we don't have food during the time when the seeds mature. There was no sound outside the door. Song Li paused and threw away the words she wanted to say. She reflected on whether it was too serious to talk to a child with dreams like this. She took 2 breaths and said, "Achio, your idea is good. Let's implement it when we have the conditions." There was still no sound outside. Was she told to run away? Song Li's heart was lifted up, and she got up quickly. Just as she put on her pants, another note was stuffed in through the crack of the door. What conditions? Achio's exclusive notebook was placed on the sink. So, she went to find paper to write? Song Li sighed, walked out of the bathroom, and returned the notebook to Achio. "With food, drink and shelter, we can plant when we don't have to worry about zombies." "Ah." Achio made a light sound and looked at Song Li with bright eyes. "We have the conditions. The dog looks for food. I look for drink. This is where we live." After hesitating for a few seconds, she wrote softly, Zombies won't bite us. The handwriting was very light, as if she was guilty. With her and the dog here. Of course the zombies won't bite. Song Li said, this place is not good. At least we should choose a place close to the water source to ensure water for the vegetable fields. Right? We also need tools, seeds, management techniques, etc. I don't know either. Let's talk about it later. Now let's find a way to get some food. The few people searched the whole village, but there was no food. Achi was hungry and held the dog legs to carry her. She would not leave unless she was carried. The dog refused to carry her. Achio refused to leave. Song Li was overwhelmed. The sun was very hot at noon. She had not drunk water in the morning, and her mouth had been licked by her until it was peeling. She was fat, and she sweated more in hot weather, and was more thirsty. Seeing Achio like this, there was nothing she could do. How about I carry you on my back? There was only her, Achio, and the dog here. In order to find food earlier, Song Chi went to a farther place early to look for it. Achio shook her head. No. She was very hungry. And she was even hungrier when she was with Song Li. She was afraid of eating Song Li, so she kept pestering the dog. The dog can subdue her. How about this? Song Li looked at Achio, who was holding the dog thighs tightly with both hands, with a helpless look on her face. I'll go find some food first. You take a rest. After saying that, she met Achiao's beautiful big eyes. She raised her hand to promise. Really? I won't go to the safe zone, whether I find it or not. I will be back before 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay? Achiu dug into his backpack, took out a big red whistle, walked over and put it around Song Li's neck. He patted the whistle and touched Song Li's mouth. Blow it when you encounter danger. She and the dog will hear it and save her. Song Li nodded again and again before disappearing from Achiao's reluctant sight. Achio stroked the dog head. Although the dog didn't remember anything and was different from before, it still liked the action of being stroked. Let's go find some food. When Song Li and Song Chi find it, Achio may be the first to starve to death. She gritted her teeth as she spoke. The dog looked into her mouth in confusion, but it clearly had no teeth. She had become accustomed to grinding, and would grind when she was hungry. I don't know if she was threatening the dog or the person. The dog had no choice, but it was impossible to carry her on his back. The front paws hooked Achio's collar and twisted the person into the air. They jumped on all fours, flying thousands of miles. This city is relatively healthy. The department store filled with zombies, like water, had not been swept away. So Achi wandered among the zombies, pushing carts to sweep. There was no way to carry all the things, so she could only pick the one she liked the most. She carried large sacks of food on her back, and bribed the dog with dog food to carry the food on her back. The dog looked very unhappy, but he couldn't beat her in the end, so he still helped to carry the food. She carried the food until Achio and the dog could no longer hang anything on them. And then she returned, shrinking in the dog's belly. Achio touched the dog rope tied around her waist and smiled secretly. Then, while the dog wasn't paying attention, a dog leash was put around the dog neck. Dog? ? It stared at the fluorescent green rope connecting its neck and Achiao's hand with disbelief. And its pupils were shaking. The annoying thing has a bad brain and actually plays sneak attacks. The dog was furious, twisting its neck. The rope broke between its neck, and everything on its body was shaken to the ground. Achio was also thrown into the air. The dog bared its fangs and stared at her fiercely. Then, there was a shocking roar. Achiao's ears were numb from the dog roar. Squatting on the ground with both hands covering her ears, her ear canal was buzzing and dizzy. In the sky and earth, the flying birds turned around. The wind stopped, and the grass and trees withered. Its bright red eyes seemed to be dripping with blood. Despicable thing. Don't even think about taming it. Chapter 18. Achio is gone. Song Li returned to the house, but it was empty. She looked around and even called her, but no one answered. The dog didn't even make a sound. She sat on the sofa to rest. She was so tired. The village had no water and no electricity, and the weather was hot. She had been busy all day without a drop of water. Her throat was so dry that it was smoking, and her tongue was dry and numb. It was very difficult to secrete a few mouthfuls of saliva. Where are the people? Song Chi came back and saw that only Song Li was left, and asked in surprise. Song Li waved her hands, worrying about only one question. Did you find water? Now, except for water and food, nothing else mattered. The zombies were not interested in Achio and the dog. Instead of worrying about them, she might as well worry about whether she would starve to death or die of thirst. Yes. Song-Chi hurriedly took it out and handed Song-Li a bottle of mineral water. Song-Li unscrewed the gulyalu and drank 1/3 of it. She stopped and wanted to save some. Thinking back, without Achio and the dog to drive away the zombies, they might not be able to survive for long. They simply raised their heads and drank until they were completely quenched. There was only a thin layer of water left in the bottle of mineral water. After quenching her thirst, Song-Li was obviously much more relaxed and her mind was clear. Brother, did you drink? Song-Chi took off his backpack and licked his lips and said, I drank. I found a box of water and drank 2 bottles. He poured out the contents of the backpack. There were also 9 bottles of mineral water, a can of Coke, 10 packs of instant noodles, 2 bags of sandwich biscuits, and a bag of opened oatmeal. On the way back, I met soldiers in the safe zone. Every day, 5 teams of them went out to collect supplies, and 10 teams looked for survivors. The water and instant noodles were given by them. Song-Chi said. They said that the large area to the south had been searched, and there were basically no supplies left. We better leave here? Song-Chi pointed at the oatmeal. These were found on the roadside car. Song-Li picked it up and looked at the date. It had expired for half a month. It was obvious that the owner had eaten it a few months ago and put it in the car and forgot about it. So they found it. But it's not that it can't be eaten just because it's expired. Who cares about whether it's expired or not if there's no food? Song-Chi said, there is water and electricity in the safe zone. That's why they generously gave him a box of precious water. The subtext is that he still wants to enter the safe zone. In fact, the safe zone is the best choice. Song-Li thought so too. But Achio, it's a time bomb that might explode at any time. They threw Achio away. What if Achio finds the safe zone? Achio is scary when he gets angry. Song-Li always remembered the look in Achiao's eyes when she asked them to follow her in the safe zone yesterday. If she gets angry and turns into a zombie and joins the zombies to attack the safe zone. There are so many elderly people and children inside. There is nothing we can do. Song-Li's words make sense. Song-Chi sighed. It's just that I shouldn't have been soft-hearted at the beginning. And it's also because Achio looks too soft-hearted. Even when Achio is not in front of her, Song-Li can still be hard-hearted. Song-Chi asked, what should we do now? Wait, Song-Li said. We can't find them. They can run fast and fly. When they are tired, they will come back. If they don't come back, it means they have abandoned me. We just changed to a safer place. Humph! Before Song-Li finished speaking, a crisp roar came in. Song-Li's heart jumped, and she saw Achio and the dog coming in one after another. It's over. The words of abandonment behind her back were heard by others. Song-Li stood up quickly. Achio is back. She went up to help Achio catch the things hanging on her body. Smiling flatteringly. Where did Achio go to play? Achio was very sad. Very sad. Very unhappy. I didn't want to pay attention to her, so she didn't say a word. Song-Li helped her sit down, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, and put it in her hand. Achio must be thirsty. Come, drink water. There are also sandwich cookies. Have you ever eaten sandwich cookies? There is a piece of sweet milk candy sandwich between 2 cookies. You will definitely like it. As she said, she tore open the pocket of the sandwich cookie and put it in front of Achio. No one can pick on Achio. This is the conclusion Song-Li came to on the road. Achio looked at the cookie. She had never eaten it, but it smelled very fragrant and sweet. She wanted to eat it, but she still didn't want to pay any attention to Song-Li. They actually secretly said behind her back that they were going to abandon her to a safe zone where she couldn't find it. Damn! Cunning! Fickle woman! She took a big gulp of water, stuffed a whole biscuit into her mouth, and ate it with big mouthfuls and force. It was as if she was eating Song-Li. Song-Li's mouth was numb. She shook her face and forced a smile. Oh! You heard it wrong. My brother and I said that if you don't come back in half a month, we will prepare to leave. Achio, you know that there is no food or drink in this place. We will starve to death if we keep waiting for you here. I'm not abandoning you. You left without saying goodbye and abandoned us. You see? I keep my word. I said I would come back before 5 o'clock. And I came back. Song-Li turned her watch to show Achio. It was 5:16 p.m. Yeah. Xiao reluctantly believed it. Ha! Song Chi suddenly cried out in shock. Song Li looked over and was shocked by the things scattered on the ground. Food everywhere. No. It can be said to be a food ground. The food piled up in the living room so much that the floor tiles could not be seen. And it piled up into a small mountain. The dog was still shaking off the sacks hanging on its back. One sack was hanging on its ear, and it was not easy to shake. Song Chi bravely went up to help it take it off. Untie the sack again. It was also food. You. Song Li stuttered. There were so many. They could eat for 3 months without any problem. Xiao, my little baby. You are so amazing. She hugged Xiao and kissed him on the face. Where did you find it? Just now you said there was no food in this area. Xiao gestured. Very far. Very far. Very far. And it made the dog angry. Thinking of this, she was unhappy again. She coaxed the dog for a long time before it was willing to follow her back. From now on, she will never make the dog angry again. First of all, don't put a leash on the dog for the time being. Of course, it's only temporarily. Temporarily? Xiao thought. You guys eat. Don't starve to death. Xiao gestured. Song Li didn't quite understand. But it didn't stop her from eating with an open stomach. While eating, she praised Xiao. Xiao was so excited by the praise. She ate snacks and turned her little brain, thinking that if she was happy to be praised, the dog would definitely be happy too. Then she sat next to the dog with the delicious food in her arms. The dog was sleeping, lying on the ground with its eyes closed. It exuded a dangerous aura that could not be approached. Xiao was not afraid and stuck to it tightly. She whispered nice things in its ear. She was not good at talking. Not as flexible as Song Li. She could only say things like, "The dog found so many things. It's great. The dog runs so fast. It's amazing." When she was dry-mouthed, the dog fell into a deep sleep. Xiao, forget it. People are very different. Not to mention that dogs are dogs. They are even more different. Dogs don't like to be praised. So, she leaned on the dog's soft belly and ate with Song Li and Song Chi. The dog behind her finally breathed a sigh of relief. This annoying thing is too noisy. It's so tactless. Annoying. Where are we going next? Song Li asked Song Chi while taking a sip of Coke and a bite of potato chips. Song Chi opened his mouth and wanted to say to go to the safe zone. He saw Xiao eager eyes from the corner of his eye, and asked Xiao with a turn of his tongue, "What about you?" Xiao smiled. Finally asked the right person. She took out a small notebook and wrote, "Want to grow vegetables." Song Li rolled her eyes and said to Song Chi, "She has been thinking about it for 2 days. You left early this morning. Didn't you see her chasing me to the toilet and saying she wanted to grow vegetables?" Song Chi sighed. "Eating is so difficult. How can you grow vegetables?" Of course, he didn't dare to tell Xiao. He counted the food, including Xiao, the big eater. He said, "It can last for a month. If it's just Song Chi and Song Li, it won't be a problem to eat for half a year." Thinking that they are greedy and don't eat enough, Xiao waved his hand hurriedly. "No, you won't starve to death. The dog and I can find a lot of food for you. I can also grow vegetables. Grow them for you." Bold exclamation mark. You can see how determined she is to grow vegetables. Song Chi nodded. "Okay." Song Li agreed. "Let's find a piece of land. How about land with abundant water sources?" Xiao. Twice. Then let's look for it along the river. The decision was made happily. After resting in the house for one night, Song Chi got up early the next day and found a large truck, loaded a house full of food, and went on the road to find a river. Rivers are easy to find, but rivers with good water quality are hard to find. Even after finding several rivers, zombies were lying and swimming in them. Rotten meat was soaked in them, and the river water was stinking. It's not a good idea to keep looking like this. On the 3rd day, Song Li couldn't help it. Now zombies are everywhere. Not to mention rivers. Even small pools have zombies. If we want to find a place with good water quality, we have to look for it in sparsely populated areas. Xiao thought it made sense. Song Chi drove deep into the remote countryside and drove upstream along the river. The dog, who had been sleeping all the way, finally raised his eyes and looked at Song Li seriously, his eyes lingering for a long time in the center of her head. Xiao was sensitive and quickly covered its eyes. Don't look. I want to eat it after looking at it. Don't eat it. After eating, no one will help her wash and comb her hair. Achiao hair has grown very long recently, and it is not easy to wash it by herself. Songli will massage her hair when washing it, which makes Achiao like it very much. The dog rolled his eyes in her palm and continued to sleep. On the 25th day after leaving the safe zone, they finally found a satisfactory piece of land, which made Achiao very satisfied. The first time she saw it, she was not going to move. The spiral ladder field of pelvic landform has a lotus-shaped platform in the lowest part of the center. A river runs across the ladder field, splitting the lotus platform into two petals, and also dividing the ladder field mountain range into two areas. It is obvious that it is a field left by the ancestors. The older generation planted it, and the younger generation went out to work. Now, the old people have left. The fields are abandoned, and weeds are growing wildly. Are you sure? Songli asked Achi solemnly. Even though it is covered with weeds, you can see the beauty of the ladder field, and that it is not small. The entire ladder field stretches across 10 mountain ranges. They stood on the top of the mountain and looked far away. They didn't think it was small. They even felt shocked. Achiao nodded heavily, yes. But Songli hesitated. There is no house to live in. Over there. Achiao pointed to the front. The lotus platform in the middle of the spiral ladder field connected to a road, crossing the eye-shaped valley. After passing the valley, it suddenly opened up to a dilapidated ancient abandoned village. No people, no zombies. There were graves and crows croaking. Songli, Chapter 19. The truck stopped at the foot of the mountain. They put all the items in the truck into a large sack and carried it on their backs. Walked along the riverside path to the lotus platform. Walked across the rotten wooden bridge across the river, and passed through the line-shaped valley, and the dilapidated and deserted village came into view. Songli found a large house that was barely complete and solid. There were 6 steps in front of the door, and a high threshold. A big door, and a small door on the side. 3 ins and 3 outs. I bet this is definitely the house of the richest person in the village. Maybe the village chief. Songli found fun in the details. Song Chi agreed with her. It could also be the landlord's house. That's right. The sack was thrown in the yard against the wall. Songli bit her sleeves and said to Achiao, it's getting late. Let's just clean up the place where we live. Let's talk about the rest tomorrow. Yeah. Achiao nodded and followed the dog around. Tell me when you've chosen a room, and I'll go sweep it. Songli swept the thick fallen leaves in the yard and called Achiao. Achiao nodded and looked around curiously. Green tiles, curved eaves, arched doorways, and small geckos in the dead vines climbing all over the wall. Water and electricity were connected, and there were also well-oiled lamps. Achiao liked the house with bells hanging inside, and the bells rang when she went in and out. The sound was nice. She drew water from the well and poured it bucket by bucket on the ground. Door frame, tables and chairs. The spider webs in the house were extinguished by the water. Then she went to find Songli. Songli had already swept most of the dead leaves, and Song Chi had chopped down the dead trees. All were piled up for firewood. Seeing Achiao coming over, she asked, have you chosen? Yeah. Achiao sat down on the chair she brought out. And the dog slept under the eaves. Songli said, then you sit down first. I'll go clean up. The cleaning lasted until dark. Songli was so busy that her back and waist ached. Finally, she cleaned up 3 rooms. She gave the latest quilt that was dried in the sun to Achiao, and she barely finished. Song Chi also repaired the electric box at the entrance of the village, so that the village could have electricity. Under the dim light bulb, crows called at night. The evening wind rustled. Sitting in the yard was a bit cool and scary. Songli looked at the dark shadows of the mountains opposite and felt a little restless. She rubbed her hands, asked Song Chi for courage, and went to boil water together. The dead leaves were lit and thrown into the stove. The orange-red water suddenly jumped up and wrapped around the dead branches, burning with crackling. Song Chi washed the pot and poured water into it. Songli looked at the fire and said, Brother, what do you think we are doing? People nowadays study very hard to get out of the mountains and squeeze into the city. We finally finished college and went to the village to burn firewood and cook. Do we really have to farm? What is this for? Songli sighed endlessly, and the small notebook was handed to her from behind her head. In order not to starve you and your brother to death. Achio sat on a small bench next to him, supporting his chin with his hand, looking at Songli with bright eyes from the side, with a sincere look on his face. Songli took a deep breath, and then another deep breath. She refused to think about the safe zone. It's obviously better to go into the safe zone than here. She couldn't help but think about it. But facing Achiao pure eyes, Songli couldn't refute. She could only use her eyes to seek Song Chi's approval. Who would have thought that Song Chi said, "Just now I saw some cement soil at the entrance of the village, which should be able to go to the city. Enough for trucks to come in and out." He said, "It's good to grow vegetables." For the first time, Song Chi agreed with Achiao's idea. Songli was not happy. How could her brother speak for others? That's not good. She stared at her brother with dissatisfaction. Song Chi analyzed it with her one by one. There is electricity and water, and it is convenient to go in and out. There are no people and no zombies. If we can store some supplies for a long time, and if we can grow vegetables, we will not have to worry about food and drink. Songli retorted. The village is at the foot of the mountain. Once zombies surround the village, it will be like dumplings in the pot. Right? No. 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 Achio waved his hands desperately. There will be no zombies. She will not let the zombies come here to hurt Songli and Song Chi. She will drive the zombies away. Songli and Song Chi were silent, because suddenly, they remembered that the biggest threat was not the lack of food or the zombies surrounding the village, but Achiao, who might be a zombie, was right next to them, right in front of them. Seeing that they didn't react, Achio thought they didn't believe him, and patted his chest to assure them. Really? Gurgle gurgle. The water boiled. Song Chi lifted the lid of the pot and changed the subject. Shall we take Achio to take a bath first? Songli, in the middle of nowhere. She was taking a bath with a zombie. Seriously? All along the way, she tried her best to avoid being alone with Achio. But she looked at the dark sky outside. Songli suddenly felt that it was not impossible to be with Achio. Compared with zombies, she was more afraid of ghosts. Songli quickly finished the bath and took a quick bath. It was Achiao's first time taking a bath, and he was so happy in the tub. Songli refused to get up no matter how hard she pulled, and she didn't get out until the water was cold. The first thing she did when she came out was to find a small notebook and write to Songli, "I want to take a bath tomorrow. I want to take a bath every day. It's so comfortable." She got dressed and went to find the dog, wanting to ask the dog to take a bath together. The dog was sleeping soundly under the eaves. It was in the same place in the afternoon and in the same place in the evening, without moving at all. It was sleeping so soundly, Achio decided not to disturb it. She turned around and went to sleep too. As soon as she left, the dog, who was lying on his stomach, slowly opened his eyes. A trace of bright red blood condensed in the depths of his amber pupils, slowly crawling all over his eye sockets and occupying his vision. It stood up, raised its limbs, and ran out of the village. The lights went out. The house fell into darkness. Crows flew back and forth on the eaves. The moon was hanging high and moving, and the sun turned over and climbed up. It was dawn. The sunlight sprinkled into the broken window, and Songli turned over and continued to sleep. Just when she fell asleep, she suddenly woke up. There are still a lot of things to do today. She sat up all of a sudden. She rubbed her dizzy head and got out of bed. Her brother had already boiled water and covered the room to keep it warm. But there was no sign of her brother. Songli did not look for him. She scooped hot water and added cold water to wash up, then went to see if Achio was awake. Her brother had made an agreement with her before going to bed last night. Today her brother was going to explore the road to see where the cement road at the entrance of the village led to, what was near the terrace fields, so that they could plan for growing vegetables in the future. And she was mainly responsible for cleaning the big house and then weeding the terrace fields. When Achio woke up, Songli had almost finished cleaning. The sun had risen higher, but fortunately it was deep in the mountains, with green mountains and clear waters, and it was not hot even under the scorching sun. This prevented Songli from missing the safe zone all the time. There is hot water in the kitchen, so you can eat something first. When I'm done here, we'll go to the fields to weed. Songli threw the handkerchief into the bucket to wash it. You can think about what to plant and where to plant. We can plant after we get rid of the grass. Achio made 5 buckets of instant noodles and gave one to the dog. The dog shook his head and left without eating. Achio had to eat by himself. After finishing 3 buckets, Songli was also done. So he pushed the other 2 buckets to Songli. Songli was not polite. She drank a big spoonful of well water and ate noodles with the instant noodle bucket. After eating, Songli took the weeding tools and went to the terrace fields with Achio. Achio jumped on the ridge of the field and put her nose into the grass cage. Her long hair swept on the ground. Songli hurried to help her tie up her hair and asked her, "What are you doing?" "Smell. The smell of dry soil. The smell of dead grass. The smell of sand and stone exposed by the river bank came into her nose bit by bit. She smelled them one by one. This piece is for rice. This piece is not. This piece is for cabbage." She picked several good plots of land and planned to plant half of them with rice and half with cabbage. Songli was shocked. What about other things? They collected a lot of seeds and farm tools along the way. Don't just plant these 2 things. Plant them first. Achio learned the word cope. She was dealing with Songli. Songli didn't realize it at the time, and even thought that Achio words made sense. They didn't know anything yet. So they planted 2 first and didn't waste all of them. Collecting seeds is not easy. Songli worked hard to weed. In the deep mountains, all technological tools became distant decorations. She held a sickle in her hand and cut the grass one by one. After cutting, she changed to an iron hoe to turn the soil and remove the grass roots brought out of the soil. After weeding a field, Songli was so tired that her back and waist ached. Her arms were sore, and her whole body was weak. She sat on the ridge of the field, looking at Achio drinking yogurt beside her. And she was extremely envious. She was so envious. She was tired and thirsty, while Achio looked relaxed and at ease. It would have been fine if they hadn't compared. Once they did, Songli began to doubt whether she was born to work hard. She came here specifically to work hard for Achio. Fortunately, Achio has a conscience. She took out a bottle of water from her backpack and handed it to Songli. Songli took it and drank it in big gulps. It wasn't hot in the mountains, but when she was working, she had to be hot. She was so hot that she felt anxious and sweated all over. She was fat, and when she got hot and sweated, she felt worse than anyone else. She felt uncomfortable all over. After drinking the water, Songli wiped her sweat and fanned herself with her hands. "I'm tired." Achio looked at her eagerly. Songli sighed again. "I'm tired. I don't know when I can finish the work by myself. I'm tired and hot. Will I be sunburned to death?" She believed that Achio was not such a heartless person. "I don't expect her to help cut grass and turn the soil, but she can help transport the grass back." As expected, Achio asked, "Will you be sunburned to death? Then take a break and stop digging." She still didn't understand. Songli was about to make further efforts, but when she saw the words written on the notebook handed to her, her eyes rolled and she almost fainted. "We come to dig in the early morning or at night. There is no sun, and it is not hot. What a considerate idea." Songli was so moved that she wanted to die. "Although you say it well. But..." Songli shook her head and pointed to the terrace fields that stretched across 10 mountains, her face full of despair. "My strength is limited after all. With so many, I will really be exhausted to death." She couldn't help herself at the end and almost gritted her teeth. "Oh!" Achio expressed her understanding, and her eyes lit up, and a plan came to her mind. "I'll help you." Finally got it. When Songli was so moved, Achio stood up and patted Songli on the shoulder. "Wait for me." Then, she ran away quickly. Songli was left alone in the terrace fields, listening to the wind and crows. Fuck. This is even scarier than being with zombies. She hugged her arm, which suddenly felt cold and covered with goosebumps, and chased after Achio. "Achio baby. I think I can do it alone. Don't leave." Chapter 20. Safety Zone. Someone is missing, disappearing without a trace. The first to find the missing person are the relatives, who say they haven't come back since they went to the fields. And they didn't come back at night. The soldiers went to the planting area to look for people, but there was no one in the open fields. The gate guards were asked, and they said no one was seen entering or leaving. The safety zone hasn't received any survivors for a week. The survivors brought back by the rescue team went through the underground passage to the checkpoint and then into the camp area. The guards guarded the gate every day, and they were so idle that they didn't even see a zombie. The patrol leader led people to look for people from house to house. After 3 days of searching, no one was found. But the number of missing people increased strangely. 6 a day. 10 in 2 days. and 20 in 3 days. The chief of the safety zone couldn't sit still and blocked the entire planting area and camp area. No one was allowed to go out, and additional police were sent to conduct strict inspections. They were not afraid that the survivors would leave the area without permission, but they were afraid that someone in the area would become a zombie. One zombie could ruin the entire safety zone. The population of the area is as high as 50,000, and the sheriff dare not take it lightly. Doctors and nurses checked each one, and the head of the population statistics department followed to count. After the 50,000 people were checked and counted, the average person was healthy. However, the missing could not be found, and the people who were still there continued to disappear. Fuck. The ground is guarded to death, and they are like rats picking people up from underground. Right? The sheriff cursed and suddenly woke himself up. Have you checked the underground passage? He suddenly raised his head and asked his subordinates. The subordinates trembled. Checked. Drainage pipes? Cellar? Underground ventilation ducts? Checked. Checked. No. Why don't you check it? The subordinates ran away in shame and hurriedly asked people to check from the cellar. Who is crazy to walk in the sewer? It stinks. I feel incredible in my heart. This incredible thing is going on. Achio is speechless. Even more speechless is the dog. It is carrying Achio and walking in the dirty sewer that stinks to the point of madness. Speaking of which, this matter is outrageous. It was outrageous. Sonli said she would die of sunburn. So Achio asked Sonli to mow the grass in the early morning when there was no sun. Sonli said she would be exhausted. And Achio thought, if we find a few more people to weed and turn the soil, Sonli would not be exhausted to death. So, Achio thought of the safe zone first. The people there were not very good at growing vegetables, but they were proficient in weeding and turning the soil. And she thought carefully that she could not grow many vegetables by herself in the future. If she didn't want to starve to death, she had to find a lot of people to grow vegetables together. The people in the safe zone were the most suitable. They knew how to grow vegetables, but they were not proficient. If they followed Achio to grow vegetables, every vegetable would be grown well in the future. Achio wanted them. Then, Achio went to the safe zone. She went alone. The dog was sleeping at the time, sleeping soundly and looking very tired. Achio hesitated for a long time and decided not to wake it up. She climbed over the high wall of the safe zone, quietly and quickly. When the soldiers were changing shifts, Sonli and the dog said she was stupid. But she was not stupid. Sometimes she was quite smart. They didn't realize it, but Achio knew it herself. After climbing over the wall, the fields were full of people. There were all kinds of things. She took a ham sausage and asked an auntie, who looked strong and powerful, if she wanted to eat it. The auntie said yes. Achio gave her a big bag, but it was the taste she didn't like anyway. The auntie smiled and praised Achio as a good child, a kind-hearted child. They didn't have such things. They could only work in the safe zone day after day, get a few meal tickets to eat in the canteen, and go to the camp store to exchange some food and daily necessities. Food was not easy to exchange, and the delicious ones were exchanged by richer people. They could only pick up the leaks, pick up the ones that had been opened or expired to change their taste. Before the end of the world, no one cared about this whole bag of ham sausage. Now, whoever sees it will be jealous. Several uncles around smiled and approached Achio. Little sister, do you have any more? Let your uncle have a taste. They stared at Achio with a smile, with bad intentions. Such a stupid child is not easy to touch. And they ate the food. They were not afraid even if the adults came to find them. Could it be that they had their intestines pulled out? The aunt saw the uncles forcing themselves, so she stopped Achio and said, "Where are your parents? You have been out for so long. It's time to find you. Go back quickly." Achio shook her head and showed them the words she had written in the notebook. "There are still a lot of food in my house. Do you want to eat? I'll give it to you." As if to confirm her words, she took out 5 or 6 fist-sized jellies from her backpack and distributed them to the aunt and the uncles. They didn't eat them on the spot, and put them in their bags, looking around with a sly look, afraid of being seen by others. Luckily, their location was far away, and there were only 10 people in charge of this area. 4 of them went to the toilet, and now there were only 6 of them. "What else do you have?" one of the uncles asked Achio. The aunt wanted to block them, but they glared at her, and she was too scared to move. She was just a woman, and the other 5 were all tall and strong men. Physical suppression. They all worked on the same field, so it was hard to offend them. At the same time, she had some thoughts. No one could resist the temptation of food. Ah turned the backpack from his back to his chest and unzipped it to show them. Beef jerky, instant noodles, chocolate, soda, all good stuff. Ah turned the pages of the notebook. There are more at home. I will treat you. Where are your parents? Some people thought that the matter was not simple. This was too stupid. Don't you have any idea how expensive the supplies are? Scattered everywhere. But Ah pure eyes, stupid eyes, made them feel that they thought too much. What thoughts could a mute who couldn't even speak have? Now that she was robbed, she had nowhere to cry. Ah took out some beef jerky, chewed one herself, and handed them a few. Walked straight to the wall where she climbed in. 6 people followed behind. Which way are you going? It's closer to the camp that way. This way is a detour. The man swallowed the beef in a few mouthfuls and asked Achu for more. Achu gave him instant noodles. The man stuffed it into his clothes and spread his hands again. Achu gestured. You haven't eaten anything. The man didn't understand. But he didn't give in. But it doesn't matter. Solemnly said that eating well will give you more energy to work. If the man doesn't work actively in the future, Achu will ask him to spit out everything he ate. In this way, Achu walked to the corner like walking a dog. Then she was in trouble. Crawling over one by one would attract the attention of the soldiers. At the same time, they might not be willing to do so. Just like Sonli didn't want to leave the safe zone. They have an inexplicable sense of belonging to the safe zone. Achu realized this, knocked them out, and dragged them away one by one. Just as she was about to do this, the wind brought a familiar smell. Achu raised the corner of her mouth happily. Her dog is here. Achu knew that her dog would not abandon her. The dog wanted to follow her wherever she went. Next time, Achu would definitely bring the dog with her. Even if the dog was sleeping, she could carry it on her back. The dog jumped, like a ray of sunshine falling to the ground. The 6 people looked at the dog that appeared out of thin air, stunned in place. Where did the dog come from? One of the men reacted and asked in confusion. Is there a dog in the safe zone? No, the ant said. Just as the 6 people looked at each other, the dog opened its mouth, fangs exposed, and in their horrified expressions, it picked up 2 men in its mouth and lifted the other 4 with its claws. It lowered its back, and Achu quickly climbed up and hugged it tightly. When the deafening scream came out, they were like a gust of wind, already 100 kilometers away from the safe zone. Ah! Let us go! Let us go! Let us go back! Go back! We won't go out! We won't go out! Leave me alone! Opening his mouth, roaring in a mess. The dog ears hurt, so it drooped its ears to block out the sound. Achu saw it, covered its ears with both hands, opened her mouth and bared her teeth to threaten the 6 people. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Don't yell. If you yell again, I'll bite you to death. She bared her fangs. She stared at them with wide eyes. The 6 people saw the sharp fangs in her mouth like vampires. Their eyelids drooped, and they fainted. Only the ant was terrified, mumbling in panic, sad, 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 zombies. She also fainted. No sound. The dog ears stood up, and Achu grabbed its ears and smiled triumphantly. She can retract her fangs. Usually, they are only a little longer than other teeth, but they are very, very long when stretched out. One bad thing is that if the fangs are exposed for a long time, you will get hungry. You get hungry very quickly. Want to eat something. Something like human food. Even beef jerky in her mouth couldn't stop her appetite. She leaned over to the dog ear and said, I'm hungry. When you're hungry, your teeth itch. The more you lick, the more itchy it gets. Looking at the person in the dog paw, she wants to eat like crazy. The dog rolled his eyes and took her back at a faster speed. As soon as he landed, Achu jumped off the dog back and ran into the house to get a tree heart to relieve the itch. It was not the time for teething, so eating a tree heart would relieve the itch. Dog! She went to find the dog. The dog was sleeping under the eaves again. 6 people were left in the yard by it. Are you still asleep? She rubbed the dog head and fed it a small bone. A small snack for dogs. Dogs occasionally eat it. The dog swallowed a small bone in one gulp. Eyes were not open. Hearing Achu ask it, how did you know I was there? Smell. Actually, he didn't plan to find her. But the regret and the panic disturbed it, and kept it awake, while being annoyed by her running around. He got up helplessly to look for her. Sure enough, she didn't do her job, but sneaked into the safe zone to steal people. Brave. Brainless. Next time I go anywhere, I'll call you. Okay? Yeah. The dog snorted hot air from its nose. Achio thought it agreed. Then he happily went to find Songli. Songli was dragged by Achio to the front yard, and saw 6 humans lying on the ground. Songli was dumbfounded. What did you do? Songli ran up to check the breath of those people. Fortunately, they were alive. Achio said confidently, I'm helping you, Weed. This way. You won't be tired to death. Songli looked at Achio. Who said I'm doing good things for you? And then looked at the unconscious person on the ground. Complex emotions accumulated in her chest, making Songli speechless. Finally, she said in a sarcastic tone, Thank you. Achio couldn't hear it at all. So, 10 people with mud on their bodies appeared in the front yard the next day. On the 3rd day, 20 people with grass on their bodies appeared. Songli. Chapter 21. Brother. Help. Songli caught Song-chi like a rabbit. She hugged her brother's arm, with a look of collapse and tears on her face. Brother. Ah Xiao is amazing. She actually went to the safe zone to steal people back. What? Song-chi had been away for 4 days, driving a long distance, and was very nervous along the way. When he came back and heard what Songli said, he didn't react for a while. Who did you steal? People. Living people. She stole them back from the safe zone. Now they are crying in the house. Songli was terrified. I don't know what to do. She directly dragged Song-chi to the house where the people were locked up. In the small tile house next to the large house where they lived. The shabby tile house full of spider webs was crowded with more than 30 people. Men and women. Most of them were around 30 years old. The terrified faces saw Songli and Song-chi. Ah woo, and cried loudly. Please, let us go! Let us go! I will never eat again. Never eat your food again. Please, let me go! I really didn't do anything. Otherwise, I will give you back what I ate. Those begging people dug out instant noodles, soda, and all kinds of messy snacks from the bottom of their clothes and piled them all in front of Songli. Songli stayed outside the house to watch them every day for 4 days. And her mood was very complicated. She wanted to let them go, but she didn't dare. Achiao's nose was more sensitive than a dog. If she let them go, Achio would not forgive her. Besides, they couldn't go far if they let them go. It's at least 4 or 5 days from the safe zone to take the fast road, or the speed of driving without encountering zombies. Maybe before they run out of the village, Achiao's dog can bring them back again. It's also possible that he will eat them in a rage. They were locked up here, and Songli knew that Achio just wanted them to weed and turn the soil, and it seemed that he didn't intend to eat them. This comforted Songli's anxious heart. As more and more people were locked up, she finally couldn't hold back her comfort. When she saw Song-chi, Songli's brain was about to explode, and the fear slowly climbed up her back. She suddenly realized that she had been a little naive these days. If Achio or the dog were to act wildly, not to mention the people locked up inside, maybe she would be eaten by Achio and the dog. Songli kept holding Song-chi's arm and didn't dare to let go. She only had her brother. Song-chi patted her hand and coaxed her. It's okay. He knew what Songli was afraid of. But there was one thing he should tell Songli. Others might be afraid of Achio and the dog, but they shouldn't be afraid. Song-chi just looked at the people in the house, and as they cried and confessed their greed for eating Achio food, Song-chi led Songli away. They came to Songli's room. Song-chi sat her down and unscrewed a bottle of mineral water for her. Songli drank a few sips, and the fear gradually eased a lot. With her brother by her side, she felt safe instantly. She called him brother shyly. It was mainly because she hadn't seen Song-chi for a long time, and she was alone in this wilderness with crows flying around and graves all over the mountains, staying with zombies and dogs who were holding a whole house of people. And she was going crazy. Song-chi took off his backpack and the knives and weapons hidden in various gaps. He put them on the table one by one. He said, if you are still afraid of dogs, you can trust Achio. What did you say? Songli looked at him in shock. Do you know that a few days ago you... She didn't say it. The two knew it well. A few days ago. Even the day he just arrived in the village. He was still wary of Achio. thinking of finding a chance to take Songli away. After being out for 4 days, he changed. Did you encounter something, brother? Songli asked. Yeah, Songchi said. There are mountains all around here, and it takes 2 hours to drive to the nearest city. He went out to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment and explore the way so that he could leave easily when he encountered danger in the future. The most important thing was to find a chance to take Songli away. He had experience in exploring the way. He walked from the deep mountains to the city very easily. Then, when he was resting in a toy store, he met Achio, who was flying through the sky. He was not flying in the sky, but running very fast on the ground, as if someone had grabbed his tail, passing through the zombies everywhere, leaving only a shadow. Achio was very sensitive. Songchi just caught a glimpse, and Achio found him very keenly. At that time, Songchi was biting a piece of sorghum biscuit, which was hard and prickly, and he ate it with a little water, in order to facilitate the journey. The food was very simple, just enough to not starve to death. Obviously, Achio was not used to it. Asked him, "Is it delicious?" She asked that, but her expression was disgusted. She took out dried meat, cola, fruit slices, and other things from her backpack and piled them in front of him. Eat it. Don't starve to death. Songchi wanted to say that he didn't have any special requirements for food, as long as he was full. But the sealed bag of the dried meat was torn open, and the spicy and hot smell of dried meat penetrated into his nose. It would be a lie to say that he was not interested. He and Achio heard the sound of swallowing saliva involuntarily at the same time, swallowing loudly. Achio smiled, pleased by his false affection. Songchi was also shameless, picking up the dried meat and eating it in big mouthfuls. They ate half of Achio's backpack of food. That noon was the first time in Songchi's history that he went out to rest alone without being disturbed by zombies. He woke up. Achio handed him a bottle of water and left. The sun was scorching, and the streets were full of zombies. She passed by like the wind, and no one and no zombies noticed. The next day, also at noon, Songchi was attacked by zombies. It was a car radio broadcasting the coordinates of the newly established safe zone. In the past half month, he had debugged several radios and could not accept them. Finally, he encountered it and could not help listening. He used the loudspeaker to lead away the zombies around him and climbed onto the car. Unexpectedly, there was a half-dead zombie stuck in the tire under the car. A roar called his friends and attracted countless zombies, surrounding him so that he could not get in or out. The bullets were used up and the knife was blunt. When he was dragged by the zombies and thrown to the ground, the flash of his mind was not that he was going to die. Not Songli, but the white shadow flying through the zombie tide. Achio, he thought and shouted. Then his pupils, which were crowded with zombies, regained their light. He saw Achio in a white dress falling from the sky, stepping on the zombie's head and roaring. The zombies around him retreated like a tide. They grabbed his torn trouser legs, his backpack, and the biscuits scattered on the ground and fled. They were very afraid of Achio. Achio bared her fangs and her eyes were fierce, standing next to him. As fierce as the dog standing next to Achio when he first met her in the vegetable market and bit whoever he saw. The zombies ran away. Achio looked down and saw him looking at her. So she quickly put away her fangs, stuffed the tree heart into her mouth, turned away, and chewed the tree heart in big mouthfuls, as if he didn't see her zombie appearance because of her. Songchi chuckled and stood up while rubbing his leg that was twisted by the zombie. Achio glared at him. Don't laugh. She took out a notebook and wrote quickly and forcefully, I'm not a zombie. I just accidentally learned their words. I never eat people. You are not allowed to tell Songli. You will scare her to death if you tell her. Songli dies too easily. She used 3 exclamation marks to express her shock at the fact that Songli dies easily. Songchi was also shocked. How could his sister die so easily? He asked Achio. Achio didn't open her mouth and wrote, she died of sunburn when she went out. She died of exhaustion when she weeded. She died of thirst when she didn't drink water. She died of hunger when she didn't eat. She died of sudden death when she didn't sleep. Now add another one who is scared to death. She is too fragile. Even more fragile than my dog. Songchi, your dog is really not fragile. Achio opened the backpack and gave him 2/3 of the food. He used the pen to tap the first sentence he wrote. It is particularly important not to tell Songli. The food stuffed and seemed to be a bribe. Song-chi. Okay. The family needs you. Go back early. Achio gave him these words and left. The small notebook was also taken away. Song-chi was stunned in the place. His eyes full of the word he just saw. Home. Where did he get his home? What home does he have? Suddenly, he looked up, and the clouds in the sky disappeared without a trace. He got in the car and stepped on the accelerator to rush back. She doesn't know that you know she is? Song-chi looked at his sister. She sat there blankly, her eyes blank. Hearing what Song-chi said, she came back to her senses and said, "Oh," muttering in her heart. Didn't she know that Achio was a zombie long ago? I guessed that Achio was infected but hadn't turned into a zombie yet. I heard from my brother that she had already turned into a zombie. She just retained the human form and a little bit of consciousness and thinking. It's amazing. Is it really not biting? Song-li asked fearfully. Yes. She can control it. Song-chi didn't finish. She wouldn't bite them even if she bit people. Song-chi firmly believed. You have been alone with her the longest. Is there anything wrong with it? Song-chi asked her back. Song-li thought about it carefully and shook her head. Achio was very good to her. Except for not helping with work. He was generous with food and drink and would accompany her. One night, Song-li drank too much water and was afraid to get up to go to the bathroom. She knocked on Achio's door and asked Achio to accompany her. Achio was dazed and fell asleep when she walked with Song-li's hand. She was not unhappy that Song-li woke her up in the middle of the night. Song-li couldn't tell what was wrong with Achio. But, brother, still, I'm a little scared. Especially when I see those humans locked up like food storage. It's okay. Song-chi patted her shoulder. Take your time. Achio captured people to share your burden. Song-chi comforted her in another way. People are just labor. Achio doesn't understand. You teach her more. Tell her that this is our borrowed labor. And we must learn to return it to the safe zone. We must give back. They help us work. We have to give them something back. You ask Achio. She is not an unreasonable person. Song-chi said. Song-li listened and thought it made sense. Achio forgot a lot of common sense. These things, she learned by herself. Achio can also learn. Huh? Just as the two were discussing how to guide Achio, an angry corpse howl sounded in the next house. Song-li stood up suddenly and ran over with Song-chi quickly. The only zombie in this place is Achio. Is it possible that someone has offended her? Song-li's heart was beating in her throat. Chapter 22. Someone ran away. When Achio felt it, she was very angry. She ran angrily after the person towards the entrance of the village. She ran very fast. Like a ghost. She floated from the back of the person's head to the front of him, staring at them fiercely with resentment. The two men were shocked, until Achio bared her fangs fiercely and roared at them. Ho! Ho! Ah! 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 Ghost! Ah! Ah! Mother! The two men roared with earth-shaking momentum, then bumped left and right and ran around with their heads in their hands. Achio floated closely behind them, and when they had nowhere to run and stopped tired, she picked up a thick tree trunk and put it in her mouth. And in front of them, she bit off the tree trunk fiercely, and threw her body towards them with a loud explosion. Ho! They were so scared that they screamed like ghosts. There was no escape. They knelt on the ground and cried with tears streaming down their faces. They were almost scared enough. Achio stretched out his fangs and approached them and laughed. The ho-ho-ho laughter made them tremble all over, and their hair stood on end. Just when they felt that they were about to die and their breathing could not keep up with their hearts, a heavenly sound saved them. Achio, Song-li, and Song-chi ran over from a distance. Achio paused. Song-li must not know that she was a zombie, or she would be scared to death. With a clever turn of her eyes, Achio saw the dog lying on the opposite side basking in the sun, and a plan came to her mind. She suddenly opened her mouth and blew a loud whistle. The whistle that she had never heard before, but was particularly familiar, made the dog stand up instantly. It looked up at Achio, who whistled. Achio waved at it. The dog jumped over in 2 steps, and before it could stand firm, Achio slapped the dog on the head. I told you to stop scaring people. Song-li and Song-chi happened to run over and saw 2 men kneeling on the ground gasping for breath and begging for mercy. They felt bad. What happened? Song-li asked with some stammering. Achio immediately took out a small notebook and wrote. The dog was bored and chased them for fun. Scared. I have punished the dog. And the dog is obedient and will not chase. She showed it to Song Li and Song Qi, and turned around and showed it to the two men. The man who was about to scream at Song Li was forced to change his words when he saw the threatening fang shown by a Qiao. Yes. Yes. She is right. Yes. Yes. It is this dog. It bites us. It's a hammer. The other man only dared to curse in his heart. This zombie is too good at showmanship. It showed its fangs to them a second ago, turned its head, and smiled sweetly at Song Li. He stroked the dog head with his hand, gently soothing the dog who was wronged and could be angry at any time. Song Li, Then, Song Li could only turn a blind eye. Qiao smiled so well. How could she criticize her? How did you get out? She could only blame them. Running away. They were caught on the spot. What else could they deny? The two men could only desperately plead with Song Li and kowtow to Qiao. Please let them go. Song Li was tangled. Qiao was very firm. No. No way at all. Song Qi said, it's 890 kilometers from here to the safe zone. You can't go back. When the two heard this, their eyes rolled back, and they were about to faint. This is too far. Before the end of the world. It would take several hours to drive without rest. Now they have no food, no water, no car, and there are zombies everywhere outside. How can they go back? At the beginning, they only went 20 kilometers to the safe zone, and the journey was like wasting half of their lives. This 890 kilometers. The two men were desperate. When Song Qi took them back to the house and locked them up, they didn't struggle at all. The people in the house asked them what was going on outside, and they were as silent as lambs. Despite this, some people still didn't give up the idea of escaping. Song Li looked outside the door for a long time, and she walked up through the iron window. The people inside looked at her with pleading faces. They knew that she was a human being like them, and they hoped that Song Li would help them for the sake of being a human being. Song Li looked away. Her eyes fell on the empty space. You are fine here. We will give you food and drink, Song Li said. But we also have food in the safe zone, a woman shouted. Song Li instantly lowered her momentum. As for their current situation, anyone with eyes can see that the safe zone is much better than here. They have their own home and bed, even if it is a little broken. But there are no zombies. This is the most important point. Song Li changed the subject. We are stealing, and we asked you to come here to ask you to help us with some work. We will send you back after the work is done. What kind of work? Someone asked. Song Li said, weeding, turning the soil, and growing some vegetables. You all know how to do it. It's very simple. Everyone in the room was silent. The feelings were snatched according to their abilities. Everyone here is good at growing vegetables. Song Li thought they were unwilling and comforted them. Don't be afraid. Qiao, no one here will hurt you. Besides, this place is far from the safe zone, and you can't go back even if you escape. Why don't you just farm with me? My brother and I promise to send you back. My brother is the leader of the search team. You can trust us. As soon as the voice fell, someone cursed. Are you cheap? The search team doesn't do their job properly, but helps the zombies to imprison people. It's a shame for the country to have a leader like you. One person started, and the others followed suit. Song Li, who was always outgoing and cheerful, couldn't help blushing. She hurried away, and ignored Qiao when she met him. It would be a lie to say that she didn't hate Qiao. Obviously, she just wanted Qiao to help, and didn't ask Qiao to steal people. Now that the people have been stolen back, Qiao doesn't care, and she has to deal with it. She complained, but Qiao didn't understand when she complained. She complained in vain. Song Li became angrier and angrier as she thought about it. She locked herself in the room and didn't go out. Qiao didn't understand. She just heard Song Li say that she would send them back. So she rushed over. It was not easy to bring these people back, and she didn't want them to go back. They ate a lot of her food, and not only would she not let them go back, Qiao was going to bring some more people back. She had planned it out. She would plant everything like the safe zone. Qiao walked around the house, made sure the doors and windows were locked, and went to call the dog. The dog was still angry, and no one would be happy to take the blame for nothing. Qiao coaxed it for a long time, but the dog still didn't move, and didn't even open its eyes. Dog. Qiao stood up, took back her hand that was tickling the dog, opened her backpack, and counted the food inside. Well, enough to trick 10 people to come back with her. After she finished her calculations, She looked down at the dog pretending to sleep and said, "If you don't wake up, I'll leave." As she said that, she walked down the steps and out of the yard. She walked quickly and neatly, without looking back. The dog opened half of his eyes, and saw that she was almost out of the village in the blink of an eye. He quickly opened the other eye, stood up and jumped out. With a few big leaps, he caught up with Accio, smelling the smell of the dog in the air behind her. Accio raised the corners of her mouth and smiled secretly. She knew that the dog would definitely not let her go alone. Ignoring her just wanted her to tickle it for free. Accio knew the dog little thoughts clearly. Accio ran in front humming a little tune. So happy. The dog followed behind, with 1,000 thoughts in his mind. It stared at Accio back, and couldn't figure it out no matter how hard it tried. Just now, Accio blew a whistle. The tone of the whistle made it so familiar that it felt numb. It was sleeping at the time, and when the whistle sounded, it jumped up and ran over reflexively. The habitual behavior made it unbelievable. This thing that even a thief would not steal was actually his. The dog didn't even want to think about those two people. It would be a loss of status. It didn't want to admit that it had been so stupid. The dog sighed, looked at the direction she was going, and prepared to steal people in the safe zone again. While walking, he picked up the things in the backpack and practiced eating his favorite. The dog, don't want to look anymore. The dog stepped forward and picked her up with one paw and ran away. The security zone was more strictly guarded than before. On the ground, there was a guard every 2 steps. And the soldiers. Patrol. It's hard to get in even if you have wings. Accio frowned. And the dog had no expression. Separated by the electric fence and high wall, Accio smelled the aroma of vegetables and soil coming from inside, and didn't want to go back empty-handed. A mouse dug a hole in the soil and crawled out. Accio's eyes lit up, and he patted the dog's head. Hee, drilling a hole. The dog rolled his eyes. He picked her up, went around the back of the safe zone, and opened the seal of the sewer with one claw, and threw the person in. The stench was overwhelming, and the ground under his feet was full of dirty water. Accio screamed because of the stench, turned around and hugged the dog neck madly while he was not paying attention, and flipped over to sit on it. He hugged the dog tightly with his hands, not wanting to be thrown off by it. The other hand quickly ran to the dog's mouth to feed a small bone. Then he gently tickled it. The dog sneered at the flattering behavior. He was not good at doing things, but learned to be a self-taught person by taking shortcuts. The dog snorted, held the bone in his mouth, enjoyed the tickle, and carried Accio along the sewer into the depths of the safe zone. The sewer was high, big, and smelly. Accio was dizzy from the stench. She promised that this was the last time, and next time she would arrest people openly. The dog's smart ears moved, and Accio, who was lying on his back, sat up straight instantly. There was someone. The sound of scattered footsteps came this way. Heavy, fast, and with a friction of metal. It was the sound made by the soldiers in the safe zone when they were patrolling. Accio pinched his nose and listened hard. 35. No. 67. 80. 9. 70. More and more. The dog stopped. It pricked up its ears and listened for a while. More and more footsteps separated at the fork in the road, and there were only 38 people coming towards them. Accio also sensed it. She frowned and thought, take them all away? She was a little excited when she said this decision. Soldiers are good, strong and healthy, and they are good helpers in digging vegetables and digging soil. Sonli will definitely like it. She flatteringly touched the dog head and asked it to think of a way. The dog is the smartest. The dog snorted and rushed straight towards the oncoming soldiers. Before the soldiers could react, he pawed 2 people and knocked them out. Accio jumped down and immediately confiscated their guns, pulled out their belts, and packed them up. It was tied into a gourd string. The dog carried Accio and dragged the gourd soldiers, and ran out of the sewer without looking back. Accio was very happy. Free weapons and free labor. She got them all. Nothing was lost. Chapter 23. The soldiers were confused when they woke up. They were tied together like a bunch of leeks. If one of them struggled, the whole group would fall down. They staggered in front of Accio and met a pair of green eyes with a smile. They were all stunned. Who are you? Where is this? Why did you tie me up? How did you get into the safe zone? Did you tie up someone in our zone? They asked a series of questions. Accio looked at them with amusement. and Song Li had a complicated expression. Even they themselves didn't know what they had experienced. But Song Li saw it clearly. She was helping Song Chi cut trees at the entrance of the village. And when she looked up, she saw the dog carrying Achio jumping back in the air. Behind them, Achio held a green dog leash in his hand, and the other end of the dog leash was tied to a group of people. She pulled the soldiers who were collectively tied up like dumplings, like a string of gourds. With each leap, the soldiers rolled up and down in the air like they were riding a pirate ship with a large pendulum. And when they landed on the ground, they hit the ground and dragged themselves here and there. Song Li had a heart attack and her scalp tightened. I was so glad that they were dizzy. Otherwise they would have been scared to death on the road. At the same time, I admired Hal arm strength very much. More than 30 people were pulled together effortlessly. It was obviously such a small person. Yeah. Achio had seen enough and was annoyed. So she patted Song Li's hand and asked her to go with her. Song Li followed her to the house next door and watched her point at the number of people in the house and count them over and over again. Then turned back and smiled at Song Li and gestured, 74. Catch another 26 to make 100 people. And you can grow vegetables. Achio was so happy that her eyes smiled into a long crescent. And her green pupils seemed to have sprinkled green glitter all over the ground in the light. It was so pure. Song Li couldn't look at her straight in the eye. Seeing her, the guilt in his heart disappeared instantly. And he felt happy for her. There is something fishy. Song Li nodded casually and agreed. And then found an excuse to slip away. I will go to the village entrance to help my brother cut trees. You can walk slowly. Achio squinted and nodded, waving her hand to let her walk slowly. Song Li's feet swung fast, as if she was about to fly. Brother. As soon as she saw her brother, Song Li told him about Hal's arrest of more than 30 people. Song Chi didn't care at all, and concentrated on cutting the tree heart. At first, he found a few beautiful trees, and cut the tree heart for Achio to eat. But Achio couldn't get used to it, and said that this kind of tree was not delicious. He used these trees to make a fence to enclose the village entrance. The outside of the fence was fixed with a tilted trunk, and the sharpened top was facing the outside to prevent corpses. Song Li said until her mouth was dry, I think Achio is really hopeless. Song Chi then raised his head and asked her, did he eat people or kill people? Song Li shook her head. None of them is the most terrifying. Forget it. Song Li waved her hand. I don't want to think about it. I'd better think about how to arrange them. If the vegetables can't be planted, Achio will definitely walk her like a dog. Thinking of the soldiers who were walked, Song Li felt cold all over. She hurriedly changed the subject. Brother, why are you building a fence? There are no zombies in this place. Yes. As Song Chi spoke, he cut the tree tip faster. It's coming soon. Huh? Song Li looked incredulous. This place is so remote, and the zombies are not stupid. While saying this, Song Li still helped her brother cut trees and peel bark. It was 3 days later when the fence at the entrance of the village was built. Achio and the dog went to kidnap 26 people back. They didn't enter the safe zone this time. Since the soldiers were kidnapped, the sewers have been sealed. Achio and the dog squatted on the road outside the safe zone and successfully used food to seduce 26 strong men and women to come back with them. 100 people were gathered. Achio clapped her hands and smiled. She took out a small notebook and the signature pen turned flowers between her 5 fingers. Then, she happily wrote a few words. Work tomorrow. She showed it to Song Li and to 100 people. What work? Who knows? Some people began to not care. Every day, someone sent food and drink. Although they were locked up, it was more comfortable than working in the safe zone for food and drink. The next day, it was just dawn. The sound of iron rods hitting iron sheets resounded throughout the village. The sleeping people were awakened. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw Achio standing at the door with a smile. And their eyes were obsessed with him. Everyone's sleepiness was instantly awakened. This is the expression of a man-eating person. Oh my god! They are locked up here to be used by the zombies to fill their stomachs when they are hungry. Everyone's mind was in a mess. Just when they were all terrified, Achio opened the door and laughed at them. Song Li had a complicated expression. She laughed a little perverted. If this continues, it will scare people to death. Song Li couldn't stand it anymore and waved to the people who were hiding in the corner. Come out. Come out. No one dared to come out. Achio was right in the middle of the gate. and they walked out as if they were feeding themselves. Only crazy people would go out. Songli held her forehead and called Achiu. Come here. You're blocking the road. Achiu. Oh. Twice. Jumped behind Songli, grabbed Songli's clothes, and watched those people inside run out as if they were escaping. When passing by Songli and Achiu, it was especially fast. Escape? Run? Together? They ran out and ran to the open space in the center of the village. There was no one around. And no zombies. The exit from the village was right in front. A group of people looked at each other with purpose. Let's run. There's no one anyway. We have more people. And those two little girls can't catch us. But, without hesitation, a group of men took the lead and ran. The soldiers were divided into 3 teams. One team led the way. One team followed with people who were a beat slower. And the other team stayed behind to cut off Achiu. Achiu watched the last person leave the house. And when she and Songli came out, they all ran away. She couldn't help but want to roar, want to chase them, want to whip them. She saw Songli in a blink of an eye, and quickly covered her mouth, not wanting to scare her to death with the zombie roar. But those people ran too fast and ran out of the village in a flash. Those fences were useless to them, and a few men lifted them easily. They left smoothly. Achiu's eyes were red with anger. She chased them, whistling loudly while running. The sleeping dog jumped up reflexively, ran to her side, and looked at her with hazy sleepy eyes in confusion. Ran away. They ran away. Achiu anxiously pushed its head forward to let it look at those people. It's over. Achiu was so angry. The people who were picked up with great effort all ran away at once. They don't know what's good for them. They were given a lot of food every day, but they ran away when asked to work. They starved to death. After catching them, Achiu decided not to give them anything to eat for the whole day. Sniff. Achiu suddenly stopped, and her little nose moved slightly. She smelled a smell. A rotten smell. The smell was moving towards them. She patted the dog head quickly, with an excited look on her face. It was zombies. Dozens of zombies were moving towards them. Achiu loved the zombies that appeared at this time. Zombies are good. They can see people and lift things. Achiu likes them very much. As long as she yells at them, they will be super obedient. Achiu rubbed her neck, ready to yell at them first to calm them down. Unexpectedly, before she ran up, the group of people who escaped ran back, yelling. They rushed into the village desperately, running towards Achiu, as if they regarded Achiu as their savior. Achiu was overjoyed and opened her arms to welcome the workers she had fed for several days. As expected, humans know how to be grateful. Achiu was thinking. Fasting for 1 day. The idea was abandoned. As long as they worked obediently, everything could be discussed. Then, she watched them screaming and crying as they ran past her and pounced on Songli. Achiu, Songli is their savior. Achiu put down her hand in disappointment, and looked back to see a zombie that came from nowhere, hanging by a piece of meat, staggering to the entrance of the village. The bloody meat was tied to the car door with a rope, hanging by a long line. The car stopped on the side of the road, and the zombies pounced on it to grab the meat. Songchi climbed out from the roof of the car. Achiu looked puzzled. The dog rolled his eyes, and Songli was shocked. Songchi jumped into the village with a big step, rolled on the ground and stood up. Those zombies that didn't get the meat immediately rushed over to bite him. The dog growled. All the zombies froze in place, shivering and lowering their heads, not daring to eat the meat in their mouths. It was like they were being stared at by their natural enemies, and wanted to escape but didn't dare. And it was like they were given a tranquilizer. Achiu was stunned for a moment. This power was more effective than her roar. At the beginning, she called the zombies to watch people for her at the pet clinic, and she had discussed it. Achiu. Songchi took the opportunity to run to Achiu and said to her, "Humans are cunning and will sneak away when you are not paying attention. They are afraid of zombies. So you let the zombies watch them. But don't let the zombies bite them, because they can't be cured if they are bitten. If they can't be cured, you will lose a laborer. The loss of labor will reduce your vegetable planting speed and reduce your harvest." Songchi said to her very seriously. Achiu's eyes widened. "You can't reduce the vegetable planting speed." Yeah. She nodded very seriously. Then he patted the dog head, and the dog jumped into the zombie circle. When they came back, The 40 zombies were divided into 4 teams, and the fence that was lifted was put back to the distance, separating the village from the outside. Then, they stood in order at the entrance of the village like the soldiers in the safe zone. They were motionless, like sculptures. They were indifferent to the humans inside, and the bloody meat on the car. The humans were stunned. The dog walked with his head held high and stood beside Achio, with a much higher momentum. Achio touched the dog head with satisfaction and tickled it. I love dogs so much. The dog is so cool. Everyone. Songli clapped her hands, forcing herself to keep up with her brother's rhythm and recall the lost souls of people. We'll find everyone. Although it was a lie, she didn't want to admit it. We hope you can help us with farm work. We have seeds, technology, and experts, but we don't have enough manpower. So, from today on, I will lead you to work. Here, there is only one rule. It is strictly forbidden to leave the village. Those who leave the village without permission will bear the consequences themselves. Those who work will never be treated badly for 3 meals a day. Those who don't work or cheat will be given to the zombies to play with. Chapter 24. They were driven into the terrace fields like a flock of ducks. Each person received the tools assigned to them. 50 people were mowing the grass in front. 40 people were turning the fields in the back. And 8 people were tying the dry grass into bundles on the side. 2 people built a simple stove with stones on the lotus platform by the river, and put on the big pot that Song-Chi carried from the village to boil water for everyone to drink. 100 people were arranged properly, and Songli and Song-Chi supervised the work on the side. Achio looked for a long time, chewing QQ candy with satisfaction and patrolling each field. She wrote the planting varieties on the wooden signs cut by Song-Chi with a thick marker and inserted them into the fields. During the days of kidnapping people, she got familiar with many vegetable varieties in the planting area of the safe zone. She didn't know many vegetables, but for some reason, as soon as she saw them planting, she could immediately sense whether they could be planted, how many could survive, and why they couldn't survive. It was a magical feeling. Just like she knew which field was most suitable for planting what by standing in the wasteland and smelling it. It made Achio particularly excited. She was very enthusiastic in putting up the signs. At noon, Achio had put up all the signs on 6,400 fields, big and small, and the workers wielding sickles and hoes had only opened up 20 fields. Achio, the speed is so slow. 20 fields in 4 hours. 6,400 fields need 53 days. Nearly 3 months. Achio was silent, feeling unhappy. But she ran down the terrace quickly to find the dog. She could plant 100 fields first, and then kidnap many people. She was very happy about this plan. However, she searched the whole village but couldn't find the dog. She asked the zombies at the entrance of the village, but they shook their eyes dully and said they didn't know. Just as she was looking for the dog, Songli ran all the way back to the village from the terrace, shouting desperately, Achio! Achio! They ran away! All ran away! Achio, who was shuttling back to the mountain behind the village, immediately flew to the terrace. The 100 people were desperately climbing to the top of the terrace, and Song-Chi was chasing them. However, Song-Chi was only one person, and the 100 people cleverly scattered around. Song-Chi chased one person, and the other 99 people could not catch up. They climbed quickly, found the right direction, and rushed to the top of the terrace. As long as they climbed over the terrace, they could escape, hiding in the mountains and forests. Hundreds of zombies could not find them. You must have been caught by them. So take this opportunity to escape with us. The people being chased by Song-Chi tried to persuade Song-Chi. Song-Chi chased them without saying a word. I'm serious. You see, the zombies are treating you well and giving you food and drink. That's to feed you. When it's hungry and has nothing to eat, it will eat you first. Brother, come back to the safe zone with me. I know you are a victim. Go back to the safe zone. Everyone will take care of you. The safe zone has everything, and the food is still fresh. Better than eating instant noodles here. Alas, the terraces are opened out of the mountains and are uphill. The two climbed to the middle of the mountain one after the other. The man was obviously exhausted and began to breathe unevenly. Song-Chi held his breath the whole time. When he saw him slow down, he immediately rushed over and pinned him down. He subconsciously touched his waist, but found nothing. He didn't bring any weapons. Let's go together, brother. The man's eyes lit up when he saw Song-Chi's way of catching people. We are all colleagues. Don't be so unkind. Why are you following a zombie? How about this? If you want to follow, we pretend to fight and I knock you down and you let me run. Okay? If you have anything to do next time, come to the safe zone and find me. I'll call Dashyong and I'll do everything for you. Okay? The man said a lot of nonsense. And Song Chi, with a numb face, seriously took his belt and tied the man's hands, threw him into the grass cage, and chased another person. Hey! 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 The grass cage was tall and dense. The man rolled several times inside before he poked his head out and stood up by the edge of the field. Seeing Song Chi running farther and farther away, he sighed, and then saw that everyone was about to cross the terrace field, and his face showed joy. He was just a bait, delaying Song Chi so that the brothers could take the survivors back to the safe zone. 1 for 99. Worth it, he laughed, but only 3 times. A face was forcibly enlarged in his vision, and the green pupils stared at him faintly. The man's mouth was stiff, and his legs were faster than his brain, and began to run to the side. Oh my god! Zombies! Achia saw that he reacted so quickly, and kicked him in the back. The man fell to the ground like a crab, and ate a mouthful of dry grass. He screamed ouch! Ouch! And his mouth twitched in pain. He also had to stand up. Little sister, I said you should be gentle. This guy is more fierce than his colleague above. He had to hold it tightly, so that his brothers could run faster. Even though it hurt, he stood straight and faced Achiao's angry face without flinching. You are being rude. Achio raised his foot, pressed against his mouth, and kicked him off the terrace. When Songli arrived, she saw a man rolling down from the terrace. Bang! The lotus platform did not stop him from rolling, and he fell into the river with a splash. Dashyong was hit by the river water and floated up and down, choking on the water. Songli, She quickly ran to the river to pull him up. Dashyong spit out a large mouthful of river water as soon as he came out of the water, coughing and shaking off the water on his face. The first second he opened his eyes, he went to see where his brothers ran to. This was their plan early in the morning, to take the survivors to run while eating lunch. The terraces are surrounded by mountains. There is no shelter, and it is easy to run. It is their responsibility to take the survivors back to the safe zone. This sense of responsibility only kept him awake for a second. When he saw the current situation of his brothers, he took a deep breath and fainted in Songli's arms. Songli followed his gaze, and her whole face was shocked. At the top of the terrace field, rows of zombies appeared at some point, walking with broken bodies along the topmost wasteland to encircle the entire terrace field. Those who were running away saw the zombies head-on, and were so frightened that they trembled and hurriedly changed directions to run. In all directions, no matter which side they turned to, they were surrounded by zombies. They were like guards of the safe zone, guarding the terrace field tightly and airtight. Behind them, a strong dog looked down at them expressionlessly as they fled east and west. Everyone ran up and down in the terrace field for 2 hours and finally gave up. They were pigs in a pen, and they could not go anywhere unless the owner opened the pen. In addition, they had done rough work in the morning and ran for 2 hours, and they were exhausted. Everyone staggered in the wasteland, panting like a dead dog. They looked at each other and saw despair, self-mockery, loneliness, and various complex expressions in each other's eyes. I should have known not to run away, someone murmured. The person next to him agreed. They wasted time in vain, worked themselves to death, and were caught. And they might not have time to rest later. When they were about to eat, Songli told them that there would be a 2-hour break at noon. Everyone, 10 minutes, go down and continue working. Songchi said loudly with a rough voice. Don't you want to eat? Some people were thick-skinned and had no shame in asking such questions. Achu rolled his eyes at them and raised his foot to kick them. The man ran away with both feet rolling and crawling. It's better to be kicked by people than by zombies. Zombies will eat people directly when they are not happy, without even a chance to struggle. Everyone, fast for 1 day. Songchi stood on a high place. From now on, anyone who secretly instigates others to escape will be punished by fasting for 3 days. Serious offenders will be chopped up and fed to zombies. As soon as the words fell, the zombies surrounding the mountain roared. The roar was earth-shattering, and those people rolled to the riverside as if their butts were on fire. Songchi saw that they had beaten enough, so he took Achiao down. What do you want to eat for lunch? he asked Achio. When he went out to look for zombies yesterday, he brought back some firewood, rice, oil and salt so that he could cook. He was afraid that Achio would order a big meal. Song-chi quickly added, there is only rice. No vegetables. Achio snorted and flew away. Seeing that direction, it was into the city. Going into the city at lunchtime must be to find vegetables. Song-chi smiled and immediately went back to the village to get rice to cook. Achio came and went very quickly, and in a few moments, came back carrying a large refrigerator. Song-chi, Without waiting for Song-chi to speak, Achio put down the refrigerator and ran directly to the terrace fields. The dog followed behind her. She was so worried that she ran all the way with fear. When Song-chi told her that she could eat, she was very happy. I haven't eaten rice for half a month. Achio missed it so much that she decided to go find some vegetables. As soon as she left the village, the dog caught up with her and insisted on going with her. No way. One of her and the dog had to stay in the village to suppress the zombies. If both of them left, the zombies would rebel and bite people. Wouldn't her workers be wasted? She had kept the workers for several days. The dog assured her that the zombies wouldn't dare. Achio couldn't beat the dog, so she could only take it to the city. She carried someone else's big refrigerator and came back quickly. She actually wanted to carry a few more, so that there would be more refrigerators and more vegetables inside, so she could eat for a few more days. After hesitating for only a second between the worker and the refrigerator, Achio came back carrying the refrigerator. The refrigerator could be found again, and the workers could grow vegetables while they were alive, so they could eat endlessly. Achio was very wise. She put down the refrigerator and ran to the terrace fields. Her workers worked diligently under Song Li's supervision. The zombies on the mountain stood like statues, roaring from time to time. The scene was so beautiful. Achio sat on the ridge of the field, stroking the dog head, smelling the aroma of rice from the village, and felt extremely happy. When she was in a good mood, she asked Song Li to find someone to boil water for everyone. They could not eat rice, but they had to drink water. They could not die of thirst. Then, she went back to the village and took out the seeds she had picked up, smelled them, removed the bad seeds, and kept the good seeds. There are many things that can be planted in May. Lentils, cabbage, radish, taro, cucumber, green beans, eggplant, tomato, loofah, winter melon, pumpkin, bitter melon, onion, coriander, cowpea, edamame, water spinach, rapeseed, amaranth, cabbage, celery, leek. The most important thing is rice. Achio quickly selected the plump and pest-free seeds and soaked them in a bucket. Then, soak all the seeds that can be planted. She has never eaten these seeds. She must plant them all and eat every one of them. Delicious ones. Want a variety. Unpalatable ones. Give them to the workers. Perfect. Chapter 25. Achio cleared the yard outside the room, leaving only one road leading to the front hall. The soaked seeds were planted one by one. She didn't go to the village or the terrace fields every day, but watched the seeds sprout, squatting by the yard. She only needed to smell it gently to know which seeds were about to sprout, which seeds were bad, and which seeds did not sprout well. She threw away the bad seeds and gave the good seeds to Song Li to plant in the terrace fields. She personally planted the seedlings that did not sprout well and were difficult to survive in the later stage. Achio was very fast. Before Song Li and the workers had planted one field, she had planted 2 fields. She also spread cabbage on 2 fields. Then she clapped her hands, sipped yogurt on the side, and watched them sow leisurely. If they did not plant well, she would immediately correct them. She also wrote down the names of the workers with good sewing skills and specialized in sewing in the future. After Song Li planted the seedlings, she went to see the fields planted by Achio. Each seedling was straight and straight. The spacing and number of rows were standard. At first glance, everything was neat and tidy, and there was nothing wrong with it. Standing on a high place and looking at the center, Achio planting was the most beautiful. Song Li was very impressed and finally believed that Achio could grow vegetables. She had always thought that Achio was just playing around, and at the same time, she really wanted to grow vegetables. With these growers from the safe zone, what if they survived? Song Li was lucky, but was conquered by Achio. She began to follow Achio happily, asking questions to make up for her lack of planting experience. But Achio scratched her head and really couldn't remember any planting experience. She just smelled with her nose. Her nose was very useful. But Songli couldn't understand. And Achio couldn't lend her nose. Then, keep silent and pretend to be profound. Achio took out the list and showed it to Songli, and gave priority to these people for future planting. Songli held the list with a serious expression. Write a few more planting experiences. What do you smell? What are the differences between seeds? What is the smell? What are the changes in appearance? The difference between good seeds and bad seeds, etc. You can write down any thoughts you have. Let's communicate. Songli smiled like a red bean paste bun with so much stuffing that it is about to burst. Achio wrote without hesitation, I want to eat red bean paste buns. I want to eat it with a clear conscience. Not just because I want to eat it. Songli, we don't have the raw materials. And we don't know how to make it. I'll go find Songchi. Achio snorted hot air from his nose and turned away. Hey! It's really getting more and more like a dog. Oh my god! Songli screamed in her heart and hurriedly chased Achio. Stay away from the dog. It's not good to be like a dog. I'll go with you. We'll make it together. I'll make as much as you want to eat. Songli decided to follow Achio closely in the future and bring her with her. I'm really worried that if she stays with the dog again, she will have trouble sleeping and eating in the future. I dare not think about it. Such a lovely and beautiful Achio can only be clean and beautiful. Achio, your skirt is dirty. I'll help you wash it tonight. Wear the pink one tomorrow. How about 2 braids and a small hat? It can also block the sun during the day to prevent tanning. Hearing this, Achio slowed down and waited for her. He thought of the skirt that Songli hung on the wall for her. Well, it looks pretty. She nodded and agreed. Songchi was cutting trees. He wanted to repair the collapsed beams in the backyard and the other houses in the village. It will be more habitable after they are repaired. Brother. Songli waved and called him from a distance. Achio wants to eat bean paste buns. Songchi heard this and said, Hey, didn't you just finish eating salt and pepper biscuits? He baked 100 salt and pepper biscuits in the morning. He and Songli ate 8. And the dog ate 2. The rest? Well, all were eaten by Achio. He raised his wrist to look at the watch. It was 12:10 noon. It was almost time for Achio to have lunch. He guessed that people would be back late for planting today. So he didn't cook on time. Fortunately, he didn't cook. Otherwise it would be too late to make red bean paste buns now. He quickly cut a few times and kicked the tree hard. Put down the saw, patted the sawdust on his hands, and said, See if there is any red bean paste filling. I'll go to make the dough. Facing Achio's greedy eyes, he smiled and said, Hurry. We can eat it in an hour. Achio smiled instantly, as happy as a child. She turned around and pushed Songli back to find red bean paste. They had a lot of dry food, which was piled up openly in the spacious hall without a door. On weekdays, the dog basked in the sun and slept under the eaves outside the hall. So there was no fear of stealing. Achio and Songli ran in and searched quickly. They searched everywhere, but there was nothing. What should I do? Songli spread her hands. How about we eat it another day and let my brother go out to find some bean paste? He then thought of something and asked Achio, Have we planted red beans? We can make our own bean paste in the future. It tastes better than the one sold in supermarkets. Achio blinked. Can you still make it yourself? What a coincidence. She really planted red beans. Achio woke up the dog and whispered in his ear, Going to the supermarket? The dog was not interested, but still stood up. You have to take Songli with you. I don't know red bean filling. As soon as Achio finished speaking, Songli was dizzy and hung on the dog paw. It carried Achio on its back and rushed into the city. Songchi only heard a sharp scream. A white shadow flashed, and his sister disappeared. Can't catch up. There is no need to worry with Achio. He fermented the dough in a basin and went to the hall to carry out 10 boxes of instant noodles to the terrace fields. The workers had just come down from the fields and sat by the river and the valley to enjoy the breeze and cool off. Several people drew water from the big well in the village, and 2 people burned firewood to boil water. Songchi moved the instant noodles, but they had no reaction. They were tired of eating instant noodles every day, and they no longer had the initial happiness. Moreover, the work here was more tiring than the planting work in the safe zone. The planting area in the safe zone is flat, and it's just like that. Here, one field is higher than another, And climbing up and down every day is tiring. Daxiang couldn't help it. I said, "Colleagues, can you give me something to eat?" He wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking disgusted. Damn. I eat instant noodles every day. In the morning, at noon, and at night. And my mouth is bland. Yes, my mouth is bland. If there is nothing else, I can just make a chili or lao ganma pickled vegetable to season it. A man agreed. Yes. Yes. The others followed. Songchi put down the instant noodles, looking helpless. These are all I have. I don't have anything else. Just make do with it. And when the vegetables are grown, everyone will have a share. TSK. Waiting to eat this vegetable? It's not certain whether you can survive. The man tore open the carton with his bare hands, scooped out a bucket of instant noodles, and scooped out water to soak it. Only this thing can keep you alive. The rest of the people accepted it silently. Daxiang picked and chose, but couldn't find any new instant noodles. So he took a bucket and put it in front of Songchi. Hey, brother, can you help me as a colleague? I don't want anything. Can you give me a different job? I see you are chopping trees. I am physically strong. Let me go with you to chop trees. And you can share some of your food and drink. Brother, what do you think? Songchi looked at him twice and said with a smile, "Let's talk about it after the planting is finished." He didn't stay for long, and turned back to look at his fermented dough. Achu came and went quickly, so he could roll out the dough earlier, and wrap the red bean filling in the pot as soon as he came back, so he could eat it earlier. Besides, these people have a lot of tricks. It's not advisable to stay for long. As soon as Songchi left, Daxiang's smile immediately flattened. He walked to the big pot and sat on the ground. The man who was making instant noodles asked him, "How?" "Eat first." Daxiang tore open the instant noodles, looked at his watch while making them, and then looked in the direction of the village. Then, the men who had fetched water before came over and gathered together. I fetched water twice, and it seemed that there was no one in the village. No sound. One of the men said. The other nodded. I didn't see the two women either. Smoke floated in the village. Daxiang looked at his watch again, and then, TSK sounded. He opened the instant noodles, took a few bites, chewed and swallowed, and his mouth was bland. Daxiang dropped his fork and said, "He is the only one in the village. The zombie and the woman are not here." The man next to him asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes. The time is right." He went back to the village 5 minutes later and started the fire. Usually, he and the zombie would come to deliver noodles, and the other woman would light the fire and cook. Today, the zombies didn't come, and there was no smoke in the village. Daxiang said, "Sixth and seventh brothers, you sneak over and knock him out. The fourth brother and I will take people to see if there is anything to eat and take some weapons. Captain, you go directly to the entrance of the village. After you have dealt with the zombies at the entrance of the village, the third brother and the other brothers will take them out. People who run away usually hide while running. When they find out that we have escaped, they will definitely look for us in the mountains. We will do the opposite and take the main road openly, to prevent the survivors from panicking." The soldiers entered the survivors' group in batches and quietly passed on information. Everyone ate instant noodles twice as fast as usual, feasting as if they were having a feast. After finishing the instant noodles, he threw the instant noodle bucket on the ground. Everyone returned to the village one after another. The 2 hours at noon was their lunch break. It was normal to return to the village, and would not cause the surrounding zombies to become restless. Things went very smoothly. Songchi was so busy that he didn't react. He was panicked when he was knocked down. However, it was too late. These were well-trained soldiers. He could only be knocked down. The alley and the soldier stood at the door of the hall, looking at the piles of food, and couldn't help but burst out a swear word. "Fuck. There are so many fucking foods, and you lied to me that you don't have them. Hack eating instant noodles every day." While cursing, he picked up the big sack in the corner and stuffed it hard, filling one bag after another and carrying it on his shoulders. They also found their old weapons from the small room next door. With a gun in hand, they instantly became imposing. A whistle sounded at the entrance of the village. The soldiers looked happy. This is the captain and his brothers finishing off the zombies at the entrance of the village, carrying heavy supplies and holding guns. They rushed to the entrance of the village with the survivors. 100 people left the village where they had been imprisoned for nearly half a month. Da Xiang raised his middle finger and spat. If he had a lighter, he would have burned down this broken village to vent his anger. A group of evil zombies. Captain! Da Xiang. After walking a few steps, the soldier who was exploring the way in front hurried back with a look of horror. There are people ahead. Real people. A large group of them, like survivors, are coming over happily. Da Xiang was horrified. Is this fucking broken village worth celebrating? Chapter 26. The soldiers led their people to hide in the forests on both sides of the cement road, and the weeds taller than people covered them tightly. From the gaps in the dense weeds, Da Xiang saw groups of people walking along the cement road to the village. Song Li, who looked very familiar, walked in the front, talking and laughing with those people, as if they were old acquaintances. The zombie Achio, who looked exactly like a human, fell at the end of the team with his dog. One after another, they surrounded the large army like prey and drove them to the village. Compared with the drive they suffered in Da Xiang, now it is more like walking into a trap. Look! Song Li pointed to the front. The one with green smoke is my brother cooking. We will be there in another 100 meters. The crowd sighed. It's so far. It's safer when it's far away. Your environment is beautiful. Far away from the chaos. There are no zombies. And you can farm by yourself. How great. Song Li grinned. But her smile did not reach her eyes. You can't find them outside. You stay outside all day, and you're so scared that you can't sleep well. I'm here. And I don't have to worry about zombies every day. I can sleep until I wake up naturally. Farming? What did you plant? Can it grow? Everyone was surprised. The climate after the end of the world is very different from before. On the way to the safe zone, they saw batches of crops dying in the fields. This is why they can't wait to go to the safe zone. If they can grow vegetables, they can form their own tribe and be freer. But the weather is not good, and the crops can't survive. So they have to seek shelter in the safe zone. I planted a little bit of everything. Now I have planted more than 20 plots of land. And all of them have sprouted. Song Li is like a salesperson who is desperately selling houses. Don't look at these mountains. Dry land and grass. The terrain inside is very good. The terraces are right on the river, and the canal is open. It is very convenient to irrigate and sufficient for daily life. Just you, your brother, and the person walking next to Song Li pointed at Achio at the back, with disbelief on his face. You three? How could it be possible? Song Li smiled and lied. In the beginning, there were only 3 of us. And later, we found someone to help. The last few words were spoken very weakly. The people hiding in the mountains and forests were about to explode after hearing this. Are you fucking looking for it? Are you looking for it? You are obviously robbing it. Robbing it. Da Xiang was so angry that he clenched his fists and grabbed the weeds in front of him tightly. God knows how he got the pain all over his body and the broken skin on his face when he just woke up. It hurts when he touches it. And it hurts when he makes a face. There are still scars now. As they were approaching the village entrance, Song Li looked back at Achio frequently. There are zombies at the entrance of the village. What if these people see the zombies? She finally brought them here. It was a coincidence that when she went out to look for the bean paste sauce, she ran into the team that had been separated. The team was cut from hundreds of people to more than 100 people, all of whom were strong and healthy people who had been tempered along the way. Achio's eyes lit up on the spot, staring at Song Li and asking her to abduct them. Song Li never thought that she was so capable that she could make more than 100 people willingly follow her back. However, the prouder she was just now, the more timid she became when she was close to the village. She was afraid that these people would hack her to death after seeing the zombies. Song Li gave her a look. Achio couldn't respond at all. Song Li felt desperate and couldn't talk to the people around her. Her smile gradually fell, and she became silent. The people who were traveling with her felt Song Li's emotional changes, and asked her with uneasy vigilance, "What's wrong?" Song Li had no words to say, so she closed her eyes and pointed to the big bend in front of her. We'll be there after turning this bend. He opened and closed his mouth several times, but couldn't say anything. When you arrive, you will also encounter zombies. What's wrong? What are you talking about? The person next to him stopped and didn't move. His sensitive sixth sense told him that Song Li's abnormal behavior was not a good thing. He began to think about the encounter with Song Li. It seemed that there was something strange, but he couldn't figure it out, because they decided to come to the village with Song Li by a vote. Of course, Song Li's influence is very large. For example, she gave them most of the food she collected from the supermarket, and revealed intentionally or unintentionally that they were very rich and didn't care about the food, but just came out to find bean paste. Then, they shared their respective situations and information with Song Li. When they learned that Song Li lived in a very safe and well-off village, they were moved and came. At first, the surprise came too quickly, and he didn't realize it. Now he realized that how could happiness come so easily in the end times? It was a happy event that came to him. Even if they encountered fewer zombies, it was the good deeds of their ancestors. Song Li's sending of food was clearly a big trap, an act to lure them into it. They hadn't found so much food for a long time, and were deceived. Now Song Li's evasive and uneasy expression further proved his guess. Seeing that he was about to turn the corner, he stopped immediately. The people around and behind him all stopped. He was their leader, their indicator, and their guarantee along the way. They had been together day and night for several months, and everyone had been familiar with his various behaviors. Everyone instantly looked at Song Li with that kind of terrified and complicated eyes. Song Li suddenly realized that they had not caught up. When she turned around and met their questioning expressions, she was suddenly frightened and her heart was beating like a drum. These people had crawled and rolled around in the pile of zombies. Once there was a little bit of something wrong, they would immediately be alert like wolves. What happened? Song Li controlled herself not to panic and get tangled. But she was so nervous that her palms were sweating. Her heart was about to jump out of her mouth, and her tongue couldn't help but tremble. "Where is your brother?" the man asked her. Song Li pointed in the direction of the green smoke. "He's cooking inside," the man said. "Go and call him out." Song Li immediately knew that these people didn't believe her. After fully understanding this, Song Li was not so nervous. She smiled and said, "You will see it once you go in. It's only a few steps away. It's just around the corner." Her frank look was very different from before, which made the man a little confused about what Song Li was trying to say. "Let's go." The man tilted his head towards the people beside him. They were the most prestigious people in the team. Their eyes met. One of them said, "How about, let's go to the safe zone? It's been 2 or 3 months since we came here. It will take at most half a month to get there. It's not far away." "Yes," another person agreed. The people following behind were not willing to do so. They were too tired. There were zombies, and other teams robbing them of supplies along the way. They were afraid of zombies when they were traveling during the day, and they were still afraid of zombies when they were sleeping at night. It was hard to endure day and night. Now they finally found a remote and wealthy place where zombies had never appeared along the way, which made them relax physically and mentally. After experiencing this kind of relief, they no longer wanted to worry. "Brother Sue, we're here. Why don't you stay for 2 nights and rest before leaving?" Someone in the crowd said what Song Li wanted to say. Song Li breathed a sigh of relief. If she said such words, she would be suspicious. But they said it was very good. She suddenly widened her eyes, and was frightened by her own thoughts. Song Li unexpectedly found that she subconsciously tied herself and Achio together, and classified the former acquaintances as others. This subconsciousness is very bad. This means that she has become bad. From now on, she will be Achio, a member of the zombies. It's too uncomfortable. Su Feiyuan looked at the numb, panicked, tired, and thin faces, and couldn't bear it. Isn't the purpose of following Song Li here to avoid zombies and have a good rest? When the end comes, you want to regret it. Is this giving people hope and taking it away? No one can stand it. But, hey! A man jumped out of the bushes and opened his arms to block Su Feiyuan. "I'm the deputy captain of the 3rd patrol team in the safe zone. I advise you not to go in. Don't listen to this woman. She's full of lies just to trick you into going in and serving as food reserves for the zombies. You, now, immediately, turn around and run. Go back to the safe zone with me." Su Feiyuan, ? Everyone, ? Looked at him in confusion. Su Feiyuan took a few steps back, looked at the man who suddenly appeared, and then looked at Song Li. Song Li looked embarrassed, but confident. "Hey, Daxiang. It's okay if we don't get along with each other at ordinary times. But what bad things are you saying? They are all my friends. I invited them here, and they don't share a penny of their food, clothing, drink, and accommodation with you. Don't come here to make trouble. Otherwise, I will be really angry with you." As he spoke, He looked extremely angry. I was wrong to snatch your pork belly last time. I'm sorry. But please don't lie. Daxiang was stunned for a moment. What the hell is this woman talking about? Oh. Some people in the crowd stretched out their voices to express. So that's what it is. Someone else was confused by the word pork belly. Everyone stared at Su Feiyuan eagerly. This time, they really wanted to move in. It was absolutely true. They hadn't eaten rice and meat for 3 months. Every day they had dry food. Dry food? And dry food. A piece of bread the size of a palm had to be divided into 2 days to eat. For fear that one day, they would starve to death on the road without food. But, there is meat and rice here. Fragrant pork belly. The shiny fat and lean pork belly seemed to float in front of them. And they showed a greedy expression. Some people began to walk forward quickly, passing Su Feiyuan and Songli. More people followed. Songli screamed in her heart that it was not good, and no one could do anything about it. She hurriedly ran through the crowd to Achio, and said anxiously in a voice that only 2 people could hear, "We can't let them see the zombies. If they see them and run away, no one will help us work. Achio, hurry up." Achio said oh, and nodded with a smile. But he didn't take any action. Songli went to see the dog again. Achio didn't understand. But this cunning dead dog must understand. The dog didn't move either. Songli was desperate. In despair, she heard those who turned the corner shouting on the other side, "Feiyuan, come here quickly. It's true. The village is still big." Ah, excitedly. Song Chi. Is it you? Song Chi touched the back of his head and felt that he was dreaming. He woke up. Everyone ran away. The zombies were dead. And then he saw his old friend. Chapter 27. Song Chi's brain froze for a second. And then he smiled and went to meet them, seeing the familiar faces that followed him. And Song Li's obviously relieved expression. Song Chi understood everything. His sister learned from Achio how to kidnap people. It's hard to describe what it feels like. A little happy that a group of acquaintances came, but also a little guilty. Song Chi knew very well that their destination was the safe zone. And they were intercepted by Song Li. No. Don't go in. Daxiang ran up and said he would stop Su Feiyuan and others no matter what. It's full of zombies. You'll be finished if you go in. How do you know there are zombies in it? A woman in the crowd asked. Song Chi had brought them a lot of supplies and saved some of them. They could doubt Song Li. But when they saw Song Chi standing there, all their hesitations disappeared. They trusted Song Chi. Daxiang said, "I just escaped from it." Everyone turned to him, looking at him as if he was mentally retarded. "Why don't you run faster after you escape? There are zombies everywhere. How can you escape?" Daxiang was speechless instantly. Then, Daxiang took a step back. "You go. Please." He tried his best. He originally wanted to point out the zombies killed at the entrance of the village to them. But the zombies were so fast that the zombies disappeared without a trace. Since that was the case, he would not stop them from suffering. "Where are you going?" Song Li grabbed Daxiang, who was about to run away. "You ate my food and slandered me everywhere. Now you want to be sneaky. Right?" Daxiang was speechless. "What did I eat from you?" Song Li said confidently, "Instant noodles." Daxiang, Daxiang admitted that he could not run away in the face of so many people. So he could only follow Song Li back. He hoped that his brothers would run faster. The group entered the village. The energetic people were visiting everywhere. But most of them were sitting and resting under the old locust tree at the entrance of the village. Song Li said Daxiang to fetch water for everyone to drink. The well water in the village was very clean. And it tasted sweet when you drank it directly. It was very cool to drink on a hot day. The people who received the water drank it directly with big gulps of the bowl. God knows how miserable they were on the way. In order to save water, each person in a group of people could only drink 1 sip from a bottle of water. Anyone who took a little more would be controversial. There was no water or electricity outside. The supermarket was looted. And the house was emptied. They wanted to drink water and eat something as hard as climbing to heaven. Xiao Li, where are those people you mentioned? Those who visited came back and asked Song Li while drinking water. On the way here, Song Li told them that there were many people here who helped to grow crops. They walked around the village. The village was dilapidated. But the environment and location were indeed good. Repairing it was not a problem. After Daxiang fetched water, he squatted beside it and listened. If he couldn't leave, he would have to find out more. Songli looked around. In the past, workers would take a nap in the village at this time. It was really strange today. No one was there. She went to see Song Chi. Song Chi was holding the red bean paste handed to him by Achio, and calling a few people who knew how to cook to go to the kitchen. She went to see Achio. Achio was sitting in a rocking chair, with his feet crossed, his hands supporting his chin, and looking at her eagerly. Daxian looked gloating. Seeing Achio, Songli felt a little defeated. Once she saw Daxian's face, she understood everything. The group of workers ran away. She gave Achio a look, but Achio didn't respond. Forget it. She always overestimated the rapport between Achio and her. Songli smiled, but reluctantly. Didn't it rain last night? They must have gone up the mountain to look for mushrooms. Oh, there are mushrooms here? Everyone got excited and asked, where? Let's go look too. There is strength in numbers. We can find more and eat more. Everyone was enthusiastic. Songli was so embarrassed that she dug her toes on the ground. She just said it casually. No. 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 Songli's mind was spinning wildly, trying to find a way to reject their enthusiasm. Pa! She clapped her hands and said, I'll take you to where you live. The house is too old and a bit broken. Let's plan the place to live first, and then work together to repair it to avoid leaks when it rains. After she said that, they were more willing to decide where to live first than to look for mushrooms. After all, this stay could be at least 2 or 3 days, or at most 10 or 20 years. Although Songli is young, her leadership skills have been tempered by Achiao's crazy tempering during this period. She led everyone to distribute houses. The men took up knives and went to the back mountain to cut trees and repair the beams. The women took out old quilts from old boxes and hung them on the clothesline to wash and pat. Song Chi made a lot of red bean paste buns, an average of 4 buns. He made big and round buns, and made 100 for Achio, all with thin skin and thick filling. Others were treated worse, and could only use the leftover red bean paste stuffing from making Achio to share with other buns. Achio smelled the hot aroma, holding the soft bean paste buns just out of the oven, her face smiling like a sunflower. Dog, eat. She split it into 2 pieces, and the hot bean paste flowed down the pieces. Seeing that it was about to flow to the ground, Achio quickly opened her mouth to catch it. It was so sweet, but she liked it so much. She ate it all in one bite, and the dog only licked the piece that was fed to the dog mouth, and let the bean paste flow to the ground without interest. It was too wasteful. Achio showed the same expression as the people opposite. It was just that they thought Achio was wasteful, actually feeding such precious food to the dog. And the dog didn't eat it. Achio thought the bean paste was a waste. It could obviously flow into her mouth. It was impossible to lick it and eat it. Achio picked up the second bun with heartache, took a bite, first sucked up the bean paste inside, and then ate the skin. She ate 60 in one breath, and the remaining 40 were stuffed into the oil paper bag and carried on her back. No matter where they go, they carry them with them, and eat one whenever they have time. Everyone is envious. Each of them only gets 4. The number is small, and the size is even bigger. They are full, but they can't satisfy their cravings. This is the first time they have eaten hot, fresh food in 3 months. They wish they could eat dozens or hundreds of them at a time like Achio, and it would be worth it even if they die of fullness. After half an afternoon, every house in the village has been repaired, and everyone packed their few insignificant things into their own rooms. Then they gathered under the old locust tree at the entrance of the village. Songli stood in the front and spoke in a loud voice. We are all old acquaintances. We live and eat freely here, and there are no rules. But our food and accommodation are all found by Achio. She pointed at Achio and the dog who were dozing under the tree, and continued to speak loudly. So, if Achio has something to do, everyone should help her first, and don't ignore her. Achio was sleeping so soundly that Songli couldn't wake her up even if she shouted at the top of her throat. Everyone looked at Achio. A small ball curled up there. During this day, every time they saw her, she was either eating or sleeping while eating. What could she do? In any case, everyone accepted the food. They just looked at Achio with a new eye. She didn't look like someone who would collect supplies at all. On the contrary, she looked very much like the first person to be pinned down by zombies. There is one more thing. Songli pointed to the Yeetsi Valley behind the village. Over there are terraced fields. Achio led us to plant a lot of vegetables. From now on, I hope everyone will help plant. We have a lot of people. No matter how much supplies we collect, we will run out of food one day. And as time goes by, there will be fewer supplies outside. Just like today. The supplies we found may be looted by others on the way. So, only when we grow them. They belong to us completely. And don't worry about it running out one day. As long as we can have food every day, every month, and every year. So, starting from tomorrow morning, let's go over there and grow our own food on the terrace fields. Somli's blood boiled. People were thinking. And someone asked a question. How do we divide the harvest? Somli, ? Divide? Achio will bite you to death first. Somli said with a smile. No. Everyone will have opinions on how much to share. For the sake of unity and peaceful coexistence. All grains are put into the granary. Everyone eats together every day. Everyone can eat as much or as little as they want. As long as there is no waste. Everyone thought for a while, and thought Somli was right. It is difficult to determine how much to share. There are always people who think they work the most and want to share the most. And there are also people who think that someone who works poorly should share less. At that time, quarrels hurt the harmony. Like today. Everyone eats, drinks and works together. No one hides supplies. It is fair. If Su Feiyuan, who had been silent all the time, spoke, everyone stared at him. He slowly opened his mouth and asked a question. What should I do if I want to go to the safe zone? Achio, who was dozing under the old locust tree, opened his eyes and stared at Su Feiyuan back from a distance. Somli had a myocardial infarction. It turned out that Achio was not unable to wake up, but chose not to wake up. She winked and smiled. Maybe you don't want to leave. How can you get out of Achiapam after entering? Somli smiled slightly, afraid of arousing Su Feiyuan's suspicion. She explained, my brother and I have been to the safe zone. That is not a place you want to stay. Freedom, food, shelter, environment, safety. Everything here is no worse than the safe zone. Where are the doctors? Where are the medicines? Su Feiyuan asked. Somli saw Achio nodding. And then she nodded heavily. Very sure, there are some too. The crowd cheered. Food, drink and shelter have been solved. And the most worrying thing is illness. If there are doctors and medicines here, it is really better than the safe zone. There are tens of millions of people in the safe zone. Once a group of people get sick, they will never be able to get in line. It's different here. First, they are familiar with each other. And second, there are few people. They have the initiative. Su Feiyuan stood up. Let's go to the terrace fields to have a look. Somli was stunned. Terrace fields. At this time, they are all zombies. It's too late now. Not too late. Not too late. Come on. I'll take you to visit the terrace fields. The terrace fields are huge. Let's go and have a good look. Daxiang interrupted Somli and led everyone to stride over. Somli hurried to Achio. Zombies. We can't let them see zombies, she said to Achio anxiously. Achio nodded, stood up, and followed the crowd. The dog lay under the old locust tree, motionless. The crowd rushed through the cool and narrow valley. The water dripped from the top of the valley, making people feel cold all over. Daxiang was hot, and he walked on the wind and fire wheels with his feet. Hurry up. Take them to see the zombies. See what it means to be surrounded by zombies. When the time comes, don't say he didn't help them. Before this group of people walked out of the valley, a group of people rushed in like crazy, blocking the way like a tide. Daxiang, go back. Go back quickly. This is all fucking here. When the people who blocked the way saw the crowds of people behind Daxiang, they stopped talking. Aren't these the fucking people who jumped out of Daxiang to intercept? How come they all fucking came in? Daxiang was also dumbfounded. Aren't these fucking all his brothers, who had escaped for a whole day? How come they all fucking came back? You guys. Hi. We are new here. You must be the friends that Somli said. Hello. 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 The man next to Su Feiyuan stepped forward, stretched out his hands, and took the initiative to shake the other's hand to say hello. Very enthusiastic. After all, when you come to a new place, you always have to build a good relationship with the people here. The other party replied in confusion, hello. 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 Daxiang, Chapter 28. The two groups of people crowded Yeetzy Valley so tightly that no one could get through. One group wanted to go to the terrace fields, and another group wanted to enter the village. The people who wanted to enter the village looked at the main alley and showed a look of despair. The people who wanted to go to the terrace fields looked at the people who were still squeezing into the valley, and modestly stepped aside to let them pass first. One by one, they ran into the village like crazy, as if they were running for their lives. The men at the end looked back at them before entering the village. "You'd better." One of them spit out these words. And after being glared at by Song Li, he shut up and ran away. God knows what they have experienced this day. They finally escaped, and now they are back in Song Li's hands. No matter how much advice they give, they dare not say a word. Why are they running so fast? The woman behind Su Feiyuan asked. Song Li smiled awkwardly. Let's hurry up and eat. Su Feiyuan and others walked through the Yeetzy Valley and stood on the platform by the river. They looked up at the terrace fields and were all shocked. This is too big. Ah, they actually planted melons. Do you know this? Otherwise, our place is a melon village. The speaker's tone was full of pride. Song Li was like a mouse smelling food. She walked over and chatted. Then your melon planting skills must be very good. The young man in his 20s was full of confidence. Of course. People in our village have been planting since they were young. This is a skill for eating. I just need to touch it to know which melon is sweet, and which is not. The technician who came to the door is here. Song Li smiled like a peacock with its screen spread out, and her face was as bright as a flower. I remember your name is Liang Jiaxiang. Right? Song Li was obviously a few years younger than him, but she patted his shoulder like an elder, as if she was entrusting him with an important task. Liang Jiaxiang nodded subconsciously. Yes. What's the matter? He turned to ask Song Li. Song Li had already left him to talk to someone else. He was confused and didn't understand what Song Li meant. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. So he simply gave up and walked to the melon field to see how it was growing. These melons were better than the melons in their hometown, with lush green leaves and thick vines crawling out along the tree trunks inserted diagonally into the soil, like a piece of green grass. It will produce a lot of melons in the future. He estimated that this piece of melon could conservatively produce 1,000 kilograms. Oh my god! He was shocked. If it were in the past, someone could produce 1,000 kilograms of melons on 3 acres of land, which would be ridiculous. I don't know how much money he can make. But we have to wait. The temperature and water quality and soil are not as good as before, and are getting lower day by day. Maybe they will die while growing. It's too early to draw a conclusion now. The people around him were startled and asked him what happened. Liang Jiaxiang regained his composure, shook his head, and said he was fine. Then he kept standing by the melon field, studying it over and over, but still couldn't figure out how the sower made the melons grow so well. Good seeds grow well. Bad seeds grow badly. This is a truth that everyone knows. But every plant in this 3-acre field grew very well. Even if the old cadres of their village came, they couldn't guarantee that every seed was a good seed. There are always 1 or 2 bad seeds in a field. He wanted to ask Song Li. When he looked up, Song Li took everyone to visit the terrace fields. Everyone seemed very curious about this place. He said to the person next to him, seeing this, I don't want to go to the safe zone. Why? The man couldn't understand. There must be a safe zone here, and it's better than here. I really want to go to the safe zone. Don't be silly. The man advised him. The safe zone is owned by the government and is guaranteed. We have to stay for a few days and then keep going. Liang Jiaxiang waved his hand and didn't listen. After visiting the terrace fields and returning to the village, it was already night. The teammates in the big lane worked tirelessly to pile firewood and make a fire. Yes, they had no food again. The moment they ran back to the village and faced Song Qi, they were destined to fast for 3 days. The boss thought about knocking Song Qi unconscious and continuing to escape. But looking at the empty village entrance without zombies and the direct cement road, they gave up. Every time they escaped, it was like this. Looking at it, you can escape anywhere. In fact, you have escaped from the village. There are zombies everywhere. Zombies roamed in the forest, making them run around, forcing them to climb over mountains, bypass rivers, and then return to the terraces. Then, they were forced from the terraces to the bottom of the terraces. And finally, back to the village. It was crazy. Those zombies seemed to have wisdom. Smarter than humans. and better at strategy than humans. They were dejected, staring at the fire and the bubbling water, feeling very depressed. They were so depressed that they had no food to eat and had to cook for the newcomers. They licked the plates clean while watching them eat. They were as hungry as dogs. No. Dogs live better than them. Dogs live better than anyone. Dogs sleep on mats, have a room full of food, bask in the sun during the day, and watch the moon at night. Sleep as long as they want, eat whatever they want, and do whatever they want. No one dares to say or scold, as long as one's mind is a little open. It can be seen that dogs are their masters. They don't eat? Liang Jiaxiang dug the rice in the bowl and looked at Daxiang and the others. Song Qi said, "They have eaten." Daxiang and others, whose stomachs were rumbling with hunger, did not dare to refute a word, and nodded in agreement. "They have eaten long before you. Eat, eat. You will be full today, and you will be exhausted tomorrow." Then he turned a blind eye, and got up, and went back to the house where they were detained. After eating, everyone held hot water, and gathered together to talk. Su Feiyuan and the middle-aged man next to him watched quietly. After a long time, the man sighed. How long has it been? How long has it been since they chatted after dinner so easily? Every day they walk on a tightrope. And if they are not careful, they will die. After death, there is not even a place to belong to. Thinking about it, he sighed again. Su Feiyuan stared at the distance, and the foggy mountains in the dark night blurred into a piece, connecting with the sky. The sound of wind and water, the laughter of humans, and the explosion of firewood piles. There is an illusion that the years are peaceful. Su Feiyuan was dazzled by the warm firelight. "What do you think of this place?" When he regained his consciousness, he asked the man next to him. "It's good." He looked for his own people, all of whom were addicted to this moment. He leaned over to Su Feiyuan's ear and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "No one will protect us. If that little girl is in charge of all this, it needs to be reconsidered. The vegetables have been planted, but survival is a problem. The first batch can be harvested. But what about the next few years? Will we rely on the country or on private individuals?" The unspoken words have already drawn a conclusion. Normal people want to rely on the country for stability. Su Feiyuan thought for a while, and then said, "Rest for a few days first." So, in the next few days, Su Feiyuan and others got up in the morning, worked in the fields, rested at noon, and enjoyed the cool breeze at night. After 6 busy and fulfilling days, everyone was full of vigor and vitality. On the 7th day, after dinner, everyone liked to sit in the vast dam and chat in the breeze. Daxiang and others also joined in. They got familiar with each other these days. Although Su Feiyuan and others did not believe that there were zombies here, it did not prevent them from communicating in other ways. Su Feiyuan knocked the stone and stood up when everyone looked at him. "There is something I want to ask for your opinion." The people who came with Su Feiyuan immediately held their breath and listened. What he said so carefully must be a major matter. "We have rested here for 7 days, and everyone has adjusted well. But our original goal was the safe zone," Su Feiyuan said. "We have walked all the way here for nearly 3 months, and the farthest we have been from the safe zone is no more than a month. So, I want to ask everyone, do you still want to go to the safe zone?" The crowd was silent for a moment, and then whispered to each other. He looked at everyone and waited quietly. This is how it was along the way. Although he was the leader, he never made decisions for anyone arbitrarily. Everything was discussed by everyone. Unlike the past, this time Liang Jiaxiang raised his hand and said quickly, "I won't go. I just want to stay here. I like it here. It's safe, quiet, and there are melons. I like to grow melons." He didn't want to go out and face the ruined city, didn't want to face the wandering zombies, and didn't want to be cautious day and night. He didn't have much ambition. When he was a child, he wanted to grow a lot of melons and sell them for a lot of money. It's the same now. He doesn't want to see zombies. He just wants to grow melons. The melon technology here is better than their village. He wants to learn. He has already asked Songli. It was Achio who planted it. He followed Achio every day and learned it very well. Achio also praised him for being good at planting. He firmly believed that one day, he would be able to grow as many and good melon vines as Achio. I also want to stay," another person said. One person took the lead. The second person stood up, and the people behind were easier to talk. One after another wanted to stay. There was food and drink here, and sometimes they needed daily necessities. And Song Li tried her best to satisfy them. They didn't want to spend another month fighting for the safe zone. Even if the safe zone was better than here. Outside, there was a disaster every day. And no one knew whether they had 31 lives to survive the disaster. I still want to go to the safe zone. Finally, there was a different voice. The whole alley breathed a sigh of relief. He gave the man a thumbs up. Brother, good choice. Although I don't know if you will be able to leave this village. I like your choice. The man said, I haven't been to the safe zone yet. I heard that the safe zone is very good. Everyone has a house and their own things. And they can choose how to live. He didn't want to stay here and work every day. And he hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to say it. The security measures here are too simple. What if zombies come one day? Everyone understands what he didn't say. The safe zone has a strong defense wall and soldiers. It feels more secure. Achi was lying in the chair and sneered. She snorted from her nose. So what if there are soldiers? She climbed over the wall. And the soldiers are here with her. If the wall is not strong, the soldiers will be lazy. It's not necessarily good. She curled her lips, took out a notebook and wrote, let them go. Drive that person away too. She pointed at the alley with many little thoughts. And the bold exclamation mark strictly reflected her anger. Every day, that guy incited others to run away, saying that there were zombies here. The most annoying. Drive them away. She doesn't want it anymore. She wants to go and get someone who is obedient. Chapter 29. Su Feiyuan and his group. A total of 63 people. After some discussion and thinking, 18 people decided to leave. 24 people were still hesitating. And the other 24 decided to stay. It was okay for 18 people to leave. Song Li felt it was too few. But when she saw Achia narrowed eyes, she felt it was not good. 18 people less meant that their farming progress would slow down. Achi originally complained about the small number of people. Song Li hurried to Achia's side, pulled a small stool over and sat down, put her hands on the armrests of Achia recliner, and looked at her tremblingly. Achio. Actually, Achio tilted her head. Her eyes drooped, and her eyes fell lightly on Song Li's face. Usually, she wanted to eat red bean paste buns when she saw Song Li. But now she had eaten too many buns, and she didn't seem to want to eat them so much. Achio? Nodded twice. Song Li quickly organized her words. If some people want to leave, let them go. If they can't stay, they will stay and eat our food and drink our drinks. And they won't work quickly. And if you always threaten them, it will arouse people's rebellious psychology. Just like the streets, people are always thinking about how to escape. Over time, we will waste time looking for people to catch people, and waste energy and food. It's not cost effective. We have so many gaps. So we might as well grow more vegetables, and eat more in the future. We won't keep those who want to leave. We will find those who are willing to work and eat. In this way, they will work actively, and save us time to guard them every day. Don't you think so? Achio? Achio thought very seriously. It seems to make some sense. She raised her hand, pointed at some people from a distance, and shook her head. She pointed at some people again and nodded. Those who are not good can leave. These are good. Stay. She is not an unsympathetic person. But she didn't think so much. After Song Li's analysis, Achio agreed with her point of view very much. It's a waste of food to keep people who are not active in work. Food is hard to find now. Many places are empty. She and the dog also have a hard time finding food. They can only go to empty homes and look through people's refrigerators. She used to have snacks and loved to chew QQ candies. Now there is not even a bag of QQ candies. Achio grinded his teeth. It itched. Song Li's heart was beating as the teeth were grinding. No matter how difficult, it was for the people Achio proposed to stay. She nodded frantically. Okay. I'll find a way to let them stay. Then, she ran away quickly to find her brother. It was too difficult for the people Achio wanted to stay. She could still help the rest. Except Su Feiyuan. Whenever someone wanted to go to the safe zone, Su Feiyuan must be the one who had to go. As the leader, he had to take them to the safe zone. Moreover, he had to go to the safe zone to find his relatives. After Song Li passed Achio words to Song Qi, she began to defeat those people Achio wanted to stay one by one. They were already packing the few luggage to leave. The next day, early in the morning, The number of people who followed Su Feiyuan to leave rose to 30. The number of people increased. But the original personnel changed. Half of the people who decided to leave last night stood in the village and watched those who didn't want to leave but were forced to leave. Song Li stood in the corner, avoiding those who turned around and condemned her with their eyes. She clearly said that she wanted to leave and stayed. Those who didn't want to leave were asked to leave by her, and those who wanted to leave were kept by her means. Song Chi patted her shoulder. No matter in the past or in the end of the world, people who don't work hard will always be abandoned. Song Li knew this truth. But when she sent them away and saw their tired and uneasy expressions, she couldn't help but feel that she was too cruel. Don't worry about it, Song Chi said to her. You don't have to feel guilty for them. Everyone chooses and decides what to sow and what to harvest. We are standing here, and we should be responsible for ourselves and Achio, not for them. Although it sounds self-righteous, it's not easy for Achio either. She is not afraid of zombies. But searching for food is also a difficult task. It's been half a year since the end of the world, and the supermarkets and shopping malls outside are basically empty. It's a blessing that we can still grow crops without worrying about food and drink. And it's also given to us by Achio. Have you noticed that Achio hasn't eaten snacks for a long time? Song Li was stunned. She vaguely remembered that Achio used to eat wherever she went, picking and choosing, and her mouth was full of food. Now, some buns and biscuits that are not delicious when cold are carried on her back, and she occasionally takes them out to eat. There is not much food left, so we have to speed up the planting. With more food harvested, we will find a way to make more snacks, Song Chi said. Song Li came back to her senses and nodded vigorously. I no longer feel guilty for those who left, but I go to the terraces with determination to catch insects and weed with others. The planting speed of the terraces is very fast. I don't know if it's because of the riverside. Some short-term vegetables and seasonal vegetables grow fiercely and fast. The cabbage began to curl. The rice grew longer. The thorns grew as big as beans. The cowpeas bloomed. The cucumber vines climbed high up the racks, and the fruits were hidden in the vines. They were busy catching worms for the cabbage, removing old leaves for the peppers, fertilizing the leeks, and watering the tomatoes. These tasks were all assigned to Song Li by Achio when she left in the morning, and Song Li assigned them to everyone during breakfast time. She didn't know why Achio knew that it was time to catch worms and fertilize, but every task she assigned was correct. Song Li saw the fat pig worms wrapped in the cabbage. If they were found later, the cabbage would be eaten by them. She also saw that the tomatoes had wilted leaves and were in a state of lack of water. They had a clear division of labor and completed the tasks assigned by Achio one by one. At 10 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone sat in the Yitzi Valley to enjoy the cool. The waterfall fell from above, sprinkling large amounts of water, and the air was cool. Liang Jiaxiang said, I have never seen melons grow so fast. In order to make money, the earliest batch of melons in my hometown were sprayed with a lot of pesticides and picked when they were not quite ripe. Did they all spray pesticides? Someone asked him. Of course. If they were not sprayed with pesticides, they would not look good and could not be sold at a high price. The most profitable ones are the first and last batches. As long as you are earlier than others, you will make money. The batches in the middle cannot be sold at a high price. The ones left for our own consumption are not sprayed with pesticides. They do not look very good, but they are sweet and ripe late. They are ripe only when they are almost sold in the market. The melons grown in Achio are different. You can see that we did not spray any pesticides. It has only been more than a month, and they have started to bear fruit. I just saw a melon this big. Liang Jiaxiang held a bowl shape with both hands. If this is in our village, it will definitely be the most profitable one. If it is in the supermarket, it will definitely be a top-notch product. Although I don't know if it is sweet or not. The head and roundness are impeccable, and according to my experience, it must be sweet. Liang Jiaxiang was full of confidence. He was only responsible for taking care of the melon field, but he looked like he had grown this melon himself. Song Li smiled. When it's ripe, let Achio taste it for you to see if it's sweet. No. 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 Liang Jiaxiang waved his hands vigorously. I won't taste it. The most beautiful, the best, and the biggest ones must be given to Achio. If she says it's sweet, it's sweet. He would not compete with Achio for food. He had to respect Achio and let Achio teach him how to grow this kind of melon. Now that you mentioned it, I also discovered that the chai field. Did you see? has grown half an arm high. Someone said, if they are tender, we can harvest the first crop. He was puzzled as he spoke. We didn't use pesticides on the vegetables we planted. At most we applied fertilizers. And some fields didn't even apply fertilizers. So how come they grow so fast? Fertilizers. Do you know why some fields are left idle for a few months after planting vegetables instead of planting again and again? Growing vegetables absorbs nutrients from the soil. And generally the land is given time to rest after planting, so that the next crop of vegetables will be better. Someone joined the discussion. No way. These terraces have been abandoned for more than a few years. Right. If they are abandoned for too long, they will become wasteland. Isn't it good to plant anything? Yes. I heard that wasteland is the most difficult to plant. Watching everyone's discussion, Somli suddenly felt very happy. The guilt she felt in the morning disappeared. She finally affirmed what her brother said and what Achio did. There wasn't much food, and it was hard for Achio to go out and find food every day. So he shouldn't have left those sneaky people to consume their food. Otherwise, the first to starve to death would definitely be these hard-working people. Hey! Somli greeted everyone. Wait for Achio to come back. I'll ask her. Let's cut some leeks to eat. How about it? Everyone immediately applauded and cheered, and worked more energetically in the afternoon. But Somli held a beautiful hope, waiting and waiting. But Achio never came. Achio usually went out and came back in the afternoon at the latest. Today, it was already night, and everyone went from chatting in the shade to gradually dispersed. But Achio was still nowhere to be seen. The dog was not there either. Brother. Somli's hope turned into full of tension. Will Achio be in trouble? Achio took Daxiang to the safe zone today. Will he be caught? The three words could not be said. Don't worry. Song-chi comforted her. Did you have any accidents during the physical examination when you entered the safe zone last time? Thinking back to that physical examination experience, Songli was embarrassed. The biggest surprise was that No. The doctor didn't say that Achio had a problem. Instead, he thought that she had a problem. But, after a few months, will the safety zone have new equipment for physical examination? Achio is sometimes too naive. She will lie down when others tell her to. Somli was very worried. There is a dog. Song-chi's words cooled Somli's anxious heart. That's right. The dog followed her. Somli was no longer panicked, and said, maybe she went to kidnap people again. She even sighed. I hope she doesn't kidnap too many people. The food they have is almost not enough to keep up with the supply. Everyone is doing physical work, and Somli doesn't want to reduce everyone's food intake. This is too disappointing. However, she didn't disappoint others. She herself was disappointed first. She wanted to die on the spot. Her heart stopped. And when Achio really brought the kidnapped people back to the village, she happened to meet the soldiers in the safety zone. The soldier shouted commander to the people in Achio hands, which made Somli roll her eyes and kick her legs, almost turning into a zombie. Chapter 30. Achio has no limits in what he does. Somli and Song-chi are seriously aware of this. Like all the soldiers, they looked at the middle-aged man who was called Commander, with a confused look on their faces. Commander. Everyone knows what these two words mean. Only Achio and Go don't know. Former teammates asked Somli excitedly, so they are from the safe zone. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Fei Yuan and the others knew that the safe zone was helping you, so they would definitely not risk trekking to the safe zone. Somli smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say for the first time. Daxian was thrown back to safety by Achio. If he heard these words here, he would definitely laugh loudly at Somli's hard work. As the highest military management official in the safe zone, he was kidnapped to the mountains thousands of miles away and saw all the people missing in the safe zone. Even if Somli had 100 mouths, she couldn't make up any more. The soldiers condemned Somli with their eyes, as if asking, how dare you? They surrounded the commander, trying to hurt him. At this moment, they were no longer afraid of the damn zombies. Achio woke up and saw that they were gathered in the village and did not go to work. She was unhappy instantly. She tapped the notebook and told him, go to work. He is still sleeping. Come back to see him after you finish your work. She was very reasonable and used exclamation marks to express her importance of working. The soldiers did not understand at all. They thought that as long as they left, Achio would hurt their commander. Their commander was now in a coma and knew nothing about everything in danger. No one moved. which made Ah Qiao's resentment rise sharply. Especially the food they had last night was warm in the pot, not fresh. Ah Qiao instantly became even angrier. He opened his mouth, gritting with sharp fangs, staring at them bloodthirstily. The soldiers stiffened their necks and did not retreat a step. The air became squeezed and cut people sharply. They were afraid of zombies. But zombies ate people. But for so long, Ah Qiao has never eaten people. Nor has she been furious. And has always been gentle. They are not as afraid of Ah Qiao as they are of zombies. So they dare to confront Ah Qiao at this moment. Ah Qiao's eyes are red with anger. No one is afraid of her. But she can't really bite them to death. She doesn't like to bite people. She doesn't eat people. She is not a zombie. She can't even scream here and pretend to be a zombie to scare them. Because Song Li is also here. If Song Li knows that she is a zombie, she will be scared to death. Ah Qiao doesn't want Song Li to think she is a zombie. Ah Qiao rubbed her teeth. Her heart was about to explode with anger. She knocked on the notebook hard and fast, telling them to work. Go to work. Go to work. Must work. Ah! Before she roared, a shadow rushed past her like the wind. The dog rushed forward, grabbed the soldier in front, stabbed down with its fangs, and picked up the soldier from the ground effortlessly. It bit the soldier's neck angrily and tore it in the air. Bang! The soldier fell to the ground, his neck broken in half. He looked at the soldiers, his pupils suddenly shrinking with fear. No! By the time they reacted, the soldier was no longer breathing. The blood flowing from his broken neck flowed all over the ground like water from a floodgate. The morning wind blew, carrying the blood away. Everyone was shocked by this unexpected scene and trembled all over. The dog stood in front of Ah Qiao, and its fangs with blood and flesh made a fierce roar. The blood-red eyes stared at them, as if staring at pieces of fat. Ah Qiao slammed the notebook hard at Song Li. Song Li trembled all over. She looked at the fresh corpses on the ground, the people standing there in a daze, and the soldiers who were defending with empty hands. Go! It's so late. Why don't you go to work? She suddenly yelled. Hurry up and work. You are an hour late. No one is allowed to eat today. The momentum was strong, but the trembling voice could not be concealed. She was scared to death. The survivors in the safe zone ran to the terrace fields as fast as they could, while the soldiers were still standing there. Song Li was anxious and scared. She didn't want another person to die. What's so good about a person? If you want to see it, just carry him to the terrace fields and watch it slowly. Watch it after you finish your work. People are alive, not dead. Why do you have to squat here and not work? If you don't work, will you eat shit? Hurry up and work. After Song Li said this, the soldiers carried the commander directly to the terrace fields. The only bodies left in the village were the bleeding corpses. Ah Qiao, the dog, and Song Li. Song Qi went into the mountains to pick mushrooms early in the morning, because Ah Qiao saw the dish of mushroom fried meat from somewhere, and came back last night and insisted that Song Qi make it for her. Song Li didn't want to stay for a second with the smell of blood in her nose. Following the soldiers, they hurried to the terrace fields. After everyone dispersed, the corpse lying on the ground climbed up. It. Ho ho ho. After a few roars, she turned around and knelt on the ground, clumsily lifted up her skirt, and wiped the blood off the ground. Its neck was still bleeding. The cement floor became more and more blurred as it was wiped. The dog was extremely disgusted, raised its front legs, and threw it dozens of meters away into the forest. Woo! Ah Qiao hugged the dog and hung on its back. She felt very wronged. Those people didn't listen to her. She felt that she had wasted a lot of food. She worked hard every day to find food for them, just to make them work hard. But they didn't listen. Disobedient. She couldn't show her power. Ah Qiao was angry. Angry and wronged. She hugged the dog tightly and cried loudly. Woo woo woo. To vent her anger, the dog raised its paw and wanted to pat her head, but it couldn't reach it. It put down its paw. It wagged its tail and patted her back gently. Then, Ah Qiao cried even harder. Dog! 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 She changed from a woof to a loud woof. She called it over and over again. The dog hadn't touched her for a long, long time. It hadn't been close to her for a long, long time. Every day, he would go out, sleep, go out, and sleep. He didn't get close to her, didn't play with her, and didn't talk to her. Finally, the dog touched her. The dog was comforting her. The dog was so nice. She loved the dog so much. Achi rubbed her face against the dog face. Stick, stick, stick hard. The dog hair was rubbed into a mess by her. And the dog was so disgusted that he wanted to kick her out. Sure enough. You can't be soft-hearted with this annoying thing. Once you are soft-hearted, she will take advantage of it and touch and rub it. She learned these shameless things without a teacher. So fast that no one can catch up. The dog easily shook her off and walked under the eaves on all fours. Achi followed it closely. Dog. The dog lay on the mat and closed his eyes. It didn't know why. But when it saw Achi was so angry that he had nowhere to vent. It felt as if there were 10,000 surging monsters biting its body. It was extremely uncomfortable. The uncontrollable anger broke through its body. And it bit the man to death. It didn't matter whether the man was dead or alive. It didn't matter what to eat or not to eat. It hated this kind of anger without reason. It was as if it was controlled by her. It was really hard to accept that an annoying thing became like this. Achiao lay beside it and gently stroked its head. The sun rose, and the man and the dog slowly fell asleep. On the terrace fields, the atmosphere was half silent and half joyful. The people brought by Su Feiyuan came to the terrace fields early, not knowing what happened in the village. Seeing the soldiers carrying a person, someone curiously asked Songli, "Who is that?" The soldiers looked at the unconscious person from time to time, and it was obvious that he was not simple. Songli pursed her lips. "I don't know. One of the cabbage hearts was eaten by insects because they were late. They didn't catch the insects in time, and the insects bit through the cabbage heart in an instant." Songli crushed the insects to death and looked at the empty vegetable heart. She was in a trance. Only one of the vegetables in the vegetable field was damaged. Should I tell Achio? If I tell, Achio will definitely be angry and sad. If I don't tell, Achio will also know that there are fewer vegetables. Songli knew Achia's sensitivity very well. One night, Achio woke up suddenly in the middle of the night and insisted that there were insects eating her vegetables, and asked Songli to go catch insects with her. Songli called her brother in a daze. That night, they caught 8 insects from 100 plots of vegetable fields. 100 plots of vegetable fields. More than 30 acres. 8 insects. Songli was very desperate at the time. But Achio was very happy after catching the insects, saying that they could eat 8 more vegetables. They planted so many vegetables. But Songli didn't care about the 8 vegetables. Now she really saw a vegetable rotten. And she felt a little sad. She felt like she had lost out. Suddenly, Songli thought, Achia was so anxious to call everyone to work in the morning. Did she feel that there were insects eating their vegetables again? Songli. Liang Jiaxiang came behind her with an awkward look. Songli suddenly had a bad feeling. She tore off the rotten vegetable heart and threw it on the ridge, asking him, "What's wrong?" Liang Jiaxiang's eyes turned red, and he rubbed his hands. "That melon seems to have rotten a few." He was very sorry and hung his head. Songli hurried to the melon field when she heard it. She felt heartbroken when a vegetable heart rotted. And now there were several rotten melons. Is she going to live? Seeing her so anxious, Liang Jiaxiang felt even more embarrassed. "I came very early and started catching insects right away. But the frequent watering in the past few days has led to a lot of insects," he said, following behind Songli. Achiu also said that everyone should catch insects today. But the soldiers came too late, and the people assigned to catch insects didn't come. He was embarrassed to say it out loud, because saying it out loud would sound like blaming others. Everyone is busy with the insects in their own fields. I'm the only one here, and I can't catch them all. Songli understood what he meant. Today's work had been assigned last night. 3 people followed Liangjia Township to catch insects. 2 of them were late, and 1 died. Songli got busy as soon as she arrived, and forgot about it. It was too late to remember it now. Ran to the melon field. There was a row of rotten melons piled on the ridge. All of them were rotten to the core and could not continue to produce. Some of them were rotten on the surface, leaving ugly scars. Yesterday, they were still round and beautiful. Songli's heart was bleeding, because someone was shouting from below, "Songli, why are the rice leaves turning yellow? They look sick and can't stand up." Songli, "The cowpeas are rotten. Should we pick them or leave them on top?" Songli, "Come and take a look. Is this chili dead?" People were shouting everywhere, from all directions, calling Songli. Calling. This one is rotten. That one is broken. This one is not good anymore. The sun was glaring. Songli felt confused and dizzy. She saw the cowpeas were bitten by insects. The rice collapsed into the paddy field. And the cucumbers cracked before they grew up. Everything was rotten. Everything was rotten. It was completely rotten. Rotten thoroughly. Chapter 31. Achio. 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 Songli ran into the village, shouting frantically. The vegetables are dead. All the vegetables we planted are dead. Achio was still dreaming, not knowing what she was dreaming about. She jumped up and ran towards Songli. Songli was so anxious that her face turned red. What should I do? What should I do? Achio? Achio stood by the river, and a rotten smell came from her nose. Her vegetables were rotting, starting from the root. The biggest source of evil was not insects. It was water. There were strange things at the bottom of the river, which polluted her water and made her vegetables rot. It was too bad. Achio was furious. Her hands clenched into fists, and she was about to jump into the river. The dog was faster than her, and it plunged into the river quickly. The golden hair sank in little by little. The dog helped her catch the bad things. The dog was more powerful than her, and he would definitely catch it. Achio immediately grabbed Songli and gestured quickly with both hands. Songli didn't understand at all. Achio was angry and anxious. He took out a notebook and wrote quickly. Replace the water. Change the water in the field. Songli looked at the floating words and shouted for people to hurry up. Liangjia Township. Control the water in the melon field. Don't water it for the next week. Catch more insects. Hexiang. Cut all the chives. You. Go and dig up the vegetables with rotten roots and pull out the seedlings in the 2 fields. Songli quickly gave the order. Some people were busy quickly, while others looked confused. This celery is growing well, and the roots are not rotten. Why pull it out? Songli took a quick look and saw that it was indeed growing well, crisp and palm high. After a while, it can be picked. She looked back at Achio. Achio strode into the celery field with a cold face and pulled up a celery. The celery root brought out the soil. She shook off the soil and pointed at the yellow and rotten roots and nodded fiercely to Songli. It's rotten. It just hasn't rotted completely. It absorbs the original nutrients to grow. But the roots are rotten, and it will die completely in less than a day. And if it's rotten and not pulled out, it will ruin her land. Achio shuttled through the celery field, and her nose was full of the smell of rotten roots. The strong stench came from the soil under her feet. The more she smelled, the angrier Achio became. The bad thing under the water, it ruined her vegetables. Thinking about changing the water for the terrace fields and waiting for the river water to change the water. The length of time span made Achio uncomfortable all over. It was so uncomfortable that she couldn't help but show her fangs. Itchy. Itchy and wanted to bite people. Ha ha ha. She gritted her teeth and panted. She was so angry that she was about to swell up. Achio. Songli called her carefully, standing far away and not daring to get close. Achio turned around and saw her frightened expression, and immediately covered her mouth and shut it tightly, then ran back to the village quickly. She took out the tree heart that the dog had cut for her, put it in her mouth and rubbed her itchy teeth. She also put a handful of tree heart in her bag and carried a few backpacks back to the terrace fields. They opened the dam of the terrace fields, and the water in the rice fields flowed into the river. The fields dried up, revealing the blackened lower part of the rice. Achio patrolled the fields with a shovel, dug up all the vegetables that could still survive, and threw them into the backpack. The entire terrace fields were busy, and people were in a hurry. The commander woke up in the scorching sun, and his eyes were not fully open yet. His body reflexively jumped up and made a defensive posture. When his eyes adjusted to the light and looked around, he was stunned. The desolate and lush terrace fields in sight? The river water trickled, the waves sparkled, and people bent over and worked. This was exactly the scene of autumn harvest before the end of the world. The only difference was that during the autumn harvest, everyone was tired and happy. But now, everyone was full of sorrow. Lu Dingyao? A young man came down from the front, and his face was so familiar that the commander was stunned. Isn't this his little nephew? What are you doing here? Uncle! When Lu Dingyao saw him, he cried out in pain, without any joy at seeing his uncle. Are you awake? Commander Lu Xuanzheng heard his calm tone, and didn't even wonder why he was here. And he understood everything. The people who kidnapped him and his nephew were accomplices. You? As soon as Lu Xuanjing opened his mouth, he was interrupted by his nephew. Do you want to drink water? When asked by his nephew, Lu Xuanjing felt dry in the mouth. It had been a whole day since he fell into a coma. This meant that he had not eaten or drunk anything for the whole day. And not only was his mouth dry, but he also felt hungry. Uncle, go and help first. We are too few people and can't do it. Lu Dingyao pointed at the terrace fields and spoke to his uncle, looking as if it was a matter of course. Lu Xuanjing? ? Luckily, Lu Xuanjing was used to big scenes and was not misled by his nephew's mess. He clearly saw the girl who appeared in his office before he fainted, now working diligently in the terrace fields. Lu Xuanjing walked to his nephew very rationally and asked him, Did she kidnap you? Why did she kidnap you? Where is this? During the time you have been here. Hey uncle. Lu Dingyao immediately raised his hand to interrupt him. Uncle, you have too many questions. I'm really busy now. You help me first. I'll tell you slowly in the evening after I'm done. Okay? Oh, forget it. You can't get off the ground. Come with me to get something. He walked a few steps quickly and turned back to urge Lu Xuanjing. Lu Xuanjing had just woken up from a coma. His steps were weak, and he couldn't keep up with his nephew, but was despised by his nephew. You are not old. You walk so slowly. My mother is right. Officials like you sit in the office all day, and you are over 30 and can't do anything. You? Lu Xuanjing was so angry that he wanted to curse, but he couldn't curse at his nephew's contemptuous eyes, let alone hit him. What a good son taught by a good sister. He was sulking alone. The sulking lasted no more than a minute, and when he walked into the Heatse Valley, the cool air brought down by the waterfall and the valley hit his face, and the heat and turbidity on his body disappeared completely. Lu Xuanjing's anxiety was also calmed. He stared at his nephew's back and said, Are you helping the kidnapper? Lu Dingyao? ? Lu Dingyao was stunned for a while, thinking carefully. It was really as his uncle said, helping the kidnapper. But that's not right. It should be considered as a contract laborer. Lu Dingyao refuted, and after the refutation, he doubted himself a little. I didn't talk to Lu Xuanjing for a long time. He went into the village to find all the baskets, backpacks and poles, and without hesitation, he carried half of them directly on Lu Xuanjing, and carried the other half back to the terrace fields. Although they are similar. Uncle, I don't know what's going on. We've been here for more than half a month. At the beginning, we were all trying to escape. We escaped several times, but failed. All the vegetables here were planted by us with a handful of soil, a handful of seeds, and a handful of sweat. They have grown so big, but they all rotted without a word. I should have looked up to the sky and laughed at her loudly. She deserved it. But when those rotten vegetables were pulled up and saw that they were completely rotten, I felt bad and sad. I just want to protect my vegetables first, and don't want to think about other things. Uncle, I'm not telling you that I've been brainwashed by her. It's that we really don't have enough people. So please help us. When the crops are grown, let's eat better and stop eating instant noodles every day. They all have ulcers. Lu Xuanjing, such a naive and silly child is rare. Lu Xuanjing didn't know where to start talking to him for a while. The main thing is that what he said was not wrong. The vegetables that he had worked so hard to grow died. It was painful even if he planted them voluntarily or was forced to plant them. This was a blow to himself. But every word he said was wrong. As people who were kidnapped, everyone was busy now. There was no one in the village and no defense in the mountains. It was the best time to escape. But they did not cherish this opportunity. Lu Xuanjing's brain was turbid, and he was angry and hungry. They put the things they moved on the lotus platform by the river, and someone immediately put the vegetables that Achio had selected and could still survive in it. Lu Dingyao's face was full of anxiety. Uncle, are you still here to help with me? Lu Xuanjing followed him and picked up the iron hoe without saying a word. Then, Lu Xuanjing dug the soil for a whole afternoon. He was covered in dust. He dug more soil than he had ever seen in his life. He dug more tired than carrying a machine gun during training. His back and waist were sore, and his ankles were swollen. The stinky boy was right, and his sister was right. After the age of 30, nothing can be done. Alas, Lu Xuanjing sighed quietly, and saw them carrying baskets and backpacks full of vegetables back to the village. and then bringing back empty baskets and backpacks. The land they had just turned over was planted with transplanted vegetables, and was sprinkled with buckets of clear waterfall water. The setting sun fell, and the yellow river surface was lifted up, and a dog jumped out with a bunch of things in its mouth. The moment before landing on the lotus platform, it dropped the things in its hands in disgust, and spit out a few mouthfuls of water in disgust. Water dripped down from its body, and its hair was all wet. Achi rushed over and lifted her skirt to wipe it. It was night, and it would catch a cold if it didn't wipe it dry. I don't want the dog to get sick, because the dog will get very sick if it gets sick. They don't have a veterinarian now, so they can't get sick. The dog raised his neck and let her wipe it. Her hands were soft and fragrant, which made its nose, which had been smelling stinky things all day, feel comfortable instantly. It even enjoyed it. Annoying things are annoying most of the time, but when she tickles and massages them, they really enjoy it. Achiao's skirt was soaked, and the dog hair was finally half dry. She rubbed the dog head and combed it along the direction of growth. It was them. The dog snorted in agreement. Achiao immediately gnashed her teeth. It was this group of rotten and smelly zombies that sneaked into her river and polluted the water. Almost all the vegetables she planted died. Zombies are bad things. Some zombies. Achiao fangs were exposed little by little, showing that she was very angry. The dog glanced at her, and his claws lightly hooked a piece of tree heart from her bag, and stuffed it into her mouth when she opened her mouth to speak. The sharp teeth instantly split the tree heart in two and filled her mouth. Achiao, said, and ground the tree heart to relieve the itch. What to do? Dog. If she could catch 3 zombies from the river today, there will surely be zombies falling into the river again tomorrow to destroy her water. The terrace fields cannot live without river water. Achiao hugged the dog neck tightly, face to face, frowning. The dog's thin and shallow eyebrows were raised, which seemed to match her sadness. A person and a dog sat by the river, very worried. But Achiao was actually the only one who was worried. The dog had a way. It believed that as long as there was a brain, there would be a way. Unfortunately, Achiao, this annoying thing, had no brain, because she was a thing. Chapter 32. Achiao didn't worry for long, because there were more important things waiting for her to do. She transplanted all the vegetables that could still be grown into the newly open land, and some were planted on the roadside in the village. After planting all the vegetables, the night was already dark. The workers wiped their sweat and sighed, and laid down by the river to rest. The evening breeze blew on their bodies, refreshing and cool. Achiao stood on the top of the terrace field. Half of it was messy and desolate, and half was rich. She felt a sense of accomplishment for being able to save more than 30 acres of land with vegetables. Achiao, it's time to eat. Somli ran in the valley, and her voice echoed far away. And the workers who were lying on the ground were so happy that they got up and ran to the village. People squeezed into the valley. God knows how hungry they are. They haven't eaten all day. It's a more tiring day than before. Without even a 10-minute break, they can imagine how delicious tonight's dinner will be. Even the instant noodles they are tired of can make people drool. Just as they tried their best to suppress their hunger and queued through the valley imagining that they would eat food, a white shadow passed by them silently. The speed was so fast that they could only see a white light when they tilted their heads. The noisy people suddenly became quiet. They suddenly remembered that Somli was calling Achiao to eat. Not them. They haven't had dinner yet. So, what are they excited about? Especially the soldiers. Today is their fasting day. Forget it. Go back and take a shower and go to bed. A group of people walked into the village dejectedly. The chimney behind a big yard was emitting wisps of green smoke, and the rich aroma of vegetables spread in the air. There is meat. Pork belly. Fat and lean. Fragrant but not greasy. It smells so good. The rumbling sound of the stomach is more frequent than the frogs in the summer evening. The closer they get to the compound, the stronger the smell, and the hungrier they are. They are starving to death. Hungry to the point of wanting to vomit. Hungry to the point of stomach cramping. Shaoli. Someone finally couldn't help it and asked Somli, "What are we eating?" Unlike the soldiers, they went to work in the terrace fields early and had no idea what happened in the village in the morning. Eat. Didn't we cut leeks today? My brother fried leeks and eggs. Cooked pickled cabbage vermicelli soup. And mushroom meat. But? Somli paused, feeling embarrassed. There are only a few mushrooms. So I fried a plate for Achiao. But, fearing that everyone would be unhappy, Song Li hurriedly said, my brother also made leek dumplings and sauerkraut dumplings. If you don't eat leeks and eggs, you can eat dumplings. And Zhang rolled out 500 dumpling wrappers, which should be enough. The people who were originally preparing to disperse stopped immediately. Oh my god! What did they hear? Eating leeks? And eggs? And dumplings? And sauerkraut vermicelli soup? Freshly cut leeks? Eggs? Dumplings? Sauerkraut? Vermicelli? Countless dream names of dishes rolled over and over in their minds. Really? Some people couldn't believe it. They had eaten. But there were very few dishes. Most of the time, kimchi, canned food, and lao gan ma were enough. Although the food was good, it was far better than what we had tonight. Fresh vegetables. Fresh vegetables they grew with their own hands. Never expected that after working so hard all day, they would finally be able to eat. After working so hard today, watching the vegetables die and wither, they had already begun to regret not following Su Feiyuan to the safe zone. Who would have thought that after the vegetables died, they could still eat fresh vegetables, 2 dishes and a soup, and even choose to eat dumplings? What a blessing from heaven! Everyone was eager to get the big table together outside the courtyard, and also set up 2 pots to boil water. Is there not enough pot inside? Take out the dumplings and cook them. I can cook. I can help. I can. Cook several pots together, so that everyone can eat earlier. Everyone fetched water, washed their hands, washed the pots, and put on firewood. Even though they were tired all day, they were busy and happy at this moment. Okay, Song Li said, and called a few people to follow her in to serve the dumplings. Anyway, her brother was still frying the meat, and there were 2 other pots, one for steaming rice, and the other for boiling soup. It would be too late to wait until everything was done before cooking the dumplings. After all, everyone had completed their work beyond the quota today. The fire outside was huge. When Song Ji finished frying the mushroom meat and the rice and soup, the water in the big pot outside was also boiling. Everyone couldn't wait to cook the dumplings. 3 people went to get bowls for everyone. After Song Ji served Achiao meal alone, he brought out a large bowl of vegetables and put it on the table. And Zhang and 2 other people took big spoons to serve everyone. The soldiers looked so hungry that they kept shouting. They swallowed and looked at each other. Let's go! Go back. There's no share for us anyway. With sighs, everyone stood up, looking back every 5 steps at the boiling dumplings and steaming food. One more look at the army commander Lu Xuanzhen and Lu Dingyao standing behind the table waiting for food. What a regret! If they had known that the army commander was so adaptable, they wouldn't have to go against Achiao in the morning. It was just asking for trouble. It's better now. The army commander has food, but they can only starve and do so much work. The army commander is worthy of being the army commander. We can't learn such tolerance. The little soldier praised. When we were caught, we were still thinking about how to escape even after half a month. Look at the army commander. He adapted more smoothly than us in less than half a day. TSK. So he has to be the army commander. The soldiers said they were clamoring to go to their residence. They were really hungry, but they couldn't do anything. The army commander eats by his ability, but they don't have any ability. Song Shi. One of the soldiers was called by Song Li, but it seemed that everyone was called. Everyone turned around and stared at Song Li greedily. Song Li coughed dryly, and when the soldier who called Song Shi asked her what was going on, "Wait a minute," she said, "after everyone has finished eating, if there is any left over, you can make do with some." Afraid that they would mistakenly think she was talking about leftovers, Song Li quickly added, "The same goes for dumplings. And Zhang and the others made a lot, so they probably can't finish them." Before Song Li finished her words, the soldiers jumped up and cheered on the spot. And they were so happy to take over everywhere. Song Li was also happy. That? Song Shi spoke softly. Achiao, does she agree? The excited soldiers were instantly stunned. Here, Song Li's words were useless. They couldn't make things difficult for Song Li for a meal. They could skip meals today, but they would definitely have meals tomorrow. And Song Li usually took good care of them. Don't worry. Achiao is a good kid. Song Li looked confident and told him not to worry. Achiao has a good personality. You have done a lot of work today. Achiao won't bother you. But don't go against Achiao anymore. Just because Achiao is a good person doesn't mean you can tease her. We didn't, a soldier retorted, and was immediately covered by the person next to him. We can't let him say that the meal we finally got is gone. That's right. From now on, we will listen to her every hair. The soldiers nodded in agreement. Yes. 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 For food. Let alone agreeing. They would be happy to let them work in the terrace fields now. The dumplings are good. The sound of the big spoon knocking on the pot and scooping out the dumplings made them full of joy. And the soldiers ran to get the bowls. He ran and shouted, "Long live Achio! Long live Achio! Long live Achio!" Lu Dingyao slurped the noodles in his bowl, bumped his elbow into his uncle's hand, and raised his head to the soldiers. "See, I told you that you all volunteered to work here, but you still didn't believe me. More than me." Lu Dingyao was very proud. Lu Xuanzheng snorted and said nothing. He just buried his head and tried his best to dig the rice in the bowl. God knows what he went through today. The top priority now is not how to escape, but how to fill his stomach. The high position of the army commander in the safe zone is useless here. He is the same as everyone here. He works when he should work, eats when he should eat, and sleeps when he should sleep. He has no privileges. And the leeks are more fragrant than those in the safe zone. The army commander was unwilling to admit this fact, but he couldn't help comparing it in his heart. The eggs are the same eggs. The stuffing skin is the same handmade thin skin. The pickled cabbage and vermicelli are the same pickled cabbage and vermicelli. But it just so happens, the ones made here are better and more flavorful than those in the safe zone. The chives and eggs taste so good. The vermicelli is so chewy. The pickled cabbage is especially appetizing. The dumplings are so satisfying. Uncle, let me tell you the truth. The vegetables you grow yourself are so delicious. Lu Dingyao went to get another round of dumplings, eating one at a time. Her mouth was full, and she couldn't speak clearly. Luckily, Lu Xuanzheng knew him, and could hear what she was saying. You grew them. Not me. But I also think they are better than those in the safe zone. Lu Xuanzheng couldn't say this directly. The speed at which he ate the dumplings said it all. Lu Dingyao, who also knew him, didn't expose him, but just laughed openly beside him. The same thing happened to those soldiers, the survivors from the safe zone. They ate 3 meals a day in the canteen of the safe zone. And the vegetables in the canteen were also grown by them. Compared to now, inexplicably, like poison, they all thought that the food here tasted better, more satisfying, and more enjoyable. Achiao Song ate more than usual, and only put down her chopsticks when she couldn't eat any more. She really thought Achio was so handsome. She said she was going to grow vegetables. And they really did grow them. They were more tender and delicious than the leeks she had eaten before. Achiao chewed the mushroom meat in her mouth, holding the bowl with one hand and covering the bowl with the other, as if Songli was going to snatch her meat. Songli smiled and waved her hand. You eat? I've finished. I really can't eat anymore. I just came to chat with you. Oh! Achiao was relieved. The mushroom meat was really delicious. The dog, who didn't eat much, ate several bites. Therefore, there was very little meat in her mushrooms. If Songli cut 2 more slices, it would be almost nothing. This is not allowed. What to talk about? Achiao ate the meat and waited for Songli to speak. Songli sat next to her. Since she knew Achiao was a zombie, this was the first time she approached Achiao without any precautions and took the initiative. Is it delicious? She asked. Of course. Achiao nodded affirmatively. This was the dish she ordered herself. It must be delicious. Achiao. You? Songli paused. Why arrest the commander? He's old, and he's not as good at physical work as young people. Maybe there's another purpose. Songli didn't say the last sentence. Oh! Achiao shook his head. He's different. She ate the last bite of mushroom meat in big mouthfuls, picked up the notebook and wrote quickly and handed it to Songli. He's not the main worker, but he has to work. The exclamation mark means that no one here is not allowed to not work. Songli even understood the meaning of the exclamation mark without Achio explanation. It's really rare. He's a recipe. A very important recipe. When Achio found him, she found that he was the best eater among the people she had met in the safe zone. The place where he was also the best place. Achio guessed that he was a very powerful person. The powerful people in the safe zone must eat the best, live the best, and use the best. Achio liked his mushroom meat. If he could eat mushroom meat, He must have eaten other better food. So, Achio took it back. From now on, whenever she wants to eat something, she can ask him what he has eaten and ask him to cook it for her. A perfect recipe. A recipe that will never go wrong. Ask him what delicious food he has eaten and eat it tomorrow. Songli, ? Chapter 33. Lu Xuanjing, the commander of the security zone, was 54 years old. He had never thought that one day he would be kidnapped just because he ate more food than others. It was really outrageous. Lu Xuanjing cursed in his heart. And then he still wrote down the dishes he had eaten in the notebook handed to him by Songli. The more he wrote, the more he wanted to curse. Who remembers the names of dishes when eating? The commander began to scratch his head. Songli frowned as she looked at the names of the dishes on the notebook. Tomato, egg, pancake, cabbage, rice. It is indeed a dish name. But it is not a dish name either. Songli said, why don't you just write what is fried with what? What is boiled with what? Whether it is steamed, roasted or fried. And roughly describe what you think is delicious. I will ask my brother to study it again. The commander immediately looked up. Do you think I know whether it is fried or stir-fried? Songli, She suddenly remembered that Song Chi was the captain of the team. Pancakes are pancakes, whether they have fillings or not. And they are never divided. Okay. It's a waste of her time, Songli muttered, took away the notebook and pen, and strode away. The sheik back was no longer friendly when he came to talk to him. Lu Xuanjing opened his eyes wide. Uncle. Work. Before he was shocked. He was immediately caught by his nephew to work again. On a new day. They had to add fertilizer to the vegetables transplanted yesterday to ensure their stable growth. They also had to sort the vegetables that could not be transplanted. Pick out those that were half-ripe or above. Pickle those that needed to be pickled. And air-dry those that needed to be air-dried. The inedible ones were piled into the fertilizer pool as fertilizer. When Achio woke up, the village was empty. Even the dog that always followed her around was gone. Song Chi and Songli were not there either. And no one was there. She wandered around and went to the kitchen to eat the lotus leaf eggs that Song Chi had steamed for her when he left. After eating, she crossed the Akadani Valley to patrol her terrace fields. Songli led people to work in the fields. Achio sniffed slightly, then got up to catch insects accurately. The sewage in the river flowed downstream, and the water from upstream was clean. She stood by the river in a daze, pinching a fat pigworm. How can we make the river water clean forever? Upstream clean equals river water clean. How can we make the upstream clean forever? If there are no pollutants in the upstream, it will be clean forever? How can we make the upstream free of pollutants forever? Don't let pollutants get close to the upstream. Achio's eyes suddenly lit up. She found a way to solve the problem of river water. How smart. She couldn't wait to find the dog to show off. It's a pity that the dog was not there. But she could tell it later. Achio was secretly happy in her heart. She thought the pigworms squirming in her hands were very cute. The pigworms were so fat. Fat and green. You could tell at a glance that they usually ate a lot of her vegetables to grow so fat. If the river water is always clean, then the vegetable she grows can also be strong and lush forever. Yesterday, she could only eat 5,000 leeks. If the river water is clean, she can eat 50,000 leeks in the future. Great. Achio was extremely happy and caught worms very quickly. She was in a good mood and answered all the questions asked by Liang Jiaxiang, and even taught him how to catch worms. Fast, accurate, ruthless. Do you know? Achio asked him with a proud look. Liang Jiaxiang didn't understand, but it didn't stop him from nodding. No matter what Achio wanted to say or what his look was, it was right. Achio was very satisfied with him. Even Songli couldn't understand her look, but Liang Jiaxiang did. What a smart child. Achio wrote to Songli, asking her to give Liang Jiaxiang more food and not starve to death. Such a smart child is not easy to catch. So, don't die. It's best to live a long life and help her farm forever. At noon, the dog didn't come back, and Song Chi didn't come back either. So, several aunts and uncles who could cook helped to make lunch for everyone. Clear soup noodles. Add a spoonful of sesame oil. It's so fragrant. Achio was attracted by the smell and wanted to go out to find the dog. After going up the mountain, he immediately went back to eat noodles. It's not impossible to eat first and then look for it. The dog is better than her. Even if she is lost, the dog will not be lost. Achio believes in the dog very much. Then, She ate 3 bowls of noodles with a clear conscience. Not very tasty. She always felt that something was missing. But she couldn't tell. Song Li fried 3 eggs for her. But it didn't change the taste. Then, Achio wanted to find Song Chi. Rather than worrying about the dog, she thought that Song Chi was more likely to be in danger if he didn't come back to cook at noon. If Song Chi was in danger, it would be real danger. He is a human. A weak human being different from her. When Achio found Song Chi, he was fighting with a pheasant and chasing it all over the mountain. The pheasant was chased and screamed, and Song Chi was sweating profusely. Achio stood by and watched for a while, and thought Song Chi was weak again. She couldn't bear it anymore. So she flew up, reached out her hand, grabbed the pheasant's hind legs, and lifted it up directly. Song Chi, who was chasing, suddenly stopped. He looked up and saw that it was Achio. His serious expression relaxed instantly, and he smiled. Achio is really amazing. I tried for an hour, but couldn't catch him. That's because you are stupid. Achio snorted from his nose. Song Chi said, do you want to eat roasted chicken or braised chicken? You can also eat braised chicken, dry pot chicken, deep fried chicken, or fire roasted chicken. I will make it for you in the evening. I also picked up a basket of mushrooms and put them in. Hey, where is my backpack? Song Chi looked for the backpack everywhere. He had put it down to catch chickens just now. Now that he had run so far, he had completely forgotten where he put the backpack. Achio hummed twice and happily took him to find the backpack. Who told Song Chi to cook chicken? Achio had never eaten chicken before. Looking at the colorful chicken tail and the lively chicken feet in his hand, this chicken must be delicious. She wanted to eat the legs first, because the meat there was very chewy. Achio could see it. So she gave the dog another leg. Ah! Dog! Achio suddenly remembered that she had gone out to look for a dog. Her dog had not been found yet. Achio turned and ran. She ran for a while, and came back quickly. While Song Chi was still confused, she threw a half-full backpack to him. Song Chi barely held the backpack and looked inside. Luckily, his mushrooms were intact. It turned out that Achio really liked to eat mushrooms. Just now, he thought Achio ran away because she didn't want mushrooms. Song Chi smiled, carried the backpack, and caught pheasants back to the village. Good guys. People who came back from work were all shocked when they saw the pheasants. This is more fun than catching insects. Why don't we go up the mountain to catch chickens tomorrow? 1 chicken per person is enough for 10 days, and half a month. Everyone laughed and agreed to catch pheasants tomorrow. You're dreaming. If pheasants are really stones, one will run away with every step you take. It's better to just grow vegetables and eat them. Alas, the beautiful wish was shattered, and everyone sighed and went to fetch water to take a bath. Song Li walked up and took the chicken from her brother's hand. The pheasant was very wild, flying around in his hand with its teeth and claws bared, trying to escape. Where is Achio? I haven't seen her all afternoon. Song Chi remembered the scene of Achio helping him catch chickens and laughed. She must have gone to find the dog. Make her a chicken tonight, and she'll come back later when she smells the smell. That makes sense. Song Li, who wanted to find Achio, gave up the idea instantly. Achio's nose was more sensitive than a dog, so they didn't need to look for her at all. Then I'll go and deal with the chicken. Achio couldn't smell the dog at all, and her nose was filled with the smell of chicken. The fishy smell of chicken scalded in boiling water, and the burnt smell of chicken roasted on fire came from the direction of the village. Song Chi went back. Song Chi is killing a chicken. Song Chi is going to cook chicken tonight. Countless fragments flashed through Achio's mind. And then she came to a conclusion that she had to go back early to eat chicken. Then she had to find the dog faster. Achio pinched her nose, trying to smell the dog more keenly. But blocking the smell of chicken would make her miss the best time to eat chicken. So, she let go of her hands, opened her mouth, and roared like a zombie, calling the dog while running through the mountains and forests. The dog heard it from a long distance, and even heard the sound of her catching pheasants. I thought I would wait for it to finish its business and go back just in time for her dinner. But I didn't expect that she would come over quickly and roar like a zombie. The dog's claws left a mark on the ground, and its whole body exuded majesty involuntarily. It searched for a circle of upstream water sources, and then asked the zombies around it to lead Achio over. The zombie ran away, and the steps it took were like a complete human being. It ran 100 meters easily and quickly. When Achio was taken over, She saw the zombies standing in a row and her eyes widened in surprise. These zombies all look like humans. They are intact, neatly dressed, and have bright eyes. They are smart humans. But their breath is the smell of zombies. They are really prettier and smarter than humans. Xiao sighed in her heart, her eyes showing greed. She licked the corner of her mouth with her tongue. Such mighty zombies must be great to go to the ground. She looked at them, her green eyes full of joy. Bright, more beautiful than the sparkling river surface under the sun. The zombies were stunned in her pupils. The dog raised his front legs, pulled her skirt and turned her to face him. He asked her what was going on in a serious tone. Xiao suddenly pulled himself out of his little plan. I'll find you to go back and eat chicken, she said to the dog with a smile. I caught a big fat chicken. The chicken legs must be delicious. Let's go back and eat the chicken. Song-Chi also picked up mushrooms. They are prettier than yesterday's mushrooms and must be delicious. As he said this, I don't know if he was thinking of the chicken or the mushrooms, or the zombies behind him. Xiao began to lick his lips and narrowed his eyes in pleasure. Xiao asked it back, what are you doing? She also pointed at the group of zombies behind her. And her hidden purpose was self-evident. I want it so much. Zombies don't get tired. They work 100% of the time. They also save food. Perfect workers. The dog glanced at her with a little disdain, and looked at the zombies with a stern expression. The zombies looked up, lowered their eyes, and were frightened by the dog eyes. Then, they turned around neatly and well-trainedly, left, and ran away. Xiao heard the movement and turned back to stare at their running backs in surprise. What's wrong with them? Work. Ah? Xiao was surprised. What work? Guarding the river. The dog took 2 steps forward, and heard that Xiao didn't catch up. So he turned back and said, Go. Xiao was in a huge surprise, and didn't hear the dog calling her. Guarding the river. The river will not be polluted in the future. This is a group of very smart zombies, which is more valuable than planting watermelons in the field. The dog is really smart. Xiao's mind was full of beautiful words, ready to praise the dog. But her knowledge base was limited, and she didn't learn much. So she couldn't think of anything after thinking for a long time. Don't eat chicken? A word awakened the dreamer. Xiao suddenly realized that she was here to find the dog to go home and eat chicken. Yes. 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 Nodding fiercely, she rushed forward and hugged the dog's neck. The fragrance was fragrant, and the figure in the dog pupils grew from small to large until it occupied the entire eye. It looked at her face getting closer and closer, and her face was magnified countless times, and it felt like the pink lips could be attached to its entire face. Her breath was full of her sweet milk fragrance. She was going to kiss it secretly again. The dog closed its eyes. The whimpering sound was suppressed in its throat, and its sharp claws tightly grasped the soil, and the compact soil was loosened by it, spreading on the soles of its feet. It was itchy and numb. Woo! The neck felt tight, and the head felt heavy. Xiao put his arm around its neck, turned over and rode on the dog back. He patted its head with his right hand and laughed loudly. Let's go! Let's go back and eat chicken. The chicken is cooked. The dog's shock. Chapter 34. The dog had never been so angry before. So that in the next month, it had no good face when facing Xiao. It had no good face when facing humans. It was just as shameless when facing zombie workers. The humans and zombies were so scared that they were on edge every day for a month. They would take a detour when they saw dogs, and would take a detour when they were 20 meters away. What's worse, the timid humans would not return to the village before dark. They also asked people to call for food. Xiao was heartless, and didn't understand the dog anger at all. Just like Songli said, every month, no matter whether it was humans, animals or plants, there were a few days when they were not in a good mood. Xiao also thought that the dog was unhappy because he couldn't eat what he liked. Every day, he would scratch the dog and touch its fur. Every time the dog shook him off fiercely, he would pounce on it and rub it twice. I don't know if he wanted the dog to be happier, or if he felt happy rubbing the dog. It doesn't matter whether the dog is in a good mood or not. What matters is that Xiao is satisfied with her daily rubbing, so that when the teeth itch in the middle of the month, it's not so uncomfortable. Holding the heart of the tree in her mouth, she grinds her teeth while taking a nap next to the dog. The vegetables planted in the yard are ripe, and Song-Chi picks them into the kitchen, and they are all cooked for lunch. The land area is too small, so it's useless to produce more. There are only so many that can be planted. Achio chewed the heart of the tree, basked in the sun comfortably, and thought about how to expand the vegetable garden. She wanted to plant the most delicious vegetables in front of her, guard them every day, and plant them by herself, so that she doesn't have to worry about the vegetables going bad one day. The village was built on the mountain. If she wanted to expand the area, she had to either open the mountain or extend it out along the only village exit. It's too far to extend it, and it's not as convenient as terrace fields. Dog. She told the dog about her troubles. The dog lying beside her moved his ears and said nothing. Such a simple question. She was actually troubled. The dog was impressed by her intelligence. The annoying thing's brain. No. The annoying thing has no brain. Otherwise, why didn't you notice that it was angry for so long and didn't apologize to it? If you don't apologize, then you will never know the solution. The dog closed his eyes and ignored her nagging worries. Ah! Achio sighed to the sky. Why do people have so many worries? The dog sneered. Are you human? Achio was completely unaware of the dog ridicule, and hugged the dog head with his backhand and sighed again. You are still good. Dogs have no worries. I am so envious. The dog, ? Is she, calling it as not a human? Crazy. The dog raised its front legs and threw Achio away with one claw. Achio quickly flipped sideways and landed steadily on the ground from the air. This month, she has been thrown by the dog several times. At first, she could wrestle, but now she has trained very well. She laughed out loud, mocking the dog for not throwing her over, holding the heart of the tree in her mouth. She rushed to the dog very quickly, grabbed the dog paw that was raised again with both hands, and leaned over to give a loud kiss on the dog nose. Pop! A loud and clear sound. The dog was stunned. Achio jumped away after a kiss, laughing with a successful plot. Although you are not a human and can't solve my troubles, I still like dogs very much. She ran out with a giggle. You take your time to bask in the sun. I'll ask solemnly. She must have a way. Baby dog, wait for me to grow pumpkins for you to eat. Song-chi said that dogs like to eat pumpkins, and you must like it too. The dog jumped up and looked at the place where the sound came from. Achio had already run out of the yard. The nose was soft and fragrant, and a little numb. A month ago, it thought it was a kiss, but today, it landed on the tip of its nose. It turned out, this is how it feels. The dog raised its front paw to touch its nose, which was wet and sticky, and even its breath smelled like her. Strange. Very strange. Very nice. And it actually likes it a little. Unbelievable. No, who said dogs like pumpkins? Crazy. The edge of its large paw felt the corners of its mouth that couldn't help but curl up. And the dog was stunned for a moment, then jumped up and flew out of the yard. It passed through the village like a shadow. The busy people in the village only felt a flash in their eyes, and something like a ghost floated out. And before they could react, it floated back and stopped in front of them. Everyone looked up and saw the dog in the village that was more ferocious than a zombie, staring at them with a pair of elusive pupils and expressions. The workers' hearts were pounding, and their brains were stuck in an instant, and their souls wanted to escape frantically. However, the dog didn't give them this opportunity. It raised its paw, waved it to pick up two people, and jumped out of the village in the blink of an eye. The speed was so fast that no one could react. When they came to their senses, the dog had disappeared with two people. Ah! The timid worker screamed desperately and stumbled to find someone. Song-li. Song-chi. Song-chi. Song-li. The dog ate people. His voice was loud and trembling. Song-chi, who was busy planning the dinner at Achio, looked up in shock. He suspected that he had heard it wrong. He might hear zombies eating people here, but he would never hear dogs eating people. Achio dogs have no other shortcomings except their strange personalities. Except for eating. They are easier to raise than all other dogs. They don't bark, don't care, and don't worry. I have never seen them eat people. He ran out quickly, and was relieved after hearing the worker's complaint. It was just taking people away. No big deal. He comforted the worker, waited for him to calm down, and sent him back to work. Although the people went back to work, a rumor of dogs eating people spread among the workers in the village, especially at night, when the dogs came back but the people didn't. The rumor was confirmed. From then on, The workers, not to mention walking around avoiding the dogs, wish they could be invisible. They just hoped that the dogs couldn't see them, so that they wouldn't be taken away by the dogs suddenly. Really, dogs are more terrifying than the zombies outside. If the zombies come, they can still react, fight, and have a chance to survive. If they are caught by the dogs, they will die directly. The atmosphere in the village is getting weirder and weirder. So weird that Achio can feel it. However, she is worried about another thing. Songli told her that opening the mountain to expand the village is the best way. But opening the mountain is particularly troublesome. It requires a lot of heavy equipment, and it is impossible to enter the village. And there will be no workers who can use the equipment. But Songli hesitated. It's not that we can't find him. That commander is your recipe guy. Isn't he the commander of the safe zone? There must be someone who can drive an excavator in the safe zone. Achio did not hesitate. Let him go back and bring people. Songli stared at her in shock. Are you serious? If he goes back, we're done. Have you forgotten that you kidnapped him? Do you know the consequences of kidnapping the commander of the safe zone? Let him bring people and weapons to attack us directly. Songli was incredulous. Achio was confused. Is it not possible? How can it be possible? Ah, Xiao Xiao. It's wrong for us to kidnap people. People without status are fine. But people with status like the commander, once they go back, they will come to retaliate against us. Listening to Song Li's earnest words, Achio let out a long oh. I completely understand. People can enter the village, but they cannot leave the village. Achio made a big okay gesture, indicating that he would keep this in mind. From now on, whoever wants to go out should kill the zombies first. That way, after they go out, they won't come back to retaliate against them. Zombies are obedient. More obedient than humans. Achio nodded vigorously, thinking that what she thought was very correct. Songli, she was just stating something. Why did Achio understand so much? And it was an extreme understanding. She felt that she couldn't teach Achio anymore. No, not a little. But she couldn't teach it all. Forget it. Let her brother do it. Songli closed her mouth in silence. In order to make Achio forget these thoughts quickly, Songli began to look for other things. The tomatoes seemed to be ripe. Do you want to go and see? The cowpeas seem to be almost ripe. Will they grow old if they grow longer? The second batch of leeks have also grown taller. Do they need to be harvested? Achio's eyes lit up when she heard it. And she looked up and sniffed the wind. The wind brought the coolness of the valley, the clear taste of drinking water, and the smell of ripe vegetables in the terrace fields. She grinned, with a satisfied look on her face. The vegetables they planted were getting more and more mature. She was about to harvest countless vegetables. Where would they be piled after they were harvested? We had to find a place to store the vegetables. We had to store a lot of vegetables, and then plant a lot more vegetables. So many that we couldn't finish eating them all. Achio nodded excitedly. Tomorrow. We'll cut the leeks tomorrow. She handed the notebook she wrote down to Songli. Turned around and flew into the yard to find the dog. She muttered and read the ripe vegetables to the dog over and over again. What does the dog want to eat the most? Let's harvest that vegetable first tomorrow and let Song-Chi cook it for you. Dog, there are a lot of vegetables that are ripe. If we leave them in the field, they will go bad. If we harvest them and pile them up, they will also go bad. Where should we put them? Song-Chi said, we can make pickles. Pickles are also delicious. But fresh vegetables are more delicious. Dog, how long will we plant pumpkins? The dog listened to her talk from excitement to sleepiness. And then she fell asleep next to it. He tilted his head and saw her nose and lips breathing slightly. She really looks like a human. Until now, it didn't know what she was exactly. She looked like a human, but not a human. Like a zombie, but not completely a zombie. It was a kind it had never seen, heard of, or touched. The dog turned over and covered her body with its long and soft hair. The warm and soft touch made Achio feel like she was sleeping on a warm new bed. She turned over comfortably, with one arm and one leg on the dog, hugging it and sleeping soundly. The next day, in the midst of the busy and joyful harvest, the two workers who were taken away and eaten by the dog 2 days ago appeared at the entrance of the village like two exhausted cows, pulling a team of people and heavy machinery. The remote village was unprecedentedly great in their vision. Walking into the village was like walking into the city of hope. It almost made them cry. God knows, They were almost exhausted these days. Chapter 35. The strange atmosphere in the village suddenly dissipated with the appearance of two people. Where have you been? Why are you back now? What have you been doing? You are really scary. Everyone gathered around and asked. The two shook their heads and waved their hands, with an expression that they didn't want to talk about it at all. They were extremely depressed and exhausted. Now, they just wanted to lie down and sleep soundly. However, the matter was not over yet, and they couldn't lie down yet. The two supported themselves and stood at the entrance of the village, welcoming a group of people and excavators, bulldozers, and forklifts that Somli and others had missed for a long time. They drove slowly and rumbled to the entrance of the village and stopped in the land shoveled out by the cement road to plant vegetables. Ah! Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the new people and machines in shock. Those people were skinny, sallow, and in poor physical condition. It is obvious that they have not had a good meal, drink, sleep in the past 6 months in this apocalypse, and have suffered a lot. No way. Has this become a refugee camp? Are you going to adopt them? Are you going to adopt them to work? You are overthinking it. Do you think Somli is that kind of person? Somli may find refugees to work. But will a Qiao? Will she? Although I don't want to admit it. But a Qiao, who is not strong and healthy, and can be seen as a good worker? Yes. Yes. Those who were not good at work before were driven away by her. Everyone stood at the entrance of the village, muttering to outsiders. The posture of hugging a group has a sense that their territory and status have been invaded by others. Song Chi came over after hearing the sound, and saw the scene, and he was a little funny. It's only been 3 or 4 months, and they have been subtly brain-filled into villagers. No one wants to return to the safe zone. Maybe some people still want to return to the safe zone, but the idea is obviously not as strong as before. What are you doing? Somli followed Song Chi out and saw that they were having a great time. She stepped forward to join in the fun. You guys, you're back. Who are they? Somli looked at the people who were brought back curiously. With just one glance, she began to assess that they were people that Xiao would not have missed. You guys are back. Have you eaten yet? There's still some food in the kitchen. Do you want to eat first? When they heard that there was food, the two nodded quickly, and the eyes of those who followed them back instantly lit up. In today's society, where can you find food? You can't hide your greed. The uncle and aunt who helped in the kitchen immediately brought water and food to the two of them. The two of them swallowed like starving ghosts. They burped until they ate, then slowed down and continued to fill their stomachs. While filling their stomachs, they talked to Songli. Dog. No. No. That's the one who took us to Jincheng and asked us to find someone to repair the house. Oh my god. The city is full of zombies. No. That's not the point. The point is that we met two good people. After listening to our demands, they took us to several temporary shelters and found some people. Look. They are them. The chopsticks pointed to the people outside the village. Don't look at them like this. They used to be good at repairing houses. They can do anything. I just gathered 2 teams of people and found machines back. After they finished speaking, the people in the village were shocked. Vast. You are so awesome. 6. Brother. You can bring people back alive. You are really capable. The two were embarrassed by the praise. How could they dare to say that? It's not that they are capable, but that they are lucky. No. 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 They waved their hands. It was the help of the 2 big brothers. Without them, we couldn't come back, let alone find people and machines. If we didn't starve to death, we would have been bitten to death by zombies. Then, they didn't eat, and kept talking about how good the 2 brothers were. They gave them food and shelter, helped them find people, helped them find machines, and helped them avoid zombies. As good as reborn parents, is it true? After being questioned, the 2 people who were saying nice things suddenly stopped, looking lonely. What do you think? There is a purpose. One of the 2 said. They heard that we grew vegetables and wanted to share. There is no way. If we don't agree to share vegetables with them, let alone repair the house, we can't come back. The whole village was silent. Songli held her breath in her heart and asked slowly, how much do you agree to share? 50-50. The man answered in a low voice. Songli rolled her eyes and almost fell over. Did you tell them the location? Songli stuttered. I did? I would be so insincere if I didn't. The man almost buried his head in the bowl, not daring to look at Songli. Songli was so exhausted that she had to stand up with the help of someone next to her. Then, she picked up the broom next to her and swung it at the two people. Still eating. Eat your shit. We worked so hard for several months to grow vegetables and only harvested a little bit. And you took 50% of them with just one mouth. Are you crazy? Following the grown men to farm, Songli learned the dirty words from others. She immediately cursed the two people from their ancestors to their parents. The two were so scared that they dared not eat, and jumped up and ran away. Songli chased after them with a broom. Everyone went from being shocked to looking at each other in bewilderment. Although they were very sad to take 50% of the money, they would not have given it away. However, no matter what, they would not have given away the 50% of the money. I can't make the decision. So, don't get involved in this matter. Everyone shook their bodies and went about their business. The bustling village entrance suddenly became silent. Two lonely large bowls and scattered chopsticks on the ground. And the newlyweds with sad faces outside the village. In the distance, the howling wind brought Song Li's deafening curses and the ghostly howling of two men. After a long time, a woman with messy hair appeared at the entrance of the village with a broom. Standing behind the fence, staring at the newlyweds like a wolf staring at its prey. You? Song Li opened her mouth. Come in. Has anyone been injured? Check and register one by one. If anyone hides something, they will be thrown into the back mountain to feed the zombies. You heard it before you came here, right? Our village doesn't have much of anything, but there are a lot of zombies. At this point, Song Li no longer had the fear of others knowing that there were zombies here. She wanted to tell the world that all the zombies were here. Song Li snorted coldly at the confused eyes of the newcomers looking around. Aunt Zhang, Uncle Fu, check and register, she yelled. And the aunt and uncle came with people to receive the newcomers. Oh! Song Li took 2 steps, then stepped back, looking at the newcomers with a sneer. Let me tell you one more thing. Although you are here to repair the house, you must learn to grow vegetables. If you can't grow them, no matter how well the house is repaired, you will leave. After saying that, she left angrily. Originally, there were not enough vegetables in this batch. Now there are dozens of people, and 50% of the vegetables have to be divided out. No one can bear it. They must grow 50% of the vegetables that are divided out. Otherwise, she will be very unwilling. The newcomer settled down here timidly. After everything was arranged, the leader, the headman, led 2 teams of people to plan the village and its functions, staying up all night to finish the blueprint. Although there are many things that they don't understand here, as people who have been tempered by society for decades, this place is much better than the shelter they stayed in. Freedom, planting, food, clean water and shelter, and human feelings. Even if there is a fierce woman who uses violence, they can still feel the human feelings that are not in the shelter, which they have lost for a long time. From the words of the villagers, they learned that once they build a satisfactory house and grow vegetables, they will definitely stay. Compared to food distribution, some food expires or is about to expire, and 1 cup of water a day or 2. Everyone is crowded in a small and stuffy basement. They are willing to stay here. The drawings were overturned several times and revised again and again. After getting everyone's satisfaction, the 2 leaders took 2 drawings of different styles to find the crazy woman Song Li. There was some fear and timidity in the heart, but pretended to be calm on the surface. Song Li called Achio to listen together, and Achio pulled the dog to see. The village will remain as it is, but an underground drainage system will be built to prevent water accumulation during the rainy season. According to the observations of the past 2 days, the Nanshan side has the most sunshine and strong sunshine. It can be used as a grain factory to dry grain and vegetables. This side has strong ventilation and can be used as a warehouse to store food. This place is very suitable for cellars and freezers. There is a pond on the east side of the village entrance, which can be used to raise fish and grow lotus. The village can enclose this land for growing vegetables. The morning sun is strong and can ensure that the crops are not sunburned. The construction team has made a complete plan for the entire village and the surrounding low hills. Song Li couldn't hear anything wrong, so she turned around and asked Achiao, "What do you think?" Achiao's eyes sparkled, and she was already thinking about what to plant in the future. She wanted to climb the vine wall and plant pumpkins for the dog to eat. Seeing the words written on the notebook, the 2 leaders of the construction team immediately knew that Achio was a little mute, and instantly had a soft heart for this cute child. They slowed down their tone. Uncle will build a wooden frame for you here. You can plant grapes, watermelons, pumpkins, and morning glories. I'll also make you a swing, so you can play under the frame in the summer. It won't be hot. Achio nodded immediately. Yes, yes, yes. The drawings were set. But the dog stopped him. Songli held her breath. She would not feel anything if Achio objected. Once the dog showed signs of objection. Then, she even gave the two construction heads a look that said take care of yourself. While the construction heads were stunned and still did not understand, the dog took the pen from Achiao's hand and wrote a few words steadily on the notebook with his paw. Workshop? Farm? The handwriting was powerful. Ignoring the paw, it was better than what people could write. Fuck. These days, dogs can not only write, but also have thoughts. The two construction heads were shocked. This dog is not ordinary. So, the two of them said quickly and sincerely in an urgent tone, yes. 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 This is a farm downwind. The stench will go down with the wind. You won't smell it here. And it won't affect your life and rest. The workshop is here. Expanded from the village entrance. With sunlight and ventilation. And a good location. It's close to the terraces, the farms, or the mountains. Reducing the time workers need to travel and increasing working time will help the progress of planting. The location is perfect. Songli opened her eyes wide. Talent. As the head of the workers, Songli has never thought so carefully about the workers' working hours and rest time. If the workers knew that you were so thoughtful in increasing their working hours. Chapter 36. The village development and construction project started very quickly. After the blueprint was finalized, the dog approved it with a yes and started the work. The excavator dug the cellar and laid the foundation. The construction workers went up the mountain to cut down trees. The dog was not seen from morning to night. The melon was ripe. A seedless variety. Juicy and sweet. Achio held the melon and ate it while inspecting the terraces. And she didn't think about the dog. Anyway, it would come back. After inspecting the terraces, Achio selected a few good fields for new development and prepared to plant autumn rice. There are more people. So there is more food. So more should be planted. She cultivated seeds in the yard. The sun climbed higher and higher. The temperature was getting hotter and hotter. And the old house was stuffy. Songli moved a recliner for her to Yeetsi Valley so that she could take a nap. During the day, it was cool in the valley. And it was even chilly if she stayed there for a long time. Achio wrapped herself in a silk quilt and nestled comfortably in the recliner to watch the waterfall. When she was happy, she couldn't hold back the food. The melon is delicious. You cut it for them to eat. Songli, we don't have many. There are 306. Although Liang Jiaxiang hasn't picked all the melons. Achio has counted them during his inspection. Leave 100 for the dogs. Songli pouted, thinking that Achio is really generous. Sometimes, turning around, Achio grabbed her hand again. She looked back and saw Achio quietly and uneasily pounced into her arms, hugging her arm, like a clingy kitten with bad intentions, and secretly said to her, help me pick the beautiful and sweet ones to keep. If they are ugly, the dogs won't eat them. But I don't know which one is sweet, and which one is not. Songli muttered and ran to find Liang Jiaxiang. Liang Jiaxiang has experience. He can tell whether it is sweet or not just by touching it. Every one is sweet. Achio is very good at planting. I can guarantee with dinner that every one of them is really sweet. Liang Jiaxiang's eyes were full of admiration for Achio. And he picked the melons more carefully than raising children. Songli picked the big and beautiful ones. Even if Achio said that she would only keep 100, she would not dare to cut the other 200. Achio was just in a good mood and would forget about it later. Songli put the melons that didn't look so good into a basket and hung it in the waterfall. In the evening, when everyone finished work and finished dinner, and sat at the entrance of the village to enjoy the breeze, the ants picked up the melons from the waterfall, cut them into small pieces, and gave one to each person. The melons that were chilled by the waterfall for a whole day were cool and refreshing. The melon flesh was sweet and delicious. After a day's work, eating a bite really relieved the heat and quenched the thirst. Everyone started chatting, noisy and noisy, as if it had not changed from before the end of the world. Songli sighed. It would be great if there were no zombies. This sentence dampened the enthusiasm of the people nearby. Everyone's face turned bitter. Their current life is good in the end times. In the past, It was completely incomparable. You get 1 cent for a job, let alone a bite of melon. Even if you eat 100 melons a day, it's a piece of cake. Everyone was uninterested and went back to the house to rest early. Tomorrow, they still have to work. When the dog came back, the village was quiet, and the shadows of the trees were swaying in the mountains. It stood outside H's door for a long time. The moon was swallowed by the dark clouds for most of the time. And then it turned around and left, lying under the eaves of the courtyard to sleep. Achi was woken up by a mosquito bite in the middle of the night. The mosquito bit her and refused to let go. So Achio slapped it to death. And its beak was still deeply pierced in the skin. She rubbed her arm and went to find the dog in a daze. The dog ears moved, and the cushion under its belly vacated a little space. Achio sat down and tucked herself into the futon. The dog hair was soft and spread on her body. The wind blew, and the hair made her exposed skin itchy. Then, Achio couldn't sleep. She poked the dog. "Do you want to eat melon?" The dog, "No." Achio stood up and went to the valley to pick up melons. After a nap, she also threw a few melons into the waterfall. She took 2 melons back and sat on the futon holding the melons and thinking about how Sonli fed her. Peel, dig melons, cut into small pieces. The whole process was strung out in her mind. And her hand touched the melon and prepared to slap it open. But she didn't have a knife. The action was interrupted by the dog, who grabbed the melon and drew a complete circle on it with its sharp claws, and slapped it again. The melon was divided into 2 pieces. "Draw it like this. Draw it like this. Draw it like this." Achio gestured to it. The dog cut it into small pieces according to her request. Achio picked it up and bit it. After 2 or 3 bites, she threw the melon rind into the soil. She finished 2 pieces and turned her head to see the dog sleeping. "Don't you want to eat?" The dog waved its paw to stop her from making noises. "Eat it yourself." Achio really only understood what it said and kept eating by itself. "Where did you go during the day?" "Outside." "What were you doing?" The dog said him in a weak voice. I don't know if it answered or not, but Achio didn't hear it clearly. She buried all the melon rinds in the soil as fertilizer. When she finished burying them and washed her hands, the dog was already asleep. She called twice, but the dog didn't respond. So she put another melon on the side where the dog mouth was facing. In this way, it can see and eat when it wakes up. Then, she slept on the futon, hiding her whole body in the dog belly. No more mosquitoes bit her. The dog woke up with a feeling of suffocation. Achio covered it like an octopus, and fixed its neck with his elbow, so that it saw a huge melon as soon as it opened its eyes. Through the smooth yellow and white skin, it could smell the sweetness inside, but it didn't like it. The dog took Achio's hand away with disdain, freed its neck, and then shook her legs to free its body. Standing next to the futon, the dog shook its body and felt relaxed, as if it had found a life from the cracks of the stone. Looking at the girl sleeping on the ground with her teeth and claws bared, the dog was silent for a long time. Then, it picked up the melon on the ground and left the village. It's been very busy recently, and a large number of zombies have come outside the village. The dog grabbed a few zombie heads and asked them why they migrated here. "Zombies, it smells good. There are delicious foods here. People are delicious to them. But there are only 300 people in the village, so there won't be any particularly rich delicacies." Zombie, no. 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 You misunderstood. It is something more delicious than humans. Its eyes fell on the melon carried by the dog, and its eyes were greedy. The dog immediately hid the melon in its bag. It had a bag on its back, and Achio stuffed a lot of food into it. The dog drove them away and strictly prohibited them from approaching the village. However, these zombies are scattered, undisciplined, and follow the crowd. Wherever there are zombies, the rest of the zombies will follow. After driving away one wave, another wave will appear on another hill, and another wave will appear a few hills away. The dog was tired at the top of the mountain. It took out the melon to eat. In the mountains, the zombies staggered stiffly towards the mountain village, and the village was just a small dot among the mountains. Achio, who knew that he had lost something important, jumped around in that dot, completely unaware of the zombie group approaching. Should I continue to care? The dog thought about this question seriously. The melon is sweet, but it doesn't like to eat it. There are many foods here, but it doesn't eat much. As long as we take Achio with us and make sure she doesn't starve to death, The whole village will have nothing to do with it. Without the village, it will save a lot of trouble. For example, river pollution, well pollution, underground pollution, zombies surrounding the village, etc. As long as it stays here, it will have endless things to do. It swallowed the melon rind and slept under the shade of the tree. It will go back only when it gets dark. A Chiao was already waiting for it on the futon, holding the half-eaten melon, and asked it, "Where did you go today?" "Sleep." A Chiao thought the dog was calling her to sleep. Oh, twice, and quickly lay down. She closed her eyes and waved to the dog, "Come and sleep." The dog, The dog chased her back to sleep. "Really, can't we sleep together?" A Chiao held half of the melon, looking aggrieved. "There are mosquitoes biting me in the house. And I can't sleep." The dog rolled his eyes. "I heard you snoring at night." "Ah Chiao, you heard it wrong. It was Songli." Then he ran away in a hurry. The dog looked at her back and laughed for no reason. After sleeping all day, the dog couldn't sleep at night. So he lay on the futon to take a nap. Achio heard the sound of it sleeping soundly, stretched out a foot from behind the door, and tiptoed to approach the dog quietly. She used her hand to push aside the dog hair, pulled out a futon from under its belly, curled herself up, and then nestled into the dog belly. The hair covered her, and no mosquitoes bit her anymore. Achio fell asleep very quickly. The dog listened to the even snoring sound beside his ear, and didn't know when he fell asleep. At dawn, he woke up with a suffocating feeling again, and opened his eyes to see a huge melon. It waved away Achiao hands and feet on it, and breathed fresh air under the eaves. The sound of small snoring rose and fell rhythmically behind him. The dog looked back, picked up the melon and stuffed it into his pocket, and went into the city. The nearest small county town was empty. There were no zombies on the street, and the wind blew the garbage on the ground everywhere. People poked their heads out from every corner, and were stunned to see the empty streets in the city. Immediately, people in various shelters began to look for people to seek refuge in the safe zone. In the small county town, the crowd surged. There were very few people, and the dog walked past them, and the bulging pocket on its back attracted their attention. The pocket was not thick, and the shape of the water bottle and the outline of the food were clearly revealed. Some people licked their mouths greedily. They hadn't eaten good food for a long time. It was just a dog, and they just killed it and ate it. The dog was tall and fat, enough for them to eat for 10 days and half a month. After being closed for a long time, people went crazy. Eyes met, and a group of people surrounded the dog, surrounded it in a circle of people, leaving it nowhere to escape. The dog stood in the middle, looking at this group of turbid humans who had lost their humanity. "Grab it!" They pounced on it with all their might. 10 minutes later, the dog wiped the blood off his paws on a wall that was not stained by blood. The corpse lying on the ground stood up numbly, dragging his empty chest and wandering aimlessly in this small county town. The city center was filled with zombies, and the city was packed. The dog walked through the streets and communities with a full stomach, and found a few zombies that looked exactly like humans. They had human bodies and thoughts, but their eating habits had changed long ago. The dog took them back to the village. On the way back to the village, they encountered a wave of zombies, which was on the way from the county town to the village. The leading zombies trembled when they saw the dog. Yesterday morning, it was driven out of the mountains by the dog, and today the dog saw it leading zombies towards the mountains. The zombies stuttered. They have never left the county town. I will take them out for a walk." The dog nodded expressionlessly and handed them to the zombies behind him. If zombies are divided into 10 levels, then the zombies that can only howl are the lowest level 1. And the leading zombies that lead them are barely considered level 2. And the zombies that look like humans that it found should be level 5. Humans have level distinctions, and one thing can defeat another, and so do zombies. Facing level 5 zombies, those low-level level 2 zombies instantly turned into small garbage and were completely managed. The zombie tide stopped halfway, and the dog sent several other level 5 zombies to different peaks, each managing a mountain. Those scattered zombies coming from different directions were isolated 5 miles away from the village. Chapter 37. When the drainage channel was dug, it happened to rain heavily. The rainstorm came fiercely and quickly, and the river channel of the terrace fields was instantly filled with water as flat as the ground, and the water quality was turbid. The soil was overturned by the rainstorm, and earthworms crawled all over the ground. The air was full of earthy smell. Ah Qiao lay in a chair under the eaves, watching the series of rainstorms, and sleepily gave everyone a day off. But no one could sleep. Everyone got up early to catch earthworms in the soil, found bamboo poles, twine and needles, wrapped plastic bags around themselves, and rushed to the river to fish. As the saying goes, fish in troubled waters. Fish in troubled waters. The river water is so muddy. They will definitely catch a lot of fish. I haven't eaten fish for more than half a year. Everyone was excited and enthusiastic, and the rainstorm couldn't stop their enthusiasm. Ah Qiao woke up several times, but didn't see them catch a single fish. Just as he was about to turn over and continue sleeping, Somli patted his shoulder and asked, "Want some potato chips?" Ah Qiao was very interested in anything edible, and nodded vigorously, "Yes." So Somli brought a basket of potatoes, and the bored aunties came over to peel the potatoes. They also heard that Ah Qiao wanted to eat potato chips, so if they helped now, they might get some to eat later. The rest of the people also divided the work to fetch water, carry dry firewood, fry peppers, and grind peppercorns into powder. As soon as the oil pan was turned on, the potato chips rolled in the pan and were fished out, round and golden. As soon as the pepper powder were sprinkled, the fragrance covered the earthy smell in the rain. The whole village was filled with a spicy smell. Everyone's mouth suddenly became greedy at this moment. "Ah Qiao, come and try it." Somli waved to Ah Qiao, who was squatting at the door and watching. She stood up and jumped over, opened her mouth to catch the potato chips that Somli stuffed in. Hot, fragrant, spicy and numb. One bite was crunchy. So delicious. So fragrant. It tastes better than the potato chips in the supermarket. She swung her hands around and ran out of the kitchen with a bowl full of potato chips. She disappeared in a flash. The people helping in the kitchen were so envious that their eyes almost dropped. She ran to wake up the dog sleeping on the futon. The dog opened its eyes and smelled a strong smell of oil coming from its mouth and face. It was so irritated that it took 2 steps back and avoided it. It hated this greasy smell of fireworks the most. "Eat." She handed it to the dog mouth. "It tastes better than what we found." The dog turned its head away in resistance. Ah Qiao fed it several more times, but no matter what she said, the dog just wouldn't eat. "Really not? Aren't you hungry? What do you want to eat?" Ah Qiao asked 3 questions in a row. It didn't want to eat anything. The dog kicked the futon and lay down under the eaves farther away. It didn't want to do anything either. Ah Qiao held the bowl and pulled the recliner to sleep next to it. The rich smell of fried potato chips spread in waves. The dog moved to the side, and Ah Qiao followed like a little tail. Finally, the dog simply stopped moving. "Dog, how many fish do you think they caught?" Ah Qiao asked, leaning close to it with her head tilted. The dog breathing was light, as if it was about to fall asleep. "Dog, dog, dog," Ah Qiao called several times, and the dog had to open his eyes. "Shouldn't I ask them if they can catch any?" The dog looked at her. Ah Qiao said, "Ah, you're right. But I haven't eaten fish before, so I definitely hope they all caught some. I want to eat fish." Dog. Dog, 1. This is their limit. The rain was heavy, and the river was turbulent. They had no equipment or skills, so they fished blindly by the river, just waiting to see which fish they didn't know how to catch. Ah Qiao was happy. 1 day is fine. You can try it. If it tastes good, let's go drain the river and catch fish. Thinking of the dry riverbed and the fish struggling in it, Ah Qiao was particularly excited, even though she didn't know if the fish would suit her taste. It's fun anyway. The dog guessed her thoughts at a glance. Without the river water, your vegetables will die. Ah! Ah Qiao screamed in fear and waved her hands vigorously. Then I won't catch fish for fun. The dog rolled his eyes at her. Really, whatever you think comes out, you will think out. Ah Qiao fell asleep after eating half a bowl of potato chips. The little nose was breathing heavily and sleeping soundly. Really, exactly like a pig. And a little cute. Somli walked in quietly, and when she saw Ah Qiao sleeping soundly, her breathing became lighter. She pointed at Ah Qiao and asked the dog with her mouth, "It's almost lunchtime. Do you want to wake her up?" For some reason, Somli asked the dog. After asking, she remembered that it was a dog. How could it possibly answer her? She hesitated for a few seconds, and the dog stood up and directly let go of her hand that was trying to wake Ah Qiao up. and walked into the rain without looking back. Somli was left standing under the eaves with her hand raised, not knowing what to do. In the end, she didn't wake Achiu up, and went to the kitchen to ask the ants to make less lunch, and wait for Achiu to wake up before making a new one. The lunch at noon gradually became smaller. Somli held an umbrella, and went to call the fishermen back for dinner. As soon as she entered the valley, she heard cheers coming from the other side of the river, as if someone had caught a big fish. Somli quickened her pace. If she caught a fish, she could eat it in the evening. Although they grew vegetables, they still had plain soup every day and never had meat. She almost ran through the valley. Through the thinning rain curtain, Somli saw a nimble figure leap into the river. When it emerged from the water, it held the struggling fish in its mouth and hands. The fish were not big, but each one weighed at least 2 kilograms. There were several in the bucket by the river. The fisherman laughed and praised it. Awesome! The dog threw the fish into the bucket and jumped into the river again. The dog went into the river for a long time, but did not come up. The cheers and discussions on the shore gradually became lower. The air gradually solidified. Although the rain was light, the river was still turbulent. The dim water overflowed the river bank and rolled into the empty fields, instantly submerging the weeds. Dogs are just dogs. There are not so many dogs that can swim, and they have been in the river for so long. At least 5 minutes, if not 10 minutes. Dog! Somli was a little anxious and shouted directly. She shouted and searched along the river bank, and the fishermen were also anxious and followed her. They used bamboo poles to fish in the water, trying to let the dog catch it by itself. However, they walked up and down for 500 meters, but there was no sign of the dog. There was nothing in the river except the fierce rolling water. Dog! Somli shouted. She didn't really have a conscience for the dog, but she was afraid that Achiu would be sad. She had seen Achiu's desperate drive to find the dog. If the dog was really drowned, Achiu would probably jump into the river. This thought suddenly popped up in her head, and Somli was so scared that her legs were weak and her hands were shaking. Now, she was even more anxious. She ran and shouted desperately downstream along the river. The rain slapped the umbrella. I didn't know how long I had been running. My throat was sore from shouting. Boom! A torrent of water jumped out of the river with a gray shadow. Water splashed everywhere, and the huge fish swung back and forth in the air and struggled violently. Somli was dazzled for a moment and couldn't see what it was. She only heard everyone saying fuck. The word dog flashed through her mind. She opened her eyes and looked carefully. It was indeed a dog. It jumped out of the water with a fat fish in its mouth. The people on the shore immediately took out a net to catch it. It was so big that even a bucket couldn't fit it. But the dog ignored everyone and carried the fish like a cat and went back to the village. Everyone picked up the fishing gear and hurried back. Achiu was awakened by a fish. The fish was slippery and fishy. Achiu pinched his nose with one hand and fished the fish with the other. The fish rolled to the ground and shook its head and tail in the shallow water, splashing mud and water everywhere. Achiu was so flustered by it that he jumped on it and pressed it down. The fish bulged under Achiu's belly, and finally it was quiet for a while. The dog lapped beside him. Finally, Achiu threw the 12-pound fish onto the chopping board. The fish skin was peeled and made into a cold dish. The fish meat was chopped and fried into meatballs. The fish head and the heads of several other small fish were made into chopped pepper fish head. The fish bones were dried and flattened, and the rest of the fish was mixed with small fish and cooked into spicy fish. Fish balls are a rare dish exclusive to Achiu, and others are not allowed to touch them. Even for the largest pot of spicy fish, the most tender meat is given to Achiu before everyone can start eating. Fortunately, Achiu doesn't like fish heads. After tasting it, she pinched her nose and pushed it away. She really likes the cold noodles inside. Songchi also put a pack of vegetable noodles in the spicy fish for her, which was extremely tasty with the soup. At the end, they picked up a few leftovers from Achiu to satisfy their cravings. This dinner was the most delicious, richest, and most fragrant meal they had eaten in the past 6 months. Achiu held a bowl full of fish and noodles, sat next to the dog, ate and said loudly, "I want to raise fish. Fish tastes better than it smells, and is better than pork." She had thought before, after growing vegetables, I should raise pigs to grow meat, because she likes to eat sausages and bacon, which are made from pigs. Tonight, she announced, I will not raise pigs anymore. I will raise fish. But pork is also delicious. Dog. You raise pigs. I will raise fish. Dog looked at her incredulously, turned his head, and was particularly silent. There is a fish pond at the entrance of the village. On the right. Blocked by weeds. But I know it. When the rain stops, let's solemnly remove the weeds in the fish pond. And I will raise fish, she said while chewing on the fish ribs. Dog. You let the construction team repair the pig farm first. And you raise pigs. Her revenge was so great that the dog ears couldn't contain it. The dog moved back, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. Ah Qiao nudged it with his arm, his eyes full of seriousness and confidence. Really? We will raise both pigs and fish. Eating only vegetables is not very tasty. Whatever the dog wants to eat, I will help you raise it. The dog looked up at her. Ah Qiao nodded with certainty. I will help you raise anything. The dog opened his mouth and uttered a word. Ah Qiao's eyes widened instantly, and he even forgot to bite the fish ball that was handed to his mouth. You. She began to stutter, seeing the bright eyes of the dog. Ah Qiao was uncertain. Are you serious? The dog straightened up and lay down again, with its head drooping on the mat. And a voice came from under its paws. I was kidding you. Ah Qiao bit the fish ball and muttered. I told you. Dogs are so nice. How could they eat people? Songli said you eat people. My dog is the cutest. It eats whatever you feed it. It's not a zombie, so it doesn't eat people. At most, it bites people when it's angry. She muttered and chattered for half the night. In the dark night, the rain stopped. The dog opened his eyes, stood up, circled the sleeping Ah Qiao, and went out to look for food in the dark sky. In the distance, tens of thousands of zombies staggered towards here. Chapter 38. The rain caused the vegetables on the terraces to grow rapidly. After harvesting the vegetables, the rice can be harvested. When standing on the ridge, Ah Qiao obviously felt that there was a shortage of manpower. But this old-style terrace could not be harvested with industrial machinery. They could only rely on the ancient and pure old-style manual labor. Everyone waved their sickles under the sun and cut the land for most of the day before finishing 1 acre of land. There were still several acres, and it was unknown when they would finish cutting. Ah Qiao was anxious. After cutting, they had to thresh. And after threshing, they had to dry the crops. And after drying, they had to shell the crops. He wanted to call the construction team, but the construction team was also very busy, and everyone wished they could split themselves into 100 clones. They had to repair the drying dam and the rice warehouse. The original plan to repair the vegetable storage warehouse first was stranded. Ah Qiao chewed a dry steamed bun and whispered to the dog, let's go out and rob people. She handed the steamed bun to the dog. I have steamed buns. I can give them to eat, because the fruits and vegetables are about to mature. They must be harvested immediately after the rice is harvested. Otherwise they will be too ripe and rotten. The dog looked at her. This person is now very good at robbing people. And he just let it go. I don't know who he is with. So there is nothing to rob. It stood up and hooked its tail to let her follow with the steamed bun. After going around in several nearby cities, there were not many people. Those who were there were skinny, malnourished, and sallow. Ah Qiao didn't like them. So, after going around in circles, the man and the dog went to the safe zone again. 3 months ago, the security zone was so well guarded that flies couldn't fly in. So they had to go to the sewer. Now, the safe zone is busy. The defense is loose, and it is noisy. Ah Qiao lay on the wall and looked at the continuous tents in the distance. There are many more people in the safe zone than when they first came. The vegetables they planted are ripe, and everyone is busy harvesting them. There are several fields of rice that look lonely and ugly. The ugliest rice plant only has yellow leaves and no rice grains. If this kind of rice is put into Ah Qiao terrace fields, Ah Qiao will throw it away as early as when it is planted. However, the people here are so excited about these rice fields. Ah Qiao looked puzzled. She jumped in and showed them a small notebook with words on it. The rice I grow is better than yours. The ant looked at her and asked her with a smile, where do you grow it? In the field. The ant's eyes gradually became strange. And then she told her to go play somewhere else, and not to come here to dirty her beautiful clothes. People who come to the planting area are all here to grow crops. But Ah Qiao doesn't look like that at all. The pink skirt on her body is too delicate and clean, which is impossible to appear here. The water use in the safe zone was limited, so they could only take a shower once every 3 or 4 days. Not to mention clothes and other things. No one knew how to wear a skirt. It was inconvenient. She looked like someone who had wandered around and got lost in the high-rise villa in the center of the safe zone. They looked at her with greed in their eyes, but they didn't dare to do anything. They could only work hard to exchange for more food coupons, to go to the canteen, to get food. Do you eat steamed buns? Achio handed the notebook to them to see. And they waved it away, and asked her to go away. They didn't even see what was written on it. And they didn't want to read it. Their food all came from the planting area. Only if they harvested more, they could eat more. Every minute and every second was related to survival. They had no mood to come from the central area. Fragrant. What a fragrant smell. The busy people looked up from the fields, and their beast-like eyes locked tightly on Achio and the steamed bun in their hands. The smell spreading in the air was spread from the ketchup that had just been poured on the steamed bun. Sweet and fragrant. Achio screwed the bottle cap with one hand and put the ketchup back into the backpack. In the other hand, she held a steamed bun wrapped in ketchup. Smiling. Eat. Do you want? She uttered it word by word. Vaguely, but they heard it clearly. Holding a sickle in one hand and rice in the other. They asked Achio, "What do you want?" Achio shook her head and patted her backpack. "Nothing. I have a lot of steamed buns." But no one understood. She unzipped it, opened her school bag, and showed them. Their eyes were red. All steamed buns. White and plump steamed buns. One stacked on top of another. Packed in a clean and transparent plastic bag. Full of milk fragrance. They threw away the sickle and rice, and pounced on Achio like vicious dogs. No matter how much rice or wheat they planted, they could not make such sweet steamed buns. The steamed buns in the cafeteria were so big that they looked like they were injected with expanders. Loose and bubbly. And eating them was the same as not eating at all. And there would be a bitter taste in the mouth. The steamed buns that Achio brought out were different. They were firm, fragrant, and substantial, satisfying their appetites and filling their stomachs. Wait a minute. A man stopped them. He stood in front of everyone and questioned Achio like a team leader. Who are you? Where are you from? Where did the steamed buns come from? Achio tilted her head. They were no longer easy to fool. In the past, they followed her when she held food. Now, when the food was in their mouths, they began to be afraid. Achio just tilted her head in confusion. In their opinion, the place Achio was looking at was the central area of the safety zone, where the senior officials of the safety zone lived. As if to say, she came from there. When Achio couldn't wait for them to come and take it, she bit off the steamed bun and ate it fragrantly. The desire for food overcame the security broadcasts they heard on weekdays. They forgot the people who disappeared one after another a few months ago, and forgot that the safety zone warned them day and night not to get close to unknown people and food temptations. They pounced on Achio, snatched her bag, and divided her steamed buns and ketchup. They fought for a steamed bun, protected the snatched bun in a crawling posture, and used difficult movements to retract their heads into their stomachs, and quickly and stealthily took big bites. After eating, they stared at Achio with the kind of hungry eyes that had been there for a long time. They believed that there must be something else on her. There must be more and better things in her house. All the malice burst out in an instant after eating the steamed buns. They worked hard to plant and harvest, and went to the canteen every day, and had to use their food coupons to exchange for food. The food they exchanged was always leftovers, unpalatable, and painfully small. And she, who did nothing, never planted the land, watered it, or fertilized it, could live in the central area, wear a clean and exquisite skirt, carry a high-end school bag, and eat milk-flavored steamed buns that they could never even see. Unfairness and unwillingness were like the torrent last night, which could not be stopped once the floodgates were opened. They stared at her. What else do you have? Take it out. They spread their cracked palms and faced Achio. Achio looked at those hands. Big, strong, and powerful, and had done a lot of work. Hands that were very good at working. She liked it. Yes, a lot. She wrote quickly. What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. So easy to talk to. Their attitudes softened a little. Take out everything you have. There are too many. My bag can't hold them all. They looked at each other. Without any hesitation, they followed her. More than 20 grown men and a little girl. Even if it was kidnapping, they kidnapped her. They were confident and full of confidence. I don't know if it was because the sun was too strong after the rain, or because they were too tired. They began to feel dizzy. Their vision was blurred, and their steps were floating. The captain's heart was alarmed, and he wanted to open his mouth and shout. It's a pity that they are far away from the planting area. This place is too remote. Holding the wall. They fainted. Achu stood there, looking at the people everywhere, laughing so happily. The dog is so smart. It put sleeping powder in the steamed bun. The dog said that people in the safe zone are not as easy to rob as before. If they make a lot of noise, they will be discovered and caught. The only way to be safe is to let them be quiet. Achu picked up these heavy people and threw them out of the high wall. The dog outside the wall hooked it with a claw and tied it up with a rope. One by one, they robbed more than 80 people in batches and took them back to the village. The newcomers always like to escape, trembling like a thief, and even looking around when eating. They are so cowardly. Songli asked the old people to tame them. Hey! You! I know you. Didn't you disappear? Ah! Are you kidnapped here? Did that mute kidnap you? The tone was inquiring, but the voice was full of affirmation. It was the little mute holding the steamed bun who kidnapped them. They are not in the safe zone now. The old people looked at these newcomers with bitterness on their faces. Facing their exploration, they were even more speechless. I don't know whether to tell them that being kidnapped is a happy thing or tell them something else. After a day of solid meals and a night of brainwashing by the old people, the newcomers were neatly taken to the terrace fields to start working the next day. The only reason you can stay here alive is to work. The only way you can have enough food is to work harder. If you want to die, run away. The old people gave the newcomers 3 simple and rough warnings, and even wanted to hang banners on the terraces, because they expected that this would not be the last batch of people kidnapped. Next, many more people will be kidnapped. It's just that the quality will be higher. Just like this batch of newcomers. It's obvious that the old people can do a better job. The rice harvesting originally planned to take a week, but it was completed in 3 days. The shirtless men beat the rice in the barn, and the rice grains fell. When the barn was full, they carried it back to the drying dam to spread it out to dry. Cucumbers, bitter melons, pumpkins and other fruits and vegetables were also ripe, and the ants carried baskets on their backs and harvested them intensively. When it was time to harvest rice and pick fruits, Achu took a group of men who were good at sowing to plant wheat, rapeseed, and winter vegetables and fruits. Then checked the growth of late rice. The late rice is growing well. After this autumn harvest, there will be another batch of rice in less than half a month. She recorded all the vegetables and fruits she harvested in a small notebook. She wrote more than 10 pages, and she felt particularly satisfied when flipping through them. She would take it out to look at it when she had nothing to do, and then show it to the dog. These are the fruits of her labor. The wheat and vegetables have been planted, and the rice is almost ready to be dried, just waiting for the thresher to come back to shell. Achu originally wanted to find a thresher by herself, but without her, they couldn't sow well, so they had to watch. The 2 people who had brought the construction team back before said that they had seen a thresher, and volunteered to take Song Chi to pull it. This trip took 2 days. When they came back, in addition to the thresher, there were 2 more men and an IOU. Chapter 39. The IOU was signed half a month ago. The reward for helping to find the construction team and the excavator was 5 layers of harvest. Now the vegetables have been harvested and the rice has been threshed, and they came to get their rewards. After hearing this, Achiao felt like biting someone. Because of the river pollution caused by zombies and the heavy rain the day before, the harvest was 40% less than she expected. There was not much left to begin with, and there were even unrelated people who came to steal her food. Damn it! The fangs uncontrollably drilled out of her gums. She opened her mouth and breathed out of her nose in anger. When Songli saw that something was wrong, she immediately grabbed Achiao and dragged him behind her, with a big smile on her face, facing the 2 foreign men. The 2 men were tall and big, with a righteous look on their faces, and they looked like people who were easy to negotiate with. A lot of vegetables were soaked by the heavy rains the other day, and we didn't harvest much food. And you see, there are too many of us, and we didn't harvest enough for everyone to eat. So we definitely can't divide the 50% of the crops. How about? Wait a minute. We just planted a lot of wheat and winter vegetables, and we will definitely divide them next time we harvest. Okay? Achu jumped up and was about to shout no. She was so strong that Songli couldn't control her at all, and could only keep looking at Song Chi. Song Chi was indifferent. And Song Li was almost angry to death. You obviously shouldn't have brought 2 people back. You can't find the village even if you just lied to them. Finally, she couldn't stop Achiao. So she rushed out and glared at them fiercely, poking the pen in her hand hard on the notebook. And her hand rolled up the notebook. She asked them to take a good look at the words written on it. Don't even think about taking a handful of rice. Bold and close-up of a series of exclamation marks. One of the men stepped forward and wanted to talk to Song Li. As soon as he raised his leg, Achio bared his teeth and bit him like a biting dog. The suppressed roar echoed in his mouth. Another man quickly pulled him back and smiled at Achio and Song Li. Natural disasters are inevitable. We can understand. We can understand. We are too presumptuous to bother you today. Let's go back first. The 2 walked quickly and ran away as soon as they bypassed the mountain outside the village. Crazy. Those are zombies. Right? It must be. It must be. Did you hear that sound? It's so similar. But? How can zombies grow fangs? Well, I don't know. It should be zombies that have not been infected yet? Can right. It's a bit difficult. But I can definitely think of a way. The heavy rain flooded their vegetables. It has nothing to do with us. They are so strong. They must have no worries about food and drink. Our people, more than a dozen of them starved to death. Go back and think of a way. You can definitely get some food back. As the 2 left, Song Li patted Achiao back soothingly to let her calm down. And then scolded Song Chi. Brother, what's wrong with you? Why did you bring them back? And you guys, if you pretend not to know them, how can they find this place? Are you sick? The 2 men who wrote the IOU dared not breathe. And Song Chi listened quietly, occasionally raising his wrist to check the time. It's almost time. Amid Song Li's scolding, Song Chi ran out and started chasing the 2 men who had just left. He has good physical strength and can run more than 10 or 20 kilometers with a load of 20 kilograms. And the 2 men, due to long-term malnutrition and hunger, started to run hard for a while, and then gradually slowed down until they could no longer run. In less than half an hour, Song Chi caught up with them. Hey, wait a minute. Song Chi pretended to be extremely tired and caught up with them, holding his knees with his hands and breathing heavily. The 2 men were full of surprise. Song Chi took a long breath before he raised his head and said, Before, the city was full of zombies. You spent a lot of effort to help us find people and machines. We feel bad for not giving you any supplies. I just discussed with the villagers. We will give you 10% of the food first, and the rest will be replenished during the next harvest. Do you think it's okay? This natural disaster and man-made disaster make it difficult for us to farm. And it's also difficult for you. You can understand us, and we should understand you too. If everyone understands each other, there will be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Song Chi smiled very kindly, and there was a kind of trust that he would do what he said. The 2 people believed it inexplicably. The 3 men smiled and said good things about each other. After talking for a while, Song Chi got the address of their shelter. In these 3 days, when we have harvested rice, we will pack it and send it to you. Yes, we still need a few machines. Please help us find them so that we can pull them back. Yes, thank you very much. The 3 people separated in a friendly and joyful manner, going around the top of the mountain. Song Chi held the address in his hand and wanted to laugh. In the past, if he had an address, he would definitely save someone. Now, with the address, he was preparing to kidnap someone. He had observed that this group of people had exceptionally good physiques. Even though they had been short of supplies for a long time, they must have been martial artists before. When they go back and organize people to surround the storage and rob food, it is better to let them rob and let them farm. Farming will get them food. Both sides benefit. The 2 men who went to the village to collect debts were the leaders of 2 shelters. The calm one was called Zhou Zi, and the more anxious one was called Su Fang. The shelters under their jurisdiction were one in the east and one in the west of the city. They became strong because they jointly occupied a supermarket, and they happened to have the same appetite. So they merged into one, merging the 2 shelters into a spacious basement in the middle of the east and west of the city. There were ventilation pipes, underground water wells, and backup power supplies. In the early days of the end of the world, they lived a good life with the stored and looted materials, waiting for the country to resolve the crisis. Who would have thought that the crisis lasted for almost a year? Their food was gone, and the whole city was searched over and over again. but nothing could be found. The water well was empty. The backup power supply was exhausted, and they began to survive with meals. Just when they decided to seek refuge in the safe zone, the man who had told them that he had grown vegetables and grains appeared again. He thought that the 50% split when he wrote the IOU was just a cover. But when he saw them looking for a thresher, he knew that they really grew rice in the end times. Su Fong and Zhou Zi returned to the shelter and took the bowl handed over by their families, which contained half a bowl of water. The two of them just took a sip, slightly with their lips and mouths, and returned the bowl. This water was rainwater collected the day before. They had already run out of water, so they used all the tools that could hold water to hold rainwater, which was better than dying of thirst one day. Licking his wet mouth with his tongue, Zhou Zi suddenly thought of the people in the village. Everyone had a rosy face, and hard-working sweat hung on their faces. In such a hot day, their mouths were not dry, and they had no shortage of water, food, or clothes. It would be great if they lived in that village. The thought flashed through his mind. I heard Su Fong telling everyone that a batch of food would arrive the day after tomorrow, and then everyone could eat without worry. Everyone was so happy and full of expectations. Will they give us water? A child nestled in his mother's arms asked softly with a pale face. Su Fong and Zhou Zi were stunned by the question. The other party promised to give them 50% of the harvest, but never mentioned the issue of water. After a long time without answering, the child probably understood and lowered his head. Her mouth was pale and dry, with layers of dead skin stuck on it. There was a scar at the corner of her mouth, left by her tearing off the dead skin. They only drank water when it rained the day before yesterday. Before that, they had not had a drop of water for nearly 5 days. After the rain, they did not continue to drink water, because their containers were limited, and the rainwater they received was very little, and they didn't know how long they could last. So, the atmosphere of wanting to seek refuge in the safe zone was particularly high these 2 days, limited to young people. And those old people didn't want to move. This is their city. If they go out, they don't know whether they will live or die. So they might as well stay here and die in their hometown. Yes, Su Fong laughed. Don't worry. They said they will send us several buckets of water, which are bigger than the barrels of mineral water. The kind of barrels you use to store rapeseed oil in your house. One bucket can hold 100 kilograms. Enough for you to drink for a year. The child looked up in shock. So much? Yes. They have a well, and the water in it is endless. The child showed an envious expression. She looked at Su Fong with bright eyes for a long time, smiled sweetly, and then nestled back in her mother's arms, whispering, That's great. I also want a well. Su Fong and Zhou Zi looked at each other and walked into the small room they separated with cardboard. This is their office. When there is something, they will discuss it inside. Su Fong is a little impatient and can't hide things from Zhou Zi. He said hastily, We rescued those 2 people, helped them find an excavator, and agreed to share half of the vegetables and grain with us. More than a month has passed. If they hadn't come out to find a thresher, we wouldn't have known that they had harvested the grain. Not to mention the IOU. They were the first to disrespect people. He was furious when he said this. He wished he could push those 2 people into the zombie group and let them eat them. What an ungrateful bastard. We came to their door with an IOU and sent half a zombie to threaten us. Do you think they are still human? Zhou Zi. Don't always be a good person. Look at how well they live and how we live. Xiao Miao has been out of medicine for 2 months. There is no medicine outside. If there is no medicine again. Zhou Zi raised his hand to interrupt him. It's meaningless to say these things. He knew exactly what Xiao Miao was like. 17 people have died here. If Xiao Miao runs out of medicine again, it will be the 18th person. Let's find something first. There aren't many zombies in the city recently, so it'll be quick to find them. Let's talk to them the day after tomorrow to see if we can ask for less food and exchange it for some medicine for Xiao Miao. They should have medicine. Su Fong, what if they don't give it to us? Although we have fewer people than them, we can still try to get our food back. Some of the food there originally belonged to them. In the shadows, Zhou Zi's hands clenched into fists. In the end times, they had fought and robbed a lot of supplies. He and Su Fong merged the shelter, which was only a rare exception. He thought about merging with the village, but he observed that they were not like him and Su Fong. The village was a different kind of people, and they couldn't get along. Zhou Zi's decision suited Su Fong's appetite, and he thought, Rob the village. A good house. Where you can grow vegetables. And there is a well. It's too good to be true. If they move in? My God. I can't even imagine a good life. All the anger in Su Fong's heart disappeared at once. Full of excitement, he went out and shouted to a group of people to go out and find what the village needed. All those who could go out went out. Only the old, young, sick and weak were left in the shelter. Only 10 minutes after Su Fong and Josie led people out of the shelter's sturdy iron door was kicked open with a bang. The iron door bounced against the wall and knocked off layers of lime. The people inside were so scared that they had a heart attack. They huddled together and huddled in a corner, watching the uninvited guests come in. Chapter 40. Ah Chiao and the dog were the uninvited guests. The basement was damp and dirty. The air was full of hot and humid stench. And there was also the rotten smell of underground drainage. The dog stood at the door with disdain and did not go in. Ah Chiao pinched his nose and walked around. There was nothing. Broken. Rotten. Poor. These 3 words describe this place. No wonder they asked for 50% of the food. Ah Chiao was angry and laughed. Even if they were given 100% of the food, it would not be enough to eat here. There were a total of 101 people. And the elderly and children accounted for 37 of them. They sat and waited for food every day. And no matter how much food was distributed, it was not enough. 37 people huddled in a corner, watching in horror as the little girl who came and walked around and then got angry and laughed at them. 37 faces were afraid and confused. This little girl was dressed so beautifully, looked so good, and looked normal. Why did she suddenly go crazy? Hey. Ah Chiao looked down at them. I really don't like people who eat white rice. She took out a pen and a notebook. But she was not interested in writing. She scribbled a few words. Do you want to come with me? She took out 2 sausages from her backpack and shook them at them. Like teasing a dog. No. Teasing a dog is more fun than teasing them. Ah Chiao pouted. What else can she do? Who told her to like those dozens of mighty and tall strong men outside? Throw the sausages to them. The group of people reached out and grabbed them randomly, holding them tightly, looking at her with envy and bright eyes. Sister. A little girl climbed out of her mother's arms. Her mother pushed her back and hugged her tightly to prevent her from screaming. Ah Chiao still heard it, turned her head towards her, and said him with a puzzled look on her face. As for children, occasionally, you can understand the behavior of children waiting for food. But only occasionally. Ah Chiao bent over and moved closer, and her beautiful face was magnified in their field of vision. A group of people shrank back. Only the little girl pulled open her mother's arms, revealing a pair of clear, India's pupils from under her arms. Is Uncle Fong talking about my sister? Is my sister the one who brings us food? The little girl asked innocently. Achi was surprised and said ha. And in the eyes of adults, this person was weird. The mother immediately covered the little girl's mouth and hugged her tightly. She was not allowed to speak again. The little girl's pale face instantly turned red, and she looked like she was about to suffocate. Achi opened the hand that was holding the little girl, twisted the little girl out, and glared at the mother. The mother was shocked and scared, shrinking back while reaching out to Achi to get her child back, opening her mouth. Ya. She couldn't say a complete sentence. Sister. The little girl took several deep breaths, and was twisted by Achio to stand on the ground. Her round eyes looked at Achi curiously. Don't scare Mom. Mom is sick. She can't speak. As she said, she patted her mother's shoulder from behind. The emotional mother was calmed down. Achio and the little girl looked at each other for a long time. The little girl blinked, without any fear. Her eyes were full of admiration. Achio let her go, took out a notebook and wrote, What do you want to eat? Come with me. I'll give you food. Don't sound too much like a human trafficker. The little girl blinked, looked back at her mother, turned back and asked Achio, We all go with sister. Do we all have food? Achio tilted her head and thought for a long time. Her original plan was to take all the strong men here back. Later, Song-chi said that they would not agree. Then, her plan became to take everyone here back. And then the strong men would come to her house to farm. In Song Li's words, it was a threat. A hostage. If you take her back, of course you won't give her food. These 37 people can't farm. But, this little girl is really cute. Like a doll. Doll? Achiao kept chewing this word. Inexplicably. She just knew this word. She obviously didn't know what a doll was. After chewing it more than 10 times, a vague picture flashed through her mind. Gradually, the picture overlapped with a little girl. Big round eyes. Pale skin. Ah! My head hurts. It hurts so much. Achiao squatted on the ground uncomfortably, raised her hand, and hit her head hard. Every time she hit, the pain in her head would disappear. She hit harder and harder, trying to quickly and fiercely beat away the pain in her head. Sister? A tall shadow covered them. The little girl was pulled back by her mother. They retreated to a place where they could no longer retreat. With their backs tightly pressed against the damp wall, 37 pairs of eyes peeped at the tall and strong dog in horror. It was full of ferocity, and its front paws tightly grasped Achiao's wrist, squeezing it so hard that it turned it purple. Achiao felt no pain. He just struggled desperately, and when he couldn't get free, he used his other paw to grab the dog's belly to vent his anger. Headache. Pain. Pain. There is something inside. It hits me. It hurts so much. Woo woo woo. Dog. It hurts. She sobbed and cried to the dog. There is something. It looks the same as her. Her. The same. She pointed her toes at the little girl and hid her body in the dog belly, like the little girl who was hugged tightly by her mother. The dog strangled her with one paw and knocked Achiao unconscious with the other paw so fast that Achiao couldn't react. It hugged Achiao and raised its eyes to glance at the little girl. Everyone saw only the dark shadows in the sky and the sudden wind. When they could see the gray light and shadow, the man, the dog, and the little girl who was tightly imprisoned by her mother disappeared together. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that they didn't have time to scream. Achiao lay in a daze on the bed, surrounded by darkness, and heard the snoring of people sleeping in the middle of the night and the shallow breathing of the little doll girl. She blinked her eyes, waited for the daylight to seep in from the tilted tiles. Then she jumped up and flew out to find the little girl. Doll, doll, doll. She called around the little girl. The little girl was awakened by the noise, and when she opened her eyes she saw a huge face, which frightened her so much that she sniffed hard. Then she began to breathe rapidly, her whole face swollen red, and her pupils were round. Achiao watched her breathe heavily, stretched out her hand to grab something. But before she could grab it, she fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Achiao squatted down and poked her face with his fingers. Her head tilted to the other side due to inertia. Ah! She burst into a violent scream. Everyone in the village was awakened. Dog! Dog! She ran to where the dog slept. But the dog was not under the eaves. She turned back and called Songli. Song-chi just came out of the house, and Achiao stepped forward to grab him and drag him to the little girl, pointing at the little girl lying on the ground motionless and shouting. Song-chi didn't understand, but he could see the seriousness of the situation. He bent down and immediately rescued the little girl. What's her disease? Is there any medicine? Did she take the medicine? Songli grabbed Achiao tightly and stared at her seriously. Achiao looked at the little girl on the ground blankly. I asked you if she took the medicine? Have you seen her medicine? Where did you get it from? Achiao suddenly screamed, hugged her head, and squatted down. She began to hit her head desperately, hitting the torn thing in her head. There was something in her head that kept flashing and jumping around, jumping and hurting her so much. Kill them, and it won't hurt. Did she take the medicine? No. No. Feed her. Put it in. Run. Hold her down and tie her to the bed. Where's the medicine? Bring it. Pinch her mouth open and throw it in. A series of chaotic scenes kept flashing and flashing. Achiao's breathing became rapid and her eyes were red. Songli had never seen Achiao like this before. She seemed to have been stimulated by something and went crazy. Songli carefully reached out her hand to touch Achiao's shoulder. Achiao, are you okay? Before she touched her, Achiao stood up in response and pushed Songli out with both hands. Then, taking advantage of Songli's fall, she ran out of the yard like a fleeing rabbit. Achiao. Songli got up and chased her out and called several times. There was no trace of Achiao in the village. What should I do? Brother. What happened to Achiao? Songli went back to call her brother. She has been wrong since she came back yesterday. She didn't eat and was lying in bed in a daze. After saying that, Achiao began to worry about the little girl again. What's her situation? That dog left her here and didn't care. There was no care. And no need to care. The reason for bringing her back was simply due to Chiao's persistence. After she fell into a coma, her hands and feet continued to point at the little girl, like a broken compass, which would not turn no matter how you patted it. The dog couldn't figure it out, but it knew that the little girl needed medicine and a doctor. So, it went to look for her. It didn't find a doctor or medicine, but it found Chiao, who ran over like crazy. She crashed into the dog's stomach, hugged the dog's neck, and burst into tears. She cried and talked. The dog listened for a long time before getting some vague information from her intermittent words. Her doll died. She saw many familiar people. They forced her to take those extremely bitter medicines. They didn't let her move. The dog frowned. This thing began to recover her lost memories. But the memory didn't seem to be very good. She cried so hard that her heart was torn apart. The zombies in the distance hid away. The dog's ears were numb from her crying. In order to gain a little peace of mind, it raised its hand awkwardly and patted her back like an adult comforting a child, and whispered, "The doll is not dead. It just fell. We can go find it." The crying stopped abruptly, and Achio suddenly looked up at the tall dog. "Yes, my doll is not dead. Hiccup. She is in the village." Then, that hiccup little girl. Achio started to hiccup. She cried for too long, and her throat and chest hurt from the hiccups. One hand let go of the dog's neck and rubbed her chest. Later, she realized that her head didn't hurt anymore. So, she wasn't as sad as she was at the beginning, and she didn't want to cry anymore. "Is your doll a person?" The dog was secretly surprised, but Achio nodded as a matter of course, yes. What else is a doll? She was so honest and confident that others could doubt themselves. The dog was an exception. "Why is she your doll?" Achio was confused. The dog asked again, "Who gave you the doll?" Achio's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. "I don't know. Anyway, she is a doll." "Who told you to take medicine?" the dog asked her. Achio shook her head vigorously. "I don't remember. She would see some pictures when she had a headache. Now that her head doesn't hurt anymore, she can't remember anything. Only some blurry pictures remain in her mind, which can't be seen clearly." Seeing that she was in a dilemma, Gogo patted her head. "Let's go back. Doll is dying." Achio pulled the backpack strap on Gogo's back, like a dog leash. She suddenly fell to the ground, and I poked her, but she didn't respond. Just like Gogo at that time. Achio's pretty face wrinkled. "Dogu. Let's find a doctor for doll." Chapter 41. Higao-Chi never thought that he would meet the zombie and the dead dog again one day. As early as after the zombies and the dog left, he and his wife and children took the food left by the zombies and found a secret place to wait for the disaster to pass and for the country's rescue. The food was running out, and the food in the city was plundered. Still no national rescue team was seen. Only from intermittent broadcasts could we hear about the safe zones distributed by the country in various regions. The safe zones could guarantee everyone's safety, but the survivors needed to go there on their own. He, his wife, and his son took the little remaining food and set out on the road to the safe zone. After eating the food, they were hungry. His wife died. His son also died. The safe zone was as far away as a legend. In order to avoid the zombies, he buried himself in a pit in the ruins and used a discarded oxygen tube that he picked up from somewhere to poke out of the soil to breathe. A large group of zombies stepped over his head like ants moving before a rainstorm. Higao-Chi was nervous and scared and wanted to die a little. He didn't know how far the safe zone was, or how far he had walked from his hometown. He only knew that he had nothing now. No food, no water, and all he could see were zombies. Where should he go? And how could he avoid the zombies and walk safely? He was at a loss. Moreover, he was tired of walking. He was drowsy under the soil, his eyelashes trembling uneasily as he slowly closed his eyes. Maybe it would be better to take away the oxygen tube and die here. It would be better than being torn apart by zombies. The oxygen mask was removed from his face little by little. The soil on his head fell down, immediately filling the gap left by the oxygen mask. The smell of soil and the feeling of suffocation rushed up. He began to have difficulty breathing. The scenes of his entire life ran through his mind one by one. He seemed to be standing in the clouds and looking at his past life. Good family environment. Excellent learning ability. Admitted to a medical university. successfully studied for a master's degree and entered a hospital. Then he opened a clinic simply because he wanted to schedule his own shifts, get married and have children. The children are obedient and smart. The oxygen mask suddenly felt a strong pull, and something pulled his oxygen mask away from it. Gao-Qing, who was in a trance, came back to his senses for a moment, holding his oxygen mask tightly with his right hand. The oxygen mask broke between the trachea and the mask during the tug-of-war between the two sides, and the soil leaked from the broken tube, completely filling the oxygen mask. It completely drowned him. Under his rapid breathing, the soil penetrated into his nasal cavity and blocked his respiratory tract. He began to have difficulty breathing, waving the mask and digging the soil hard. No. 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 He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die. The pit was too deep, and he couldn't dig out the thick soil covering his body. Because of the lack of oxygen, his arms gradually lost strength. He began to lose control of the mask and couldn't lift his hands. This time, he really saw his life. A life that was clearer and faster than before, starting from the cry when he was born, until the despair in the child's eyes at the end. Wow, the dirt was splashed on the ground, and he was pulled up. A leg was pinned on his stomach, and he was turned over and slapped, like a bottle of milk that was empty, and had to be turned upside down to pour out the last bit of water. The dirt sprayed out of his respiratory tract, and he came into contact with the air. Gao-Qing coughed violently, and was thrown to the ground before he could take a deep breath. He lay on the ground, gasping for air. His breathing became smoother, and the relief of surviving the disaster filled his whole body. Alive! Alive! Still alive! 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 He laughed several times, took off his crooked glasses, and put them on again. Only then could he see who dug him out. Ah! The short scream was bitten in his mouth. He blinked several times before he admitted that it was really that zombie and the dead dog. It was really. Whatever he said came true. But, is this a kind of fate? The zombie threatened him to save the dead dog, and now the dead dog is alive, thousands of miles away. They saved him who was about to die. Can it be considered a rescue? Gao-Qing was uncertain for a moment, because he saw the zombie holding a broken trachea in his hand. If it hadn't torn the trachea, he might not have died. He just wanted to try the taste of death, not really wanting to die. The dog circled Gao-Qing, and while he was still thinking about how beautiful this fate was, it twisted his collar and dragged him back to the village. Achi followed closely behind, carrying the medicines he had moved from the hospital. In fact, everything was an accident. She and the dog found intact medical equipment and medicines within the expiration date. When they were discussing whether to find a doctor randomly or go to a safe area to catch one, the dog suddenly ran to a ruin and told her that there was a doctor below. As they got closer, through the thick soil, Achiao could smell a familiar smell. The smell of the doctor who cured the dog. Everything is fate. Achiao thought so. Otherwise, how could she meet him when she needed a doctor the most? It was destined. Achiao thought he must be the doctor destined for her, and the dog for life. Back in the village, Somli said the little girl was rescued, but her condition was still very bad. Her breathing was weak, and she felt like she could die at any time. Achiao nodded. It doesn't matter. They have doctors and medicine. Before Gao-Qing recovered from the illusion of flying back, he was grabbed by two strong men and stripped naked in the room and took a naked bath. He changed into clean clothes and was pushed into the room. Gao-Qing, who was confused, saw the pale child lying on the bed and understood everything. He did not go up to check on the child, but turned around and opened the door. Before he opened his mouth to speak, a notebook was handed to him. Give you a house with a separate yard. Give you food, drink and shelter with meat. You will be the highest ranking and biggest doctor here. You can have anything you want, normal. If you refuse, then Achio wrote 3 lines of words full of temptation, rigor and threat. Gao-Qing was very proud and excited at first. See, decades of hard study will always pay off, no matter the world is good or bad. When he saw a string of ellipses, he shuddered. Good. He remembered that the people outside the door were not normal humans, but zombies with thoughts. He couldn't refuse. Although he didn't want to refuse, Gao-Qing nodded his once proud head frantically. Okay. Okay. I know. Thank you. Thank you. The child's condition is very critical. I need and a series of things. Please help me prepare. And I also need a dustproof room. Then, the construction team that was building the warehouse immediately changed the project and was forced to turn around and find a place to build a small hospital. The construction team was about to cry. They were short of manpower, and the project was tight. Everything was built according to the plan, squeezing the construction team's time. However, other projects were always inserted in the middle of the process to give them priority, causing the main project to be delayed again and again. Captain, why don't you ask Song-Chi to help us add more people? A hospital, no matter how small it is, will take time. And there are many vegetables waiting to be put into the warehouse. Song-Li urges every day. The fish pond has not been dug yet, and Achio is always worried. Although Achio did not talk to them about the fish pond explicitly, she went to the fish pond every day to check it out, and then looked at them after checking it out. She was silently complaining why her fish pond had not been dug yet. Really, it's too difficult to do. Song-Li, who was urging the progress of the project, was silent for a long time after hearing what they said. They were right. There were too few people in the construction team. If it was enough according to the previous construction plan, who would have thought that so many projects would be added in the middle? As for the hospital, of course, it would be given priority. So, on this day, Song-Li did not urge the work, but she went to Song-Chi to discuss the issue of the number of construction workers. It's almost done. Song-Chi answered her like this. I have a group of candidates, and they will probably come tomorrow. You give them 10% of the food. I will go to find them tomorrow. Song-Li was shocked. Who? Her brother still has someone here. Song-Chi said ambiguously. People with great power? Oh. Song-Li was full of curiosity and uncertainty. The curiosity did not last long. It was not even dark that day, and the powerful people Song-Chi mentioned came to the village entrance. Song-Li left the 10% of food she had prepared for Song-Chi and went to the village entrance to see the people. It was still an old acquaintance. He came to find them with an IOU yesterday. Why did he come again today? Song-Li went to see her brother, and her brother also looked confused. The two men also brought many people, both men and women, with great figures and strong strength. At first glance, they were people who were very good at work, the kind that could do more than many people in the village. Su Fang rushed up and punched Song-Chi. This kind of sudden attack was commonplace for Song-Chi, and he was used to it, easily separated, and controlled him with a backhand. Everything took only a few seconds. Su Fang shouted angrily, Despicable. You took our address and came to arrest people. What do you want to do? Song-Chi said him in confusion, his eyes full of confusion. This expression didn't seem to be fake. But the people in the shelter said that a girl and a dog came and took Xiaoxi away. The girl described looked exactly like the girl they saw when they came to the village. Only this village could find their shelter in a very short time. Su Fang was almost mad. Xiaoxi was in poor health. But they wanted to catch Xiaoxi? It was such a long way. And there were zombies. What if Xiaoxi? Xiaoxi. He didn't even dare to think about it. He really cried in Song-Chi's hands. He cried unexpectedly. Song-Chi looked down at his hands. It seemed he didn't use much force. Why? He looked so strong. He could be the size of two men. You? Give Xiaoxi back to me. Su Fang cried and yelled. Song-Chi was frightened, let go of his hand, and took a step back. Who is Xiaoxi? Zhou Zi hurriedly helped Su Fang back and handed it to the people behind to comfort him. This scene was really... I never expected it. Su Fang was usually able to control his emotions. How come? Zhou Zi coughed dryly, stepped forward, and said to Song-Chi, I heard from our family that your people took our Xiaoxi away. Please return Xiaoxi to us. He deliberately emphasized the word took away, which was a euphemism, and the more straightforward one was robbed. Afraid that Song-Chi would not admit it, he added, it was a girl and a dog. The girl who threw the notebook at us yesterday when we came. Everyone immediately thought of Achio. Here, only Achio would throw the notebook to attract people's attention and let them see what she wrote. In fact, a dog is ironclad evidence that Achio and the dog kidnapped their Xiaoxi. Zhou Zi frowned. The division is a matter between us adults. There is no need to hurt the children. Besides, Xiaoxi is not in good health. He didn't want to mention this again. We can talk about the division later. Please return Xiaoxi to us first. Song-Chi suddenly realized. Xiaoxi is sick. We found a doctor for her, and she is receiving treatment. A little emphasis. Song Chi looked directly at Zhou Zi. This matter has nothing to do with the division. It's just that our children saw that Xiao Shi was not well, and they brought her back for examination and treatment out of kindness. Please, don't take the kindness of the children as malice. Otherwise, the children will be sad. Song Li was so awesome when she heard this. She didn't expect her brother to be so capable. Not only Zhou Zi was stunned, but even Su Fang, who was crying, stopped crying and showed a surprised expression. He asked in a tearful voice, "Really? Really?" Song Chi nodded affirmatively. "We can take you to see it." He glanced at the group of tall people outside and said, "No more than 10 people. Too many people will easily cause a commotion." Su Fang nodded hurriedly. "I understand. I understand. I completely understand." They followed Song Chi to see Xiao Shi. It was a spacious courtyard with one entrance and one exit. In the clean and tidy house, Xiao Shi lay quietly, with an oxygen mask on her face, and the bed was full of operating machines. Doctors in white coats walked between the machines and the bed. "Do you still have electricity?" One of them was surprised. "Generator." Song Chi stopped Su Fang, who wanted to go in. "This house has been temporarily cleaned of bacteria." Su Fang hurriedly stopped, his face pressed against the window, anxious like an old father. Song Chi asked him, "Is it your child?" Zhou Zi shook his head. "His niece. This is the only one left. So it's so precious." Song Chi didn't chew on the word left, but changed the subject. "Since you are here, let's talk about the division." Chapter 42. When Ah Qiao and the dog came back with the new medical equipment, the strong men she envied squatted at the entrance of the village like prisoners, looking reluctant. After a while, they looked happy again. It was really confusing. People's emotions are really weird. Ah Qiao muttered. Unlike herself, happy is happy. Pain is pain. They are so complicated. Ah Qiao, are you hungry? I'll cook egg noodles for you. Song Li leaned out of the kitchen window and called her. Ah Qiao, thinking, stopped instantly. She threw the equipment on the ground and went to eat egg noodles happily. The strong men squatting at the entrance of the village looked confused. And a second later, their faces were full of surprise. Noodles. Egg noodles. Suddenly, they didn't want to leave. They didn't want to leave at all. When Su Fang discussed with them whether they could stay in the village just now, they were very hesitant. After leaving the shelter, the place they wanted to go most was the safe zone. But the noodles were so close. Egg noodles. No. 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 They waved their hands and leaned their heads towards the kitchen. Smoke rose from the chimney, and the smell of fried eggs wafted through the wind. As they indulged themselves in breathing in the smell, Song Li poked her head out and asked them, "Would you like some too?" "Sure. Sure. Sure." They nodded frantically. Only a few hesitated. Later, they were infected by their companions' emotions and simply stopped thinking about it. Eat first as a sign of respect. And at worst, go to the safe zone if things don't go well in the future. They are a family. And there is no saying who will leave first. That would be betrayal. So, everyone brought their bowls. Ah Qiao sat on a recliner at the door of the kitchen and bit into a fried egg. And they scooped up the broken eggs and noodles floating in the soup. Well, it may not look good, but it's really delicious. It's full of oil, lots of chili, and a lot of seasoning. It's much better than what they ate in the shelter. Of course, they were just joining in, and certainly couldn't compare to what Ah Qiao ate. This didn't stop them from eating to their heart's content. The soup was finished. Not a drop left. Then, thinking they had eaten very well, they saw Ah Qiao, who had finished 3 bowls of noodles, feeding the dog with cured pork ribs. Too extravagant. Too wasteful. Ah! I can't stand such waste. I dare not look. I dare not look. These villagers are simply weird. They don't eat meat, but give meat to the dog. It's unacceptable. No one could hear their shouting. Only their own hearts were beating wildly and hurting. Of course, dogs don't eat cured pork ribs. Finally, the cured pork ribs went into Ah Qiao's stomach. She helped it eat it, rounding it off. It's equivalent to the dog eating it. Ah Qiao thought so. And she slept better after eating and drinking. The next day, the construction team grew stronger. All the people from Su Fang and Zhou Zi joined the construction team. So the small hospital was built in less than a week. They stole the blueprints of a large hospital and made a modified smaller version of the hospital. It has complete functions and clear divisions. Gao-Chi never thought that he would be able to lead a hospital one day. If we ignore the fact that he was led by a zombie, it would be considered very happy. Xiao-Shi was transferred to the hospital for treatment. The construction team can finally return to the original project track and start building the warehouse. The warehouse has not started yet. Song-Chi asked them to build a workshop first, since Zhou Zi and his group came. There is no room in the village. They slept on the floor for a week. For Xiao-Shi, they endured sleeping in the open air to finish the hospital. Now that the hospital is built, they heard that there is a workshop, so they are unwilling to sleep in the open air. Who let them have a lot of labor? The construction team was suffocated and turned to build the workshop again. And they were very angry. Is it really that difficult to build according to the schedule you planned? On the second day of the workshop project, Achio, who ran to the fish pond every day, finally couldn't help it. He showed the construction manager a notebook with words on it and asked him to dig the fish pond first. Why are there messy projects inserted every day? The construction manager couldn't understand. Couldn't understand at all. He took a breath and boldly rejected Achio. He coaxed her to wait. Achio was very obedient, nodded, and left. Then, at noon, when everyone was eating, Achio drove the excavator to dig the fish pond himself. Auntie! My auntie! The construction manager was scared to death. Song-Li and Song-Chi were scared to death. And everyone was scared to death. The guy driving the excavator didn't even eat, and ran around the village to chase the excavator. Is that something she can drive? It's easy to get into trouble. Who will be held responsible if something goes wrong? Before they caught up, they heard a loud noise from the village entrance. The excavator fell into the pit they dug to lay the foundation for the warehouse. The pit was very big and deep. It had been there for a long time, because it was always delayed by temporary projects. Everyone was shocked and pale, and rushed forward as if their grandmother had died. Rushing to the edge of the pit, everyone jumped into the pit without hesitation. The pit was too deep, and many people twisted their feet by this unprepared jump. So, a group of people limped and hobbled towards the overturned excavator. From a distance, it looked like a group of zombies moving. Daxian was holding a telescope, hiding in the distant mountain peaks, and saw this scene. Snorting and laughing, he knew that growing vegetables was an excuse, and that zombie and the dog just wanted to imprison them and use them as reserve food. Letting them go out to farm every day was just to make their meat firmer and more delicious. Just like pheasant meat is always tastier than domestic chicken. Look! I'm right. They were all eaten by that zombie. Daxiang knocked on the telescope and said to his companions. The companions nodded silently. Then, where is the commander? Where is the commander? Did you see it? Eaten by zombies. As long as it wasn't the commander who was eaten, it would be fine. Although the main purpose of coming to the village this time is to rescue the abducted survivors and soldiers. The top priority is the commander. I hope nothing happens to the commander. Otherwise, their 2-month journey will be in vain. And so many brothers will be sacrificed. I can't see the situation in the village from this side. I'll go over there to see, Daxiang said, and led a team of brothers to go around to the other side. The rest of the people went to where they could see the direction of the terrace fields. The soldiers were running in the grass in the forest, and the rustling sound made the zombies wandering in the mountains. Patrolmen tilt their ears. Then, it quietly approached them. Achio climbed out of the pit, covered in mud. Her hair, eyes, and face were all covered with mud, like a little mud man. Everyone stood 1 meter away from her, and seeing her like this, they didn't know whether to care about her first or laugh. She raised the back of her hand to wipe the mud off her eyes, turned around and kicked the excavator hard. Rubbish. The excavator, boom, flew 1 meter away. Mud and dust flew in the pit. Everyone, it looked like he was not injured, but did not dare to laugh. Everyone retreated in horror. No one dared to bear the anger from the zombies. After taking 2 steps back, Achio turned around angrily and locked one of the young men with a fierce look. A young man who was a professional excavator driver. The young man froze and was about to cry. He knew Achio, and Achio knew him very well. Every day after Achio came back from the pond, she would look at him, who was driving the excavator, with that kind of expectant eyes. She hoped that he would help dig the pond first. But the foreman did not allow it, so he did not dare. Every time he avoided Achiel's gaze, He did not dare to look at her. Now, at this moment, there was no daring. Looking at her or not. He did not dare to move. The foreman pushed him from behind, and the whole person staggered forward 2 steps and stood directly in front of Accio, facing Accio resentful, angry, and extremely angry eyes. The young man immediately became as timid as a quail chicken. He bent his waist, holding his head, as if he was worshipping Accio. I dig. I dig immediately. Immediately dig. His voice trembled. Really? The anger in Acciao's eyes instantly turned into a bright light. And she looked at him with hope. The mud on her face couldn't stop her raised mouth. Ah. She is too easy to satisfy. Like a child. As long as she agrees to her request, she will be happy. The young man grinned. Yeah. Dig now. He took 2 steps forward and saw that the excavator that fell to the side was in trouble again. He looked back in embarrassment and looked at the foreman from a distance. Boss. Help me. Lift the excavator. Before he finished speaking, Accio held the raised side of the excavator with one hand and pressed it down. The overturned excavator stood up and straightened up. The 30-ton excavator was like a miniature toy in her hands. She could flip it over and straighten it with a light touch. The wide-open eyes could not express the shock in their hearts. Too damn strong. No one asked Accio to check if there were any injuries. It was obviously them who were injured. Watching the young men drive the excavator to the fish pond, Accio easily jumped onto the pit and followed to supervise. And those lame people in the pit were trying hard to climb out of the pit. And they wanted to curse. Compared with this, who the hell dares to say that Accio is injured? Who the hell dares to escape from the village? Who the hell wants to go to the safe zone? Isn't it better than the safe zone? Isn't it safer than the safe zone? Look, they must have wanted to escape, but were discovered by the zombie and locked in the pit. TSK. This pit is big and deep. It's not easy to get out. Da Xiang held the telescope and chattered. The soldiers around him nodded silently. Oh, it looks so miserable. Although I don't know them, I still save them if I can. After all, it's human life. I just don't know if they can survive until we get there. Brother. Suddenly interrupted by someone around him. Someone is coming. As soon as the words fell, a person stood behind them, and his distant eyes fell on them lightly. He came too fast and too suddenly, so that Da Xiang and the others turned around 2 seconds late to see him. They stared at him warily. It looked at them scrutinizingly. The 2 sides were deadlocked for 3 seconds, and Da Xiang stood up, walked up, stretched out his hand, and smiled. Hello. 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 Are you alone? Normal eyes, intact skin, neat clothes, and clear finger joints. 80% of people. Da Xiang made a conclusion. The other party did not shake hands with him, but just raised his eyebrows. Hello. Gentlemen. Polite. And arrogant. Da Xiang took back his hand. Not embarrassed at all. Are you passing by? Where are you going? The other party did not answer him, but looked past him in the direction they had looked before. He was looking with his naked eyes, and could only see layers of mountains and tree shadows. Da Xiang thought so. The fact is that it saw everything at the entrance of the village over the mountains and the shade of the trees. It saw everything clearly, and saw that those who jumped into the pit were eventually dragged up by others with ropes. It retracted its gaze and asked them, You. It didn't finish the question, but everyone understood the meaning. Da Xiang replied perfunctorily, Oh, we are tired and take a rest. The sun is too strong at noon, so let's take a break. The other party nodded and said, Excuse me. Turned around and left without any nostalgia. With ordinary steps, he shuttled through the woods and disappeared after a while. Da Xiang just felt strange, but couldn't say what was strange. Mysterious. After evaluating it like this, he asked his brothers to get up and move to another place. Da Xiang, who do you think he is? Is he a human? He ran so fast that I couldn't even find his shadow. Someone took a telescope and waved it in the direction where the other party left, but couldn't find his figure. Just now, in Da Xiang's mind, there was only an 80% probability that it was a human. But after communication, it became 100%. Da Xiang said without exaggeration, It must be a human. The most human-like zombie I have ever seen is Accio. He only behaves like a human, but he can't speak human language. This person speaks so fluently. If not a human, what else can he be? Have you ever seen a zombie dress himself up like an English nobleman? That's right. Is he someone who took refuge in the mountains? Did we disturb them? Who knows? Anyway, he doesn't look like he has to worry about food and clothing. The voice gradually faded away. The level 5 zombie described as an English nobleman stood behind a banyan tree, watching them change places to continue monitoring the village. Chapter 43. The last batch of late rice has been harvested, and the valley dam is full of golden rice. The autumn harvest has been harvested, and those that need to be pickled have been pickled, and those that need to be stored have been stored. Because the construction team has expanded, the workshop was completed very quickly, and the warehouses were completed one after another. Winter crops are sown into the soil little by little. Zhou Zi and Su Fang are extremely grateful that they came to the village and formed an alliance with Song Qi to become a part of the village. Otherwise, they are still staying in the basement and worrying about a bucket of rainwater, a piece of biscuit, and a cold medicine. Now, they don't have to worry about what to eat for every meal. Drink water when they want to. Don't have to worry about whether there is water. And don't have to prepare for bad situations such as flooding in the basement on rainy days. With such a grateful thought, they work very hard. One person can do 3 or 4, and a more powerful person can do 8. Ah Qiao is so satisfied that he really regrets not meeting them earlier, even when Zhou Zi proposed to bring those family members who were unable to move around in the shelter. Ah Qiao agreed with a wave of his hand. But there were conditions: food, accommodation, and personal safety issues should be solved by themselves. Su Fang nodded repeatedly. No problem. I won't let you worry. Just let Amma squeeze in with us. As long as they don't mind being crowded. Ah Qiao doesn't care. Those brothers who did the work of several people took over the work of Zhou Zi, Su Fang and several brothers that day, and asked Zhou Zi and Su Fang to take the brothers back to the city to pick up people. These days, after work, they took the food that Ah Qiao usually gave away but didn't want to eat, and brought it back to the shelter for their families to eat. Sometimes the food they brought back was enough for their families to eat for 2 or 3 days, and they were willing to go back once a day to check on them for peace of mind. Once the people were brought in, there would be no trouble. After all, it takes most of the day to drive from the village to the city, and they often can only sleep for half a night, and then make up for the sleep at noon. There were no zombies in the city for half a month. As if they disappeared out of thin air. They quickly picked up people and rushed back. There was nothing to bring, and the small truck was spacious enough to carry people. After staying in the basement for more than half a year, they were scared to death when they suddenly saw the sun. Where are we going? The old man asked tremblingly. Su Fang comforted her. To live in a big house. There are windows, beds, food and water, and it's very safe. The other brothers nodded repeatedly. Grandma, don't worry. That place is good. All the food you have eaten these days was brought back from there. And Xiaoxi is still there for treatment. Speaking of Xiaoxi, everyone sighed. The nun mother of Xiaoxi stood up directly, and the truck almost threw her out when it turned a corner. And Su Fang held her tightly. Sister-in-law, sit down. Xiaoxi is fine now. Don't worry. I will see Xiaoxi soon. Xiaoxi's mother was wooden. Just nodded, grabbed Su Fang's hand and sat down. Su Fang sighed. Actually, his sister-in-law was not like this at first. When did it start? Several years ago, when the eldest niece disappeared. After searching for several years, there was no news. The police station reported the case, but it was inconclusive. Then, the sister-in-law went crazy and became stupid. It was still early when they returned to the village. Su Fang went to settle his family. The others did not breathe, drank a sip of water, and went to work. After all, they did not work for the whole morning and half of the afternoon. And Song Li still left them food, although it was said that there was too much left over from cooking at noon. In fact, it was more than they usually ate, and it was obvious that they also left it for their families. There are many good things that are never said, but just done. They will not pretend not to see it. Su Fang settled them, brought the food in, and then got a bucket of drinking water, and told them very seriously not to run around. Never run around. Everyone nodded obediently, mainly because their physical condition did not allow them to run around. Su Fang then went to work with peace of mind. In the evening, others chatted in the breeze at the entrance of the village. Su Fang took his brothers to the mountain to cut bamboo and trees to make beds. He used to be a craftsman, and these things were very simple to make. When they made dozens of beds and put them in the workshop they were assigned, they would not have to squeeze. Although the workshop assigned to them by Achio was very large, with 3 people in one room. The bed was also very large, so it was no problem for 2 people to share a bed. The main reason was that they were grown men, and they were restless when they slept, either tossing over or snoring. No one wanted to tolerate anyone else. Of course, only when their family members moved in could they tolerate it. He taught his brothers how to scrape wood, and everyone divided the work and cooperated, making beds easier. 3 beds were made in one night. Those old people who seemed unable to move and were just waiting for food and drink also had some skills. They cut the bamboo into pieces and wove several square pillows. Achio had never seen this thing before. When he passed by, he picked up 2 of them and put them in his hands to play with them, and then threw them into the air to play with them, like a little kid. At first, everyone was very afraid of Achio. On the way here, Su Fong explained to them that he took Suzy away because she was too sick and brought her to the village for treatment. Their fear of Achio turned into gratitude. Little girl, do you like it? This is a pillow for sleeping. I'll weave 2 balls for you, so you can kick them and have fun. The old man smiled and picked up a few bamboo strips with his wrinkled dry fingers and started weaving balls. Achio returned the pillow to them and pulled a small chair to sit next to the old man to watch him weave. Although his hands are old, they are very flexible. Before Achio could see clearly how the bamboo strips were shuttled, the ball was woven. Here, take it and play. Achio threw the ball into the sky, and it flew so high that it could not be seen. Then it fell again, and no one saw where it fell from. When they saw it, the ball was about to land. Achio reached out with his toes and instantly hooked the ball that was about to touch the ground. It was more fun to kick and hook it than the pillow. She kicked the ball to find the dog. Dog, play ball. It's fun. Let's play ball. She had never played before, but she got addicted after one kick. The dog was not interested, but couldn't stand her nagging, so he stood up to play with her. She could run, jump and fly, and so could the dog. The man and the dog played on the ground for a while, and then flew to the roof to play. People who were enjoying the cool air at the entrance of the village only saw a bamboo ball either brushing against the beams or falling from the sky and hitting the beams. The construction team was terrified. They had just reinforced the beams and were preparing to add 2 floors. Don't let Achio ball destroy the house. If it's rebuilt, it takes too much time to rebuild the old house. The heart that was lifted up was finally liberated by Song Li's voice. Achio, take a bath, and return to the chest safely. Before she could hold steady for 3 seconds, she heard Achio shout, "Here it comes!" With a loud bang, the chimney in the kitchen was broken by the ball, and the soil and green tiles fell down. Achio was stunned. Ah! Chiao! Song Li, with sand all over her face, gritted her teeth and said, "Do you still want to eat?" Who would be choked to death if the chimney was gone? God knows how choking it is to cook in the old kitchen. Achio shrank her head guiltily, and then caught a glimpse of the dog's slightly gloating smile. She opened her mouth with an awe and said confidently, "It's not me. It's the dog. It broke it." The next second, she ran as fast as she could, hid in the bathroom, squatted in the bathtub, and didn't dare to go out. This bath lasted until the middle of the night, and when she finally couldn't hold it anymore, she sneaked back to her room and climbed onto her own bed. She didn't dare to climb onto the dog futon even if she was bitten by mosquitoes. However, Achio, whose heart was bigger than the sea and whose face was thicker than the earth, crept out of the house holding a soft pillow when she was annoyed by the scratching. She carefully pulled the dog fur apart with 2 fingers, put the pillow on the ground, and slept happily in the dog belly. The dog stared at the top of her head in silence. It watched her sleep quietly, sleeping very soundly. The moment of dawn, it stood up. 10 minutes later, a huge explosion sounded in the yard. Achio was shocked and jumped up from the futon. All the sleepiness was gone. The dog holding firecrackers stood at the gate of the yard with an evil smile. Achio was furious. "Dog! Dog! Ah! Ah! You? Dead dog!" She chased the dog out to beat it, but the dog was no match for her. It disappeared after a few jumps. Achio was so angry that she didn't feel like eating breakfast. She kept saying "stingy dog, dog thing, even worse than a dog," over and over again. Then, she was angry for several days. She didn't give the dog food. Didn't leave food for it. Didn't go to it. Didn't talk to it. Anyway, her vitality no longer had the dog. Fired. The first day. The dog was very happy. She always played with Achio. And finally let Achio play with it once. The second day. The dog was silent. The third day. The dog was resentful. The fourth day. No one dared to approach the dog anymore. And it exuded the breath of anyone who gets close will die. It stared at Achio like a resentful woman, watching her eat and drink, and discussing the planting of melons, watermelons, and winter peaches with Liang Jiaxiang. They, also, shared the melon together. This is totally unbearable. The dog eyes were filled with malice. Liang Jiaxiang was biting the melon, and he looked up and saw the dog standing at the gate of the yard. He was so scared that his hand trembled, and the melon fell to the ground. He picked it up and hurriedly said goodbye. Achio looked at the dog, snorted, and turned away with a plate full of melons. The dog stopped her. Achio turned her head to the horizon, looking at the sky and the earth but not the dog. Give it to me. The dog pointed at the melon in her hand. In the past, she always had a share of the melon. Even if it didn't like it, she would leave it for it. This time, when Achio heard that it wanted to eat, she didn't even show a shocked expression, but a look of impending disaster. It's over. A dog is stealing my melon. And opened her mouth to stuff the whole melon in one gulp, chewing it, and didn't leave a small bite for the dog. The melon was almost full in Achia's mouth, and small pieces were leaking out. The dog raised his paw to catch it, but Achio quickly and nimbly stuffed the piece back into his mouth. Anyway, even if I can't finish it, I won't give it to the dog. The dog was stunned. Chapter 44. I always thought that Achio was simple-minded, forgetful, and had little common sense. Who could have expected that she only remembered grudges and had a narrow mind? The dog stared at her for a long time, watching her chew and swallow the melons piece by piece. She had a hard time eating, but still refused to let go of the last few pieces. In short, don't even think about giving the dog the melons. The dog left the village silently without saying a word. Achio held the empty plate and stopped chewing. She stared at the dog back as it left, feeling a little lonely for some reason, mainly because there was no sun that day, and the sky was gloomy, which cast a layer of darkness over the dog figure. It looked pitiful and desolate. This mood did not last long, and Achio's heart and mind were drawn to other things. Song Chi found a wild lemon tree on the mountain. Asked her, "Do you want to plant it?" "Of course. You must plant it. As long as it is edible. You have to plant it. There are 3 lemon trees. One big tree was several years old. One medium-sized one was 2 years old. And there was a small seedling. They were all dug back to the village and planted under the courtyard wall. Just after planting, Achio climbed up the tree with scissors to trim the branches. Liang Jiaxiang and several men stood outside and looked up, wanting to learn some skills. In his mind, he kept wondering if she cut off this long branch to make it sprout faster. Cut off that side branch because it was not easy to bear fruit, and pulled off the big leaves outside because they grew too big and blocked the penetration of sunlight. After thinking about it, they finally found that the lemon tree had become the shape of a lollipop. Someone asked, "What's the explanation for this?" Achio jumped down from the tree, patted the tree residue on his body, and replied, "It looks good. Isn't it because it can bear more lemons?" Achio was surprised. "Really? But I have never planted a lemon tree." They overestimated Achio. They left one after another. Achio also trimmed the 2 small lemon trees, and did not let go of the seedling. All of them were made into lollipops. There were suddenly 3 more lollipops in the yard. One was taller than the wall. One was just as tall as the wall. And one was at the corner of the wall. They were arranged in order from tall to short. They looked like a neat family. Ah! He looked at the 3 lemon lollipops with a telescope in the mountain peak and made an India sound. So happy. I never thought that in the end times where people worry about food, drink and safety, someone would spend precious time to do things like repairing branches. It's really enviable. Daxiang, the commander is in the field. I saw him mowing the grass. Daxiang hurriedly got up and went to a position where he could see the direction of the terrace field, and raised the telescope to look. In the terrace field where hundreds of people were moving, their mighty and upright commander was bending his waist, waving his sickle, and mowing the grass again and again. He mowed 3/10 of an acre of wasteland, and the half-man-high weeds piled on the ground clearly showed his sense of accomplishment. The motion of swinging the sickle was graceful and neat, as if he had been mowing grass for most of his life. Is this still their commander who has the final say? Unbelievable. Unable to look straight. Do you want to take another look? Maybe we saw it wrong? The little soldier who called Daxiang just now said. Daxiang waved his hand and said no need to look. Although the commander was stronger and darker than a few months ago. The big drooping ears and the bald scalp on the back of his head, where no hair can grow, are impossible to change. That was a scar left by his previous battles. But because he won the battle, he regarded it as a medal, and would show it off to old comrades whenever he met them. What should we do now? The little soldier asked. Daxiang and the leader of this team looked at each other, and gathered the two groups of people together for a meeting. We have been observing here for 4 days. You know what is going on in and outside the village. And everyone's schedule is clear. It's easy to enter the village. The only trouble is Achio and the dog. Their perception ability is the same as dogs. They can sense it if you pay attention to them from 10 meters away. Daxiang analyzed it and finally said, now let's think about how to rescue the commander quietly. Oh! And the commander's nephew. We have to have 2 plans. The big plan is to rescue everyone from the village. We can only sacrifice the big plan if the plan fails. In short, saving the commander is our top priority. Everyone listened to his words that seemed to be very planned, and then fell into collective contemplation. It was the captain who spoke. Map! One of the soldiers opened the temporary map of the village and spread out a large map. The large map covers the 3 nearby provinces, down to the city streets. The captain's finger wandered over the map and asked, supply situation. The little soldier immediately reported, we have enough supplies to stay in the mountains for 2 months. And the supplies buried in the city are enough to take everyone back to the safe zone. Supplies? They are not short of. This way. They are not so urgent. They just need to be steady and find a way to rescue all the survivors. The captain had some ideas in his mind and looked up and said, how many brothers do we have in the village? Daxiang remembered it very clearly. 38. After I left, there were 37 left. Including the army commander, there were still 38 people. The legendary 1-for-1 exchange. Everyone looked at Daxiang with grief and indignation. It was not called he left at all. It was obvious that he was returned by the zombies. And then, the army commander was captured. At first, they admired Daxiang very much for escaping from the zombies. All along the way, they really understood why this thing was returned. They didn't want Daxiang either. They were discussing strategies here. And the French nobleman, level 5 zombies, stood behind the tree trunk and heard it clearly. After listening, he adjusted his sleeves, left this place quietly, and walked towards the direction of the village. It was obviously walking, but it took only half an hour to travel from this mountain to the village entrance, which could take people 2 days and 1 night. He walked through the fence at the entrance of the village and entered the village openly in the puzzled eyes of the old people who wove rattan chairs and rattan baskets. It was too serious, so that people who saw it didn't even think of asking who it was and what it was doing, even if they had never seen it or knew it. Then, it walked straight to the door of Achio's house. Achio, who was sleeping in the recliner, opened her eyes instantly, and all her sleepiness faded away in an instant. She clearly met its gaze. Awake so soon? Sonli happened to pass by with dried chili peppers, and after asking Achio, she saw the uninvited guest at the entrance of the yard. Who are you? It was handsome and noble, which made Sonli involuntarily elegant. Achio stood in front of Sonli for a second, and used a notebook to tell Sonli what to do. Don't let Sonli know that this is a zombie. Otherwise she will be scared to death. She bit the fangs in her mouth and looked at the zombie at the entrance of the yard. This zombie is very powerful. What if she can't beat it? She heard Sonli leave, but she didn't dare to look around to find the dog. Once she looked, her momentum was gone. Even if she couldn't win, she couldn't lose in momentum. She was ready to fight. But the other party asked her politely, excuse me, are you there? Speaking human language. Achio was extremely shocked. Wait, what did it say? Who? Achio could barely pronounce the words. But it was so unclear that people couldn't hear a single word at all. Sure enough, the zombie on the opposite side showed a surprised expression, as if he didn't expect that she looked like a person, but was actually a zombie. The strange emotion only showed for a moment, and it was well controlled by it. it repeated calmly. Achu still didn't hear clearly who was the contact between "excuse me" and "are you there?" That person was like a magic. Whoever said it would be silenced. The zombie also realized this problem. So it raised its hand and gestured a dog. It gestured very quickly, and immediately straightened its hands after the gesture, standing respectfully, as if the gesture just now was the greatest disrespect to that person. However, Aqiao did not notice these small details, only knew that it was great. She was also looking for the dog. She wanted the dog to back her up, and when she really couldn't beat the zombie, she would send the dog to bite it to death. The annoying thing was that the dog had a bad temper, just because she slandered it for smashing the chimney. It woke her up with a cannon in the early morning, and because she ate the whole melon in front of it and didn't leave any for it, it ran away from home for 2 days. 2 days, and it hasn't come back yet. Damn it! Aqiao gritted her teeth fiercely. When it comes back, she will definitely eat the melon in front of it again. It's okay to leave a peel for it. Aqiao mercifully forgave the dog who ran away from home. She waved her hand and head at the zombie, and whispered in the zombie's language, "It's not here." Then she sent the zombie away in a friendly manner. The zombie walked away quickly, just as fast as it came, when it was completely far away, so far that Aqiao could no longer feel its breath. She felt relieved. It seems that there are also very polite zombies among the zombies. And I am very glad that there is no fight. Thinking of this, I feel happy. When I think of the dog, I am even willing to share half of the melon with it regardless of past grudges. She waits for the dog to come back happily. In the mountains, Daxiang and others have made plans and are ready to climb over the mountains near the village. At first, they were afraid of being discovered by Aqiao, so they observed the village from the mountains far away. Now that they have a plan, they can implement it closer. Try to rescue everyone in one go. The plan is good, the idea is good, the action is fast, and the supplies can keep up. No matter how you think about it, this mission will not go wrong. At most it is just a matter of how many people are rescued. Everyone thinks so in their hearts. They even start to enjoy the scene of how to dig up the supplies they buried when they return to the city. Then, they lost their tracks in this mountain forest. 2 days. For 2 whole days, they saw the next mountain peak close at hand. But they just couldn't climb over. After a lot of twists and turns, they returned to the place where they first observed the village and discussed plans. When they left, the grass on that piece of ground was flattened by them. After a circle, it was still flat. The big trees with marks around them stood in the same place. Only they turned around and around, but couldn't get out of this mountain. Crazy. The compass is right. There won't really be a ghost wall. Please don't scare me. Brother, I'm most afraid of ghosts. Fear spread among the soldiers. Everyone's face was extremely ugly. Only the level 5 zombie sitting in the tree canopy was like a French nobleman watching horse racing, watching them come and go in circles. If he wasn't there, he would help watch these people first. Chapter 45. After the cloudy days, there were 3 days of bright sunshine, 2 days of sultry weather, 1 day of scorching sun. The sun was blindingly bright. Zhou Zi and Su Fang family members looked like people waiting for food, but they actually had many skills. The grandmothers could make good pickled cabbage. The grandfathers could weave backpacks and make tools. Even the disabled who couldn't walk, write or talk could cook. The taste was no worse than Song cheese. After eating once, Achu considered replacing Song Chi from the kitchen. Without raising any opinions, the other party volunteered to help in the kitchen. Achio hesitated a little, as one of them could only walk on a wheelchair, and the stove for cooking required someone to stand, which was too difficult for him. Su Fang repeatedly assured, "It's not difficult. Just install a booster lever in front of the pot, and he will be a newly promoted 5-star chef. The dishes he makes are so delicious that you can't find another one. There are only dishes you can't eat in the world, but there is no deliciousness that he can't make. You don't have to think about what dishes to eat every day. He can make them for you directly. You see, Song Chi cooks noodles for you every now and then, and he always cooks the same few dishes. Our Xiao Su is different. He can cook 1,001 dishes with a potato. If you don't believe me, ask him to cook potatoes for you for 30 days. Achio, not necessary. Potatoes are not something you have to eat. Just eat them occasionally. The main thing is that what he said is right. After eating more of Song Chi's food, you will find that Song Chi really only knows those few home-cooked dishes. Achu is also a greedy person, and sometimes picky. So, Xiao Su took office as the chef of the village kitchen. Su Fang people acted quickly. As soon as the news spread, the old men immediately made a booster bar, and Zhou Zi led people to load it into the kitchen. Song Li watched Xiao Su's wheelchair slide out of the workers' room, and couldn't help asking, what happened to him? Meaning, how did he become like this? Maybe he was bitten by a zombie. He was naughty when he was a child. He wanted to go out of the community to play, and he didn't look at the car when crossing the road and got hit. Su Fang talked about this very calmly, and told them openly, don't look at him like this. He can actually walk. There are zombies everywhere, and walking is meaningless. So he sits in a wheelchair and can't go anywhere. He is a good child. I watched him grow up. When Xiaoxi's sister had an accident, my sister-in-law couldn't take care of Xiaoxi, so he took Xiaoxi to and from school. This is also one of the reasons why he insisted on taking Xiao Su with him when the zombies first broke out. Although Xiao Su is just an adult child, he has a lot of kindness to their Su family. Song Li was surprised. Xiaoxi has a sister? When he said it casually, he didn't think it was a big deal. But when someone suddenly said it alone, Su Fang felt foggy, and his heart seemed to be covered with a piece of cloth to stop it from beating. It was very uncomfortable. For many years, no one had ever mentioned this matter. People who were familiar with the Su family would not mention it in front of them. This was a thorn in their family. A slight shake was enough to make people bleed. There is one called. Su Fang looked painful. He didn't want to mention that name. Song Li obviously felt his pain and quickly made an excuse. I'll go to the kitchen to see if I need anything else. Then she left. Su Fang was left alone in the place, immersed in painful memories. Xiao Su called him several times when he passed by in a wheelchair, but he couldn't hear it. When he reached out to push, Su Fang covered his face, turned around and walked away quickly. Xiao Su was stunned for a moment, looking at Qiao standing next to him with a disappointed look, with a confused look on his face. Qiao was also confused. She wanted to hear more. When she met Xiao Su's eyes, Qiao's confusion was instantly dispelled by the burning light. She took out a small notebook and quickly wrote, "Who is Xiaoxi's sister?" Xiao Su immediately understood why Su Fang was lost. The young man's face showed a sorrow that should not be there for him at his age. And he sighed softly. His name is Su Sui. Where is he? Qiao has never seen him. He was taken away. Then bring him back. Human trafficker. Xiao Su was afraid that she didn't understand what a human trafficker was. So he added, a very bad person. Someone who specializes in kidnapping children. Qiao was shocked. Then he angrily tapped the notebook with a signature pen. Too bad. Yes. Too bad. That year, Sui was only 7 years old. Qiao, don't you want to find him? Look for him. Uncle Su has searched all over the country, but can't find him. Aunt Su, Auntie. He murmured several times, but couldn't say it out. Aunt Su went crazy on the spot. Because? It was Aunt Su who put her there. They said that Aunt Su took Xiaoxi and Sui to the park that day. And Xiaoxi suddenly had a stomachache and had to go to the toilet. Aunt Su put a coin in the rocking car and let Sui play there. When she came back with Xiaoxi, Sui was gone. They said, poor Sui. If her mother had taken her to the toilet with her, she wouldn't have been taken away. Xiao Su didn't believe it. He thought it wasn't a human trafficker. Sui was very obedient and well-behaved, and wouldn't just go with a stranger. But no one believed it. They all said it was a human trafficker. As more people said it, it became a human trafficking case. Qiao waited for a long time. But Xiao Su didn't say a word. He sat there blankly, like a wooden man who had lost his mind. It seemed gone. Qiao paused, put away the notebook and the pen, and swore secretly, when she caught the human trafficker, she would throw him to the zombies. The pickled vegetables were dried and stored. The late rice was dried, and the winter crops were planted. The grandfathers replaced all the tools in the village with new ones. Then it rained. The drizzle dripped for 2 days. The autumn wind blew, and it was chilly. No one was willing to get up. Only the old people sat in the rattan chairs, watching the rain curtain rolling down from the eaves and chatting. It rains in autumn, so it's not hot this year. Yes. Yes. It's cold in winter. Why don't you ask Shiazi to bring back some wool to knit a quilt? If you don't wear a sweater, You'll get frostbitten. Songli heard this while passing by with an umbrella, and suddenly realized that she had forgotten about winter. She hurried back to find Song-chi to discuss winter matters. After Song-chi was chopped out of the kitchen, he ran to the mountains every day to find wild fruit trees, dig wild vegetables and herbs, and was busier than being a chef in the kitchen. It was rare that I didn't go up the mountain during the rainy days. I sat in the yard and played go-bang with Achu. Go-bang is made by grandfathers using leftover wood and brushing it with black ink. Achu has a simple mind, looking at the next step, and can't beat Song-chi. Every time Song-chi won until Achu was almost angry and threw away the chess pieces. He secretly let her win twice. This kind of wins and losses made Achu have enough fun fishing, and she didn't even think about going to the pond. Anyway, it's raining. When the rain stops, the pond will be full of water, so she doesn't have to think about how to fill it with water. Brother. Songli pulled a stool and sat aside, talking to Song-chi about the winter problem. Now in the village, there is food, drink and shelter. Food and drink are no problem. But in terms of shelter, they have beds, quilts and clothes. But there are very few quilts, and each person only has 2 sets of clothes to change. Other things, such as towels and socks. Some people have them, and some don't. Most of the people in the village are men. And it's summer, so they don't care. They don't cover themselves with quilts when they sleep, and they feel dry when they take a bath. They don't need towels, socks. They don't need them. They feel hot when they wear them, so they wear a pair of straw slippers every day, or go out barefoot. In the past, there were more barefoot people, but now there are grandfathers who can weave, and everyone has a pair of straw sandals. But when winter comes, these despised things are necessities. Make a list. When the rain stops, I'll go up the mountain to find some mushrooms, and then go to the city to have a look. When Song-chi was talking to Songli, he tilted his head and didn't look at the chessboard. Achu looked up and saw this gap, and the hand that was scratching her head immediately stole a black chess piece from Song-chi. Then, her worried brows were no longer frowned, and she happily placed her white chess piece. When she heard that Song-chi wanted to find mushrooms for her, she felt a little embarrassed holding the black chess piece. She stuck out her tongue and quietly put the black chess piece in the corner of the chessboard. When Song-chi looked back, he saw that his black chess piece was placed in a corner a million miles away. A place that any normal person would not go down when they were about to win. It was a pure waste of chess pieces. Just now, he was thinking about the mushrooms that Achu liked to eat, which grew most in the mountains after the rain. He took advantage of the fact that there were many mushrooms in this season to let Achu eat more. When winter comes, you can't eat them if you want to. At this moment, he felt that mushrooms didn't have to be eaten. Finding cotton clothes and quilts was more important. But seeing Achu laughing so happily, the above idea immediately changed. Let's give it to her. It's only this time of the year that she can eat it. Song-chi never thought, sometimes, a man can become the most fickle creature in the world. Achu dropped a white chess piece and laughed out loud. The clear and beautiful voice mixed with the faint sound of zombies made the laughter a little magical. Song-chi and Songli were shocked when they heard her laugh like this for the first time. Only Achu pointed at the chessboard and laughed very proudly. Win! She patted Song-chi on the shoulder. Rookie. Song-chi, Songli, Although the rookie Song-chi lost because his chess piece was stolen, he got a reward. Achu was willing to go to the city with him to find winter supplies. Rounding it off, it was considered to protect him. The rain stopped, and Song-chi went up the mountain to look for mushrooms. After the rain, mushrooms grow in large clumps in the old mountain, and they form a large patch for a lifetime. Song-chi picked up a basket and marked the locations of the mushrooms. In this kind of place, mushrooms grow once, and will grow again after the next rain. Anyway, there is no one in the old mountain, so there is no need to worry about being robbed. And you can come directly to pick them in the future. After picking mushrooms, Xiaosu fried mushrooms for Achu to take with him as a snack on the road. He is really good at cooking, and Achu loves it. I was very happy to be fed by him every day. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, morning tea, afternoon tea, supper. No meal can be missed. I would feel unhappy if I missed one meal. Achu carefully put the fried mushrooms in the bag. This snack is delicious. You have to eat it sparingly, and not finish it too quickly. After all, she went out this time to find the dog. The dog has not been home for a week. She wants to lure the dog home with the fried mushrooms that she likes to eat. Although she had a lot of fun when the dog was not home. She would be happier if the dog was here. Songli said that the dog was angry when it ran away from home. No matter what she used to coax it, the dog would not come back. After a week, the dog should have calmed down. It doesn't matter if it hasn't calmed down. Aqiao also prepared a circle of firecrackers. Then she can blow them up for fun. At worst, she can just close her ears and not listen. If both sides take a step back, the world will be broader. Aqiao and Song Qi just entered the city. The dog returned to the village. The truck that was carried back was thrown on the ground. The dog looked around the village but didn't see Aqiao. Instead, he saw Songli, who was packing up the gobang. When Songli saw him, she didn't know whether to be stunned or laugh. Before she could react, the dog asked her where Aqiao had gone. Songli subconsciously pointed outside the village. I went to the city with my brother. The next second, she saw that the dog face was all bad. He exuded that terrifying aura. Songli hesitated and wanted to say something. The dog turned and ran. When he ran past the truck, he slapped the truck with one paw, making it dent. Large streams of water splashed from it and splashed on the ground, emitting a strong stench. The dog was so angry that his eyes turned red. He ran thousands of kilometers with great difficulty to find her what she wanted. She actually followed Song Qi to the city to play, and he walked for so long. Didn't he think of him? Chapter 46. The wind brought a fishy smell, and Aqiao sneezed while covering her nose. It was a smell coming from the village. It was a bit like, wow. Aqiao's eyes lit up, and he immediately tied the snack bag, opened the car window, and jumped out. Song Qi stepped on the brakes, and the wheels rubbed sparks on the ground. When he hurriedly got out of the car to check on Aqiao, Aqiao ran away. She was full of energy, and there was no sign of injury. She turned back and waved to Song Qi. I'm not going. You go by yourself. She left Song Qi and rushed towards the village. On the way, she met a dog leaving the village. A man and a dog collided head-on, and Aqiao smiled widely. Dog. He pounced on it, hugged the dog neck, and rubbed it hard with his face. The anger in the dog heart dissipated for no reason. The front paws carried Aqiao and landed steadily on the ground. Aqiao stood firm, but she was not honest. She hung on the dog neck and rubbed against it. Dog, where did you go to play? Why didn't you come home for so long? Why didn't you take me with you? She buried herself in the dog's slightly coarse but smooth hair and rolled around. There was a hint of coquetry. This made the dog more surprised. It thought that it would have to coax her well, and for a long time after it came back. After all, she was still so angry when it left. She was so angry that she was about to die. The dog opened its mouth to say that it didn't go out to play, but went to. Dog. Aqiao got the first chance and looked at it excitedly. We have fish. I smell fish. It's better than the fish we had last time. Lots and lots of fish. I don't know who caught it. What a nice guy. Let's go back and eat fish. Xiaozu's dishes are delicious. You haven't eaten them. By the way, he also made these fried mushrooms. They smell so good. Try to have a try. She talked a lot, leaving the dog no room to get a word in. When she finished, the dog just opened its mouth and was fed a fried mushroom that was full of greasy smell. It was crispy, fragrant, and greasy. It was super greasy. For some reason, she loved eating this kind of greasy food. She was forced to swallow the fried mushrooms, and then she was forced to pull them back to the village. As soon as she entered the village, Aqiao couldn't wait to see the smelly truck. In the truck filled with water, fish of all sizes swam around with their tails wagging. Sure enough, she knew it was a fish. The stench was exactly the same as the stench of the fish she had eaten that day. She was so happy that she couldn't open her eyes. You? Dog. She could smell the dog on the truck. You didn't go back these days to look for fish? The dog nodded, because she had been shouting that she wanted to raise fish in the fish pond. You are so nice. Dog is so nice. Aqiao hugged it and kissed it fiercely. The dog was stunned by the kiss, and his eyes were dull. It just wanted to use fish to make her happy, not angry. That's all. The dog pushed her away and took a few steps back. Aqiao didn't notice its abnormality, but pushed the truck to the edge of the fish pond, opened the lid of the bucket, and the fish rolled into the pond like snow. A truck of fish and water went down, and the pond, which was only half full of water, was instantly full. The water rippled and overflowed. The grandparents in the workers' room came over to watch. That grass carp is big, about 6 to 7 gene. The silver carp is growing well. The carp is great. Produce some seedlings next year. This pond is not big enough to feed them. That night, the first thing everyone did after work was to gather around the pond, pointing at the fish that occasionally popped up in it, and talking about it. Who would have thought that they could eat meat in an era when everyone might starve to death? And so much fish meat. Everyone was very happy. Wow! We have entertainment. Let Josie and his team dig 2 fish ponds to raise fish, and then build a greenhouse, so we can go fishing on weekends. This is a great idea. Let's go talk to Songli. They went to Songli in groups of 3 or 5. They had the courage to go to Songli to arrange this activity, because they were a little free recently. When they became proficient in growing vegetables, they had more free time, especially during the period from sowing to harvesting. Every day they only needed to go to the fields to check water, weed, and catch insects. The rest of the time can be arranged by herself. The space available for arrangement is not large, but it is much more relaxed than when she first came. Songli looked for Achio for a few times, but couldn't find anyone, so she discussed the location of the new fish pond with the designer of the construction team. The blueprint was drawn, and it was finally decided to level the hill near the entrance of the village to dig a fish pond. Doesn't Achio want a rack to grow pumpkins? Build a pavilion between the pond and the fish pond. Hang a swing. Let her grow pumpkins or grapes, and it will be fun to play. The designer hastily sketched out the prototype of the pavilion. It really suits Achio's desire to play. In the future, they can also go to the fish pond for entertainment, picnics, and walks, which is equivalent to a small park. Okay, let's dig. The next day, the construction team that had just finished repairing the cellar and warehouse, and was about to move to build a breeding farm was forced to turn around and dig a fish pond. Luckily, it was a fish pond, and everyone was digging happily and hard. After digging, they had entertainment facilities. Looking at it this way, Lu Dingyao poked his uncle with a shovel. This place is really much better than the safe zone. Lu Xuanjing, the commander of the safe zone, did not answer him, but just lowered his head to work. Lu Dingyao poked him again. Right, uncle? Lu Xuanjing was annoyed by the poking, so he looked up, rolled his eyes at him, and continued digging in another place. This? Lu Xuanjing blinked. If you don't say anything, you agree. After saying that, he laughed. Lu Xuanjing pretended not to hear. Can he say it's not good? Is this a problem that it's just a little better than the safe zone? The identity is there. Even if it's better than the safe zone, he can't admit it. After digging a few shovels of soil, Lu Xuanjing looked up at the sky. Safe zone. It has been several months since he left. Why, no one came to see him? Is it because his position is not high enough? Or was he dismissed? Or there is a new commander in the safe zone, and he is no longer needed? In short, no matter which one it is, he feels uncomfortable. This is the pain of being abandoned after devoting everything to the safe zone. I heard that eating fish at night is not delicious anymore. The rescuers who are missed by the commander are wandering around in the mountains. They are firm believers in scientism, and have to admit that they seem to have encountered a ghost wall. They can't get out of this forest no matter how they turn. Every time they come to a fork in the road, they make a mark on the tree. At each intersection, they choose the direction that runs counter to the starting point. And the same is true for the compass. However, when they walk from morning to night, they are tired and want to stop and take a breath. When they look up, they are back to the starting point again. The place they see through the heavy leaves is still the village entrance, and the grass under their feet is exactly the same as when they left. They have been lost here for a week. Every day they go out and come back to the same place, even if they pass the intersection again and choose another road they haven't taken. When they are ready to rest at night, they are still at the starting point. They have tried countless times, crossing the jungle directly at the fork in the road, and still moving forward at night. No matter how tired they are, they don't plan to rest. But even so, when it gets dark, when it reaches a certain time, they will definitely stand at the starting point. It's like running on the teleportation array for a day. And when the time comes, The teleportation array will reset to its position. Everyone's mentality collapsed. The compass is useless. The map is useless. Nothing is useful. Day after day, they watched their army commander leave the village to work in the fields, and then watched their army commander carry a hoe and return to the village tiredly, with mixed feelings. Supplies are being consumed, and they try again and again, until there is only half a month's supply left, until all the trees around them are engraved with different marks. They stand at the starting point, and never move until death. Despair? How about? Dashyang started. Just roll down from here. I don't believe we can get back here. He pointed to the cliff in front. This was their starting point. They had been here for almost 20 days. This was a very good geographical location. The mountains could block them, and they could also peek at everything in the village from this high point. When they first found this location, they were very excited. Now, they really hated this place. But the little soldier hesitated. They didn't know what was under the cliff or how high it was. What if you rolled down and die? Dashyang rolled his eyes at him. You haven't trained in the mountains? The little soldier trembled and whispered. I was temporarily conscripted. He was the first survivor to arrive in the safe zone. The captain of the soldiers who led them said that he was agile. So he asked them if they were willing to join the team. The benefits of joining the team were good. He agreed. Who would have thought that after joining the team, he would come to this team after being assigned to other teams? There was no training at all. The biggest training is to face the zombies directly. Dashyang. Oh, said. Then you should be the logistics. You are so thin that you can't roll. It's really troublesome to fall to death, bleeding in the forest, and in this special period full of zombies. Getting injured is a very troublesome thing. That's what they said. But they didn't really roll. They twisted rattan to make a long rope, tied one end to a thick tree, and tied the other end to the waist. Holding the rattan rope, they pushed themselves down the cliff little by little. The rattan is full of thorns and textures, and the branches intersect and are very tightly entangled. It's just a little prickly. And this cliff buried by weeds and trees is deeper than expected. The rattan used to explore the depth for the first time is not enough. They stretched it to 500 meters before they barely touched the bottom. When the soldiers landed safely, their gloved palms inevitably left wounds cut by thorns, oozing a little blood. They bandaged the wound quickly and hurried on their way before nightfall. This was a brand new world, and every place was a wild place that had never been invaded. The weeds grew wildly, and the trees were tall. They were so excited that they finally left that place. After a long journey, it was getting dark. There was a rock in front of them that stood tall and tall, and they decided to rest here for a night. The equipment had just been unloaded. The little soldier who was exploring the way ahead turned back in fear. Captain! His voice was full of crying. Everyone looked up. He was stumbling and looked panicked. We are back again. Chapter 47. The level 5 zombie took back the carving knife and stood respectfully. Are you satisfied? The tall dog in front of him looked down at the anxious soldiers below and smiled with satisfaction. Yeah, it said, very good. Don't let them go out. The level 5 zombie also smiled. It seems that it did a great job. It was proud to be recognized from the first sight of the soldiers. It knew, these people are not allowed to approach the village. So, it used some tricks to make them lost in the mountains and forests. Humans, as stupid as it thought. It just learned to carve the marks they left on other trees to lure them back to the starting point. They didn't doubt it once. It said another thing, there are more zombies recently. The dog nodded. This is not surprising. The city outside is empty, and the zombies are migrating in this direction. I don't know why they migrated in large numbers. The city has been empty for almost a month, and they should have climbed to it. Let's go and see what the reason is. The level 5 zombie said yes. The dog went to other mountains and circled around, observing the situation in the mountains like a leader inspecting. The level 5 zombies distributed on various hills reported their overall work to it. Nothing special. The dog returned to the village with peace of mind. Today, the village purchased a large number of fish fry. And Achi was happy and asked Xiao Su to cook fish. Everyone has a share. So, everyone worked hard today, trying to get off work early and go back to the village to help take care of the fish. Although their plan was good, it was not as fast as the old grandfathers and grandmothers. When they returned to the village, the old grandfather and grandmother had cleaned the fish with their hands and feet. The chopping board for slaughtering fish was still newly made, hanging on the eaves and dripping water. Xiaoxi also came out of the hospital. After a period of treatment, her complexion was much better than when she first met. Circling around Aqiu, turning around, and sitting opposite to play Go with Aqiu. Her mother sat under the old locust tree opposite, and looked at them from afar. Aqiu had never been stared at for such a long time, and sometimes she felt uncomfortable. But when she thought about how pitiful the other person was, who had lost her eldest daughter and only had a youngest daughter, and who also had mental problems, she gradually adapted. She didn't even know who her mother was. Aqiu pouted. She was not happy after stealing a Gamoka chess piece from Xiaoxi. Aqiu lost this game of chess. Xiaoxi used her brains to make Sister Aqiu not let her win. She scratched her head and looked up to see Sister Aqiu was not very happy. She said hesitantly, "Sister Aqiu, let's play another game. This game. You must win." Aqiu threw away the chess piece and didn't want to play anymore. She didn't know what her mother looked like, what kind of mother she was. She wanted to see her a little bit. But, did she really have a mother? Aqiu was a little confused and a little uncomfortable. Lying in the rattan chair, she was not interested in anything. She was huddled there in a depressed mood. Xiaoxi thought she was sad because she didn't win. So she stood up and walked around to Aqiu, holding Aqiu's skirt with her little hands. Her little head was thinking about how to comfort Sister Aqiu. After thinking for a long time, her eyes lit up and she finally thought of a good idea. "Sister Aqiu, Xiaoxi." Xiaoxi turned around and saw someone running towards her. Before she could see who it was, she was lifted up high by the person and turned several times in front of Aqiu. Her little head was dizzy. Su Fang laughed. "Xiaoxi is out." Xiaoxi saw clearly and laughed and called, "Uncle." This is her father's younger brother. Hey hey hey. Su Fang was happy to be called and responded repeatedly. After responding, he nervously checked if she had any problems. Xiaoxi asked him to put her down, and stood up straight for Su Fang to see. "It's okay, Uncle. I feel better than before." Sister Aqiu asked the doctor to give me a lot of medicine. "That medicine." Speaking of this, she wrinkled her nose uncomfortably. "It tastes much worse than before. But after taking this medicine, I feel better than before." "Good medicine tastes bitter." Su Fang touched her head. "Come on. Uncle will take you to see the fish." As he said, he took Xiaoxi's hand. Xiaoxi retracted her hand, firmly grasped Sister Aqiu's skirt, and shook her head vigorously. "No. I want to play with Sister Aqiu." Su Fang was surprised. "You like Sister Aqiu so much?" He remembered that this niece didn't like to play with others. She was very good, as obedient as her sister, and knew that her mother would be sad if she walked away. So, she never played with children of the same age, and only stayed with her mother. The farthest place she had been alone was from her toilet to her front door, which was less than 15 meters in total. Su Fang looked around for Xiaoxi's mother, and finally saw her under the old locust tree farther away. This distance was the farthest distance Su Fang had ever seen. Xiaoxi's mother actually accepted it, and sat there calmly. Xiaoxi raised her slightly pale face, and looked up at her uncle. "I like Sister Aqiu." Su Fang asked hurriedly, "What do you like? Good looking?" "Aqiu is not the same type as normal people. To put it bluntly, she is not a human at all. What on earth can you like about her?" He was nervous. Although Aqiu is very good, and has never hurt anyone. But it is inevitable. After all, the behavior of zombies cannot be measured by normal people's thinking. That's why he wanted to take Xiaoxi to see the fish just now. "Sister Aqiu is beautiful," Xiaoxi answered confidently. Su Fang was silent. Sure enough, children like pretty things. Xiaoxi's next sentence directly stunned Su Fang. "She is like her sister. Like Xiao Sui." Xiaoxi showed an admiring look. She held Aqiu's skirt tightly, just like she used to hold her sister's hand tightly. Su Fang was stunned for a full minute. Josie called him back to his senses when he passed by. What did you say?" Su Fang couldn't believe it. Where is the same?" His eyes fell on Aqiu's face, frantically looking for the same in Xiaoxi's mouth. "No, not really. Aqiu and Xiao Sui are completely different. There is no place that is the same, but if there is a place, a slight point of similarity, he would jump up and cry. This might be his brother's kidnapped child. Unfortunately, there is no similarity at all." Xiaoxi said, "Anyway, it's the same. The feeling is the same. When I saw Sister Achiao, I thought she was Sister Xiao Sui. Childish words are straightforward. Su Fong came back to his senses completely, thinking that she said this because she liked her. He touched Xiaoxi's head. Nothing else was said. Just let her play slowly, and don't run too far. Then left. Xiaoxi sent her uncle away, turned around and squatted beside Achiao legs, resting her chin on Achiao legs. She looked up at Achiao with bright eyes. Really? She said. Sister Achiao, you are just like my sister Xiao Sui. Although I know you are not Sister Xiao Sui, you are exactly like her. I really like you. Sister Achiao. Xiaoxi looked at her. Where are your parents? This question really hits the nail on the head. Achi was also wondering. Where are her own parents? I think so. Songli said that everyone has a father and a mother. And dogs also have a father and a mother. But she and the dog don't have one. Just thinking about the dog. The dog suddenly came back from outside and jumped towards Achiao. Achiao hugged it and rubbed it against her face. She felt that she and the dog were so pitiful. Everyone has it. But they don't. Do you want it? This sentence suddenly popped up in Achiao's mind. She raised her head from the dog neck, sat up straight, and thought about this question seriously. Yes? Or not? If yes, her eyes drifted to Xiaoxi's mother. And Xiaoxi's mother eyes never moved away from this place for 10 seconds. If you want to monitor her like this, then don't do it. Imagine that when you sleep, she sits next to you like that, staring at you blankly. Ah! Horror! Even the brave Achiao will feel scared. Don't do it. It seems like something is missing. It's okay when I don't think about it. But when I think about it, I always feel empty. The thought is wandering between yes and no. And Achiao's head is about to explode. It's really too difficult to choose. The dog sat down beside her legs. Achiao suddenly leaned forward and whispered in its ear, Dog, do you want daddy and mommy? The dog raised his eyes, looked at the child squatting beside Achiao's other leg, and then looked at the middle-aged woman staring at them in the distance. Well, it's just a dog. The dog shook his head, just lying down. He sat up again. It's so strange that Achiao asked this question suddenly. Dog, what do you remember? Achiao was surprised. Nothing. Since she told the dog about the images that flashed through her mind last time. The dog said that she had amnesia, and occasionally some stimulants would restore the things she had forgotten. Those images were part of her forgotten memories. At that time, Achiao remembered those bitter medicines that made her want to vomit. And she didn't want to admit that she had lived such a bitter life. Later, the dog only asked her once if she remembered anything again. Achiao has never had a headache. Not at all? The dog was skeptical. Achiao nodded affirmatively. Xiaoxi asked me if I have a father and a mother. So that's it. The dog lay down, lying beside Achiao's legs, closing his eyes to rest. It didn't bark or move. It was unbelievably docile. Xiaoxi couldn't help but want to touch it. Sister Achiao, can I touch your dog? It's so cute. Where is it cute? Achiao wondered. Other people's dogs listen to their owners. But her dog is more fierce than her owner. Huh? How could she have such an idea? Achiao was shocked. Because her dog is not an ordinary dog. No one has ever told her about dogs. Then, how does she know that other people's dogs are obedient? Achiao thought about it for a long time. So long that Xiaoxi asked her if she could touch the dog again. Achiao took out a small notebook and wrote, The dog is fierce and doesn't like others to touch it. As she wrote, Xiaoxi's expectant expression gradually faded. It was as sad as she wanted to eat fried mushrooms. And there were mushrooms. But Song Chi just didn't let Xiaoxi fry them for her. Achiao felt Xiaoxi's unhappiness for a second. At the same time, she had an idea that she didn't want to make Xiaoxi unhappy, which was very inexplicable. So, under Xiaoxi's disappointed eyes, she continued to write, But I'm here. It doesn't dare to be fierce to you. You can touch it secretly. Xiaoxi laughed immediately, raised her hand to cover her face, and smiled secretly at Achiao with her back to the dog. She looked cautious as if she was afraid that the dog would know the little secret between them. Then, when Achiao held the dog head, Xiaoxi quickly reached out and touched the dog quickly and gently. After touching it, she pinched her palm and stuck out her tongue at Achiao. The dog fur is not soft. It's hard and a little prickly. It's different from the softness she imagined. Seeing that she was satisfied, Achiao also pulled a handful and stuck out his tongue at Xiaoxi. It's really hard. The two smiled beside the dog. Chapter 48. 20 fish were killed. With freshly picked vegetables. Braised fish. Steamed fish. Sweet and sour fish. Cold fish. And pepper fish were made. There were many varieties. But all the fancy dishes belonged to Achio. And everyone could only fight for the braised fish and pepper fish with more vegetables and less fish. It took 2 hours to make a dinner. The fish soup was also boiled and wrapped with noodles. More than 300 people. No one was satisfied. 20 fish. Too few. They stared at Xiao Su with accusatory eyes. Xiao Su smiled lightly. He had no choice. Song only stipulated so many. He had tried his best to make the fish more and more. Cut it to the extent that everyone could eat 2 or 3 pieces. There were too many people. And it was not evenly distributed. Only Aqiao ate to her heart's content. She put down her bowl and chopsticks. Hugged the dog and said, "Let's eat next time." Next time, she said, meant the next meal. Not the next time in a long time. The dog looked up at her. There are only 146 in total. Aqiao didn't feel anything after hearing this. The dog said, "There are 126 left. Eat 20 at a time. And you can eat 6 times. Ah!" Aqiao was horrified. How can it be enough to eat only 6 times? Aqiao scratched her fingers and looked at the dog eagerly. Is that all? She didn't want to eat 6 times. She wanted to eat more than 60 times. Being stared at by her pitiful look full of disappointment. The dog opened his mouth and couldn't say desperate words. But there are really only so many fish. These are the number it has found after searching all over the country. There have been no live fish for more than half a year in the end of the world. These fish are the only unpolluted fish left in lakes, rivers, and large fish ponds. Thinking of this, the dog eyes lit up. It hadn't caught any sea fish yet. There should be a lot in the sea. Thinking of this, it looked at Achio, revealing a little worry. I wonder if she can eat sea fish. Sea fish is more fishy than river fish. Achio is very delicate and starts to wrinkle her nose at the slightest smell. Thanks to Xiao Su's good cooking skills and proper handling. I hope he can make sea fish so delicious. Xiao Su, who was scooping noodles into the pot, felt a heavy gaze falling on him. When he looked up, he couldn't find it. Su Fong beside him pushed his arm to make him hurry up. He had to retract his gaze and focus on the work in his hands. The dog eyes turned around Xiao Su for a few circles and then retracted. It said, "There are also sea fish. Do you want to try it?" Achio nodded without hesitation, even though she didn't know what sea fish was. Anyway, there is a word fish. So just treat it as fish. Haiyuan, you will be out for a long time this time, the dog said. The corners of Aqia's mouth slightly flattened. And she asked, how long? Seeing her reluctant look, the dog wanted to laugh a little, and felt inexplicably happy. Not long. About half a month. Not long. Aqia's face became sad, and her voice became smaller and smaller, and the last word was almost muffled in her mouth. Fortunately, the dog had good hearing and heard it. Try to come back early? The dog asked her. The tone of the question was impossible. The sea is far away. I will look for her for a long time. I just want to coax her. I don't want to make her so sad when I leave. Who would have thought that the sad Aqiao suddenly raised her head, and her bright eyes could not hide her little thoughts. I will go with you. She looked determined. The dog laughed and did not refute directly. Instead, he paused for a long time, as if he thought her idea was very good. Then, he slowly remembered something and asked her, "Don't care about the food?" Aqiao, full of expectations, disappeared little by little, and her mouth, which was red from eating fish, began to flatten again. The dog wanted to laugh. He held back and continued to ask, "Are you not going to look at the lemon tree? Are you not going to pick the wild persimmons?" The more he spoke, the flatter Aqia's mouth became. It gradually bent down like an arc. She looked so funny. I've never seen her like this before. She was angry, sad, disappointed, and couldn't say anything. The dog couldn't hold back his laughter. She was about to cry. The dog decided to be a good dog. He raised his paw, put it on her head, and rubbed it gently. Grow fruits at home and pick them for me to eat when I come back. I'll go catch some sea fish for you. Aqiao pursed her lips tightly and refused to say okay. The people eating over there laughed loudly, not knowing what was so funny. Aqiao was so sad. The laughter stimulated Aqiao to howl to vent. But she held back when she saw Xiaoxi, who was holding a bowl of clear noodle soup next to her. He held back his roar, but couldn't help but stay here. Achu stood up and flew away at the fastest speed ever. The dog didn't chase him, but turned to look at Xiaoxi, who was stunned beside him, raised his paw and waved at her. Xiaoxi was a little scared, because Sister Achu said it was fierce and told her not to touch the dog casually. Usually, as long as Sister Achu is not around, she will not take the initiative to approach the dog, afraid of being bitten. If it bites, Uncle will be worried, Mother will be worried, and Brother Xiaoxi will be worried too. She did not move. The dog is not very patient. It is only patient with Achu. Seeing that she did not move, the dark eyes narrowed dangerously. It looked at her like a cold dead pool. Xiaoxi was scared and moved over obediently, but her face was pale, and her legs were shaking. Dog, she called timidly. As soon as she spoke, she was stared at fiercely by the dog. She did not dare to continue calling. The sound was strangled in her throat, slowly moving to its side. Xiaoxi could hardly hold the bowl steadily. The dog sneered and was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. Play with Sister Achu every day. It spoke human language, with a commanding voice. Make Sister Achu laugh. Xiaoxi looked stunned, as if she did not understand. What? What? When she asked, there was no trace of the dog in front of her. But the words left by the dog before it left flashed in her mind again and again. Accompany Sister Achu well. The dog left that night without stopping. Achu stood at the entrance of the village with a bag full of snacks. The dog food bag had not been restocked for a long time. Why didn't it wait for her to stuff it with food since it took so long to go this time? What if it got hungry on the way? The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She was so uncomfortable that she lost her appetite and lay in the rattan chair all day, as if she was sick. Xiaoxi always remembered the dog words and stayed with Sister Achu all day. But when Sister Achu didn't talk, she didn't dare to play around. She could only tell Sister Achu stories and jokes. Sister Achu was indifferent to everything. Xiaoxi couldn't coax her anymore, so she stayed with Sister Achu quietly every day. For several days in a row, the whole village was shrouded in a low pressure. Everyone walked quietly and carefully, for fear of annoying Achu. Everything was normal and depressing until the 7th day, when Xiaoxi suddenly fainted. Xiaoxi's mother rushed over from a distance, screaming and crying in panic. Achu was awakened and saw Xiaoxi lying unconscious on the ground, and immediately took her to the hospital for rescue. Su Fang heard the news and hurried back. He paced back and forth in the corridor anxiously, his eyes red with anxiety. She looks better than before. No one could comfort him. Later, He Gaoqing came out of the emergency room and told Su Fang, she is back. How long she can wake up depends on herself. Through the glass window, they saw Xiaoxi wearing an oxygen mask, lying on the hospital bed, her face as pale as a dead person. Su Fang choked and asked him, what happened to Xiaoxi? He Gaoqing was surprised. You don't know? Su Fang was puzzled. He Gaoqing pushed his glasses and said, her organs are rejecting. Looking at Su Fang's increasingly puzzled expression, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with this matter. He Gaoqing paused, not knowing whether to continue. Su Fang suddenly came to his senses and shouted in disbelief. What organ is rejecting? Why would an organ that was born and grown by itself reject something? His shocked voice was loud and sharp, and it spread through the corridor and the wide-open windows. People who had just finished lunch looked sideways from outside. Xiao Su, who came to deliver the meal, was also stunned, with a look of shock. He Gaoqing was shocked. So you didn't know? I thought you knew, he murmured, and suddenly looked up. You don't know what's wrong with her. So where did the medicine you took before come from? It was a prescription drug, which can only be obtained in the hospital, without a doctor's prescription. Where can they get medicine? Su Fang said, she had a chest surgery before. After the surgery, the doctor prescribed medicine, and she took it every day. Later, when she was almost recovered, she took it every 3 or 5 days. Su Fang paused. During the Chinese New Year this year, she was allergic to seafood and went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said that Xiaoxi's body was not very healthy, and she started taking medicine every day again. Su Fang said, it was just a small surgery. How could there be organ rejection? In fact, he wanted to say, organ replacement. In the age of developed internet, he knew what organ rejection was. And that would be organ replacement. His Xiaoxi had never had an organ replacement. Dr. He? Are you mistaken? How could Xiaoxi have organ rejection? Su Fang was unwilling to believe it. Su Fang had countless thoughts in his mind. But he couldn't figure anything out. He could only keep saying, Dr. He. Are you mistaken? Do you want to check again? Really? Xiaoxi can't. Come in. He Gaoqing pushed open the door of the office. He showed him Xiaoxi's medical report. Su Fang held the report sheets one by one, and stood with his head slightly bent at first, until he sat on the ground at the end. His hands holding the report sheets kept shaking. More people gathered at the door. He Gaoqing looked up and saw Achio, Songli, Songqi, Xiao Su and Zhou Zi all came. Xiaoxi's mother was supported by Songli, and stood at the door. She was dazed and might not understand what they were saying, but she could feel the despair from the atmosphere. She howled with her throat to vent her pain. Zhou Zi walked in, and helped Su Fang up, and sat him in a chair. He glanced at the report. Not only the heart was replaced, all the organs in the chest were replaced. And these organs all had problems. Zhou Zi looked at He Gaoqing in horror. He Gaoqing said, It's a miracle that Xiaoxi can live to this day. Normally speaking, after replacing these organs, she should die. Nothing can save her. And Xiaoxi lived for a whole year relying on those prescription drugs. Xiaoxi originally had problems with her chest. Does it mean that Xiaoxi's organs also have problems? Why replace problematic organs with problematic organs? Zhou Zi was much calmer. After all, he had only known Xiaoxi for a year. He Gaoqing sighed. He didn't understand either. If they can do organ replacement surgery in the hospital privately, they must be able to get good organs. Why did they replace Xiaoxi's organs? No one could figure it out. Xiaoxi went to the hospital for a checkup. And the doctor said there was something wrong with her chest? He Gaoqing asked Su Fang. Su Fang just felt dizzy and couldn't remember anything. He Gaoqing asked again, which hospital was it? The hospital must have records. The second municipal hospital. Chapter 49. Xiaoxi's family is from this city. At the beginning of the apocalypse, they were taken by Su Fang to hide in the basement of a store where they were doing business. They hid there for more than half a year, and occasionally rescued some outsiders. The team gradually grew to what it is today. So when Zhou Zi proposed to go to the hospital to find the records of Xiaoxi's surgery, they all agreed. Su Fang was kind to them, saving them from the zombies, giving them a place to take shelter, and giving them food and drink. Now Xiaoxi has been in the hospital again and again, and her organs have been removed inexplicably. They thought it was necessary to ask Su Fang to find out what was going on. Moreover, this city is very familiar to them, and there are no zombies. But it is far away. It only takes some time to make a trip. They asked Songli for leave. This kind of emergency will take several days. Songli asked Xiao Su to prepare dry food for them to eat on the way. Su Fang came back to his senses from his grief, stood outside the ward and looked at Xiaoxi lying quietly on the bed through the glass window. She lay there, so fragile that she seemed to break at any moment. He shook her hand vigorously. He turned and walked out of the hospital. He had to go this time, even if he couldn't bear to leave Xiaoxi. At the beginning, he and his sister-in-law watched over Xiaoxi's surgery. His sister-in-law didn't understand, but he knew a lot of things. The group took dry food and drove a pickup truck into the city. Aqiao stood at the door of the hospital, looking at the rolling dust, and felt that these days were not good days. The dog was gone. Xiaoxi fell down. The workers were gone too. She missed the dog, Xiaoxi, and the workers. There were still so many weeds to be removed in her fields, so many insects to be caught, and so many houses to be built. Now there was no one. Before, there were many people, and she would sit in a chair and tell them what to do. Now there was no one, which meant she had to go to work. Catching insects was the last thing many people would do. The sun was very hot in the afternoon after autumn. Aqiao bit over on the ground, and the back of his head was sunburned. She raised her face to wipe the sweat, and her cheeks were red. 2 sparrows flew into the vegetable field from a distance and pecked at her vegetables. Aqiao was so angry that her teeth ached. Why peck at vegetables when they can't peck at insects? She muttered and flew up to catch the sparrows. The sparrows were very clever. They flapped their wings and flew away at the slightest movement. Aqiao missed. The sparrows held her vegetable leaves in their mouths and chirped at her in the air, as if mocking her slowness. Aqiao wrinkled her nose. Bad thing. If it was closer, she would definitely catch it and roast it. Songli came to deliver water. When she looked up, she saw Ah Chiao gritting her teeth at the sparrows flying away. The sparrows and bulbuls love to eat food. They are the most annoying. Usually, there are people guarding them. So it doesn't matter. Now that there is a shortage of manpower, it seems particularly annoying. I'll find some old clothes to make puppets later. Put them in the ground to prevent them. Really? Ah Chiao's eyes lit up. Are there any birds that specialize in catching insects? Her little thoughts were undoubtedly exposed. Songli thought it was funny. There are birds that eat insects. But there are definitely no birds that specifically catch insects for you. They are not human. They cannot understand orders. Huh? Xiao's mind turned and she laughed happily. Why didn't she think of it? Find obedient zombies to catch insects. She only needs to lie in the chair and give orders. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With an idea. Ah Chiao drank the rock sugar water brought by Songli in 1 gulp and jumped back to the village. The grandmothers in the village were drying clothes and bedding. Ah Chiao suddenly remembered that Songli said she wanted to make dolls with old clothes. She stopped and walked over to pull the old clothes that had been sewn again and again. Grandma smiled and looked at her. What's wrong? Ah Chiao gestured with people. Gestured for a long time. She was at a loss. She didn't know what the doll looked like. And finally gestured a little. Grandma's face was visibly bad. What's wrong with Xiaoxi? Ah Chiao shook her head vigorously. What's the relationship with Xiaoxi? Seeing that Grandma stopped hanging clothes and was going to the hospital, she quickly took out a notebook and wrote, Do you want new clothes? I'll give you new clothes and make dolls with old clothes. Grandma squinted and looked at it. I can't see clearly. I don't understand. I don't understand. She waved her hand, returned the notebook to Ah Chiao, and continued to go to the hospital. Ah Chiao felt that it was good to be able to speak for the first time. It saves trouble. Finally, when he arrived at the hospital, he happened to meet Xiao Su, who had just come out of Siosi. He heard Grandma anxiously asking him what happened to Siosi, and then took the notebook from Ah Chiao, who caught up with him. He read it to Grandma word by word, and then realized that it was a misunderstanding. 0. The small misunderstanding did not cause any trouble to everyone, but it poked a hole in Xiao's mind. Suddenly, she also wanted to speak. Everyone can speak. Why is she the only one who can't? Obviously, she is also a person. Xiao's mood was even lower than when the dog left. Songli couldn't coax her with the doll she made. Songli sighed and asked her, What's wrong? Ah Chiao pointed at Songli's mouth, then at his own mouth. Hungry? Ah Chiao shook his head. Toothache? Ah Chiao shook his head again. Songli couldn't think of anything else related to the mouth. But Xiao's eyes were burning, and his eyes were hopeful and anxious. Songli didn't know what was going on in her mind, and blurted out, Want to talk? Ah Chiao nodded to Songli approvingly. After this idea was confirmed, Songli felt embarrassed and awkward at first. How can a zombie talk? Songli pulled a long bench and sat down. To be honest, she was also very curious about why Ah Chiao was different from other zombies. There was almost no trace of zombies on Ah Chiao, and she didn't eat meat. She lived and worked exactly the same as a human. The only strange thing was that she ate tree heart. She only ate the fragrant, tender, and silky tree heart. She ate it 7 days a month, and didn't eat the one she stored last month, but the fresh ones. Her brother went into the mountains to find trees every month. That kind of tree was hard to find. Her brother is now planning whether to open a piece of mountain behind the house to plant this kind of tree. How can I speak? Songli looked at the words on the notebook handed over by Ah Chiao and fell into deep thought. This question is too difficult to answer. It is as difficult as answering why she looks like a human but speaks zombie language. If she tells Ah Chiao, I can speak when I open my mouth, will she be bitten to death? Songli was awkward for a moment and decided not to answer her question. Instead, she asked her, When did you start not being able to speak? Ah Chiao thought carefully. Since she woke up. Open your eyes. Songli, do you open your eyes when you are born or when you wake up? The two were silent after the words fell, facing Xiao's shocked eyes. Songli realized that her question was so weird. How could you remember things from birth until now? If you remember them until now, you must be a spirit. Unexpectedly, Ah Chiao nodded very affirmatively. When you were born. Then you open your eyes every day when you sleep. Songli was shocked. Do you still remember what happened when you were born? Yes. She got up from the ground, learned to walk, and then learned to run. She also met a dog. She and the dog saw zombies biting people. Went home with the dog to watch TV and sleep. And hid from zombies with the dog. Then, she met Song-Chi and her. Achio remembered it clearly. She has a very good memory. Achio counted the numbers on her fingers one by one to Song-Li. Song-Li was silent after hearing this. For Achio, birth refers to the moment when she became a zombie. It is completely different from the birth of a normal human. Song-Li, you don't remember what happened before you were born? Achio shook her head. And then nodded. I remember a little bit. She told Song-Li that the dog said she had lost her memory, and the scattered memories she picked up. Song-Li was confused. Are you sure you didn't watch too many TV series? Achio didn't do anything because Song-Li didn't believe her. Instead, when she heard the word TV, her eyes were filled with joy. She forgot about whether she could talk, whether she wanted to talk, and other questions. She told Song-Li very firmly, I want to watch cartoons. Tom and Jerry on channel 48. Song-Li, I want to watch Tom and Jerry. Song-Li no longer wanted to read what she wrote. So she stood up and ran away. TV series. What a joke. Where can you watch TV series these days? And Tom and Jerry? Even if you find a TV, you can't play it for her. But letting Achio watch Tom and Jerry seems to make her happy, and make her forget all the unhappy things. In this way, the atmosphere in the village will be much more relaxed, and everyone will be much better off. So, after Achio had been chanting Tom and Jerry in Song-Li's ear for 3 days, Song-Li finally gave in. TV is easy to find, but watching TV requires electricity. You also have to find the Tom and Jerry CD. After she finished speaking, she thought Achio could understand the difficulty. Who would have thought that? Achio nodded, looking at her with bright eyes, with a look of expectation, as if saying, I know. Show it to me. Song-Li, do you know there is a shortage of electricity now? Achio shook his head and took out a notebook and pen skillfully. Where is the electricity? I will find it. Song-Li, How should she explain electricity to Achio? This is a more difficult question than how to talk. Achio, where is the CD? I will find it. Is there a TV? I can find it too. What else is missing? I can find it. In Achio world, as long as you want something, you can find it. Anyway, she is not afraid of zombies, and can run fast. Song-Li pulled her hair frantically. These things are too difficult to explain. She couldn't explain it clearly. Song-Li looked around for help, trying to find her brother. Her brother was very patient, especially with Achio. She hoped her brother could save her. Unfortunately, after looking around, she found that the village was empty, and there was no one. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, and everyone was busy in the fields. Just when Song-Li was so overwhelmed that she wanted to slap herself, she saw Xiaosu sliding his wheelchair over here with a list. That was the daily menu. Xiaosu made a menu for her to review every day and asked her if it was suitable. As long as it was suitable, he would take out the dishes and ask the grandparents to clean and prepare them. Because of the addition of the grandparents, the 4 ants who originally helped in the kitchen were replaced and sent to the vegetable fields, successfully adding several laborers to the planting. When Song-Li saw Xiaosu, it was like seeing light. Her eyes lit up, and a small plan came into her mind. She hugged Achio's arms with both hands and smiled. Achio, she whispered softly, with a sweet smile. Achio looked at her expectantly. I want to watch Tom and Jerry. Okay. Song-Li understood the expectation in her eyes, and patted her little hand softly and comfortingly. Achio, do you know where Josie and the others went? Achio frowned. What does this have to do with her wanting to watch Tom and Jerry? Josie. He has Tom and Jerry discs, and a TV that can watch Tom and Jerry. The voice stopped abruptly, because Achio flew away, watching Achio disappearing back. Song-Li smiled. This is good. This is very good. Wait for Achio to find Josie. Josie is a smart man, and will definitely let Achio help him. Finally, she and Achio will happily come back with the TV. The labor force is back, and Achio is also happy. It's the best of both worlds. Chapter 50. Just as Song-Li thought. When Josie was found by Achio, he understood Song-Li's intention instantly. He spoke to Achio in an extremely gentle voice, as if he was abducting a child. The TV is far away from us. Let's find Xiaoxi's information first, and then go get the TV. Okay? In addition to Tom and Jerry, there are many cartoons and small games. They are all very good and fun. I'll give them all to you. Okay? The voice that was pinched and pretended to be soft gave everyone goosebumps. Achiao's ears moved uncomfortably. He usually didn't speak so badly. Achiao quietly turned off some of the hearing aids in his ears, reduced his voice to the minimum, and then nodded. What information about Shaoxi? Where is it? What does it look like? After writing, Achiao handed him the pen and notebook. Draw it? How to draw this? Josie didn't take it. I know where it is. I can see it when I go in. Without waiting for Achiao to ask where it was, Josie pointed to the hospital building in front of him. There. Achiao glanced at the hospital, then looked back at him, her eyes full of doubts, as if asking them, since it's right in front of you, why don't you go in? Josie said, I don't know if there are zombies inside, so I dare not go in rashly. Achiao said in understanding, thinking they were troublesome. Obviously, he is strong, physically strong, and works well, so why is he afraid of zombies? Achiao patted his chest. I am not afraid of zombies. I am strong. They can't beat me. Josie and others closed their eyes and nodded, shouting in their hearts that they knew you were different and not afraid of zombies. But they said nothing. They had received special advice from Songli. Don't tell Achiao that she is different from normal people. Songli warned them to treat Achiao as an ordinary person. Of course, they can ask Achiao for help when they encounter trouble. Achiao quickly wrote a line of words. I will go in first. You can see my gestures. Josie and others watched her leave in admiration. Achiao rushed into the hospital with her head held high, as if she was entering a deserted place. The lobby on the first floor was completely empty, with only mess everywhere. Registration tickets, examination reports, and medicine boxes were scattered all over the floor, and the instruction desk was twisted and fell to the ground, stained with blood that had solidified into black. She stood in the middle of the lobby, looked up and sniffed. There were zombies in the hospital. Probably. She counted them very carefully. 897 zombies. All locked in the ward. They had been hungry for too long. And they were dying. Crawling on the door and trying to open it. There was not a single zombie in the rest of the place. It was empty. Achiao sniffed a noseful of dust and couldn't help sneezing twice. She rubbed her nose, returned to the hospital entrance, and waved hard at Josie and others who were hiding in the small noodle shop opposite. After waving several times, they finally ran over from the noodle shop. As they ran over, Achiao wrote on the notebook. When they ran to him, he had just finished writing and handed it to them. All the zombies were locked in the door and couldn't get out. Where should they go now? Josie frowned. All the zombies that could move freely in the whole city disappeared, and the ones left were all locked up and couldn't leave. Whether it was the shopping malls that were filled with zombies before, or the amusement parks, or the schools, this was the case. And this situation has lasted for nearly a month. As if there was an instruction, they collectively migrated out of the city. Achiao knocked on the notebook. Josie didn't dare to think too much, and suppressed his doubts and said, Go to the archives first. Achiao frowned in doubt, and saw Josie turn around and walk to the corner wall, looking up at a flying hospital plan on it. He tore the plan off the wall and smoothed it out. Outpatient 4th floor. After he said this, he looked up at the building, and after confirming that it was the outpatient building, he walked in first. But Su Fong ran up the stairs quickly when he spoke. The brothers who were about to press the elevator button turned around and followed. Before Josie went up the stairs, he glanced at the elevator without lights on and suddenly said, Doesn't the hospital have a backup power supply? Achiao didn't understand and passed him to chase Su Fong. Achiao, let's go see what the hospital's backup power supply looks like. If it's a generator, we'll take it back. The generators in the village are almost used up. Josie caught up and said. Achiao nodded, not caring. As long as it's here, and he can find it, he can help take it back. A group of people ran through the corridor, and the wind mixed with their breath drilled into the surrounding rooms. Immediately, there were zombies roaring and banging sounds. They were hungry for several months, and seemed to be rushing to reincarnate. They wanted to pounce on them, and bite them immediately. It smells so good. It's so delicious. I want to eat it so much. Achiao heard them screaming like crazy. One of the doors could no longer withstand their sudden and violent impact and began to shake. A hand that looked like a dry branch thrown into a stove came out from the crack of the door that was about to be opened. desperately reaching out to grab them. Someone almost bumped into the hand, but reacted in time to avoid it. Aqiao stepped forward and grabbed the hand, stuffed it back, and then pulled the door outwards and locked it tightly. The zombie that had been struggling for a long time was ruthlessly beaten back into the room again. Aqiao poked the disgusting touch on her hand with disdain, and called them to hurry up. Zhou Zi and others had complicated expressions. She pushed the person back too smoothly. It seemed like she had done it thousands of times. Fortunately, they arrived at the archive room, because the archive room was rarely opened. It was locked on the day of the zombie outbreak, resulting in no one inside. At the same time, they couldn't open it. They used a lot of strength to knock on the door, but the door didn't move at all. Aqiao took a look, threw away the door behind him, wiped the touch on the wall with his hand, walked up and knocked them away. She grabbed the door handle with her bare hands and twisted it lightly. The door handle broke with a click. After a while, the heavy door quietly opened. In the envy of everyone, the archive room that had been sealed for many months was opened, and the choking dust rushed in. Everyone raised their hands to cover their noses and stepped back half a step to avoid the dust. Only Su Fang rushed in fearlessly, bypassing the registration desk and searching among the shelves. Zhou Zi pressed the dusty computer on the registration desk, but there was no response. It crashed directly after the power was turned off. Su Fang, what year did Xiao Shi have the operation? Someone asked loudly. Across several rows of shelves, Su Fang answered him. The year before last during the Chinese New Year. January 20th. 34. Su Fang remembered that period very clearly. There were many patients in the inpatient department, and there were not enough beds. Many patients were forced to leave the hospital after only one day of observation after surgery. Some patients were still hanging on the floor drip and complaining about the pain of the wound before leaving. The nurses were too busy to turn around, and they just said to the patients who were complaining about the pain, "The doctor said you can leave. So you can leave. Hurry up and pack your things so that we can change the sheets." Su Fang was very nervous. Xiao Shi had just finished the surgery and was receiving an 4 drip. He was particularly afraid that the nurse would also tell him that he could be discharged. At that time, Su Fang did not dare to look the nurse in the eye when he met her. He did not want to hear the word discharge. He wanted Xiao Shi to stay in the hospital for a few more days and observe for a few more days. He would be discharged only when Xiao Shi was no longer in pain and had no problems. He was worried all day long. But fortunately, the attending doctor was very gentle. He came to observe Xiao Shi's wound every day, asked about her physical condition, and asked Xiao Shi to tell him if she felt uncomfortable. He stayed until Xiao Shi was tired of sleeping before letting them go through the discharge procedures. At that time, Su Fang was very happy and felt that Xiao Shi was lucky to meet a good doctor. Thinking about it now, he was worse than an animal. He bit the date with resentment. Everyone sighed, not caring about the dust on the shelf, and quickly searched through the rows. Zhou Zi casually pulled out a medical record and showed it to Aqiao. Xiao Shi's name is Su Shi. The file we are looking for has the word Su Shi written here. Aqiao casually pulled out a few books and looked at them, but none of them had Su Shi's name written on them. She put them back, occasionally looking up. She saw people moving around in the shelves, and suddenly realized why the scene was so familiar. It was clearly the scene when she instructed them to work. Oh, so she came to help. Aqiao pursed her lips. Her interest was dull. She searched a little slower, and was somewhat perfunctory. Zhou Zi saw it, but didn't dare to urge her, so he could only speed up himself. It was probably noon, Aqiao guessed, because the window of the archive room was very small, and a few rays of light leaked in, making it difficult to match the time. And Aqiao was hungry at this time. Normally, if she was hungry, it meant it was time for dinner. She brought a lot of snacks out. So she went to find Zhou Zi and poked him with her finger. "I'm hungry and want to wash my hands and eat." Zhou Zi saw the words written on the file book, and was silent for a moment. He took out the mineral water bottle on the side of his backpack and took Aqiao to the corridor outside the door. "I have steamed buns and pickled mustard, and Su Fang has flour rolls and chili oil. Which one do you want to eat? Or a little of each?" Aqiao washed her hands obediently with the water he poured out, shook her head, and poked her crossbody bag with her fingers covered with water droplets. "She has many things that are more delicious than steamed buns and flour rolls." Xiao Su gave them to her. Zhou Zi said and tightened the bottle cap. turned around and dragged the chair behind the registration desk, sat on it, wiped it with his clothes and pants, and lifted it for Achiu to sit on. Achiu was not polite, and sat down and started to look for food in her bag. She searched very carefully, her little mouth opening and closing silently, counting the food inside. Then she raised her eyebrows and found something that really suited her taste. She took it out, opened the packaging bag, and ate it with satisfaction and happiness. She was exactly like a child. Happiness is too simple. Thinking of Xiaoxi, who was still lying unconscious in the hospital, Zhou Zi felt melancholy. He sighed and continued to look for files. Aqiao sat at the door and ate 4 small dried fish. After eating another one, she looked up at the other end of the corridor, and her ears hidden in her hair moved slightly. She listened for a while, but it seemed nothing. She lowered her eyes and continued to eat. After eating the 6 dried fish, she said in confusion, "Huh?" She didn't listen or look. She got up and walked directly to the safety passage at the other end of the corridor. She seemed to be walking, but in fact she was flying. In the blink of an eye, she reached the end of the corridor. The door of the safety passage was ajar. The sunlight outside the window just shone into the door. Through the gap, Aqiao saw that it was as dark as the color of a mosquito net in the middle of the night, and she couldn't see anything. She pushed the door open, and the old door hinge made a harsh creaking sound. She was about to walk in. Zhou Zi's doubtful voice came from the other end of the corridor. "Aqiao?" He came out to see her, but he didn't see anyone, and was looking around. "I saw her standing at the door of the safety passage, walking towards the side." Aqiao stuck her head into the dark corridor, and her mouth was full of dust and spider webs on her face. She poo-poo twice, and retreated in disgust. She wiped her face with both hands. Josie wanted to take some paper, but couldn't find it after searching her bag. This time, she remembered that she was not as delicate as before when she went out, and she brought only life-saving things. So things like paper became unimportant. "What are you doing here?" Josie looked inside through the small glass window on the safety door. The corridor was so dark that it made people tremble. This place, no one dared to enter. "I don't know why she wanted to come." Aqiao raised her hand to gesture. "I heard a sound and thought there was someone inside." Josie didn't understand, so he took the notebook and pen hanging on her messenger bag and handed them to her. Aqiao was about to take it. A mouse rushed out of the dark corridor and rubbed Aqiao's shoes to escape. Aqiao's toes tilted and stepped on its tail. The mouse immediately made a sharp squeak sound. She squatted down and stared at the mouse. The mouse was so scared that it dared not squeak and huddled up. "So it was you who made the noise inside." Aqiao immediately lost interest and dusted off her face and went back to the archives room. The mouse took the opportunity to escape. Josie followed closely behind. He only took 2 steps and looked back at the safety passage, and always felt that something was strange. Chapter 51. Aqiao took a nap, and when she woke up, they were still searching inside. They hadn't even had lunch yet. Aqiao smelled it out. "This is too slow." She yawned and went in to help. After searching through a row of lockers, she found a pattern. Aren't they divided by date and disease type? Just look for January 34. Aqiao took it to Josie to see. Josie nodded. "I've looked." But nothing. Su Fong was afraid that he put the wrong file, so he planned to look at all of them. Aqiao looked up and saw that they were looking at them one by one. She wondered, "Can't I take it home to look at it? There are only 13 of them, and there are tens of thousands of files. How long will it take to look at them?" Aqiao didn't want to sleep in the corridor at night. There are so many people in the village. Aqiao emphasized this sentence. There are so many people in the village, and it's better for one person to read 10 books than for 13 people to read tens of thousands of books. Josie was amazed by Aqiao's idea and immediately went to Su Fong to talk about it. Su Fong was willing to take them back to the village, saving time and effort. And he could also see Xiaoxi. It was sunset when the documents were packed and loaded into the car. Aqiao took Josie to find the hospital's backup power room, which contained 20 powerful and fuel-efficient generators. Seeing them, Josie, who was always very steady, couldn't help but laugh twice. He couldn't wait to run out of the hospital and call his brothers to find a truck. It has been so long since the end of the world, and there are not many cars that can be used. But they have been crawling in this city for so many years, and they know exactly where there are. In addition, there were no zombies in the city, so they quickly got fuel from the gas station. And several people drove several trucks back to the hospital. Achiu just happened to lift all the generators to the ground. They stopped the truck to help. And 10 people couldn't lift a generator. And they stared at each other in surprise. Achiu said tisk, and twisted the generator with one hand and threw it into the car. The sound and the engine that was reduced on the ground seemed to laugh at their uselessness. They were really useless. Everyone was awkward for a moment. And then, they all climbed into the car to go back to the village. The truck drove out of the city without hesitation. Achiu blinked and suddenly rushed out to stop the truck. The harsh sound of brakes sounded in the silent city. The driver opened his eyes in horror. He didn't dare to think about what would happen if he hit Achiu. Fortunately, Achiu was unharmed. But her eyes were full of angry flames when she glared at him, as if accusing something. He was stunned. Josie still reacted very quickly. Josie jumped out of the car, ran to Achiu, and asked her to get in the car. The TV is in this direction. We didn't forget. Achiu said took 2 steps, and looked back at him. Not only TV, but also Tom and Jerry. Game console. TV. Tom and Jerry. Game console. TV. Tom and Jerry. Game console. TV. Tom and Jerry. Game console. She recited it over and over in her mind, as if she could transmit it to Josie's mind through her thoughts. Josie understood. I know. I remember. Achiu stepped onto the truck with doubt. 8 trucks and pickup trucks drove away from the hospital gate, and the afterglow of the setting sun fell obliquely from the sky, covering the dilapidated hospital like a haunted house. The door of the safety passage of this haunted house slowly opened, and 2 men walked up from the dark corridor abyss. They stood behind the broken windows of the corridor, looking at the trucks far away, showing thoughtful expressions. Is it her? Yeah. Still alive. The man held a file and knocked it in his palm, and was amazed. The man next to him shook his head. It shouldn't be. She was dead when she was thrown away. He turned around and asked, Go and see? The man did not respond, but unfolded the file in his hand. There was an eye-catching name on the front page of the file. Sushi. He flipped through the pages one by one. She came here to find this? He chuckled. Sometimes you have to believe in fate. The man next to him was silent for a moment. She used to get along well with Sister Sushi, so it's nothing for her to come to find Sushi. The man holding the file said and said, Go back first. The truck had disappeared from his sight. The sky darkened. They walked into the elevator with the door open behind them, and a card was swiped across the sensor. A beep sounded instantly in the elevator, and the elevator that was supposed to be out of service lit up and started to operate at this moment. They took them down to the morgue on the 2nd floor below ground. Achiu looked back at the hospital building, which was only a blurry shadow, and gradually frowned. Josie noticed it and asked her, What's wrong? Achiu pursed her lips. She always felt that there was something in the hospital. That sudden feeling. But she couldn't smell it. If only the dog was here. The truck drove back to the village. The villagers were gathered at the entrance of the village, asking the old men to teach them how to make fishing rods. They were eager to go fishing, and all they needed was Songli to let them go. As soon as the pickup truck arrived at the entrance of the village, Su Fong jumped out of the car in a panic and ran to the hospital to see Xiaoxi. He hadn't seen Xiaoxi for 2 days, and didn't know how Xiaoxi was doing. Trucks followed and stopped one after another. People who made fishing rods immediately put them away. These little interests were not allowed in front of the main business. After packing up, a large area of land was cleared at the entrance of the village. Josie asked Achiu to help carry the generator. Achiu was playing games with her head down, and she didn't hear a word, until Xiaosu came over in a wheelchair and asked her, Are you hungry? Can we have braised beef and vegetable noodles tonight? Achiu suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling. She smiled and nodded vigorously. Yes. Yes. 5 bowls. He let go of the game console and quickly gestured a 5, and then continued to play. Josie called her again. She said twice, but didn't move. Josie leaned over to see that she was playing Super Mario. This game can take a long time, and Josie couldn't rush her. Move the files out of the car first, and let everyone help find Sushi's copy. Xiaosu made braised beef with soy sauce, and first scooped rice for Achiu to eat, and then cooked noodles. Braised beef with soy sauce is like this. Eat it with rice first, and then mix it with noodles. It will be particularly fragrant. Achu smelled the aroma of braised beef with soy sauce, and finally put down the game and started to eat. After dinner, she diligently helped Josie move the engine. However, from that night on, Achu learned to stay up late. No one dared to control her, and she didn't listen to Song Li's nagging. But compared to Achu dying in a chair, not wanting to eat or drink, Song Li was happy to see her interested in games. For 2 days and 2 nights, everyone squeezed the time to the limit and finally flipped through the hundreds of thousands of files. None of them was sushi. Song Li said, "Did you not join the party? After all, it's not an open operation." Josie nodded in agreement, and then remembered something. Achu also brought back the computer in the archives. Does anyone know how to use a computer? After looking around, no one answered. There are not many young people among the hundreds of them. The younger ones were obedient children in the eyes of their parents. They only knew how to study hard and help with housework. They were not proficient in activities such as playing games online. A little soldier quietly raised his hand, felt the gaze from the opposite side, and quickly put his hand down under the majesty of the army commander. They should not be involved in such things. But Xiao-Shi was too pitiful. She was only 12 years old and her organs were secretly replaced. He was tangled in his heart, but saw the army commander nodded to him. The little soldier's face was happy, and he raised his hand and shouted, "I can!" Facing Su Fang's expectant eyes, he added hesitantly, "A little bit." He was afraid that he would not do well and disappoint Su Fang's expectations. After all, this computer is not just for playing, but for finding files. The hospital's files are password protected. Su Fang gratefully grabbed the little soldier's hand and took him to the hospital. The hospital was the only one in the village with electricity. Zhou Zi and several brothers moved the computer in. The hospital's computer was too old. It took a full 5 minutes to power it on, and people were so anxious that they scratched their cheeks. Aqiao had never played computer before, but he joined in the fun. He found that the little soldier just clicked here and there, and the black and white interface flashed back and forth. Aqiao felt bored and turned to watch cartoons. Halfway through watching Tom and Jerry, he heard the excited voices of a group of people. They unlocked the password of the file and found Sushi's file. A long silence followed. No one spoke anymore. Aqiao was curious and paused the cartoon. He quietly went to the hospital. Su Fang and Zhou Zi gathered in front of the computer and looked at Sushi's file on the screen. Then, they stood up and stood around with complicated expressions. Su Fang's face showed a trace of surprise, and he suddenly rushed into He Gaoqing's office and dragged him over. "Doctor, look, it's just a simple operation. No organ replacement." The little soldier hurriedly stood up and made way. He Gaoqing pushed his glasses, sat in front of the computer desk, and flipped through the information with the mouse in his hand. There were a total of 12 pages. Preoperative examination report and postoperative examination report, and the operation confirmation book of the parents. The more he read, the more his brows furrowed. "Doctor, there must be something wrong with our machines." The examination was wrong. "Wait for He Gaoqing to finish," Su Fang said impatiently. "Let's find some new machines and re-examine Xiao-Shi." He didn't believe that Xiao-Shi had organ rejection. Even if He Gaoqing wanted to refute, he couldn't refute anything in the face of the ironclad files. "Do another examination." He Gaoqing got up and went to the ward to check the status of the activated instruments. Su Fang stood nervously in the corridor waiting. Zhou Zi went out and patted his shoulder, silently comforting him. He glanced at Zhou Zi and didn't say anything, but the expectation in his eyes was so strong that it couldn't be dissolved. Xiao-Shi had another examination. The examination reports were printed out one by one, and they were no different from the previous examination reports. Everyone muttered around those reports, and they didn't believe it. The little soldier sat in front of the computer and read Sushi's files over and over again. But after reading it 10 or 20 times, it was still the same. He waved the mouse impatiently to close the interface. The mouse accidentally clicked on Sushi's name, and the computer, beep, popped up a window. "Please enter the secondary password for verification." The little soldier widened his eyes in surprise, and for a moment, he did not understand what this secondary password meant. He quickly randomly selected a file and clicked on the name of the file holder, but there was no response. At this moment, he realized that there was something wrong with Sushi's file. "Captain." The little soldier turned back to find his commander. The commander leaned over and took a look, his eyes dark. At this time, they all knew that there was something wrong with this hospital, and she might have really had his organs replaced. The seriousness of a hospital secretly replacing organs from patients is no less than that of underground arms trading. However, in the end times when the law is overturned, this matter is as small as a puff of dust. But they have to let the Sioux family know the truth. The commander asked him, "Are you sure?" The soldier looked worried. "I don't know. We don't have internet. It's too difficult. The archive doesn't need internet. But he needs internet to crack this difficult second-level password." The commander frowned and thought for a moment. The next second, he and the soldier turned their heads and stared at Achio, who was lying outside the window and secretly watching them. There was curiosity in her eyes that could not be hidden. The commander smiled all of a sudden. "Achio," he called sweetly. Achio was shocked by the call, and she always felt that the two people in front of the computer were not good people. She stood up immediately, stared at them warily, and her feet swept back without stopping. In a blink of an eye, she disappeared from their sight. The commander whose plan failed. Chapter 52. The second-level password file was cracked for 3 days, but there was no clue. Su Fong suffered a series of major setbacks, and he seemed to have aged overnight. Achio saw that he did not walk as straight as before, and his hair turned gray. She asked Song Li incomprehensibly what happened to him. Song Li was in a low mood. These days, she went to the hospital from time to time to observe Xiaoxi's condition, and she completely understood why Su Fong became like this. The doctor said that Xiaoxi's condition was not good, and even if she woke up, she would not be able to move freely like before. Xiaoxi's organs are failing. Organ transplant surgery is needed as soon as possible. Song Li told Achio exactly as it was. Achio said directly, "Then transplant?" Song Li looked up at her, and after a while, she vaguely remembered that Achio was different from them. She did not understand what organ transplantation was, and did not understand the difficulties involved. Song Li sat down and told her, "Organ transplantation is to transplant organs from someone else's body to Xiaoxi. The other party must have a healthy body and organs. And most importantly, they must match Xiaoxi. It was hard to find matching organs before the end of the world, let alone now." Seeing Achiao's confused expression at this sentence, Song Li said more bluntly, "It means that there is no matching partner." Achiao asked, "Who is the matching partner?" "I don't know," Song Li said. "First, someone must be willing to transplant their organs to Xiaoxi before we can check if they match. Now, let alone whether they are willing or not, we can't even find a few people, and we can't steal them. How could it be?" Achiao's words were shocking. "The safe zone is full of people. I will steal them all back for you." Song Li's pupils suddenly dilated with horror, seeing Achiao stand up and prepare to steal people. She hurriedly hugged Achiao's thighs. "No. No. No! You can't go. Organ transplantation can kill people. Don't mess around." "I'm sorry. I said the wrong thing. Don't take it seriously." Song Li's face turned pale with fear. Finally, she deeply understood that some things can be said to Achio directly, and some things can't be said. Not even a word can be said. Fortunately, Achio is a very good person. Song Li said not to steal, so she really didn't steal, but said, "I will go to the safe zone to ask them if they are willing to exchange organs." Song Li swallowed hard. If Achio is not caught by the people in the safe zone, it's not impossible, because she is polite. Then thinking of the dog's gloomy eyes and its fangs that tear people apart, Song Li trembled all over. Maybe it wasn't Achio who was caught by the people in the safe zone, but she, the one who whispered in his ear, was bitten to death by the dog first. Or, Song Li racked her brains to make Achio forget about this matter. Or wait until your dog comes back. As soon as the dog was mentioned, Achiao's attention was diverted. Her whole face drooped like a frosted eggplant, and she lay in the recliner, bored with everything. She began to lose her spirits because of thinking about the dog again. But it was better than her always wanting to go to the safe zone to catch people. Song Li breathed a sigh of relief. After that, she didn't dare to leave Achio too far or too long for several days, because she was afraid that Achio would sneak out to steal people. This situation continued until the French nobleman came to the village again. Song Li was very impressed with him. He was the most handsome, elegant and aesthetic man she had ever seen in her life. Song Li was very proactive. Come to find the dog. What a coincidence. It's out again. The level 5 zombie was nodding to her politely. But when he heard the word dog, his whole handsome face suddenly darkened and his eyes showed fear. It was like blaspheming their gods. At that moment, it wanted to stop its ears and block her mouth. Everyone is very concerned about people who look like them, including Song Li. So Song Li, who is usually careless, was very sensitive to the other person's surprise at this time. What's wrong? Are you tired from walking all the way here? Come in and sit down quickly. Song Li hurriedly got up and lifted the old wooden bench under the eaves for him to sit on, and poured him a glass of water. The water was well water, and it was cold in the glass. He politely held the glass of water in a very noble posture. A cheap transparent cup that cost $1 was made to feel like a crystal cup worth 2 million. Song Li was stunned and forgot that she wanted to ask people why they were looking for a dog, and also forgot that she wanted to ask him what his name was, and where he lived now. Sisterly, why don't you think of a way to talk to Sister Aqiao? If you can't unlock the second level password, my uncle will exchange his heart with Xiaoxi. A young man of 16 or 17 ran in shouting. It was the child rescued by Su Fang. He always called Su Fang uncle. He regarded himself as Su Fang nephew. As soon as he came in and saw a stranger in the yard, he stopped talking and just kept looking at Song Li. Song Li came back to her senses and said to him, "Wait a minute. Go see where Aqiao is. Ask Chao Su to make her something to eat. And keep an eye on her, so she doesn't run out of the village." The young man immediately turned around and went outside to look for Aqiao. But he kept looking back at the yard, extremely curious about the strange handsome man. Seeing him running away, Song Li turned back to look at the guest. "What did you say you were looking for the dog for?" The guest stood up quickly, put the water cup on the chair, nodded to Song Li hurriedly but politely, and turned away. "Hey!" Song Li didn't understand what was going on at all, and asked quickly, "What's your name? Where do you live?" "I'll tell it later." The level 5 zombie raised his hands to cover his ears, and finally stopped hearing the scary words from her mouth. He stopped and turned around, but instead of answering her, he asked, "Is anyone sick here?" Song Li, under his gaze, completely forgot her own question. "Yes. Xiaoxi has organ failure." The level 5 zombie tilted his nose towards the hospital. A familiar smell made him squint. He murmured 2 words, "Xiaoxi." Song Li didn't hear clearly, walked forward a few steps, stopped in front of him, and asked him, "What did you say?" He shook his head. "Can I take a look?" Song Li was surprised that he made such a request. He had no relatives or friends. But seeing that he was very familiar with the dog, she still took him to the hospital. Su Fang, who was standing in the corridor, looked up and met its eyes full of confusion. The level 5 zombie nodded and looked into the ward. Seeing the person on the bed, the expectation hidden in its eyes dimmed. Sure enough, it was not the person it thought it was. "But, do you need a heart?" It tilted its head and asked Song Li casually. Song Li stood beside him, looking at Xiaoxi in the ward with him. The atmosphere between the two and the tone of their conversation made people mistakenly think that they were very familiar. When Su Fang heard that sentence, he turned his head and stared at it. At the same time, Song Li, said. It smiled softly. "I have a friend who is a professor of cardiology." This short sentence is like a mine, which makes people dizzy and tinnitus. I have a friend who is a professor of cardiology. Professor of cardiology. Everyone knows what this sentence means. Su Fang hurried over and was about to shake its hand with both hands, but it raised its hand to touch its nose and ignored it. Seeing that people didn't want to shake hands with him, he was not embarrassed at all. "Excuse me. Sir, what is your name? Where is your friend now?" "Doctor, he said that Xiaoxi's condition is not optimistic and needs a heart transplant as soon as possible." Su Fang is not worried about the problem of heart matching. What he is most worried about is that no one can do this operation. Doctor, he is not a doctor in this field. He can't do this operation. Everyone says that it is difficult to find a heart. But it is not. Su Fang knows that the most difficult thing is a doctor. In today's society, it is difficult to find a nurse. Not to mention the chest and heart surgeons, who were once short of resources. Now, the opportunity to contact a professor who is more powerful than the surgeon is right in front of him. And Su Fang must grab it no matter what. When it ignored him, Su Fang stared at Song Li with a pleading look. This man was brought by Song Li, and he must be very familiar with Song Li. As long as Song Li is willing to help, he can do anything. Song Li understood Su Fang's request, but she looked back at Su Fang with a complicated look, and then looked at the guest in front of her with a complicated look. And her heart was extremely complicated. She was just a messenger. How could she do such a thing? Unfortunately, Xiaoxi was in danger, so she had to try. That? Do you live far away? Do you have enough supplies? Winter is coming soon. We have extra greenhouses and winter supplies here. If you don't mind, you can move in with your friends. So, if you have any problem, you can just go find the dog. The voice stopped abruptly in the zombie's palm. The level 5 zombie raised its eyes in fear, staring at Song Li fiercely as if it was frightened. It saw itself frightened in Song Li's frightened eyes. It quickly glanced away, and after making sure that she really would not utter that word again, it let go of Song Li's mouth. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, it bowed its head and apologized. Sorry. I have something else to do. I will visit you next time, said. He turned and strode out of the hospital. Su Fang hurriedly chased after him. He was obviously running, using the fastest speed, but he didn't catch up with him. Song Li was stunned on the spot, and the cold feeling left by that person was still on her lips. She raised her hand and touched her mouth blankly. Her mind was still blank. Completely. I didn't understand what was going on. Why did it suddenly? This was her first time to be so close to a strange man. And he looked so. When she thought of the scene at that time, Song Li's face flushed. Song Li. I don't know when. Su Fang came back. He panted and said in a pleading tone, Song Li, please help me. Please help Xiaoxi. He put his hands together and bowed to Song Li like worshipping Buddha. Her face was full of anxiety and earnestness. Song Li suddenly came back to her senses. She hurriedly grabbed Su Fang, who was about to kneel down, and shouted, Uncle Fang. I really don't know him. Su Fang's expression suddenly dimmed. Everyone saw what happened just now. It was more embarrassing to say that she didn't know him than to say that she would not help directly. Song Li also realized that she shouldn't say that. Achio likes Xiaoxi very much. If I can help but don't, Achio will be the first to kill me. I'm serious. The man just now came to find Gogo. I have only seen him once. Why don't you wait for Gogo to come back? And it will definitely be more useful for you to talk to Gogo than for me to say it. She really said to Su Fang from the bottom of her heart. In fact, it's better for you to talk to me. The voice stopped abruptly, and she stopped talking. She was afraid that Su Fang would really go to Achio to talk. Once Achio had an idea, it would be difficult to stop. Well, let's do this. I'll go find it again. Sisterly. Su Fang's fake nephew suddenly ran in with a piece of paper in his hand. The man just gave it to you. He said sorry. Song Li took the neatly folded paper with doubt and unfolded it. There was a line of words written on it. Password 775203. For some reason, Song Li suddenly turned to the office where the file password was being cracked. Su Fang saw it and was also surprised. What is this? Xiaoqing. You enter 775,203. Song Li strode up and called the little soldier who cracked the password. The little soldier didn't even turn his head. His hands were fast. The next second, a crisp beep sound was heard in the room, and the computer interface flashed. Patient, Sushi. Female. 10 years old. 1 heart transplant report. 1 lung transplant report. 1 liver transplant report. 1 kidney transplant report. 1 pancreas transplant report. Chapter 53. As the case reports were turned over one by one, everyone's faces were heavy and ugly. They could not understand the contents full of professional terms, but they knew the meaning of these eye-catching report titles. All of Xiaoxi's organs were replaced. This was no longer a simple incident of someone privately exchanging Xiaoxi's organs for treatment, but a pervert deliberately cut off all of Xiaoxi's organs. Cutting organs was as easy as acrobatics in the hands of perverts. Su Fang's eyes were bloodshot and red with hatred. He raised his fist and hit himself hard. Bang. The people in front of the computer were shocked and came back to their senses from the horror. The army commander strode over and hugged him to stop him from hurting himself. Su Fang was like a wild bull now, and no one could stop him. The muscles of his arms bulged, and the veins on the back of his hands were exposed. He hated to the extreme, regardless of people. Even the army commander was hit. The little soldier jumped up quickly to find Dr. He. Dr. He hurried over and forcibly gave Su Fang a sedative. Su Fang gradually lost his strength and slipped into the arms of the army commander. He looked out the window with empty eyes, and his pupils trembled violently. Did they do the same to Xiaoxi? Tie her up. Force her to be anesthetized. Take away her organs. They carried him to the bed. The atmosphere in the ward was solemn. It was not only because Xiaoxi's organs were all removed, nor because of what Su Fang said, but because there were more than a dozen reports after Xiaoxi's case report. The name printed on the report hurt everyone's eyes. Patient, Su Sui. Female. 12 years old. Zhou Zi and Xiao Su saw this page when they came in. The little soldier's hands were shaking as he held the mouse. They have been in this village for a long time. On weekdays, apart from working, they chat with each other. They know more or less about the Su family. For example, Su Shi has a sister named Su Sui, who disappeared at the age of 7. Missing at the age of 7. 5 years later, Su Sui and Su Shi had the same operation at the same doctor. A heart transplant report. A lung transplant report. A liver transplant report. A kidney transplant report. A pancreas transplant report. At the end of the file, there was a DNA report attached. The testers were Su Sui and Su Shi. The eye-catching test results made them clearly understand that they were not sisters with the same name, but real biological sisters. The atmosphere changed from solemn to weird. It was like someone was controlling it. They heard that Su Sui was abducted by human traffickers. But this report seemed to be a deliberate plot. Su Sui was taken away. And 5 years later, Su Sui and Su Shi's organs were swapped. The person who planned this knew the relationship between Su Sui and Su Shi. Maybe he had been observing the two sisters for a long time. A terrifying atmosphere filled everyone's heart. Solemnly blurted out subconsciously, "It can't be an acquaintance who committed the crime." Everyone stared at her. She replied awkwardly, "Didn't Xiao Su say that Su Sui was very well behaved and never talked to strangers? If he could take Su Sui away, he must be an acquaintance. And he must be someone familiar with the surroundings to be able to distinguish Su Sui and Su Shi so clearly and find them back after 5 years. Xiao Su frowned. The Su family doesn't know anyone who is capable of performing underground surgery in the hospital. Solemnly said, "Take the acquaintance away and give him to someone who is capable of underground industry." Xiao Su was silent. This possibility is too great in front of the pages of files. This is not the point. The commander stepped forward. What we need to do now is to find Su Sui first and exchange their organs. The little soldier nodded, yes. The two sisters can perform surgery quietly. So Su Sui must still be in the city. Maybe she has been in the city for the past 5 years. It's a pity that their father couldn't find her even after searching for her. Under Song Li's angry glare, he hurriedly stopped the words he was about to blurt out. He shut his mouth tightly, wishing he could slap himself to death. In this situation, it is like stabbing Su's father in the back after cutting his heart. Su's father died in a car accident while looking for Su Sui, leaving only the crazy mother Su and the sick Su Shi in the family of 4. Now there is another Su Sui who may still be alive, but no one knows where he is. Solemnly, how can we find him? In today's society, everyone wants to bury themselves in the ground and hide. For example, Dr. He solemnly heard from Achio that Dr. He was dug out of the pit by them. Just thinking about Dr. He came from another office with the freshly printed files. His face was wrinkled more than the lines on the surface of bitter gourd. And his tone was full of powerlessness. It's useless whether we can find him or not. He quickly flipped through the files one by one, picked out a few, and put them on the table for everyone to see. Su Sui's organs began to fail when he was 9. And he was on the verge of death when he was 12. Let's not talk about why Xiaoxi can live until now with Su Sui's necrotic organs. But even if we find Su Sui, we can't take away Xiaoxi's organs from her body. Once we take them away, Su Sui will die. What we need to do now is to find an organ that matches Xiaoxi and replace it with her, so that Xiaoxi can live first. Then let's talk about Su Sui. He Gaoqing paused. Maybe Su Sui can only carry Xiaoxi's organ for the rest of his life. The office was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. No one knew what to say. Say Su Sui is bad. Or say Xiaoxi is really miserable. Or say that both Su Sui and Su Shi are pitiful. Su Sui was kidnapped at the age of 7. And her sister's organs were taken away when she was about to die of illness at the age of 12. Su Shi was implanted with her sister's necrotic organs at the age of 10 and lived to the age of 12. While her kidnapped sister was unknown whether she was alive or dead or whereabouts. No matter which incident, it was a heavy blow to the Su family. For the people in the village, it was a disaster. The soldier muttered, "Organs are not that easy to find. Everyone wants to live. Who is willing to give them?" Xiao Su looked at Song Li. "Sisterly, don't you know? By the way, Sisterly, where did you get the password to the file?" The soldier interrupted Xiao Su and asked Song Li with a puzzled look. Song Li still had the paper in her hand. The paper was crumpled by her, but the words on it could still be clearly seen. She pointed at the entrance of the village with the paper. "The gentleman who came to find the dog just now gave it to me. He said that he had a friend who was a professor of thoracic cardiology." The soldier then said "oh" twice to indicate that he remembered. "I thought it was your boyfriend who finally found you after going through so much hardship." He came up and touched his face and covered his mouth. Song Li blushed immediately. "No. No. No." "Surprised? Surprised? Surprised? Then how did he know the password?" the soldier asked again. After this question, the room was quiet again. Then there was a shock. "Is he from the hospital?" Zhou Zi frowned and looked at Xiao Su. Xiao Su grabbed the wheelchair armrests with both hands. Breathing hard. "No. No. I haven't seen him." As he spoke, his voice became lower. There were too many people in the hospital. Xiao Su had not seen them all. But he definitely had not seen this person. This person was too good looking. If he had seen him, he would never forget it. "Now I ask you to recognize Xiao Shi's attending physician. Can you still recognize him?" Song Li asked him. Xiao Su nodded. The Su family was uneducated, and there were many things to do during the surgery, which they could not understand. It was he who ran around the hospital with Su Fang on crutches. He took over more things than anyone else. This also made him feel unprecedented guilt when he saw these files. He did not even see such a big conspiracy from that small operation. When he trembled his eyelids, a pair of warm hands fell on his shoulders. Xiao Su suddenly raised his head and bumped into Zhou Zi's comforting eyes. "It has nothing to do with you," Zhou Zi said. "They are doing evil things in sheep's clothing, and it is impossible for you to see any clues." In his firm eyes, Xiao Su nodded slowly. "Xiao Li." Zhou Zi let go of Xiao Su and turned to Song Li. "I want to ask you for a leave for a while, and go out to see if there is anyone willing to replace Xiao Shi. It is hard to say no in this situation." Song Li said, "Okay. You asked Xiao Su to prepare some dry food for you. How many people will go? I can arrange the tasks in the field. This period is the time when vegetables are soaring, and the management of the fields is more difficult than usual. There can't be too many fewer people." Zhou Zi shook his head. "No. I will go alone. The rest of you stay to work. If I don't work, I don't need to give food. I can find a way myself." "No." Su Fang's fake nephew suddenly ran in and said this before everyone else. "I'll go with you." He was full of stubbornness. The kind of stubbornness that said, "If you don't agree, I'll follow you quietly." It gave everyone a headache. Song Li sighed. "Food must be brought. I'll tell Achio, and Achio will agree. You have to make sure you're alive first. Then see as he can live." Zhou Zi pursed his lips and stopped trying. He just felt that they came to the village this time to work, but it became a burden for them. It was shameful. "And you?" Song Li specifically tapped the fake nephew's forehead. "Don't run around. Kid, play with your sister Achio. If you're happy playing with her, maybe your sister Achio will go and get a doctor to perform surgery on your sister Xiaoxi tomorrow, and you'll be able to see your sister Xiaoxi alive and kicking the day after tomorrow." The fake nephew pouted, with fierce disapproval in his eyes, but he didn't dare to refute a word. He knew clearly that Sisterly was right. Everyone knows that although Song Li and Song Qi are in charge of the village, the one who decides everything and everyone in the village is the dog, and the dog belongs to Achio. Therefore, pleasing Achio and making Achio happy is the most important thing, and the safest shortcut to do everything. "Zhou Zi, you take 5 people. More people is safer and more efficient," Song Li said. "I'll find a way to arrange it." That's how it was decided. Xiao Su immediately went back to the kitchen to make dry food. The nephew filled the well water for them to drink on the way. Zhou Zi went to discuss with his brothers, and everyone was indignant and wanted to go. Zhou Zi only called 5 people. Song Li found Achio, who had just finished watching Tom and Jerry in front of the TV. She told Achio the key points and the parts that could be said. "Looking for Sister Xiaoxi?" Achio immediately became interested. "What does she look like? Do you have any clothes or something? I'll help you find it." I will definitely find Sister Siosi before them. She stood up from the rattan chair, ready to jump. Solemnly held her forehead and said, My sister disappeared a few years ago. So what's the matter? No. The most important thing now is whether you recognize the man who came to look for the dog this morning. That is. Chapter 54. Hey. Achio. What are you daydreaming about? Solemnly raised her hand and waved in front of Achio. Achio suddenly came back to his senses, laughed twice, and waved his hands wildly. I haven't seen him. I don't know him. I don't know. Solemnly's face lost color after 3 consecutive rejections. She didn't expect Achio to refuse so straightforwardly. Achio was always very tolerant of her, and would agree to whatever she wanted to do. Solemnly asked again uncertainly, Really don't know him? Achio nodded very affirmatively. Solemnly was full of disappointment, and pursed her lips and muttered, Who will do Siosi's surgery? What does this have to do with Siosi's surgery? He has a friend who is a professor of surgery, and can do surgery on Siosi. Achio was silent. She really didn't hear this from Solemnly's long speech. I thought you were going to have a relationship with him. The words on the notebook were handed to Solemnly, and Solemnly was stunned. The next second, her cheeks were as red as a burning cloud. Achio laughed loudly. Really? Really? Solemnly really likes zombies. Achio was so excited that her eyebrows couldn't help flying. Solemnly was embarrassed by her laughter, and used a loud roar to cover up her little thoughts. Where did you learn these words? You are just talking nonsense whether you know what they mean or not. I understand. Achio nodded vigorously. I understand very much. She pointed at the scattered CDs on the cart. She had watched hundreds of CDs, and understood them all. And she learned them all from them. Solemnly looked at the CDs, and wanted to skin Joe Z. These CDs were all copied by Joe Z from the city. There were thousands of CDs. Solemnly didn't understand how Joe Z got so many ancient CDs. All the discs were in a mess. And they had corrupted Achio. Achio didn't know what love was before. Those grandfathers spoiled her too much. They not only made a cart for Achio to put the discs on, but also separated a snack area on the cart, and filled it with snacks. As if they were afraid that Achio would be starving. Solemnly glared at Achio, opened her mouth, and finally took a few breaths in HL unconcealable joyful laughter, turned around and ran away. Achio, ha ha ha, almost laughed like a zombie. But fortunately, she covered her mouth very quickly. The smile that couldn't be hidden in her bright eyes was rippling. When she laughed enough, she sat down and continued to watch TV. The Tom and Jerry disc was ejected, and she picked and practiced putting it into the Star Sheep, picked up the freshly fried potato chips, and watched leisurely. Josie's team set off with dry food. Solemnly washed her face with cold water to calm herself down, then arranged the division of labor in the fields. Recently, it is the season for vegetables to sprout, so they need to be carefully taken care of. The construction team also needs to follow up. She forgot a lot of things when she was busy, and before she could remember them, she was found first. Su Fong was more timid than in the past few days. When she found Solemnly, she didn't dare to look at her face. She lowered her eyes and stared at her feet. Shaoli, listen. Listen to them. He spoke slowly and stuttered, as if he wanted to say something but didn't dare to say it. Solemnly didn't expect that this incident would cause him such a heavy blow. This blow did not include Su Sui's affairs. Those who had read the files unanimously kept the secret about Su Sui from Su Fong. They didn't want Su Sui to be the last straw that crushed Su Fong. Uncle Su, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Solemnly poured him a glass of water, which was just right to relieve the heat in the hot weather. Su Fong held the cup with both hands, as if he really had no choice, and lowered his head and said quickly, I heard them say that gentleman is your boyfriend. At this point, he stopped and looked up at Solemnly. Solemnly was petrified on the spot, like a statue. Dumbfounded, she opened her mouth and babbled for a long time, then suddenly shouted, Who is talking nonsense? She drank too suddenly. Su Fong was frightened and took a half step back. Seeing him like this, Solemnly coughed awkwardly twice, and her ears covered by her hair were red enough to boil eggs. She touched her ears awkwardly, pretending to be as calm as she was before Su Fong came. Uncle Su, don't listen to their nonsense. It's not true. Those secretly hidden thoughts made Song Li's eyes nowhere to go, and she didn't dare to look directly at Su Fong when she said these words. That gentleman really came to look for the dog. I have asked Achi for you, and Achi said he didn't know him. We can only wait for the dog to come back. Su Fang said with a dazed look. Song Li thought he was hit hard, and was about to comfort him. Who would have thought that he would mutter, "He's really not your boyfriend." Song Li's face suddenly turned red. And she shouted, "Uncle Su." She stared at Su Fang with an accusing look. Su Fang was embarrassed by being stared at, and turned his face away. "Uncle, you should have a good rest these days. I'll ask Achu to talk to the dog as soon as it comes back, and it will probably be fine. Don't be too anxious." Song Li said, "I have something else to do, so I'll go first. If you have anything, come to the field to find me." Su Fang watched her rush out of the yard and run to the back mountain. 2 days ago, they opened a piece of land in the back mountain and planned to transplant a bamboo forest to prepare to dig spring bamboo shoots for next year. This morning, the bamboo forest was just transported back from other places. Now is the time for people to plant bamboo. Su Fang was stunned, holding the cup in his hand. The water was no longer as cool as when it was just handed to him. He even warmed it up a little. Drinking hot water in the summer is simply crazy. But Su Fang drank it all in one gulp. He washed the cup and put it on the small square table under the eaves. Then turned around and went to the back mountain. The busy people in the back mountain were stunned when they saw him. Since Xiaoxi fell ill, Su Fang rarely worked. Everyone knew it well, but didn't mention it. When he came again, everyone looked at him with pity and sympathy. Someone asked him quickly if Xiaoxi woke up. Su Fang pursed his lips and shook his head. "Help people lift the bamboo off the truck." "Alas, Uncle Su, you don't have to come. We have enough manpower." Song Li saw him and hurried over to stop him. He Gao Qin told her privately a few days ago that Su Fang's physical condition did not look good. If he really wanted to replace Xiaoxi's organs, he had better take care of himself and not be too tired. Song Li thought, even doctors can't say such words. How can she ask people to take care of themselves and give organs to Xiaoxi? It's almost painful to press people to the point of forcibly digging out their hearts. "Yes, Uncle. Go back and rest. Have a good sleep. This job doesn't need you to do it." Su Fang's nephew agreed. Su Fang shook his head. "It's okay. He has been eating, drinking, and living for free these days. It's not good to keep doing this." And Zhou Zi took people out to help Xiaoxi find organs, and also took dry food from the village. Su Fang felt bad. Su Fang said, "I have the strength to work. It's not a matter of working or not." Song Li paused, feeling that Su Fang would not listen no matter what she said. She sighed. "Then Uncle Su, go get 2 buckets of water for everyone to drink. And Achio, help watch her, and don't let her leave the village. If she leaves the village, there will be no one to help talk to the dog when she comes back." This sentence hit the nail on the head. Su Fang really stopped rushing to work, and repeatedly agreed to get some cold water to drink first, and then go to the village to find Achu. Achu was chatting with the old grandpas and grandmas outside the workers' room. And Xiao Su was there too. She took a notebook to write, and handed it to the old man to read. The old man shook his head to indicate that he didn't understand. So Xiao Su took it, and read it to everyone. Some people frowned and some laughed. The harmonious atmosphere made Su Fang feel sour. Xiao body is not growing. Song Li said that she is 17 years old. But she doesn't look as old as her peers. She looks like she is only 15 years old. Well-behaved and pretty. Su Fang asked Song Li if Achio was sick. Song Li hesitated and didn't say a word. Su Fang thought, she must be sick. Otherwise, why is she so small? His Susie is sick, and doesn't look like people of the same age. Other 12-year-olds are tall, but his Susie looks like 7 or 8 years old, thin and small. Thinking of Susie, Su Fang felt sour in his heart. Sometimes you have to believe some words. He has been a good man all his life, not asking for anything in return. But he didn't expect that he would suffer retribution. Sui Sui couldn't find it. His brother died in a car accident. His sister-in-law went crazy. And even Susie had her organs dug out under their noses. It's really that God can't get away from anyone. Uncle Fang. Xiao Su saw him and called him. You are here. Come and sit down. The old lady lifted a chair and put it down, patted the stool, and asked him to sit down. Su Fang nodded and walked over. When he raised his head to wipe his forehead, he wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. He thought he had wiped it away secretly, but he didn't expect that he couldn't hide it from Achio. She wrote quickly and showed it to Xiao Su. He cried. Xiao Su covered her notebook and pretended that nothing happened. Achiu was not convinced. She saw it clearly. When Su Fang sat down, his eyes blurred and a line of words came into his sight. You cried. Su Fang, no. You read it wrong. Su Fang refused to admit it. Achiu was very sure. No one can see it more clearly than me. Why are you crying? Achiu wrote faster and faster. And Su Fang couldn't open his mouth as fast as her. Xiao Su supported his forehead. I don't know what to do with Achiu. She is too curious. Like SpongeBob. Su Fang opened his mouth and tried to speak. But a picture was thrust in front of him. An oval. Achiu said, let them make a backpack to carry me. In the future. The dog will carry me in the backpack when he goes out to play. I told him. But they refused. Su Fang. Talk to them. They are your people. And they will definitely listen to you. Su Fang, who was trying to answer the first question, why are you crying? Was stunned by the string of words. It took him a long time to react. He held the rough drawing, with a complicated expression, and said earnestly, you draw a circle. They want to do it, but don't know how to start. You have to be more detailed. Achiu didn't understand, and looked at him in confusion. Finally, he stuffed the pen into his hand and raised his chin to indicate, you do it. Su Fang held a pen in one hand and a notebook in the other. He was as confused as Achiu. He also didn't know. Both of them looked confused and their eyes were blank. After looking at each other for a while, Xiao Su laughed out loud. Xiao Su waved his hands at Achiu with amusement. There is no blueprint for the backpack. And he can't draw it. Achiu looked down at Su Fang and said, TSK. The look in his eyes seemed to carry a layer of you are just like that. Su Fang hurriedly returned the notebook and pen to her. He overestimated himself and underestimated Achiu. It was really embarrassing. Wait until your dog comes back. And let your grandparents make one for you. Xiao Su said with a smile. It's useless to do it now. Chapter 55. In the end, the backpack was not made. Su Fang was the boss and had no say. The boss was useless. Achiu pursed her lips, pulled the book back and continued to watch free-range stars. Then Meteor Garden. Then the prince who turns into a frog. She had graduated from the world of cartoons and entered the world of youth idol dramas. After watching 20 youth idol dramas, when Su Fang was about to lose patience, the dog finally came back. It drove into the village with a convoy of cars. The brakes of the tires rubbing against the concrete ground sounded everywhere, and the dust was flying everywhere. Songli thought that she had to ask the construction team to build a large parking lot. Dog. When they were 2 kilometers away from the village, Achiu smelled the smell of the dog. Without Songli shouting, she took the initiative to jump off the bed for the first time and ran straight to the dog. She excitedly, "Awoo!" cried, like a clingy kitten hanging on the dog's neck and nudging it hard in its arms. Her messy hair became even messier as she moved it back and forth, and it was like an explosion on top of her head. A few strands of hair poked into the dog's eyes tenaciously and accurately. The dog tilted its head to avoid her, which made her more unscrupulous to get close to the dog's neck, sniffing hard with her nose. The warm breath sprayed on the dog's neck, and it sensitively raised its hair and tilted its neck back away from her. But it couldn't do anything about Achiu's determination to sniff. It could only raise its front legs and push her head away. The other front leg pulled her off from its body. This time it was not as easy to pull as before. She was like a dogskin plaster, covered with a dogskin plaster with super strong glue, firmly stuck to it. Get down, the dog said to her in a good tone. Achiu was so arrogant that she shook her head violently. I don't. As she said that, she got into the dog's arms more fiercely. Wishing she could stuff herself into the dog's stomach, she tightly clamped the dog's neck. The dog was stronger than ordinary people, and the deadly hoop made it difficult for the dog to breathe. She kept hooping tighter and tighter. The dog narrowed his eyes dangerously, hooked his claws on her collar, and was about to twist her down. You've been gone for a long time, and I sleep alone every day. Hug me. She rubbed her face against its chest, and her voice came out muffled from the thick hair, as if she was very aggrieved. The dog paused in its action of twisting her. In this pause, the thing in its arms pressed in 2 more inches. The dog's skin felt the heat coming from her body, like a burning fire. It was so hot that its breathing paused, and its eyebrows and eyes were instantly solemn. It could no longer be soft-hearted, twisting the back of the person's collar and throwing the person heavily to the ground. Achiao pulled the dog hair to stand firm, and pouted uncomfortably. Her beautiful lips were flattened into an arch, and they were pouting high enough to hang a soy sauce bottle. Anyone with eyes could see that she was very unhappy and very sad. The dog got a headache when he saw her like this. She was getting more and more irritable after not seeing her for a month. He put his palm on Achiao's head and rubbed her messy hair soothingly. It didn't work. Achiao stared at the ground sullenly without raising her head. It was harder to coax than before. The dog realized this, and his head hurt even more. It just ran outside for so long and was covered in dust. I want to take a bath before letting her smell it. Why does she just love to smell the dust? The pad of the meat pressed against Achiao's forehead and lifted her face back. Achiao snorted and raised her head but didn't look at it. Snort. A sound came from not far away. Achiao looked up and saw a woman with fiery red curly hair, leaning against the door of a black SUV, holding a cigarette in her hand, glancing at her with eyes full of scorn. Achiao first said softly, "Wow, what a beautiful zombie sister." Then, she stared at the dog with horror. Her dog was outside picking up a beautiful sister. The dog was going to go with the beautiful sister. A terrifying thought flashed through Achiao's mind. She was stunned and shocked. Then she became angry. Achiao raised her hand and slapped the dog, knocking the dog head down a few points. What a dog! Said he was going out to find fish, but ended up going to play with his sister. No wonder he didn't give her a hug when he got home. Achiao was so angry that smoke came out of her head. She glared at the dog fiercely, turned around and ran back to the house, locked the door, and threw herself on the bed and whimpered angrily. The whole village was confused. The dog was shocked. The mind was blank for a second for no reason. The dog subconsciously looked in the direction Achiao looked before she left and saw the red-haired zombie. She seemed to be confused by Achiao's behavior. The cigarette in her hand burned for a while, but she didn't take a puff. The dog used its smart brain to spin rapidly, freezing the red-haired zombie for a long time, and hurriedly chased after Achiao. The red-haired zombie was stunned. It was stunned for only a few seconds, and its index finger tapped off the burning ash, raised its head, and asked the human standing in several layers around it, who is in charge? The scarlet cigarette, but in its hand pointed at Song Li, who was mixed in. You are in charge? He glanced at the dozens of fishing trucks behind him. Let's arrange it. Stay 2 more minutes, and all the fish will be dead. Oh! Song Li suddenly came back to her senses, holding Su Fong, who wanted to go find the dog. Uncle Su, please help entertain the guests. She lowered her voice and whispered to Su Fong. The dog made Achiao angry. Let's go later. There's no rush now. Su Fong didn't dare to move immediately, and went to greet the female guest, who looked very powerful. He respectfully invited people in the dam outside the workers' room. The old man wiped the rattan chairs on the round table with a clean towel. Su Fong asked her to sit here and asked her if she wanted flower tea or fruit tea. The red-haired female zombie said, Do you have fruit tea? After a slight pause, she understood something. She blew out a smoke ring. Give me a pot each. The old lady in the house quickly made some. Song Li led the fish truck back and heard the smell of the sea coming out of the newly flattened soil outside the village. The whole air was filled with the stench of the sea. She counted carefully. There were a total of 45 cars. If there were 200 fish in one car, 45 cars. Oh my God! She was so shocked that she was stunned. When the drivers got off the car, she didn't even greet them immediately. It was the commander who asked the driver how long they had been driving. The driver compared 2 numbers. 10 days. Are you going to put the fish in the pond now? Song Li came back to her senses, and nodded that she wanted to put the fish in the pond now. But she remembered that the newly dug fish pond had no water yet. It hadn't rained since the fish pond was dug, and Song Li had been so busy that she had long forgotten about diverting water to the fish pond. The driver was considerate. These are sea fish, and ordinary fresh water can't raise them. We have experience in raising fish. You lead us to the fish pond, and we can release the fish. Song Li thanked them repeatedly and led them over. Unfortunately, the muddy road from the main road to the new fish pond was very narrow. Only enough for 2 people to travel side by side, and the fish truck couldn't get through anyway. The commander thought quickly and went to find the young man who drove the excavator of the construction team to dig the road. The fish pond was dug in advance according to Achiao's idea. According to the project arrangement of the construction team, the road should be opened first, and then the pond should be dug. The young man listened to the commander's words, and did not ask the construction leader for instructions. He drove the excavator to dig. Anyway, he had to dig sooner or later. So he dug it now. Once the road was dug, it was flattened and compacted. The drivers also happened to put fish racks in the new fish pond. The new fish pond was dug very large, and one fish pond could hold 5 100-square-meter fish racks. When the drivers came back to drive the fish truck, the commander led a team of young soldiers to watch the road for them in all directions. And they were very attentive. Lu Dingyao was amazed. "Uncle, does the security zone know that you are such a bootlicker? Does your district chief know that you are bending over backwards for a few fish?" The young soldier looked embarrassed and did not dare to look back at Lu Dingyao. But he did not run away immediately. He still escorted the fish truck to the pond steadily. Lu Xuanjin slapped his useless nephew on the head and said angrily, "You only know how to grab food when you eat. But you don't know how to work harder." Lu Dingyao didn't expect his uncle to say such a thing. He was dumbfounded and vaguely felt the cold eyes of Song Li beside him. He turned his head and met Song Li's eyes of "You're finished." Lu Dingyao's heart skipped a beat. Would he have no food tonight? He widened his eyes in horror. The next second, he rushed to the fish pond faster than anyone else. Hey! 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 Slow down. Be careful. I'll help you. I'll help you. I'll carry this. I'll carry it. You've been traveling for so long. Take a break. Put it down. I'll do it. I can do it. I can carry it. Lu Dingyao's voice was heard from afar. Lu Xuanjing, who heard it, said "TSK, TSK, TSK?" after the fish truck unloaded the sea fish. The sun had already set. The rich smell of rice wafted from the kitchen. The fish truck returned along the same route and stopped at the roadside outside the village. The car was turned off, but the drivers did not get off. Song Li was puzzled. She went up and called people. "Masters, come down and take a rest. Go in and have a drink of water. The food will be ready soon. Let's eat together later." "Yes, yes. You have come here from thousands of miles away. You have to travel in the dark and deliver fish. It must be so hard. Come into the village and have a sip of tea." Lu Dingyao agreed again and again. "Our tea is made of wild flowers that are picked and dried. And the tea is made of young leaves of eagle trees that are picked and fried. I can't say it's much better than before, but it must be the best tea now. Come down and try it." The window of the fish truck closes to Song Li, and Lu Dingyao rolled down, revealing the face of a man in his 30s, who was sunburned. He looked hesitant. With a complicated expression and a low voice, "Are you asking us to go into the village? Are you really going to do this?" he asked twice. Song Li and Lu Dingyao were confused by the question. "Of course," Lu Dingyao said. "You worked so hard to come here. Why don't you drink a sip of water or sit on the bench? Come on. Come on. Get off and go into the village to rest." He tried to pull the door of the cab. The door was locked from the inside and could not be opened. Song Li was a little confused. As Lu Dingyao nodded, he invited them to get off the car to have tea and rest in a confused but sincere tone. After being invited again and again, the driver finally gave in. "Okay." His voice was low, and it was hard to tell whether it was regret or something else. Song Li's mind was full of question marks. I saw a driver get off the car, and dozens of drivers behind him followed. The group entered the village in a mighty manner. Tables, chairs, tea and snacks were already prepared in the dam in front of the worker's house. The red-haired woman was eating egg custard with a bowl. Seeing them come in, she looked at Song Li with a strange expression, then put down the bowl, raised her chin towards them, and said, "Sit down. This tastes good. Everyone eat more." What she said was right, but it sounded strange. Song Li didn't understand for a while, and smiled and asked them to eat more. The more she said this, the weirder the red-haired woman looked, as if she was looking at a fool. Finally, she sneered, facing Song Li's puzzled gaze. She teased, "You are really kind. Song Li, eh?" Chapter 56. The locked door can't stop the dog. The dog's sharp claws pushed along the crack of the door into the lock, and the door opened. It pushed open a crack cautiously, and through the gap, it saw the little thing lying on the bed crying and shaking, with its head tightly covered in the quilt. Not feeling breathless, the dog frowned. He pushed the door open quickly, and the person on the bed was stunned for a moment, and then continued to cry after a few seconds. The dog laughed when he heard it. This is crying for it to see. Become smart. The dog walked to the bed and lifted the quilt covering her head. Xiao subconsciously raised her head and raised her hand to pull it. But she couldn't hold it. In the gap when she raised her head, the dog held her chin to stop her from burying it. The face in the paw pad was small, and it became red because it was curled up in the quilt for a long time. The pair of green eyes were also dyed red, with tears in her eyes, as if she cried very hard, but there was no trace of water on her face. The dog laughed angrily and snorted, "Aren't you crying?" Having been caught crying in broad daylight, Xiao was timid. She wanted to retract her chin, but she couldn't resist the dog's strength. She could only turn her eyes away, thinking that she didn't see it, and snorted, "I won't cry for the dog." After saying dog, the dog narrowed its eyes dangerously, and used its front paws to pinch her tightly. Its paw pads were very soft, and Xiao felt quite comfortable lying there. But after it used its strength, she felt her chin was pinched and hurt. She groaned uncomfortably, and couldn't move her chin. So she turned her eyes to glare at the dog. She glared fiercely. She thought she was fierce, but she didn't know that her cheeks were red and her eyes were watery. When she glared at the dog, she looked light and weak, but it was more charming. The dog was absent-minded for a moment. This gave Xiao the opportunity to break free from its claws, jump up from the bed, and slap the dog. "You've changed. Dog. You've changed. You love the pretty sister, and don't want to be with me anymore," Xiao accused fiercely. The dog was stunned. Who did she learn this skill of complaining first? She must have changed. She became fierce and deceptive. I don't know where she learned these weird things from. Without waiting for the dog to explain, Xiao suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, "The pretty sister has many suitors, and she doesn't like dogs." Then, chuckles, laughed, and looked at her dog with a mocking expression. As she looked at it, her laughter disappeared and her eyes dimmed. Xiao found that the dog was tall and strong, handsome, and good at fighting. It seemed that there was nothing that the dog couldn't do better than many humans. If the pretty sister was blind and really didn't love people but loved dogs and liked dogs. Xiao lowered her head in frustration like a defeated chicken. After a long time, she poked her index finger with her index finger, twisting and turning, her voice weak. If. The bright green eyes rolled around restlessly, and she was weak and awkward, saying intermittently, "If you are with the beautiful sister, can you not leave? You can just live in the village. Songli, and I will help you raise the puppies." The puppies will be given to me. Lucia. The sound of a box popping almost blew off the roof. Xiao was startled, raised her eyes quietly, and trembled. How? The dog was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot, and his fangs rubbed sparks, staring at her with anger in his eyes, as if he wanted to tear her apart and eat her. Xiao saw the dog so angry for the first time, so he shrank his neck and secretly hid himself deep in the bed. Her head was almost dropped on the bed and merged with the bed. The dog stared at her, moving little by little, thinking that she was not discovered. Her cautious appearance was really pitiful to the extreme. Seeing her like this, the dog was so angry that it was choking and making it difficult for the dog to breathe. It watched her move to the back of the bed, close to the wall separated by the mosquito net, and facing it with a dark head with fluffy black hair. The dog raised its paw to pull her out, but retracted it halfway. It stood by the bed and stared at her for a long time. The room gradually became quiet. The wind was blowing softly outside the door. The leaves were rustling, and the village was quiet. Xiao huddled in the corner of the bed, not used to this kind of silence. The village has always been noisy. She quietly raised her head a little, her smart eyes slightly exposed from behind her hair, trying to look outside, but she bumped into the dog's side of her. She was caught. Xiao was shocked and wanted to bury her head again, but the dog quickly dragged her chin. It said in a very light and helpless voice, "Come out. Sit here." It used its sharp claws to brush away the long hair that blocked her face, and straightened it behind her bit by bit. He carried her out from the corner of the bed. Xiao was forced to sit in the position it said, with his chin resting on the dog paw pad. The dog paw pad was very comfortable, soft and warm, and Xiao liked it very much. He felt very happy and comfortable resting his chin on it, and he didn't want to take his chin away at all. The dog did not withdraw its front legs, but held her like that, watching her enjoy it with her eyes narrowed and her face intoxicated. She was obviously scared to death just now. The dog sighed softly, and the sigh was very light, like smoke in the throat that drifted away silently, without a trace of sound. And Achiao did not hear it. It half circled her, letting her lean on it, just like she leaned on it to eat, drink, read picture books, and watch the sunset. It's a zombie. I asked it to bring fish. The dog lowered his head and asked her, "Don't you want to eat fish?" Asking a beautiful sister to bring fish for herself. Achiao lowered her head in shame. Half of it was because she was ashamed to let the beautiful sister bring fish, and the beautiful sister should eat, drink, and play. The other half was because she misunderstood that the dog wanted to have puppies with the beautiful sister. Unfortunately, the dog did not let her feel ashamed. It firmly held Achiao's jaw, leaving Achiao with nowhere to lower her head. After delivering the fish, "Let them go back." Achiao nodded, and suddenly looked up again, staring at the dog with her beautiful green eyes blinking. The dog heart choked. What else did she notice? Sure enough, Achiao whispered, I want to play with the pretty sister. Dog, eh? For a moment, the dog thought that Achiao was not angry with it for bringing the pretty sister back, but angry that she didn't have a pretty sister. Achiao's eyes were bright and full of expectation. The dog had a headache, seeing that it didn't agree for a long time. Achiao hugged the dog paw, shaking it, and her little heart swelled and called, "Promise, promise, promise." Only if the dog agreed, the pretty sister would play with her. Achiao knew it very well. The dog had the illusion of being forced, and nodded helplessly for a long time. Achiao was instantly excited. She jumped up directly from the bed, hugged the dog's neck with both hands, and rubbed it hard. The dog is so nice. The dog loves you. She buried herself in the dog's neck and cried happily. The dog smiled and let her rub against him. Who would have thought that she was such a pushover? She climbed on his back and rode him. "Lucia, get off!" the dog shouted. Achiao said "Ah" and stopped rubbing and climbing, sitting steadily on the dog's back. "Lucio." She looked puzzled, as if she had heard it calling like this just now, but was not sure at that time, but was completely sure now. "Are you calling me? My name is Lucio?" The dog nodded. Achiao muttered a few words. "Lu, Xiao, Lu, Xiao, Lucio." She looked confused. "Who said that? My mother?" "No." The dog looked serious. "Who said that?" "Sway Sway." "Who is Sway Sway? Do you know me? Where is she?" Achiao jumped off the dog's back. The dog got up from the ground and took her outside. The quiet village suddenly exploded after being extremely quiet. Everyone watched in horror as the dog and Achiao walked out of the village. The red-haired zombie drinking fruit tea glanced in the direction they left and said, "TSK." Solemnly asked her in a low voice, "What are they doing?" She had a hunch that this woman knew something. "Good lady, look for yourself." The red-haired woman smiled and put down the tea bowl. Achiao stopped 10 meters away from the SUV. She stood there, breathing rapidly. She smelled a very familiar smell, like her favorite potato chips, the TV series she loved to watch, the dog she loved to sleep. As familiar, very familiar, so familiar that Achiao wanted to cry, want to shout, want to scream. The dog noticed her emotional fluctuations and looked back at her without urging her. It stopped and waited for her. For a long, long time. Achiao raised her feet again and walked towards the dusty SUV. The person in the SUV seemed to sense something. She turned her head quietly and looked at the person coming through the car window. Her eyes focused on Achiao, and her empty eyes instantly ignited with a scorching light. She opened her mouth and shouted, "Ah woo!" and even forgot how to open the car door that was engraved in her memory. She broke through the glass and flipped out of the car. The huge gap made her fall to the ground. She didn't feel any pain, but she couldn't wait to get up. Looking at Achiao's figure, limping and rushing up at her fastest speed. From the toothless mouth and the broken throat came a sound similar to crying, and a voice that seemed to call Achiao. Her voice was as broken as rotten cotton wool. Or rather, she was like a broken cotton wool, with only a few threads left to connect it. She stumbled and cried and rushed towards Achiao. She shouted over and over again in a language that humans could not understand, "Achiao, Achiao, Achiao, Achiao." The world became absurd and wonderful at this moment, and Achiao was stunned and could not move. She saw the person rushing towards her and burst into tears uncontrollably. she cried loudly. She was in unstoppable pain. It was as if her head was hit by a hammer, hammering out the name of this person engraved deep in Hye's mind. Sway sway. Her baby. Her doll. Her doll. Her spiritual sustenance. It was hers. It was her baby. She lost 3 years of companionship. Sway sway. She hugged her. And they fell to the ground together. Achu hugged her baby and held the broken baby in her arms. Tears blurred her vision. But she could see clearly. She could see clearly. She saw it clearly. She saw that the doll she had treasured for many years was broken. Old. And broken. The doll exuded a rotten smell. Achiao inhaled a smell that was exactly the same as that of zombies. Her dead heart seemed to beat at this moment, full of anger and resentment. Her doll, the most precious doll, was broken. She hated it so much. Fangs came out of his mouth, and a voice of Su Sui floated into his ears. Achiao raised her eyes, and saw Su Fong frightened and vicissitudes of old face. His mouth was shaking, and when he called out, Su Sui, his whole body was shaking, trembling. He, bang, fell to his knees on the ground, his eyes empty and dull. Chapter 57. Achio, have you taken the medicine? Achio sat on the bed, pulling her hair out of boredom, watching the nurse check the paper cup on the small table. The water in the paper cup was finished, and the medicine was also finished. Achio is really good today. The nurse smiled and touched Achio's head. It's rare for Achio to be so good. Sister will give Achio a gift. Okay? She threw the paper cup into the trash can, sat down on the bed, and looked at Achio gently. Achio threw away her curly hair, raised her head and asked with sparkling eyes, What? Her green pupils were full of expectation. She grabbed the nurse's white coat with both hands, looked left and right, and reached into the pockets on both sides of the white coat, only to touch a bag of cream candy. Achio pouted, looking so bored. It's the same as usual. She was tired of eating it. She took it out, put it on the small table, and opened one. She stared at the candy for a long time. Her beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned. She looked like she didn't want to eat it, but she was very hesitant. After weighing it for a long time, she picked up the butter candy and put it on the nurse's lips. Please have it. The nurse was surprised, and the candy slipped into her slightly open mouth, and a sweet and creamy taste rushed into her nose. She frowned slightly and was about to spit it out. Achiao looked contemptuous. See, you don't even like it, but you still give it to me. Stingy ghost. The nurse spit out the candy, pinched Achiao's soft and tender face and smiled. Who said it was for you? You are really a clever ghost. What is that? Well, it should be considered. The nurse tilted her head and paused. Doll? Doll? Achiao was full of curiosity, climbed up from the bed, and stared at the nurse with fiery eyes. What is a doll? Is it fun? Show me. She couldn't wait to pull the nurse's hand. The nurse smiled and answered her, It's fun. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers, and the lights in the room were as bright as usual. Unlike usual, the person who slid open the metal door was not a doctor or a nurse, but a short girl. A little girl like Achiao, wearing blue and white striped clothes. Achiao blinked her eyes, and it was hard to tell whether her tone was happy or disappointed. She is the same as me. Is doll her name? The nurse told her, You are different. She is your doll, and from now on, she will play with you. Will she play with me all the time? Can't she go out like me? Yes. A kind of inexplicable cheering screamed in Achiao's heart. The nurse left, and only Achiao and her doll were in the snow-white room. The doll stood close to the door, shivering and hanging her head, occasionally unable to help but curiously glanced up at Achiao. Achiao caught her in the act and immediately shouted, Come here! The doll's feet were shaking as she walked, and she took 10 minutes to walk a few steps. Achiao was so impatient that she jumped off the bed and went to pull her barefoot. She pulled her out of bed and sat together. She curiously poked the doll's face, and then poked her own face. It felt the same. She was the same as Achiao. So how could she be a doll? Achiao asked her. What's your name? The doll's voice was low and continuous. Su. Su Sui. Sway Sway. Sway Sway. Achiao repeated it several times. It sounds nice. My name is Achiao. Su Sui murmured. And whispered. Achiao. The voice was as soft as a mosquito, and Achiao couldn't hear it. She grabbed Su Sui's hair and rolled it up to play with it, touched her ears, and pulled her sleeves. It seemed that she would touch and look at anything interesting. Su Sui shrank into the corner uneasily. Don't run away. Achio grabbed her hand. She said you are a doll. For me to play with. No. Not a doll. I am a human. Su Sui bit his lip to defend himself. Yeah. You are a human. You are a human. You are the one who comes to play with me. Achio nodded in agreement. Then play with me. I have never seen a human. No one plays with me. Play with me. Play with me. When Achio acted like a coquettish person, she was like a sticky candy. And once stuck, she couldn't be pulled off. From the moment Su Sui heard that she had never seen a human and wanted to let Achio play with her, she could no longer avoid Achio. Achio curiously touched her from head to toe, played with her, and held her from the bed to the floor, and then from the floor to the bed, as excited as a child who couldn't play enough. You are so obedient. Achio hugged her, nestled his face in Su Sui's neck, and spoke softly. The breath sprayed on Su Sui's neck, and the itchy feeling gradually spread, and Su Sui's face was red. She nodded obediently. Then can you listen to me? The voice was even softer than before, like a feather brushing against her ears, itchy and tingling. Su Sui subconsciously tilted her head and said him. Achio suddenly hugged her tighter, gritting secretly in Su Sui's neck. Then you help me take the medicine. Su Sui opened his eyes wide, with disbelief deep in his pupils. When the nurse came to deliver the medicine again, Achio looked at Su Sui with a smirk, saying nothing. But Su Sui's heart was beating like a drum. It was like he was about to do something bad, and was afraid of being caught. She quietly touched Achio's medicine cup, and when the nurse went to look at the instrument, she stuffed the medicine into her mouth in a mess. The medicine coat turned into a bitter and smelly taste when it was soaked in water, and the throat instantly felt like vomiting. Su Sui frowned uncomfortably, covering his mouth and not daring to spit it out. Achio clapped his hands silently, with admiration in his eyes, as if saying, Wow, you are so awesome. Su Sui hurriedly drank water, and washed the bitter medicine in his mouth into his stomach. When the nurse came back to check the medicine cup, she couldn't help but praise Achio. Achio is great today. The fastest time ever to take medicine. She gently rubbed Achio's head. Achio smiled and opened her mouth to say, I want to eat watermelon. The nurse poked her head. You are taking medicine. You can't eat watermelon. Just a little bit. Sneak a spoonful in for me. They won't know. The nurse shook her head with a smile. In the end, the watermelon was not eaten. As soon as the nurse left, Su Sui couldn't help but lean over the trash can and vomited out all the medicine he had just swallowed. Even the stomach acid came out. Achio fanned the sour and bitter smell in the air, patted Su Sui's thin back, frowned. You are so weak. You can't take medicine even more than me. Forget it. Forget it. I will help you take it in the future. From then on, all the medicine for Su Sui was taken secretly by Achio. Su Sui curled up on the bed, looking at Achio, who was lying flat on the bed opposite. Her body was full of various hoses and wiring. The instrument was operating in the quiet room. Su Sui opened her eyes wide. She couldn't sleep. Even if she saw Achio like this for 2 months, she still couldn't fall asleep. Doesn't it hurt? She asked Achio. Achio stared blankly. Su Sui asked her again. Achio. Oh! I didn't feel it for a long time. She tilted her head to look at Su Sui, and the tilt of her head caused the colorful instrument lines to sway in the air. Achio's eyes fell thoughtfully on the quilt on Su Sui. Is the quilt comfortable? I haven't covered it yet. Su Sui nodded gently. Then she remembered that there was no light, and Achio couldn't see. She said, It's very soft and warm. Like my mother. Su Sui thought of her mother, and suddenly, she missed her mother very much. Her voice became lower and her mood fell into a trough. Achio couldn't feel her sadness, but asked curiously, Mom? What is that? It's Mom. What is it? Su Sui frowned, unable to explain. It's the one who gave birth to us. Give birth to us? Me too? Achio, don't you have a mom? Everyone out there has a mom. Out there? Achio stood up suddenly, and pulled off the connecting wire of the instrument with an unexpected action. The room suddenly lit up with a scarlet alarm light, mixed with the alarm sound of the instrument. Su Sui was blinded by the red light, and pulled up the quilt to cover his eyes. Achiao's mind went blank for a moment. The metal door opened, and a group of doctors and nurses in white coats rushed in. What's wrong? What's going on? Achiao? Everyone gathered around the bed, anxiously asking about her condition. The doctor quickly checked. Achiao felt guilty as if she had done something bad, and quickly made an excuse. I want to go to the bathroom. That night, Achiao was tied to the bed with a restraint belt and did not go to the bathroom. Su Sui hid in the quilt and secretly watched her. Achiao. Su Sui called her quietly. His voice was as light as breathing. Have you never been outside? Achiao couldn't even turn her head. Her neck was fixed tightly by the collar. She blinked. I have been there. What's your favorite place? Su Sui said. I like the grass in the park the most. I can sleep in it and bask in the sun. There is also the fragrance of green grass. Warm and sweet. Achiao said. I like big yellow dogs. There is a big yellow dog at the end of the door. Super fierce. Achiao sometimes sneaks out to pull its tail for fun. I haven't been farther away. What does a park look like? What is a lawn? How to play in the sun? Will the sweetness of warmth kill you? Why should you sleep in a sweet smell? Achiao had a long dream. In the dream, she was lying in a snow-white room full of instruments, taking medicine every day, and seeing nurses and doctors every day. Later, she had a doll called Su Sui, to play with her. They lay in bed and whispered, rolled on the ground and pulled hair, secretly changed medicine. She opened her eyes, and the white light above her head hurt her eyes. She didn't close her eyes, but habitually turned over and grabbed Su Sui on the bed next to her. She grabbed nothing. There was no bed next to her. Achiao was stunned. Where is her Sui Sui? Where is her doll? The belt was gently pulled. Achiao looked back and saw the tattered Sui Sui. She was the same height as a few years ago. Achiao had grown taller, but she hadn't. Now she only reached Achiao's chest. She opened her ragged mouth and whispered, Achiao. Her voice was soft. Her empty pupil showed no emotion. But Achiao seemed to have returned to the first time she met Su. She stood timidly at the door, lowered her head, and dared not look at her, but looked at her curiously. She was cautious in everything she did, and was afraid, like a soft little pillow, allowing Achiao to knead her. Achiao did knead her, a long time ago. Now I dare not knead her. She is too broken. It's not the clothes that are broken, but the body that is broken. Her face, hands and body are intact, but Achiao can smell the stench wafting from her body. The stench of a zombie, like a fish with its chest broken open, and all the internal organs inside are rotten. It was as if there was only a thread piercing her neck, hands and feet, carrying her all the way. Achiao wanted to knead her, but he didn't dare to touch her with his hand, for fear of breaking the thread. Achiao started crying again, tears rolling down her face. Don't cry. Su Sui raised his hand and wiped her face with great effort. I found you. Don't cry. Her weak fingers wiped away the tears one by one like wood, and she tried her best to wipe Achiao's tears with her most gentle movements. I don't know if it was because of the pain or what. Achiao cried. It was earth-shattering. She sat on the bed, crying and yelling, It hurts. You scratched me. Su Sui was so scared that he quickly withdrew his hand and stood there trembling, twisting his fingers hidden in his tattered sleeves, trying to make his fingers rounder like a knife cutting wood. Su Sui, scratch it. Scratch it again. I like it. I like you to scratch it. She stared at the tearful face and stared at Su Sui accusingly. She gently stretched out her finger to touch Su Sui's finger, asking her to hurry up. Su Sui, Poochie, laughed out loud, her rotten throat making a deflated sound like a zombie. But it didn't stop her from liking it. She raised her hand and gently wiped Achiao's tears with her wooden, dull hand. Chapter 58. Su Sui only remembered Achiao. He didn't know Su Fang, his mother, or Xiaoxi. Su Sui's mother rushed up to hug Su Sui like crazy, and Su Sui bit him with his teeth bared, his throat gurgling with zombie roars, his face fierce. It was Achiao who was quick to block Su Sui's mouth with his hand, which saved Su Sui's mother from a bloody accident. Su Sui bit Achiao's hand, and the tip of his tongue licked the sticky liquid. He greedily sucked it, and then his pupils suddenly dilated. He stared at Achiao with a shocked face. He didn't know why this happened. He only knew that he bit Achiao. Bit Achiao. the one he loved the most. The hateful roar resounded throughout the village and penetrated the mountains. He opened his hateful mouth, hugged Achiao's injured hand, and licked it like a dog. Its tongue was as dry and flat as an old bark. The zombie's mouth could not secrete saliva, so it licked Achiao's back of the hand, and it felt stinging. I'm fine. Achiao touched its head and calmed its irritability and anxiety. It understood, but didn't understand her words. It held Achiao's injured hand like a precious porcelain, and there were clearly 3 wounds on it. Achiao made a fist like a magician and told it, "Look," then spread it open. Palm down, back of hand up. The 3 wounds disappeared without a trace. Only the light green liquid that had flowed out of the wound before remained. See, I'm so powerful now. I never get hurt. Achiao raised her head proudly. Su Sui put down her hand in dismay. Achiao said, "Don't bite people in the future." Su Sui turned around a little tangled. The temptation of humans to them was too great. Seeing the woman it had pushed to the ground, it bared its teeth and growled in annoyance. It glared at her fiercely. It was all her fault. Otherwise, it wouldn't have bitten Achiao. Su Fang's eyes met Su Sui's, and he stood there in a daze. It took a long time before he looked at his sister-in-law, who had fallen to the ground and kept calling Su Sui Sui Sui. Then he thought of Xiaoxi, who had not woken up yet in the hospital. He suddenly covered his face, and could no longer hold back his knees, and cried bitterly. He cried very quietly, his voice suppressed in his throat, and could only make a whimpering sound like a beast. The wheelchair slid to his side. Xiaoxi stretched out his hand, and then slowly put it down. He didn't know how to comfort Su Fang, nor did he know what to do. The crowd sighed. Those who followed Su Fang and Zhou Zi to the village shook their heads in disappointment. Su Fang had done good things all his life, and had been a good person all his life. But he ended up like this now. Even Dr. He, who was used to seeing the separation of life and death, could not help but sigh again and again. Achiao, who used to be heartless, also felt a little sad at this moment. She could not control the spread of this emotion, and turned to look at Songli in panic. Songli took her hand, and held it tightly. Su Sui, who was standing on the other side of Achiao, felt it at once, and the dangerous gaze fell on Songli. Songli, as if she had no sense, whispered to Achiao, "While the dog is here, you should ask about the professor." Achiao's eyes lit up when he heard that Songli wanted to know about the zombie. He immediately let go of Su Sui and Songli, and ran towards the dog beside the SUV. The dog opened his half-closed eyes, and a barely perceptible smile was hidden in the depths of his brown pupils. It thought that Achiao would not look for it now that she had Su Sui, and Su Sui was her toy. Achiao was the kind of person who would forget the old toys when she had new ones, although it didn't want to compare itself to a toy. When the dog was ready and waiting for her to come over and touch its head or chin, under the sight of so many people, it could do it. "Dog!" Achiao leaned close to its ear and called it in a voice that only the dog and the person could hear. The dog nodded as a response and waited for her to touch it. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't move. The dog tilted its head and saw her rubbing her chin and looking at Songli with interest. The look of thinking about something was a little, the dog couldn't describe it. Then, she put one hand on the dog neck. It looked like we were good brothers. This look was like a bad guy who secretly talked about others. Especially the way she looked at Songli. She looked at her several times, and the dog couldn't help but look at her, and didn't find anything different. "What's wrong?" the dog finally asked. Achiao smiled softly. "Songli likes the zombie that came to see you before. She asked me to ask you where the zombie lives." "Oh, do you think I should tell her that it's a zombie? If she gets scared to death, what will we do without Songli in the future? If I don't tell her, she'll keep talking about it, and I'll want to tell her." Achiao kept talking, and suddenly he became like a gossip expert. The dog was shocked when he heard it. Not because Songli liked the zombie, but because he was shocked by how skilled Achiao was in eating melons. She was not so gossipy before. Who did she learn from during this month of walking? The dog rolled his eyes and pointed at the mountains behind him. "Live there," Achiao said. "Ah, that place is so far away. After Songli married, she would have to walk a long way to see her. Why don't you let it live here?" Achiao suggested kindly. The dog looked at her with an ambiguous expression. Achiao was puzzled by the look and racked her brains, but couldn't figure out what the dog was looking at her for. After looking for a long time, The dog finally nodded. Aqiao laughed immediately and ran back to Songli. She took out a small notebook and wrote happily to Songli. The dog said it will live in our village in 2 days. You can find it however you want when the time comes. She laughed with ill intentions, as if Songli was going to find someone in this way or that way. Songli blushed unacceptably because of the laugh. She pushed Aqiao away, her almond eyes glaring. I won't tell you anymore. I'll go tell Uncle Su. With that, she turned and ran away. Su Sui couldn't bear to see her pushing Aqiao, so he went up to catch her, but was grabbed by Aqiao. Aqiao smiled and said to Su Sui, she wants to grow vegetables for us to eat. Don't scratch her. If you hurt her, I will starve to death in the future. I like eating so much now. Aqiao turned her head and touched Su Sui's dissatisfied face. Can you eat? I'll let Xiao Su make delicious food for you to taste later. Su Sui is a zombie that is a little higher than the low-level zombies. At most level 2. It retains some memories, can barely understand human words, and is very eager for humans. It will not eat human food, no matter how delicious Xiao Su cooks and how happy Aqiao eats. It learned from Aqiao to taste a few chopsticks, swallowing every bite and spitting it out. It doesn't taste good. It pursed its lips and watched Aqiao eat. Aqiao ate happily, and it was happy to watch. It has always been like this. As long as Aqiao is happy, it is happy. But Aqiao is full, and it is hungry. It is hungry, and it shows a salivating look at the humans who come and go and avoid it. It smells so good. So good. So good. I want to eat it. I really want to eat it. It can't help swallowing its saliva. But it remembers what Aqiao said. Aqiao does not allow it to hurt humans. Su Sui rubbed his lips uncomfortably, and the tip of his tongue pressed against his upper jaw, giving him a tingling feeling. His nails scratched the ground restlessly. The harsh sound of crunching woke Aqiao up. Aqiao looked up from the bowl and saw Su Sui's uncomfortable appearance, as if she couldn't help but want to bite someone. Suddenly, a bell rang in her heart, and Aqiao threw away the bowl and chopsticks, holding Su Sui's face with both hands, letting Su Sui look at her. She asked Su Sui quietly in that very loving voice, "Do you want to eat people?" Su Sui's eyes were full of stars, and he couldn't help but stick out his tongue to lick her fingers, and his head went down bit by bit. "If your teeth itch, chew on the tree trunk," Aqiao said very firmly. "When I want to bite people, I eat the trunk. I don't want to bite anymore after eating." She took Su Sui back to her room quickly, and took out the new trunk that Song Chi had cut before leaving. Only a part of the tree core was taken, which had the fragrance of the wood. Su Sui took a deep sniff, and was a little intoxicated, when a tree core was stuffed into his mouth. Click, its tooth fell off. It lowered its head, and stared at the black tooth that fell on the ground with a look of horror. Its teeth are so ugly. Aqiao's teeth are so beautiful, white and clean, and small. Then it began to twist its body uneasily. Su Sui quietly crushed its ugly teeth with his feet, trying to hide it from Aqiao. Aqiao suddenly squatted down and picked up the ugly tooth. She exclaimed, "Wow, so this is Sui Sui's tooth." Holding the dirty tooth with 2 thin white fingers, Aqiao looked at the sunlight outside the window with curiosity. Pitch black. Completely black teeth. There is no sign of decay. But it is pitch black. It also exudes a unique stench of zombies. Su Sui embarrassedly buried his head in his neck. He felt so ashamed. How interesting. This is the first time I see black teeth. Sui didn't have black teeth before. The more he heard Aqiao say this, the sadder Su Sui felt. He used to have beautiful teeth like Aqiao, and Aqiao had touched them one by one. Now the beautiful teeth are gone. Only the ugly teeth are left. I don't know what Aqiao thought of. She rummaged through the boxes and cabinets for a while, found a transparent glass bottle, and put the tooth that Su Sui thought was too dirty into it. Then, like treating a precious jewel, she gently placed it on the cabinet where he could see it every day. "I saved it for you." Aqiao smiled and pointed it out to him. "I'll show it to your granddaughter later." After saying this, Aqiao laughed. Su Sui didn't quite understand, but seeing her so happy, he also smiled and nodded. From that day on, Su Sui wore a muzzle to prevent it from biting people. His nails were also ground flat to the flesh, and he was tied with restraint gloves to prevent him from scratching people. He was taken by Aqiao's side every day, wherever Aqiao went. It went there, like Aqiao's little tail, and behind them, there was another tail, Su Sui's mother. She followed Su Sui like crazy. No matter how Su Sui yelled at her, she would fall far behind, occasionally calling out. Then, there was a strange landscape in the village, Achiao. Su Sui's mother. Everyone avoided this landscape, not daring to risk their lives for Su Sui. At the same time, the level 5 zombies, who delivered fish to the dogs, moved into the village, and were respectfully invited in by Songli and others. Achiao wanted to laugh every time he saw those zombies following Songli to work in the fields. He couldn't imagine how wonderful Songli's expression would be when she knew they were zombies. Achiao checked with evacuation several times to confirm the normal condition of the CPR equipment, waiting for Songli to be scared to death so that evacuation could save her in a hurry. I don't know how long Songli can hold on, because the zombie that Songli has been looking forward to has also moved into the village. It is visible to the naked eye. Everyone found that Songli has become gentler and loves to dress up more. Chapter 59. When the level 5 zombies moved into the village, everyone came to watch the fun. Songli blushed like a wild persimmon in the back hill. In particular, someone teased Songli, saying, "Hey, why don't you give him my room, and I'll sleep in the workshop?" Everyone knew that the room of the person who was talking was in the yard next to Songli, separated by only a wall. Songli was so ashamed and angry that she could only wave her hand and pretend to hit someone, and scolded everyone. "Go do your work." Everyone laughed and left, and no one really changed rooms. Su Fang came from behind, and Songli saw him at a glance, and the shyness on her face disappeared instantly. She walked up to Su Fang and said to him with a smile, "The professor is here too, and he's in the same room with Mr. Bai." Mr. Bai was the mister that everyone teased Songli. This was supposed to be a happy thing. Su Fang frowned. The surgeon was there, and the qualified medical equipment was there. The only thing missing was the organ that Xiaoxi needed most. He begged Dr. He to secretly do a matching test for him and Xiaoxi. It was useless. When he reached middle age, his organs were not very good anymore, so he was not a good match for Xiaoxi. If he wanted to match someone, he had to match the best one. Su Fang had an unprecedented desire. When his eyes touched Su Sui, who was sitting under the eaves watching TV with Achiao, his expression was complicated for a moment. What would happen to Xiaoxi if Sui, whom he missed day and night, became like this? Suddenly, Su Fang lost some energy. Then, he was horrified that he had such an idea. He pounded his head hard, wanting to beat himself to death. Su Sui and Su Shi were both his brother's children. Whether one was good or both were good, he had to take care of them. Su Fang rushed to the hospital. Songli looked at Su Sui, who was clinging to Achiao, and then looked at the hospital, and sighed. Zhou Zi, who went out to look for organs, has not returned yet. No one knows whether he can find organs, and no one knows how they are doing now. If he doesn't come back, Su Shi may not be able to hold on. Since the last coma, Su Shi has not woken up once. Professor Wang, who was brought by the level 5 zombie, went to the hospital to do a second examination for Su Shi on the afternoon of the day he moved into the village. Then he notified the whole village that an organ transplant operation would be performed within 3 days. The news came hastily and suddenly. Su Fang fell behind Professor Wang every day, begging him to think of a way. He said that if there was really no organ, he would remove his own organ. These days, he has figured it out. What is the best use is just a temporary obsession. It's good enough to have it. He wants to give his organs to Xiaoxi. As long as Xiaoxi is alive, everything will be fine. Songli felt uncomfortable and looked out of the village frequently. Her brother has been gone for 10 days and has not returned. Zhou Zi has been gone for a week. There was no reply from the two groups. Achiao. Songli couldn't help it, so she found Achiao. Xiaoxi is about to have an operation, but there is no organ. Does Achiao have any solution? Achiao and Su Sui turned back from the TV. Songli looked at the muzzle clamping Su Sui's mouth with a complicated look, and said in a low voice, "Xiaoxi is Su Sui's biological sister, and you used to like Xiaoxi very much." Achiao nodded to show that he knew. She picked up the notebook hanging on the cart and wrote, "I said to steal people in the safe zone, where there are the most people. Steal them all. There will always be someone suitable for Xiaoxi." This time, Songli did not say no quickly, but frowned deeply, squatted down, and looked at Achiao. "You will ask them if they are willing, right?" Achiao's eyes lit up immediately, and nodded very affirmatively. In Song Li's eyes, she was not quite sure. She always felt that. She couldn't think about it too much. Because if she thought about it too much, she would immediately stop at Xiao from going. Cough. Lu Xuanjin passed by and heard it. He interrupted Song Li's unrealistic thoughts. It's not easy for Achio to go alone. Even if she gets 1,000 volunteers, it will take a long time for 1,000 people to come for matching tests. How about this? Send me back? I promise to find a match for Xiaoxi. Facing Song Li's hesitation, he revealed his identity at the right time. I am the commander of the 1st district. It is easy to find someone. And we have the health reports of all the people in the district in our hands. The commander of the 1st district is selling health reports everywhere. Do you know about it? The sarcasm came from behind. The red-haired zombie leaned against the iron pillar beside the drying dam with a cigarette in his mouth, staring at Lu Xuanjin with a sneer. Lu Xuanjin was embarrassed for a moment, but he quickly adjusted his facial expression and smiled. You don't have to worry about that. He turned back and stared at Achio seriously, saying in a serious tone, you can think about it. I'm thinking about you. Don't be afraid of what I will do. Achio, everyone knows how capable you are. If you can kidnap me once, you can kidnap me twice. I just want to do you a favor and let the people in the safe zone learn planting techniques from you. You know what is not good about planting in the safe zone. And it has always been a worry for the top management. This is true. The red-haired zombie smoked a cigarette without saying a word. Aqiao looked at her subconsciously. Her eyes were as bright as a newborn fawn, and she seemed to be waiting for her guidance. The red-haired zombie smacked his lips and thought this was really interesting. He sneered with his eyebrows and eyes raised. You have a pet. What are you afraid of? This pet is self-evident. Aqiao laughed immediately, patted Song Li's shoulder, and asked them to wait, and immediately ran to find a dog. Su Sui hurriedly followed. She was grabbed by the red-haired zombie, and her body was too weak, and her whole arm was almost torn off. The red-haired zombie retracted his hand and said softly, your master is going to save your sister, so don't get involved. Let's go up the mountain with me. It had its own work to do, but it saw that this group of people were too stupid, so it couldn't help but say a few words. Su Sui didn't want to, and twisted to run. The red-haired zombie grabbed it, and it turned its head and bit it. You have a bad temper. It sneered and twisted Su Sui away like a chicken. Su Sui was a little zombie after all, and there was no way he could resist. All he could hear was its roaring roar that drifted in the village for a long time. The dog was awakened by the sound, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Aqiao running towards him excitedly. His eyes fell behind her, but he didn't see the lingering little tail. It breathed a sigh of relief. Since Aqiao had Su Sui as her little tail, Aqiao hardly played with it. No. It should be said that the time Aqiao spent with it was drastically reduced to almost nothing. She began to sleep by herself, not caring about its fur that could protect it from wind and rain and repel mosquitoes. After all, there was Su Sui's automatic mosquito swatter. Sometimes, the dog would have a complicated emotion, maybe. It is possible that it is just a specific tool of Aqiao. Dog. Aqiao pounced on it, hugged it and rubbed it hard, and told the story again with her breath sprayed in his ear. Sure enough, it was just a tool. If you have any problems, go find it. At this moment, the dog confirmed this conclusion. It was in a depressed mood and looked like the whole village was going to die. Aqiao didn't see its expression at all, just hugged it and shook it. Go. Go. Dog. Come with me. Her voice was sticky and soft when she acted coquettishly, which made people easily relent. In the whole village, no one could resist her coquetry. The dog was no exception, and it often couldn't figure out what Aqiao was, before it agreed to go or not. Aqiao finished her coquettish act and pulled the dog out. The dog didn't move, so she immediately reached out to carry it. In the end, the dog was forced to go. Aqiao rode on the dog back proudly, and the dog carried Lu Xuanjin, and the anger from its nose almost burned Lu Xuanjin, who proposed this plan. Lu Xuanjin thought they were afraid that he would disappear after returning to the safe zone. For this reason, he patted his chest and assured the villagers, who were getting farther and farther away, I really want to help Xiaoxi, not to escape. My nephew Lu Dingyao is still in the village. I will really bring back someone you are satisfied with. The heroic voice of the assurance lingered, and Lu Dingyao, who was held hostage in the village, fell silent, silently accepting everyone's playful and suspicious eyes. ever since the disappearance of Army Commander Lu Xiuanjing. The safety zone has been filled with an extremely strange and depressed atmosphere. This atmosphere is getting weirder and weirder, because the soldiers who went out to find the army commander have not returned for 2 months. In 2 months, it takes 2 round trips from the safety zone to the village where the army commander was kidnapped. It's not like they don't know where the army commander is. So why hasn't he come back yet? The top leaders have a consistent guess that he hasn't come back for 2 months. But the people under the army commander would rather die than believe it. The top leaders of the safety zone held a meeting about the army commander again. And the meeting finally decided to send an additional 200 soldiers to rescue the army commander. Before leaving, Da Xiang left a map of the village where the commander was imprisoned, just in case they had an accident on the way and couldn't come back. The map was unfolded by the new captain, who was making plans along the way. Bang! A person fell from the top of his head. He fell on the long desk. The desk shook several times and almost flipped over. Fortunately, a group of senior officials sitting by the desk quickly held it down. Then, a row of pistols were pointed at the thing that fell down. Ouch! The thing held its old waist with its hands, frowned and hissed. And the senior officials' teeth ached when they heard it. The skylight in the office was at least 2 meters away from the desk. It didn't kill people, but it certainly didn't make people feel good. Why do the voices sound familiar? Yes, they are familiar. The senior officials approached the desk with gloomy faces, pointed their guns at the thing, and asked, "Who? Get down. Stand still. Me. Me. Me." Lu Xiuanjing felt the gun pointed at his head, and he didn't even care about the pain. He raised his hands and shouted, "I'm Lu Xiuanjing." He climbed down from the desk, bent his old waist, and raised his hands, and raised his face to show everyone. A familiar face. A familiar person. Just tan darker. It was dark before, but now it's just black and oily. It's a bit unbearable to look at. The senior officials put away their guns. The secretary clenched his fist to his lips and coughed, with an excited smile on his face. "Army Commander, you are finally back. Where have you been for these months? We sent several groups of people to find you, but there was no response. Look, we just formed another team to find you." The newly appointed captain stepped forward and saluted Lu Xiuanjing. Lu Xiuanjing habitually returned the salute. The senior officials surrounded him. "I'm glad you're back. How did you get back? Are you healthy?" Lu Xiuanjing thanked these people for their polite words and exchanged a glance with the head of the safety zone. They both saw in each other's eyes that they had something to say. Chapter 60. District Chief's Office. Lu Xiuanjing sat on the sofa and took a sip of the tea brewed by the Secretary General. The tea of the highest official in the safety zone is unmatched, and Lu Xiuanjing himself has good tea. But at this moment, he thought of the bitter Old Eagle tea in the village. Old Eagle tea is bitter, but it cools down the heat and relieves fire, and makes the whole body feel comfortable. The more his old waist hurts, the more he misses the tea. Actually, I came back this time to talk about the village and the safety zone in person, and I have to go back after the talk. How Lu Xiuanjing was kidnapped, and what happened after being kidnapped. He had already explained to everyone in the office. He didn't want to say anything more at this moment, and explained his purpose directly. A little girl had her organs stolen, and she won't live for a few days. They wanted me to come back and ask if anyone is willing to donate organs. The district chief, who was drinking tea, almost choked. He raised his eyes, and there was a shocked heart under his calm expression. "Is it so blatant to ask for organs now?" he asked Lu Xiuanjing to continue. Lu Xiuanjing did not continue to talk about the little girl, as if it was just a casual mention, and turned to ask him, "How much did our safety zone harvest in autumn?" This question brought up the most troublesome issue for the district chief. He immediately pressed his forehead, not even having time to put down the teacup. There are 20,000 hectares of land, and the harvest is not enough for everyone to eat for 10 days. How is that possible? Lu Xiuanjing jumped up directly, with a look of shock on his face. It's 20,000 hectares, not 20,000 acres. The land reclaimed and planted in Achio is less than 1,000 acres, and the harvested food is enough for more than 300 people to eat and drink for the whole winter. The planting area in the safety zone is 500 times more than that in Achio. Even if the number of mouths to eat increases by 500,000 times, it is impossible to only eat for 10 days. The district chief was so worried that his whole body ached. The temperature this year is too high, and there are not enough sunshades. Vegetables are killed by the sun, before they grow taller. The water source is not up to standard. Pests are emerging in an endless stream. And pesticides are ineffective. When the district chief thinks of the scene of vegetables rotting all over the ground, his head is buzzing. He rubs his temples hard, his face full of fatigue. What about now? Lu Xuanjing calculated that it has been 4 months since he left. According to the amount of food reserves in the safety zone, the entire safety zone should be almost empty after eating more than 200,000 people. The commander waved his hand, then raised his head as if relieved. Experts have urgently developed a nutrient. 1 dose can provide people with a day's nutrition. Lu Xuanjing followed with a sigh of relief. That's fine. As long as humans are not starved to death. There will always be more solutions than problems in the future. No. The district chief sighed. Raw materials are in short supply. Lu Xuanjing was silent for a moment. And suddenly his eyes lit up. As if he had thought of a trick. The district chief caught it accurately and asked him, if you have any ideas, please tell us. Lu Xuanjing said, the village promised that as long as we can donate organs, they can transport food to us. The district chief frowned. Lu Xuanjing immediately talked about what vegetables there were, how well they could be grown, and how much they could harvest. The district chief looked envious. When he finished, the district chief asked suspiciously, really? Lu Xuanjing. He? Twice. I knew you didn't believe it. He lifted his short-sleeved shirt and took out a velvet bag tied tightly to his chest. He was trying to protect this thing and was injured in the fall. He carefully took out the contents of the velvet bag. The camera. Come on. Come on. Take a look. Open your eyes and take a good look. He tilted his body and sat on the desk in front of the district chief and opened the camera in front of the district chief. The district chief's eyes wandered around his buttocks and finally glanced at the camera. 1 photo after another passed through his sight. Green melon vines covered the ground, and the fruits were full and huge. The watermelon field next to it was even better, with Ningxia melons as round as those of 4 or 5-year-old children, half exposed in the melon leaves. The golden rice planted in the paddy field hurt people's eyes in the sun. The leeks sprouted one after another. The district chief was excited and his eyes were red. He grabbed the camera and looked through it alone. The office was silent, and the district chief's gradually heavy breathing in the silence became more and more shocking. The photos of the day of the big harvest hurt the district chief's eyes even more. Snap! The camera was put down heavily. The district chief's breathing was huge. What organ does she want? The military commander asked without hesitation. Lu Xuanjing stretched out 5 fingers. And as he called out the names of the organs, the air in the office seemed to solidify. Heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas. What disease? So many? The district chief's intuition was not simple. And Lu Xuanjing's answer confirmed his guess. The organ was replaced by someone else. And now the organ is necrotic and needs to be replaced. If it is not replaced, she will die. Lu Xuanjing did not mention the horrifying past of the Su family. He only mentioned, Achiu took a fancy to the little girl and had to save her. The district chief remembered the 2 words Achiu particularly deeply. The safety zone had lost people several times, and it was Achiu who came to abduct them. Xiao abducted hundreds of people, but the safety zone didn't even see her figure. It was only from Lu Xuanjing that they heard about it. The office was silent for a long time, and the district chief murmured, who would be willing to do it? With so many organs, donating a heart alone is a death sentence. All the people who can be in the safety zone have gone through untold hardships to survive. Who would be willing to do it? If I weren't old, I would be willing to donate 1 or 2 of her organs. Lu Xuanjing sighed and shook his head. That little girl is too pitiful. I know the whole story. It's really too pitiful. No one can do that. All the organs are cut off. The district chief looked at him deeply and said nothing. As the head of a district, he mainly considers the safety of the entire district and the food and clothing of mankind. For such a pitiful thing, he really doesn't have the time and energy to listen to it all over again. It's not possible for one person to donate all. But you can try to donate by dividing it among people. But the district chief looked at Lu Xuanjing meaningfully. Lu Xuanjing immediately knew what the district chief was talking about. It's not enough to just deliver food to the safe zone. The safe zone must master all the planting techniques. Only when all the planting techniques are mastered can the fundamental problems of the safe zone be solved. Okay. Lu Xuanjing agreed immediately. He agreed too quickly. which made the district chief uncomfortable. He raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a little confusion. Lu Xuanjing smiled. Achu is very generous. As long as you do her job. Let alone planting. Even if you want to go fishing. She can teach you how to catch more. His tone was full of pride that he himself didn't even notice. The district chief couldn't help but look at him with a deeper gaze. That's right. Lu Xuanjing suddenly remembered something. Bring more people with you to learn technology. 1 or 2,000 is not too little. District head, ? Lu Xuanjing chuckled. There are many winter vegetables planted in the village. And there are not enough people. Send more people there. So that they can live. We have built several rows of workers' houses. If they are not enough, we can build more. There is a construction team. He also added, if more people go, we can bring some winter vegetables back to eat when we come back. It seems that he is thinking about the safety zone wholeheartedly. In fact, he didn't even hide his hidden thoughts. The district head was silent. After a long time, he couldn't bear it anymore and knocked on the desk, asking Lu Xuanjing to roll off his desk. Lu Xuanjing didn't care about his dislike, and sat leisurely on the sofa to rub his old waist. It was a rare day when he didn't go to work in the fields, and he enjoyed it very much, until he heard the district head instruct the secretary general to go to the infirmary to ask the professor. Lu Xuanjing remembered Achio. I don't know where Achio and the dog went after leaving him behind. Just as the thought came to his mind, a noisy sound came from outside. The little soldier hurried to the door with his tiny steps and knocked twice. The district chief let him in. As soon as the person came in, he couldn't wait to say, District head. A little girl and a dog came from nowhere in the district, and they insisted on eating big steaks in the small canteen. The chef asked her where she came from, but she didn't say anything. It seemed like she was a mute, holding a notebook and saying that she wanted to eat big steaks and asked the chef to make them. The soldier went to chase the person away, but was bitten by the dog instead. The dog was very fierce. Now the soldier is in the dog's mouth. No one dares to act rashly. What? Lu Xuanjing stood up suddenly. Who are you talking about? Where? What are you doing? The anxious little soldier only then found that there was an army commander in the district head's office. Army commander. He was surprised. Army commander. You are back. After calling, he immediately answered the army commander's 3 questions. The little girl and the dog are in the small canteen and want to eat big steaks. Lu Xuanjing. The pain in his old waist was gone instantly, and he rushed out vigorously. The district chief stood up in a hurry and chased Lu Xuanjing. When he heard the young soldier say dog, he guessed that it was Achio and dog that Lu Xuanjing was talking about. The small canteen was surrounded by 3 layers of soldiers with guns, but they dared not shoot at the target even though their guns were loaded. The target they locked on held their brother hostage. The brother was being hung up by the collar of a dog, and his hand was bitten by the dog, and a stream of blood flowed down. The brother couldn't struggle free from the dog, and his collar made his neck howl. Next to the dog who was walking him stood a little girl with a pen and a notebook in her hand. The pen knocked on the canteen window, and the big words on the notebook stood up to show the chefs inside. Afraid that the chefs couldn't see it, the words were written heavy and big steak. I want to eat big steak. The chefs inside were stunned. When Lu Xuanjing and the district chief came, they saw the big words on it and were speechless for a long time. Lu Xuanjing yelled at the soldiers, put down your guns. He yelled at the chefs, do it. Hurry up and do it. Cook whatever she wants. Just like the district chief. Do you have any delicious juice? Pour it for her. Hey! God! Please be merciful. This kid is young and doesn't understand. He will understand later. Put him down first and talk it over. Seeing that Gogo was indifferent, he rushed to Achio and said, Achio, just treat the safe zone as your home. No one dares to hurt you. Just eat and drink in peace. After saying this, there was a loud bang, and Gogo threw the soldier in his hand out of the cafeteria door. The soldiers waiting outside hurriedly helped the man up and sent him to the infirmary. Seeing that no one was in trouble, Lu Xuanjing smiled at Achio, pulled out a stool, wiped it with his own hands, and asked Achio to sit down. He turned around and told the chef loudly, do you still have that steak? Take it out and cook it. All for Achio. Achio, you don't know how delicious steak is. Even more delicious than a big steak. You can try it later. Achio's eyes lit up immediately, put the notebook and the pen into her messenger bag, and nodded heavily. She smiled with curved eyebrows and gently pulled the dog fur to let it sit down. The aunt in the cafeteria brought juice. Aqiao took a sip. Her eyes opened wide, and her green pupils were round and bright. It tastes so good. She nodded vigorously at Lu Xuanjing, pointing at the juice and then at herself. I want more. Lu Xuanjing nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, I know. I'll give it all to you. The kind smile was like treating his own granddaughter. The soldiers couldn't bear to watch. They had never seen their strict commander treat anyone like this. Even his own nephew didn't get this treatment. The district chief was silent for a moment, and finally understood why Lu Xuanjing always had a hint of pride when talking about Aqiao. This Aqiao was different from what he imagined. Completely. Just a simple child. Chapter 61. Aqiao finished eating the big steak and was very satisfied. She poked the empty plate of beef steak and the empty box of coconut milk in front of Lu Xuanjing and looked at him eagerly. Her raised face was as big as a palm, and her eyes were full of expectation when she looked at Lu Xuanjing. She didn't say a word, just looked at him, like a child asking for something he likes. Lu Xuanjing's heart melted. So cute. Give it all to her. Give it all to her. Give it to her. Give it to her. Lu Xuanjing turned around and asked the chef to pack up all the beef steak and coconut milk. The chefs were devastated. They cooked it all for her. 15 Jean. Not even one liang left. Their voices were full of accusations. They were crying about why someone could eat so much. They ate a full 15 Jean of steak in one go. They also drank 16 bottles of juice and 34 boxes of coconut milk. The army commander, who was overwhelmed by Aqiao's cuteness, had no idea whether it was true or false. He only knew that the chefs didn't want to let the baby eat obediently. So he got angry and waved his hand and shouted, Where is the warehouse? Take out everything in the freezer and pack it up. Pack it all up. The chefs were about to cry. Even if they didn't care about the food inventory in the safe zone, they knew that the safe zone had almost no food, let alone steaks. It was only the small canteen that was the canteen for senior officials that had more than 10 to 20 Jean of steaks. The army commander said pack it up twice, so they didn't dare to say no again, as if they were so petty that they stole the steaks from the small canteen. They looked pitifully at the district chief and the chief financial officer, who was standing outside on tiptoe to watch the excitement. The financial officer just came to join in the fun, but he didn't expect that the fun would come to him. He didn't respond to the chef's accusing eyes, pretending to be deaf and dumb and waiting for the district chief to come out. Unexpectedly, the district chief refused to be a gun and looked at him. The financial officer couldn't pretend anymore. He put his fist to his lips and coughed, walking into the small cafeteria from the encirclement of soldiers. He received the blatant wink from the army commander in front of everyone. The financial officer hesitated for 3 seconds and handed it back to him. Aqiao turned around and saw that his eyes were twitching. She turned back and saw that Lu Xuanjing's eyes were also twitching. She was about to ask Lu Xuanjing what was wrong with his eyes when she heard the voice of the chief financial officer, who was about to cry. It's hard for us in the safe zone. Chief Lu, don't you know that we have no food in the safe zone since you left? This 15 kilograms of steak was saved by everyone because they missed you and saved money for you, waiting for you to come back to eat. Now that you are back, the steak is gone. Even if the freezer is smashed, there will be no more. The people in the safe zone have been starving for a month without food, meat or vegetables. Look, everyone is pale and thin, and their bones are exposed. As he said, he pointed to the soldiers surrounding outside. Aqiao looked in the direction of his fingertips, and sure enough, everyone was pale and thin. There was not a single strong one. She frowned and wanted to say something. Lu Xuanjing beside her called her. Come on, Aqiao, go to my office. There are delicious foods in my office, and it's cool. He winked at Aqiao frantically. Aqiao was puzzled, grabbed the notebook and wrote quickly, Is your eyes bad? It kept cramping. Lu Xuanjing almost couldn't breathe. He pressed Aqiao's notebook, took a deep breath, and looked at the dog. Aqiao is not smart, but her dog must be smart. It was hard to meet the dog eyes, but the dog didn't bother to pay attention to him. The eyebrows were loose and uninterested. It seemed that as long as no one touched Aqiao, Aqiao could do whatever she wanted to say. Lu Xuanjing suddenly had a headache. The notebook was taken back by Aqiao, and he continued to write, No beef chops? Pork chops are delicious too. She looked at Lu Xuanjing eagerly. And Lu Xiuanjing really couldn't say the word no to her. As soon as he closed his eyes, he took Ah Qiao pen and quietly wrote a sentence in public. Yes. I'll give it to you quietly later. He immediately covered his hand after writing it, fearing that others would see it. Ah Qiao was close and read quickly, and finished reading. When he finished writing, his eyes immediately lit up, and he nodded heavily to Lu Xiuanjing. Seeing that she understood, Lu Xiuanjing tore the paper into a ball and threw it into the garbage, and then invited Ah Qiao to play in his office. Ah Qiao followed him with the dog Mao Mao. As soon as they left the canteen, the financial officer bent down to pick up the ball of paper, and when he unfolded it, he saw a big word on it. Yes. I'll give it to you quietly later. There was a line of small words under the big words, all for you. The handwriting was strong, and it sounded serious. The financial officer thought that sooner or later, the commander would have to use up the safe zone. It would be better not to come back. In the office, Ah Qiao sat on the sofa, and the sofa sank a little. She touched it in surprise, stood up and sat down, stood up and sat down again. It looked like she was having a lot of fun. When the district chief came in, he saw her having fun with her eyes shining. Finally, she stood in front of Lu Xiuanjing, pointed at the sofa, and then pointed at herself. It seemed that she was saying, I want it. The district chief was very sure that it was not a like, but a sure, because Lu Xiuanjing smiled and nodded. I'll carry them all back for you. Ah Qiao, yeah. Yeah. District head, no. Did you forget that this is the district head's office and the sofa is his? As soon as the district head spoke, he was interrupted by Lu Xiuanjing. Have you brought the health report? Have the people who went there been arranged? As he was talking, the Secretary General came with a group of people. After screening the health reports of the entire district, only these 54 people meet the basic requirements. The Secretary General handed the district head a folder. The district head took out his glasses from his pocket and put them on, flipping through the information of the 54 people page by page. After reading it, he handed it to Lu Xiuanjing. What do you say? He asked the Secretary General. The Secretary General was very entangled and said in a low voice, they don't want to. After screening these 54 people, he immediately took people to inquire about the situation. When everyone heard that they were going to have their organs removed, they immediately didn't want to. In their view, donating organs means death, and they came to the safe zone to live. As expected, the district chief went to see Lu Xiuanjing. Lu Xiuanjing frowned. No one. The secretary shook his head. But the information of those soldiers has not been screened yet. Wait another 20 minutes. Ah Qiao didn't quite understand what they were saying, turned his head to look at the office, and touched anything that interested him. When he was tired of touching, he sat back on the sofa, untied his messenger bag, and started to eat snacks. The aroma of potato chips drifted in the cold office, and the secretary couldn't help choking. It smelled so good. He looked at Ah Qiao greedily. The potato chips were crunchy and squeaked in her mouth. He licked his lips. Ah Qiao looked up and saw him licking his lips, and stretched out the can in his hand, motioning him to eat one. The secretary was flattered and his face lit up with joy. Is it really okay? Ah Qiao nodded. The secretary shyly took 1, 2, and 3 pieces, and the hand holding the 4th piece trembled in Ah Qiao gradually solidified gaze, and he didn't dare to take any more. The hand holding the 3 chips was withdrawn, and Ah Qiao relaxed his brows with satisfaction. The Secretary General ate the chips, and the crunchy sound echoed in the ears of the district chief and the army commander. After eating 1 chip, he nodded to the district chief and praised, "It tastes really good." When eating the 2nd chip, he hesitated for a moment, handed it to the district chief, and asked him, "Do you want to eat it?" The district chief took a look and shook his head. As the head of a district, how could he snatch the chips from his subordinates? The Secretary General was delighted and was about to put it in his mouth, but was stopped by a big hand. "If you don't eat it, I will." Lu Xiuanjing took it and stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. He swallowed it in big mouthfuls without chewing it twice, and raised his hand to praise. "Fresh fried ones are better than those bought." The Secretary General was stunned. After a long time, fresh fried? A few days ago, when eating in the small canteen, I heard the chef complaining that there was no oil. In a few days, they could only eat boiled vegetables. And people in the big canteen had already been drinking unpalatable nutritional supplements. They took fried potato chips with them to eat everywhere? The Secretary General looked at June Lu Xuanjing in disbelief. Lu Xuanjing nodded to him affirmatively and said, "She eats 2 bowls at a time. And eats more when watching TV." The Secretary General was extremely shocked. Two bowls? Feeding pigs? The office suddenly became quiet. The atmosphere became extremely weird in an instant. When the Secretary General realized something, it was too late. The girl who he accidentally called a pig glared at him with a look close to ferocity. The dog beside her stood up slowly from the ground with its hair blown up and bloody fangs exposed. A huge shadow loomed in front of them, and they realized that the dog was tall and mighty. And it was even more ferocious when it bit people. The Secretary General was carried out of the district chief's office, with wounds all over his body and weak breathing. People in several nearby buildings heard his screams a minute ago. The louder his roar was, the more serious his injuries were. The soldiers outside the office covered their ears and watched the horrible Secretary General being carried away like a corpse. When they walked to the district chief's office, their eyes fell on the open door and the bloodstains on the ground. And everyone shuddered. Lu Xuanjing coughed dryly, went out and grabbed a wet mop to mop the floor, and then put the bloody mop outside the door. The soldier's eyes stayed on the mop for a long time and couldn't be retracted. "Come in." The district chief pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and sat in the leather chair as if nothing had happened. The soldiers moved in little by little with the trembling doctor. These people. The doctor couldn't help but secretly glance at the situation in the office. Everything was normal, except the girl leaning on the sofa with her arms folded across her chest, looking angry. A quiet dog was lying at her feet. He had heard about it on the way here. The little girl with the dog must not be offended. The doctor guessed at a glance that the Secretary General must have offended her, and didn't dare to look at it again, and said hurriedly, "These are people who match the information and have intentions. Please have a look." Mayor. A pile of health reports were handed to the mayor, who took them and read them. Achio licked the chili powder in her mouth, and suddenly felt that the potato chips were not tasty at all. She had seen pigs, and pigs were cute. But pig was an insult. That man actually insulted her in person. She was very angry at first, but she didn't want to do anything to him. Who knew that the dog would jump on him and bite him? Achio was angry and relieved. She ate more in the village, and no one ever said she was a pig. And Songli and Xiao Su took the initiative to make so much for her to eat. If she couldn't finish it, it would be wasted. The potatoes were grown by her dear family with great care. How could they be wasted? Achio looked at the soldiers, who came in very unhappy. They were all wearing camouflage uniforms. More than 30 men and women. These were people who met the conditions and donated voluntarily. The Secretary General had said before that they were all unwilling to match. But these people were willing. Achio looked at them and thought they were really good looking, with beautiful features, which made her feel happy. Achio took out the colorful candies from her bag, spread them on her palms, and asked them, "Do you want to eat?" No one moved. Achio picked up a small notebook and wrote, "Please eat." She blinked at them, like the purest child, expecting them to share their favorite things with her. Some people couldn't stand this cute temptation and stepped forward to take it tentatively. Candy was a luxury for them. Achio had a lot of it, and she happily shared it with them. After sharing it, she didn't forget to peel the candy coating for the dog. The dog turned his mouth away in disdain, and she ate it happily by himself. The district head and Lu Xuanjing finished reading the information and asked them, "Do you know what you are going to do?" The soldiers immediately stood up, their backs straight as javelins, and answered in unison, "I know." "Voluntary? Voluntary." The cheers were deafening. The district chief handed the information to Achio, who took it in a daze and looked at it. He didn't understand it, so he folded it into a square and stuffed it into his bag. "You follow me. I will give you good food and drink, and make you fat and white." Achio smiled and held up the book for them to see the words. The soldiers, who were full of vigor, were silent on the spot. "Now follow me." Achio patted the dog head. The dog stood up, and the tall shadow covered his head. The pale-faced little soldiers instantly understood the secretary's chaotic hysteria. They all took a step back and looked at the dog striding towards them in horror. The secretary's claws were still on its raised paws. Long and expensive shirt fabric. They didn't even have time to look at the pattern on the fabric before they were tied up by a rope falling from the sky. 34 people were tied up, and the rope that controlled their fate was nestled in the dog paws. Lu Xuanjing swallowed his saliva and suddenly felt that the conditions when he came here were quite good. Quite good. Then, planting researcher. Before the district chief finished speaking, the dog broke out of the window, and the camouflage uniform combination swayed out of the skylight like a swing. A Xiao figure passed in front of the desk, and Lu Xuanjing disappeared on the spot. Only half a bag of uneaten potato chips was left on the district chief's desk. When the district chief saw the chili slices on his pocket very clearly, Lu Xuanjing's roar came from the sky. You should have brought someone earlier. District chief, Chapter 62. Before Lu Xuanjing's words faded away, Achu took him back to the district chief's office, opened his hands to the district chief, and asked her to give him the beef chops and coconut juice she had forgotten to take away. Lu Xuanjing promised her that he would give them to her secretly. The finance minister went back to watch the fun, and before he could even sit on the bench, he was asked by the people sent by the district chief to open the freezer and look for beef chops. The finance minister's heart was bleeding as he carried out the beef chops and boxes of coconut juice one by one. In the end, Aqiao not only took away the beef chops and coconut juice with satisfaction, but also took away 4 experienced surgical nurses. On the first day, when the recruits and nurses arrived in the village, Xiao Su listed a menu that shocked the whole village. Everyone knew that the recruits would have a big meal, but they didn't expect that the meal would be so big. Sea fish, crabs, black tiger shrimps. The recruits were so excited that they studied the menu carefully bit by bit, while the villagers cheered and roared, took their fishing rods and rushed to the fish pond, as if they were going to fight. They had made their fishing rods for a long time, but they had never fished once. Because Xiao Su didn't cook fish, they didn't dare to fish. Now that the menu was out, everyone couldn't wait to grab the position they had already marked, put the fishing rod in to take the position, and then went back to fiddle with the bait. When the recruits reacted, there was almost no place for them by the pond, and there was no fishing rod they could use. So they could only squat in the corner and watch everyone fishing silently. It was their blessing to be able to squat in the corner and watch. In the safe zone, no one had such leisure. Do you usually play like this? The little soldier squatted beside, watching intently, with envy on his face. The fishing brother glanced at him, chuckled twice, and said proudly, "Of course. Otherwise, we'll just stare at the sky all day. So we have to find some fun. We not only fish, but also watch TV, played landlord, and mahjong. We even had a boxing match 2 days ago. And we won a prize." The little soldier really believed the exaggerated boast. Who won? The brother patted his strong chest with a proud look on his face. Brother, are you serious? TSK? The elder brother rolled his eyes at him. Why would I lie to you? Did I lie to you that I could eat meat? What did you win? A pheasant. The fisherman next to him was so proud that his nose was almost up in the air. He looked over at him with a hard-to-tell expression. When he saw the young faces of the recruits full of admiration, he swallowed his rebuttal and agreed. Playing in the ring is a small matter. There are karaoke competitions every weekend. If you win, you can eat whatever you want the next day. Wow! A group of recruits burst into greedy voices and looked at them with admiration. He suddenly understood the feelings of those elder brothers. It was really exciting. More than 300 people. But they didn't catch a single fish. In the end, it was the dog who let the zombies go into the pond to catch them with their bare hands. The red-haired zombie threw 8 kilograms of yellow croaker, palm-sized crabs, and fist-sized shrimps into the basin. It floated up from the fish pond, and with a flick of its long hair, the big red waves rolled in the air and sprinkled a kettle, shocking people's eyes. Looking at this group of stupid humans, it sneered and floated to the shore. The mock people looked embarrassed. More than 300 people could not compare to a woman. They vented this blow on the dinner table and ate like a spree. The timid recruits didn't win. Seeing that all the dishes were about to be empty, they no longer cared about the good qualities of the elders. With the flexible minds and physical fitness of young people, they won the title of Empty Basin Ambassador that night, and licked the oil foam in the bowl. Ah Qiao gnawed the fish fillet and laughed. They are the pigs. The dog was not interested in hooking the big ribs that Ah Qiao gave it. Hearing this, he turned his head to look at her. Ah Qiao smiled happily, as if he had finally avenged the insult in the afternoon. At this moment, the dog suddenly realized that Ah Qiao was very vindictive. On the second day after the new soldiers entered the village, they all got up early and went to the hospital for organ matching tests. After this exquisite test, only 6 people fully met the requirements. Those who were rejected all worked in the fields. The 6 people were admitted to the hospital for preoperative preparation, according to Professor Wang's request. Their diet was solely responsible for Xiao Su. Surgery meals are more laborious than big meals. Su Fang couldn't bear to see Xiao Su working hard in the hospital and running the kitchen, so he took the initiative to take over the meals of the villagers. On November 2nd, Xiao Shi was pushed into the operating room. After 5 days of surgery, she was pushed out. At that time, it was the beginning of winter that year. The weather began to get really cold, but the atmosphere in the village was colder than winter. Everyone did everything quietly, for fear of disturbing Xiao Shi. When Song Chi came back and heard about it, he just silently registered the supplies and distributed them to everyone's room. The hospital's air conditioner was turned on constant temperature mode all day. On the night of the beginning of winter, Xiao Shi opened her eyes once and fell asleep again. Su Fang stood in front of the window outside the ward and was almost crying when Xiao Shi opened her eyes. He covered his face tightly and squatted on the ground to calm down. After a long time, he stood up and went to see the 6 soldiers. Their anesthesia had not worn off, and they were still in a deep sleep. Professor Wang said it was okay, and they would all be fine. He didn't know whether to believe it or not. How could they live if they exchanged their organs for Xiao Shi? Especially Xiao Wang, who donated his heart. He was thin, and didn't look much older than Xiao Shi. His eyebrows were calm. Through the glass window, Su Fang couldn't tell whether he was breathing or not. He could only see the equipment in the ward running smoothly. On the first morning of the beginning of winter, the 6 people woke up one after another. Su Fang stood guard at the door of the ward and closely watched Professor Wang examine them. Dr. He and the nurses were exhausted from several days of surgery and collapsed on the bed. Su Fang was very worried about Professor Wang's physical condition, and even more worried about the situation of the 6 children. Josie pulled him, who wanted to get in, and whispered, "Don't worry." He was sent back by Gogo before Xiao Shi had the operation. He has been guarding with Su Fang these days. As soon as Professor Wang came out, the 2 immediately went to meet him, one on the left and one on the right, and accompanied the professor. Professor Wang's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he tilted his head to look at the human behind him on the left, and then looked at the human behind him on the right, and his tone was like that of a serious human professor. The patient is in good condition and can be discharged after the wound heals. Su Fang nodded and asked, "Professor, how is Xiao Wang?" Su Fang paid special attention to him. He didn't understand how Xiao Wang should live after his heart was donated to Xiaozi. People can't live without a heart, and Xiaozi's heart is dead, so it's impossible to reinstall it for Xiao Wang. Professor Wang said, "Please don't worry. The operation was successful." Su Fang wanted to ask something, but Professor Wang strode out of the hospital and headed for the dormitory building. He wanted to chase them, but Josie stopped him. "I know you are anxious." Professor Wang only slept for a few hours after the operation and came to check their bodies again. "You should let him go to rest first." "Yes, uncle. The operation was successful anyway. There is no point for you to watch over. Dr. He and Professor Wang have been doing operations for 4 consecutive days. You see, Dr. He is so tired that he can't even get up to eat. Professor Wang should also have a good rest. You should go and rest too." Su Fang's nephew brought the postoperative meal. Professor Wang said they can have some liquid food. "I will bring it to them." The bowl on the plate was steaming hot, which was especially warm in the winter morning. Su Fang repeatedly asked him to go quickly, fearing that he would get cold if he delayed for a few seconds. 3 days after the operation, except Xiao Wang, the other 5 people could walk on the ground. Su Fang asked them one by one about their situation, whether they felt uncomfortable, hungry, tired, and whether they wanted to lie down and rest. He was as worried as an old father, and he was as worried about them as he was about his darlings. The 5 people were so worried about him that they were shy. They answered him one by one, just like children who listened to their father. On the 5th day after the operation, Xiao Shi woke up completely. She lay on the bed and let Professor Wang examine her, but her head was leaning towards the window. Through the clean glass window, her eyes were bright and round, looking at her uncle and sister Achio outside. She still looked very weak, but her face and spirit were much better than usual. Achio smiled at her and gestured to her. Xiao Shi didn't understand. But it didn't stop her from smiling. When Professor Wang came out and told him again that the operation was successful, Su Fang's heart, which had been lifted all day, finally fell down, and he breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he breathed a sigh of relief, he fell down. Achio twisted him to the bed next door with one hand. Doctor, he examined him. He fainted from exhaustion. He was just too worried. Let him have a good sleep, and he will recover after a little rest. There was no need to hang the liquid medicine. Under Achio instructions, Su Fang was directly tied with a restraint. Let's see if he still worries about others. Achio snorted twice. He Gaoqing felt sad for Su Fang in his heart for a second, and then nodded. After the violent solution to Su Fang, the whole village seemed to be much lighter. Because they finally didn't have to eat the food cooked by Su Fang. It's not that it tastes bad. It's really not delicious. A week after the operation, Xiao Wang was allowed to get out of bed and move around. Half a month after the operation, Cioci could also move around outside the ward. I don't know if it's because her heart comes from Xiao Wang. Cioci is particularly attached to Xiao Wang. Looking at Cioci quietly holding Xiao Wang's clothes and walking slowly, the 5 soldiers' hearts melted. Suddenly, they thought Cioci was so cute. As cute as cotton candy. The kind that would melt with a light touch. Everyone surrounded her, holding Cioci just like Su Fang did when he was worried about them. Cioci was often amused by them, and her wounds had not yet healed completely, so she could only smile gently. Her face was white and tender, like a fragile porcelain doll. Everyone took better care of her. In this way, Cioci relied on Xiao Wang, and the 5 people rushed to visit Cioci's ward, like Cioci's brothers and sisters. Amidst the loving and harmonious laughter, the group was finally discharged from the hospital. As soon as she was discharged from the hospital and exposed to the cold air in winter, Cioci immediately choked and coughed repeatedly. Xiao Huang was also a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Songli added moisture-proof and heat-insulating equipment to their room, and the two gradually got used to it. Under strong requests and repeated assurances, Su Fang was discharged from the hospital with Xiaoxi. From the day of discharge, Su Fang family grew bigger. He had 6 children, 4 boys and 2 girls. They were Xiaoxi's organ donors and his godchildren. After the organ surgery, their physical fitness deteriorated, and they could not do heavy work, so they could only be well taken care of. Su Fang had to work 6 jobs a day to support his big family. Although Songli and Aqiao did not say anything, Su Fang knew that the surgery was done for Xiaoxi, and the hospital professors and drugs were provided by Aqiao. The 6 people had no labor value after the surgery, and Aqiao could no longer support them for free. He had to take on this big responsibility. In the village, Su Fang was the most active worker every day. Wherever there was a need, he was there. When others were taking a lunch break, he helped the kitchen chop wood. While others chatted in the evening, he helped everyone fetch water and boil water. Zhou Zi and his team were already very capable, and Su Fang was added to the list, which made the rest of the people feel extremely tired. Everyone knew that Aqiao needed a strong labor force. Now Su Fang was the one who was the most useless. But they couldn't beat Su Fang, so they could only watch him become a big celebrity around Aqiao, and get some rewards from Aqiao from time to time. Wild walnuts in the back mountain. A total of 2,400 were picked. Aqiao was happy to eat them, and gave one to everyone. No one could taste the flavor, but Su Fang got a basket of 78. People were so envious that their eyes turned red. Later, the wild persimmons were ripe. Songli led people to pick 342 persimmons. Aqiao had never eaten persimmon cakes, so Songli wanted to take half of them to make persimmon cakes. And the remaining ones were not enough for Aqiao alone. The whole village didn't get a single one. But Su Fang got 16 persimmons, which almost blinded the eyes of the people with jealousy. Since then, the whole village has been rolling up. In the past, there was a lunch break, but now no one takes a lunch break. In the past, there were walks and chats after dinner, but now everyone wishes it would be dark, so they can go up the mountain to catch pheasants for Aqiao. When the planting professor from the safety zone brought people to the village, everyone was dumbfounded. They knew that there was a lot of food in the village, which must be because there were a lot of crops. The more crops there were, the more labor. But they never expected that the labor force in the village would develop in various directions, such as knitting sweaters, sewing shoe soles, making soy sauce, etc. The group of planters from the safety zone looked at their army commander and those soldiers sitting in a row crocheting hats and winding balls of yarn. And they were all confused. I don't know what to say first. It was their army commander who was considerate. He put down his crochet hook, stood up cheerfully, patted the planting professor on the shoulder, patted the shoulder of the leading officer, and said, "You have all worked hard. Your room is over there. 4 people in 1 room. Make your own arrangements first. If you don't work today, you will start working tomorrow. Those with strong physical strength, report to the construction team at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning and help repair the pigpen. Those with average physical strength, report to Songley and go to work in the fields. And those who don't have much physical strength. Is there really anyone who doesn't have strength? Reflect on whether you have worked hard to exercise. We are all not young anymore. How can we not have strength?" After he finished speaking, he waved his hand at them. "Go. Go." He looked like you should hurry up, as if they had delayed him from crocheting. "Newcomers, eh?" Army commander. The students in the team raised their hands and asked weakly, "Do you still want to raise pigs?" Lu Xuanjing rolled his eyes at him unhappily. "If not, you will eat air. But the purpose of their coming here is to learn planting technology, not to raise pigs." Chapter 63. The people who came to the safe zone to learn technology seemed to have come at a good time. Achi was worried that there were not enough people to work. Songley divided the 2,000 people into 2 groups. One group went to the fields, and the other group repaired the pigsty. The people who repaired the pigsty went to curse. And the faces of the people who went to the fields were smiling like flowers. Achi sat under the eaves and watched them go their separate ways. They were really cute. There were bursts of laughter coming from the drying dam. The red-haired zombie was taking Siosi and the 6 children who had surgery to tie persimmons with hemp ropes and hang them on the clothes-drying rack. The red persimmons hanging on the hemp ropes looked particularly tempting. They were hung carefully, for fear of puncturing the persimmons. Achio found that the red-haired zombie especially liked to play with children. He usually had a queen temperament and preferred to catch Su Sui to go for a walk in the mountains. Su Sui complained several times, but was suppressed. Now that Siosi and the others can jump slightly, she took Siosi and the others to play again. "Achio, are you going to the terrace fields?" Songley carried a backpack, a sickle in her hand, and a kettle of hot water in the backpack. Achio nodded. November is the month when there is a lot of farm work, so she has to go and see. Besides, there are many workers now, so more wasteland can be reclaimed for planting. Songley filled her snack bag with candies, made a cup of fruit tea, threw it all into the backpack, and called Achio to go together. From a distance, across the valley, the 2 heard bursts of exclamations from the terrace fields. The newly set people from the safe zone stood on the lotus platform, looking at the green vegetables all over the field. Their eyes widened in shock. "This is too good to grow. How can it be grown so well? Oh my god! The broccoli is so full. This one must be 3 pounds. Normal broccoli is not this heavy. It can't be that it has been injected with a swelling agent." As soon as the discordant voice fell, the person who spoke was hit on the forehead by Lu Dingyao. Lu Dingyao glared at him angrily, saying, "Who do you look down on? Don't eat it later." He left after saying this. The man looked confused. The soldier who was first captured and brought to the village saw that he looked innocent and ignorant, and kindly told him, "These broccoli were planted by Brother Yao himself. They planted them by themselves. And if you tell them that they used expanders, everyone will be upset." The man stammered. But, we don't use pesticides here. And the fertilizers we use are all natural fertilizers. We have to catch insects and so on." The soldier raised his 2 pairs of claws and shook them in front of him. "Okay." The soldier patted his shoulders and took the students assigned to him to work. More than 1,000 people scattered in the terrace fields, and instantly became a tiny dot in the vast terrace fields. "What are you doing today?" Songley put down her backpack, took out Achio fruit tea, tied it to the strap of her snack bag, and then hung it on Achio. Achio pointed to the wasteland. She was going to open up the wasteland. After walking 2 steps, she turned back and pointed to the celery field and the tomato field to Songley. The celery would get old if it was planted anymore, and the tomatoes would be ripe. Seeing that Songley understood, she inspected the vegetable field along the terraces, pointing out where there were problems and what needed to be done. Finally, she called a group of new people who looked very strong to go with her to open up the wasteland. She was planting in front, and the name of the crops to be planted was written on the sign. The new people carried hoes and dug grass, and turned the soil in the back, and carried water for irrigation. After planting more than 200 plots of land, she sat on the ridge and watched them dig. From time to time, she took out a candy and put it in her mouth, and the sugar coating made a rustling sound when it was squeezed. The new people were so excited that they were jealous. They obviously came here to learn planting techniques. Why would they be digging grass here to watch her eat candy? The newcomers were puzzled. The newcomers were uncomfortable, and the newcomers had to continue digging grass. In the bleak cold wind, they dug themselves into sweat. But seeing basket after basket of celery, tomatoes, potatoes, and other things carried down the terrace and placed densely and neatly on the lotus platform, their resentment finally turned into honest digging grass. What if there is really something different about digging grass? As long as they firmly complete the entire planting process, they will definitely learn a lot of techniques. And this work was led by Achio herself. So she must have learned more techniques than those students who followed others to work. On the first night of living in the village, they found out that Achio, who was sitting on the ridge above, was the real farming expert. She had all the skills, and even a little bit of them would be very useful. This was what the old people in the village told them. They dug hard, and Achio ate with open arms. Suddenly, her fingers that were playing with the icing stopped. She turned back to look at the top of the terrace field. The top of the terrace field under the dark clouds was connected to the sky in the distance, and the weeds in the wasteland were flying in the cold wind. Ants were moving quickly on the ground before the storm. Achio looked up and took a deep breath of the air. There was the smell of a stranger, and a familiar smell. A little familiar smell. She opened her eyes and snorted from her nose. The student who was mowing the grass below was frightened by her and thought he had done something wrong. He subconsciously looked up at Achio. His heart almost stopped when he saw her. Achio looked at him with a smile, and his eyes were shining as if he was going to harvest heads. The student was so scared that he couldn't hold the sickle steadily. When he was trembling and mustering up the courage to ask if he had not done well enough, Achio threw the sugar coating into the snack bag on his shoulder, stood up and jumped off the terrace. He went back to the village without looking back. Did I offend her? The student asked his companion fearfully. The companion said, "How can you offend her by mowing the grass? Maybe she suddenly remembered something. You just like to scare yourself." Another companion said the same thing. The student's mood finally calmed down a little, but he mowed the grass more vigorously. I hope Achio can see how hard he works, and don't punish him even if he really doesn't do well enough. That smile just now looked really scary. Just as they were working hard, a few heads popped up from behind the mountain line at the top of the terrace. Those heads were covered with weeds and swayed in the wind. One of the heads suddenly spoke. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? I've been in contact with her so many times. How could I have seen it wrong? Why is there no one there? There is no one in the place you just mentioned. Only people from our district. Dashyang, you didn't eat poisonous grass." "Wow!" A head stood up, and Dashyang pulled off the weeds tied to his head. Cursing, "I'm not blind. You ate the wrong poisonous grass." He looked at the place where Achio sat just now. The ridge of the field was empty, and there was no one. Only the planting students in the safe zone were desperately cutting grass and digging the soil. "See, I said there's no one." The head at the foot also stood up slowly, shoulder to shoulder with Dashyang. Dashyang said, "Huh?" ignored his ridicule, and found Lu Dingyao in the vast terrace fields. At the same time, he also saw Songli. He also saw many of his colleagues, the soldiers who were tied up with him, and many new faces. The heads tied with weeds stood up one by one, and someone said, "There are too many people here. How can we take them away? Where is the commander? Have you seen the commander? Oh my god! Why is the planting expert in our district here? Isn't that a researcher in the planting area? Why are they all here? Fuck. How many people did she kidnap from our district again? She really treats our district as her human resource reserve." Everyone was indignant. Dashyang just realized that there were really many more people, all of whom were faces from the safe zone. A surge of anger rose from the bottom of his heart, and he rushed down the terrace fields. The captain stretched out his hand but couldn't stop him, so he hurried to chase him. In fact, they shouldn't act rashly like this, because the commander is not here. The commander is the core of their mission this time. But now they can't care so much. They have gone through untold hardships, climbing out of the mountains like human beings. And finally got here. Now they have no food, no water, no weapons, nothing, and no choice. They can only pray that the Emperor of Heaven will bless them more, so that they can find the commander quickly and take him away while Achio is not here. The figure running down from the terrace is too eye-catching, and everyone immediately noticed the group of wild people rushing down like crazy. What's going on? You still raise wild people? The new student asked solemnly. Solemnly put down the basket in her hand, took a look, and was also puzzled. She looked towards Achio. Achio was no longer there. Is he here to rob things? I don't know who said this. The air in the entire terrace seemed to be a little heavier. Everyone stared at the wild people rushing over with caution, and tightened their sickles. In the end times, a drop of water and a grain of rice are very precious. Not to mention that they planted it with their own hands, and they would never allow others to steal it. Whoever steals it will fight to the death. They had prepared for defense, but the savages swept past their food, as if they didn't care much. Instead, they rushed directly to Lu Dingyao, grabbed his arm, and asked hurriedly, "Where is your uncle?" Lu Dingyao was a little confused and didn't answer immediately. "Tell me." The people who caught him shook him hard, speaking in a rapid tone, staring at Songli quickly. It seemed that as long as she made a gesture to escape Gaomi, they would knock her out immediately. Songli was frightened by the savage with only pupils, and it took a long time before she asked in confusion, "Why do you look familiar?" Just as she was wondering, Lu Dingyao added, "The voice is familiar too." "Damn! You are Da Xiang." Lu Dingyao raised his hand to wipe off the dust and dirt on Da Xiang's face, and indeed saw a face similar to Da Xiang, but it was much darker and thinner than the last time he saw it. "Why are you like this?" Lu Dingyao was shocked. "Hey!" The soldier beside Lu Dingyao suddenly pointed at the person behind Da Xiang, with a look of horror on his face. "Aren't you Deputy Captain Zhang? Hey! You're here too. Why are you coming from there? You're not traveling with Professor Shen?" A group of savages stopped in a hurry. "What did you say?" Da Xiang's voice was tinged with fear. The soldier was still very surprised. "Why are you all like this? You met zombies? Hey! It's so good that you're traveling with Professor Shen. I heard that there are no zombies on the road, and the driving is very smooth." Every word and sentence drilled into their ears, and the people in Da Xiang were about to vomit to death. Deputy Captain Zhang stepped forward and looked at Lu Dingyao, as if to prove something. "Who is the Professor Shen you are talking about?" Lu Dingyao was frightened by his dark tone, and he mumbled, "Professor Shen from the planting area, who came yesterday." What happened? The faces of Deputy Captain Zhang and his group suddenly became ugly, although it was impossible to tell what their expressions were. Everyone present could feel the sadness emanating from them. One of the savages roared in intolerance and angrily cursed, "Too bad. They actually arrested our professor." Lu Dingyao was silent for a while. "Come here voluntarily." A group of savages widened their eyes and looked at the comrades in front of them who were neatly dressed, ruddy-faced, and healthy in disbelief. "What are you doing here?" The savage wanted to struggle a little more, not wanting to hear sad words. Lu Dingyao couldn't understand his feelings at all, and said, "Learn planting technology. After my uncle returned to the safe zone some time ago, the district chief sent people from the planting area to learn planting technology." "You?" said the commander. "Returned to the safe zone?" "He did. But he came back again. He is probably leading people to repair the pig pen now." The savage was autistic. A long silence. Lu Dingyao finally thought of something and looked at Da Xiang in shock. "You are not coming back to save us, are you?" After he finished speaking, he looked at Da Xiang with an incomprehensible and unbearable expression. No matter how stubborn Da Xiang was, he felt uncomfortable under his gaze. No. Didn't I say that I would definitely come back to save you after I escaped?" Da Xiang stuttered for a rare time, and his eyes fell vaguely into the air. Lu Dingyao looked at him, who looked like a ghost but said he would come back to save everyone, and he used all his strength to hold back his laughter. The soldiers who were captured with him were also stunned for a long time. Suddenly, someone couldn't hold back, and a burst of laughter caused everyone to laugh. Da Xiang felt uncomfortable with the laughter and slapped him. Lu Dingyao smiled and dodged, pointing at him and laughing. "Where have you been? You came to save us in this state. Ha ha ha. Have you eaten? Ha ha ha." The question touched the hearts of the savages. They all fell in dismay. Not a word. Looking miserable. Lu Dingyao and the others were too embarrassed to laugh anymore, and coughed twice to stop. What did you encounter on the way? He asked kindly. The honest little soldier said, We originally wanted to sneak in from the mountain. But then I don't know what happened. The mountain was like a ghost. And we couldn't get out? Then we were trapped for a month. The limited supplies were used up. And there was not even a wild fruit in the mountain. In order to survive, they had to eat grass roots. It was not easy to climb out of the mountain yesterday. And then, they couldn't wait to come here. Who would have thought that they came to rescue the commander back to the safe zone? But the commander had already returned to the safe zone. And they didn't need to rescue him at all. Not only did they not need to rescue him, but even Professor Shin from the safe zone volunteered to come here. This showed how stupid it was for Da Xiang to escape so hard before. Da Xiang covered his face, which hadn't been washed for a month, and was so dirty that he couldn't see his original appearance. Squatted on the ground, and didn't want to see anyone again. Chapter 64. It was quiet all around, and the sound of the wind was a little weaker. Da Xiang moved his ears and his arms, always feeling that something was wrong. He looked up and bumped into a pair of green eyes. The owner of the eyes was looking down at him with a smile, and the curve of the corners of his mouth seemed to hide a conspiracy. You are here again! The familiar book was in front of him, and Da Xiang was so scared that he sat back suddenly. He completely forgot that he was squatting on the edge of the field, and suddenly took a step back, causing the whole person to fall down the terrace. Everyone saw him rolling down the terrace like a circle. Bang! Hitting the river, splashing huge water. His panicked screams echoed in the air. Everyone went to see the vegetables in the field first. Seeing that there was no damage, they breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Da Xiang struggling in the water. His companions ran down in a panic to pull him. Climbing ashore, he immediately looked at Achio with angry eyes. Achio pouted, looked at the fields, and at the soaked Da Xiang. It was as if he was silently saying that it was a good thing that you rolled properly, and didn't crush the vegetables. Otherwise, Da Xiang wanted to curse and accuse, but his eyes fell on the tall, mighty and majestic men around Achio. He opened his mouth and took a breath. He was in a weak position now, and he would take revenge another day. Da Xiang was a flexible person. He shook off the water on his body and smiled flatteringly at Achio. Achio, long time no see. I came here to work for you with Professor Shin and the others. We got separated on the way. Ha ha ha. Fortunately I know the way. Although it's a long way. Fortunately we are here. Ha ha ha. Let me help you carry these potatoes back to the village. Ha ha ha. As he said that, he went to get the pole and carried a basket full of potatoes on each end. When he exerted force on his shoulders, the teammates who pulled him ashore clearly saw that his upper and lower rows of teeth were clenched tightly, and his eyes were bulging. He just let out a sigh of relief and picked up 2 baskets of potatoes. He turned around and smiled at Achio, then walked to the Yitzi Valley on the other side of the river and returned to the village. The teammates who came with him were stunned. They had seen Da Xiang noise, complaints, and indignation along the way. He would chatter all the way when he saw an ant that was too big. They never thought that he had this hidden side, seeking to bend and stretch. They all came from the same way. They had been together for several months. They could guess what Da Xiang would say next even if he farted. Da Xiang volunteered to carry potatoes back to the village. He must have gone to the village to find the army commander. If the mountain doesn't come to save me, I will go to the mountain. So when they saw Da Xiang back disappearing at the mouth of the valley, they nodded to Achio again and again. Yes. Yes. We are here to help. They all followed Da Xiang's example and carried baskets with a shoulder pole. The baskets for collecting potatoes today were particularly large, and each basket could hold 100 kilograms. When they stood in horse stance and lifted the baskets, their faces became visibly ferocious. At this moment, the soldiers who pulled Da Xiang ashore finally understood why Da Xiang had such a frightened expression. Because these potatoes are so damn heavy. They couldn't lift them at all. The basket was not even a millimeter off the ground, and their shoulders were almost dislocated on the spot. The basket, bang, fell to the ground, and the potatoes with pointed tips rolled down. Fortunately, the soldiers were not very strong, but they must have been very agile. They quickly picked it up and put it back in place steadily. This change scared him so much that he sweated. When he looked back, he saw the girl named Achio standing on the ridge of the field staring at them with a sharp gaze. Oh my God! He couldn't imagine what the consequences would be if he didn't catch the potato. Cut your body. Cut off your arms and legs. Tear your neck apart. The words that Da Xiang was muttering on the road passed through his head quickly. He put down the shoulder pole tremblingly, stayed away from the dangerous potato basket, and smiled at Aqiao. I am not very strong, but I am a first-class digger. I will help dig vegetables. They are strong and can lift them. He turned around and looked at his brothers, who were also unable to carry the baskets, and watched Deputy Captain Zhang take the rest of the brothers to the village. Fortunately, as long as Da Xiang and Deputy Captain Zhang rescued the commander, they could stay here and work. Just as the soldiers who stayed behind comforted themselves like this, the strong men around Aqiao came down, walked to them, stood in front of the potato baskets, bent down, and with one hand, twisted the baskets that they could not lift with their whole body and shoulder poles. The 200 kilograms of potatoes were as light as cotton candy in their hands, one basket in each hand, carrying, and walked away, without saying a word or looking back. They suffered a great psychological trauma. It was as if he was silently mocking them, weaklings. Soldiers, Under Aqiao's sharp gaze, the poor soldiers were forced to pick up shovels and dig potatoes. Da Xiang, Deputy Captain Zhang and others entered the village, just put down the potatoes, and were about to go find the army commander. But they were stared at closely by the strong man who followed them, and they dared not move a step. He could only carry potatoes back to the village over and over again, then carry sweet potatoes, then carry white radishes. He was so tired that his back and waist ached, and he couldn't straighten his back. Da Xiang was so tired that his clothes were soaked by sweat countless times, and he lay on the ground panting like a dog. Finally, he couldn't do it anymore. He hugged his stomach like begging for mercy, saying that he had drunk too much river water just now, and his stomach hurt, and he was going to have diarrhea. The strong men finally let him go. They only let him go, and Deputy Captain Zhang and others continued to carry. Da Xiang squatted in the toilet with weak steps, and quietly asked the old lady who was knitting under the eaves, and then found the army commander far away from the village. They were really repairing the pigpen. The wood and steel plates were piled up piece by piece. The pigpen was large and spacious, like a pig farm. Walking all the way from the village, Da Xiang found that this place had completely changed. It was once deserted with leaking roofs, but now it has become a wealthy place that he can be greedy at the sight of. Looking at the pickles hanging in the drying dam, the bunches of dried persimmons on the trees, the piles of firewood, the newly woven quilts, he secretly thought that if this place was a safe zone, he would rather die than leave. It was a pity that this was the territory of zombies. General, Da Xiang finally found Lu Xuanjing and wanted to pull him to have a few words. When Lu Xuanjing saw someone coming, his eyes lit up immediately. Come on. Help me. Push this up. Da Xiang looked up, glanced at the steel plate handed by the general, and then looked at the more than 2-meter high rack. The whole person was filled with a smell of gunpowder that was about to explode. Fortunately, he was a very patient person, and the other party was the general. Da Xiang gritted his teeth and carried the iron plate thicker than a coin on his thin shoulders. The moment the steel plate was removed from his shoulders, Da Xiang felt that the skin on his shoulders was completely broken. Not bad, young man. Lu Xuanjing patted his shoulder in appreciation, and Da Xiang almost fainted from the pain. He gritted his teeth, grabbed the commander who was about to leave, and said with some gritted teeth, Commander, please excuse me. After hearing Commander, Lu Xuanjing looked at him carefully. He found that it was someone he had never seen before. He remembered the people in the village, and the 2,000 people who came this time. Who? I, Da Xiang. Lu Xuanjing, He remembered the soldier who was returned by Aqiao. Lu Xuanjing looked at him with a hard-to-describe expression. He seemed to have crawled out of a quagmire, and there was a sour smell on his body. It was rare. The commander who had done a lot of rough, tiring and dirty work wrinkled his nose, and didn't want to smell this smell. Da Xiang lowered his voice and said, The district chief sent us to rescue you. Lu Xuanjing took a step back and distanced himself from him. I've been back to the safe zone and reported the situation to the district chief. The district chief specifically ordered us to stay here. When Lu Dingyao was talking to him, Da Xiang had already guessed this situation, but he didn't want to believe it. He finally got the chance to come to the village with Deputy Captain Zhang, with the only purpose of rescuing the commander and his brothers, as well as the survivors. After struggling and losing so many brothers, They finally got here. But what awaited them was that everyone voluntarily stayed here. Not only were they willing to stay, but the safe zone also sent planting researchers to learn the technology. What is this? What is the hardship they have experienced? What is the dead brother? Daxiang wanted to ask the commander loudly. What is all this? But the commander had already left, walked away, and then came back, stood in front of him, and said to him carefully, "You have worked hard along the way. But, for the future of the safe zone, please make sure to study planting technology. Bring the real technology back to the safe zone. And let all survivors have enough food. Also, we will raise pigs here soon. If you have time, please come and learn more about pig raising technology. In the future, I will ask to drive 2 pigs back to the safe zone, so that the safe zone can also eat pork." Their commander spoke sternly and solemnly, and every word and every thought was for the sake of the safe zone and the survivors. Daxiang's questioning words were stuck in his throat, and could no longer be spit out. He came here to rescue the commander, his brothers, and the survivors. Isn't it for the safe zone? Isn't it the same goal and idea? It's just that his road is bumpy and tortuous, while the commander's is smooth and open. Facing the commander's eager eyes, Daxiang nodded firmly as a rock. "Good boy." Lu Xuanjing smiled and patted his shoulder. This pat made Daxiang's tenacious momentum suddenly disappear, and in an instant he returned to the scarred and downtrodden savage. And the commander was still calling him, "Come and help. Put these steel plates up. You have physical strength now. Young people are strong." If it were usual, Daxiang would definitely smile and flatter. Now, Daxiang just wants to play dead on the spot. After the heavy iron plates fell on his shoulders one by one, and he carried them up to make the roof, the commander praised him one by one, and the smile on his face never fell. The sun had already set, but the commander's mouth was still raised high, and his eyes were full of admiration. At that moment, Daxiang was a little dazed. Commander, was he playing tricks on him? The purpose was to make him carry the steel plate. Chapter 65. On the day when tomatoes were harvested, the red-haired zombie brought a group of little ones to catch more than 20 chickens from somewhere. The next morning, Xiaoxi picked up 12 warm eggs from the chicken coop. From that day on, Xiaoxi became obsessed with picking eggs. She can also hatch chicks. Xiao Huang squatted beside Xiaoxi and pointed at the chicken coop and told her. "Really?" Xiaoxi looked eagerly. "When will the chicks be hatched?" "Soon. When the pig pen was repaired." For chicks were really hatched in the chicken coop. Xiaoxi spent every day around the chicks. Professor Shen led students to build a warm shed for the chicken coop overnight, fearing that the chicks would be frozen to death in the cold winter. It is a good omen for hens to hatch chicks. This virus has caused many animals in the world to be on the verge of death. Domestic poultry and livestock died in the early stages of the virus outbreak. He didn't know where these chickens were found from, but putting them in the safe zone was definitely a scene that drove animal researchers crazy. This means that the world can be saved. Unfortunately, the woman with red curly hair was unwilling to tell them where they caught the chicken. She only said, "Who knows? Roadside. Catch it when you see it while walking." The child also said it was on the roadside. Professor Shen asked several soldiers who were on the same road separately, and the soldiers were also confused. Heijin caught it on the roadside. He took students to the roadside they mentioned several times, let alone chickens. Not even a chicken feather was found. Looking at this increasingly magnificent and vast village, Professor Shen couldn't help but sigh that this place is really a feng shui treasure land. Other places have spent millions of technology to plant, but not a single seedling can survive. Here, there is no watering, no careful care, and those vegetables and fruits are sprouting one after another. It seems that if they sprout slowly, they will be dragged to death by the soil underground. And they are desperately climbing up. The technology chickens in the center can't even be kept alive. But here you can take a walk and sneak back chickens that can lay eggs and hatch chicks. It's really, people are so annoying. After dinner, everyone sat under the old locust tree at the entrance of the village and chatted as usual. When it was cold, they sat on the back of the old locust tree and lit a big bonfire. The orange-yellow fire made the surroundings bright and warm, and everyone carried small stools and sat down in groups of 3 or 5 to warm themselves by the fire. Professor Shen and his students sat together. He hung his reading glasses under his neck with a red woolen thread, pinching his eyebrows and asking his students, "What new discoveries have you made recently?" "This time I came to the village to learn technology. And the safety zone brought all kinds of exquisite instruments. After work every day, everyone collected samples for soil, water quality, seeds, seedlings and other research. Unfortunately, nothing was found. The soil is very ordinary soil. The water is ordinary river water. The seeds are cheap seeds collected from the vegetable market. And some seedlings are even dying seedlings. It is not comparable to the nutrient soil, growth water, and high-quality seeds in the safety zone. It just so happens that the things grown here are so good, while the things grown in the safety zone are so bad that they are fatal. A group of people sighed. I asked the team leader. Before the first day of working in the fields, they were divided into hundreds of teams and led by villagers to work. The team leaders who managed them did not look like people who worked in the fields, but they knew the situation of the fields they managed very well. A student said, I asked the team leader what he did before, and he said he was in sales and had never worked in the fields. Now he can work so well in the fields. All thanks to Achio teaching. He said Achio taught them how to catch insects and told them when to water. They just need to do it once. Write down the time and process, and plant it according to the future. Their model is that fixed people are responsible for which type of vegetables, and everyone is unrelated to each other. They only borrow people from each other when there is a shortage of manpower. In fact, there is no reference value. These are basic jobs. Our district is also doing it, and even doing it better than them. The circle of land gradually became quiet, and everyone's expression was heavy. Someone muttered, it's the same in our team. The atmosphere became more solemn. The same means that there is nothing to learn here. It also means that the safe zone is hopeless. If all of them are wasted here, it will only make the safe zone more hungry. Professor Shin said with certainty, there must be different places that we have not discovered. He really didn't want to admit that this piece of land was a treasure given by God. Nor did he want to admit that the Emperor of Heaven was chasing a zombie to feed him. It's too outrageous. I borrowed the captain's notes to read. Professor, do you want to take a look? A student handed over a thick notebook. The cover was written with the growth process of a big melon, and Liangjia Township was signed in the corner. The student said, the most written is melon, and there are other melons, but most of them are fruits. Only a few pages are written about cucumbers and March melons. Professor Shin took it, put on his reading glasses in a hurry, and tilted his head back to read. The students beside him also leaned over to take a look. The records inside are more detailed than the manual, including when a leaf fell, when the first bucket of water was poured, when the first insect was caught, the dense text, watching the bonfire gradually die out, and the people chatting after dinner gradually dispersed and went back to sleep. They barely finished reading about melon cultivation until they were the only ones left at the village entrance. There were still 3/5 of the content left to read. Before leaving, the commander kindly added some firewood for them, and the fire started again, making the air slightly warmer. In the middle of the night, when the east was white and the roosters crowed for the first time, they finished reading the notebook. When they finished, they all sighed. They had been through the whole night, but had not seen anything useful. It was nothing more than taking care of it more carefully, raising melons like raising children, which was nothing special, and might not be as delicate as those in the safe zone. Professor Shin took off his glasses and rubbed his swollen forehead. The students stretched their waists to relax their stiff shoulders. Looking up, some people who got up early were already brushing their teeth. Xiao Su passed by them in a wheelchair and asked with a smile, "Are you still awake?" Professor Shin shook his head tiredly. "Actually, you don't have to be so anxious. Ah Xiao promised to help you, and will definitely fulfill her promise." "That's what I said." One student had a bad tone. He stayed up all night without finding any clues, and was obviously impatient. But Ah Xiao is not in the village at all. She has been out for 2 days. She will come back. Xiao Su looked at him, shook his head, and controlled the wheelchair to the kitchen. Now that there are more people, he is only responsible for the food of a few people. Everyone's meals are prepared by someone else, and he only needs to list the menu and watch it on the side. The student couldn't stand his nonchalant look and sneered, "Of course he will come back. So many dishes can't be given away for free. How long will it take to come back? We have delayed for so long. And in the end, we got nothing. So many people in the district are going to die?" Professor Shin sighed and patted the student on the back, as if to calm him down. "Young man, you should be patient at a young age. The business that the district chief and the army commander have negotiated will never fail. Let's abide by the contract and help with the harvest. And we'll talk about the rest when she comes back. If they continue to work like this, working during the day and staying up late at night, even a young man can't stand it. Sure enough, before noon, the group of people who stayed up late began to feel dizzy, and breathless. They sat by the river and drank hot tea. And they felt better after drinking several bowls. Someone saw Songli crossing the river and hurried to meet her. It's easy to see Songli on weekdays, but it's hard to get close to her and ask her questions. After all, everyone has their own things. And sometimes they can't talk to each other from a distance when they see each other in the terrace fields. The clever student took the opportunity to run up and called out attentively, "Sisterly, help Songli take the backpack." "Sisterly, where are you going today? I'll take it for you." Songli took off her coat. She wore more clothes when she went out because it was cold. Now she has to work. It's inconvenient to wear too thick clothes. "The pumpkin is ripe. I'll go check it out." The student was shocked. "How do you know the pumpkin is ripe? The work is done by everyone. Recently, we are busy harvesting potatoes and tomatoes first, and white radishes are second. We can plant more. Just harvesting these three things is so busy that no one cares about other crops." Songli is also harvesting tomatoes, which is far away from the pumpkin field. How does she know the pumpkin is ripe? Songli wondered. Achia told me. She asked me to come and see. If it's ripe, I'll cut two and make cakes. Achio is back. The student was shocked and unbelievable. And then ecstatic. I was still talking about Achio in the morning. And now he's back. Are they saved? Songli shook her head. No. She asked me to check the pumpkin every 3 days before she left. Student, ? Sisterly. Is Achio a god? Songli was in a very tangled mood. Can she say Achio is a zombie? Looking at the student's innocent face, she finally gave up, so as not to scare him to death. How else would she know if the pumpkin is ripe? The student continued leisurely, and Songli suddenly realized. She has a good nose. She can tell whether it is ripe by smelling it. Student, Is it a skill that can be learned? Maybe not. Songli looked at him and looked away. She stuffed her coat into the backpack, thanked the boy who held the backpack for her, and continued to walk on the terrace. A few boys followed her, wanting to see if the pumpkin was really ripe. How is it possible? How is it possible that someone can really smell whether the pumpkin is ripe by nose? It was smelled several days ago. However, when Songli bent down and used a sickle to hook a round yellow pumpkin from the vine, all the students who followed were dumbfounded, because the pumpkin that was still green a few days ago was really ripe. It was so ripe, yellow and orange, round and huge. The sickle cut through the vine, and Songli had some difficulty holding it. This is the best time to improve your impression. The students who were perceptive immediately stepped forward to help Songli carry the pumpkins. Songli was so happy that she even cut a few pumpkins. The whole basket was full. The students volunteered to carry the basket again. He almost broke his waist when carrying it. But fortunately, other students quickly supported him. It can be said that the 4 students carried the basket back to the village together. Songli was happy to see his relieved expression after putting down the basket. She remembered that if Achi was here, she would definitely laugh at them loudly, and then kindly treat them to pumpkin pie. Songli thought for a while and said, "Come over to eat pumpkin at noon. I'll make pumpkin pie." Ah! The surprise came too suddenly, catching them off guard. "Didn't you say you would make it for Sister Achio?" "I don't know when Achi will be back, so I'll make it for you to try first. If it doesn't taste good, I'll change the recipe." "Excuse me, sisterly, have you ever made pumpkin pie?" "First time." Students, It seems that they are just testing drugs. Chapter 66. The village is testing poison on the pumpkin cakes made by Songli, and Achi is catching pigs. The wild boars in the mountains are fierce and big, smart and run very fast. Achi went around with them for several rounds. Everyone she saw was white, fat and plump. She wanted to catch and eat everyone she saw. More than a dozen wild boars made her run all over the mountain. Sweating and tired, Achio looked at the dog with her eyes. Dog. The dog lay in the sun, lazily basking in the sun, feeling very comfortable. When he heard Achi calling, he raised his eyes and looked at it vaguely, then fell asleep again. This means it doesn't want to help. Achi was immediately unhappy, jumped on its back, rode on it and rubbed it. He pinched the dog face, pulled the hair around its mouth, and opened its mouth to pull out its sharp teeth. Bring her to catch pigs. But don't help her catch them. It's so infuriating. She was not polite at all. Scratching, scratching, pulling, tugging, pulling, using as much force as she could. She even pinched the dog face out of shape. The dog was tortured to the point of losing its mind, and raised its paw to hit her. But she dodged it lightly and sideways. And when she fell, she dragged it sideways with her. She grabbed the dog hair. She rolled several times in the grass. I don't know when the wind stopped. The leaves were quiet, stopped under the lush canopy. The shadows covered the head, and even the sky was a little darker, as if it was almost night. Achu was tired from playing, and her breathing was hot and rapid. She looked at the dog's bright pupils from bottom to top, and was a little happy. She found that the dog-light amber eyes were getting darker little by little, like a dyed canvas, gradually getting darker and darker. It was so strange. Achio had never seen it before. She changed her hand from pulling the dog hair to holding the dog face, staring at its pupils carefully. The dog had never been stared at by anyone, let alone stared at so openly and honestly. Humans and animals have always been wary of it. For a moment, the dog felt awkward. His eyes moved away, and even his face quietly moved to the side. He was held by her, looking right into her eyes. She had a pair of green eyes, as beautiful as the peacock in the oil painting. When she stared at people, it seemed that she could only see the person she was staring at. At that moment, she would mistakenly believe that all her joy and love came from the person she was staring at. It made people inexplicably greedy. The dog breathing tightened a little. It lowered its head and looked at Achiao's pink little mouth slightly opened. Achoo! A sneeze hit the dog face right in the middle. The dog subconsciously turned its head, but couldn't turn away. Achiao's hand holding its face was surprisingly strong. The dog face became visibly angry, seeing that she still wanted to hit him. He quickly raised his paw and pressed her face to the ground. The dog clearly saw that her sneeze made the grass in front of her face fly. Shaking his paw in disgust, he struggled to break free from her hand, picked her up and threw her into the backpack, and flew out. The dog couldn't help but go crazy in his heart. How could there be such a person as her? A thing! Achiao sneezed 3 times in a row. She sat in the backpack and rubbed her nose. She always felt that someone was scolding her behind her back. This is how it is played on TV. The nose of the person being scolded will itch, and the ears will be hot. Achiao raised her hand to touch her ears, which were burning hot. It can be seen how badly the person scolding her scolded her. The wild boar's screams were so loud that they broke the sky and came from a distance. Mixed in the wild boar's screams was the sound of whips. Achiao looked up and saw several wild boars rushing towards this side in panic. Achiao jumped out of the backpack, picked up the hemp rope and threw it at the pig's head like a hoop, and then pulled the rope hard. The panicked wild boar was immediately trapped and started a tug-of-war game with Achiao. Once trapped, how could it be Achiao's opponent? Achiao immediately dragged it in front of him. The wild boar's roar was deafening. Achiao shook her ears, closed the ear canal that received its roar, smiled happily, and tied it to the tree. Then, continued to trap other wild boars. As long as she doesn't play hide-and-seek with her, she plays tug-of-war with the pigs. Even if there are 500 pigs on the opposite side, Achiao can kill them with one hand. When Achiao finished trapping the wild boars here, the dog drove the other dozen back. It tied the 18 wild boars together and gave the traction rope to Achiao. Carry the backpack again and go back to the village. The backpack was hung on the side of the dog, and Achiao sat in the backpack, jumping up and down with the dog, just like riding a roller coaster. This backpack was tailor-made for Achiao, with a soft velvet pad underneath and soft cloth wrapped around the edge of the backpack. She sat in it, resting her chin on the edge of the backpack, and could enjoy the scenery along the way. Achiao felt that there was no better vehicle than this. She really loved dogs to death. As Achiao thought about it, she reached out to touch the dog head. The dog was still angry about being sneezed, and turned its head away from her. He was very kind not to throw her into the mountains. Roar. The roar of zombies sounded in the air. The roar was dense and rough, like the collective roar of many zombies. The wild boars in Achiao's hands pawed restlessly and ran in different directions, eager to escape from here. Achiao tightly tightened the hemp rope and pulled them back. The wild boars were very wild, and they were more ferocious than anyone else if they were pulled. They raised their sharp fangs and bit the hemp rope. Accio roared in anger, unable to bear it any longer. The roar was more ferocious than that of zombies, and frightened the wild boars to stand still. They only stood still for 10 seconds, and then burst out with more powerful strength again to escape Accio clutches. Just as she wanted to suppress the group of pigs forcefully, messy and complicated footsteps approached this side. The leading footsteps were almost running, and the faster they ran, the faster the footsteps behind them became. Many, many footsteps, rushing towards Accio in a mess. The dog stood in the middle of the road, with a backpack hanging on its side. Accio sat in the backpack, and Accio led 18 wild boars. They faced the direction of the footsteps and watched quietly. The footsteps were as chaotic as zombies. Accio opened her breath and smelled the rotten stench of zombies in the air. Extremely strong. Stronger than the smell she smelled in the city full of zombies. It stunk so bad that she wanted to vomit. She held her breath tightly and stopped smelling. The zombies turned the corner quickly and surrounded them behind them. Like thunder, they suddenly burst into violent roars. One by one, thousands of zombies roared collectively at this moment, like waves in a storm, rolling up terrifying waves. 30 kilometers away, the people working were stunned on the terraces. The construction team stopped working in the roar of the huge waves. The commander looked solemnly in the direction of the zombie roar. Song-Chi reacted quickly and ran back to the village with the soldiers. He took out the guns that the soldiers had handed over and returned them to them. "It's zombies! Zombies are coming!" someone shouted. The survivors who were stunned in the terrace field suddenly woke up and ran to the village in a panic. The terrace fields, which were obviously very spacious and vast, became very narrow at this moment. Someone stepped on the air and rolled down from the top of the terrace fields. "Slow down. Look at the road. Don't squeeze. Walk one by one." Song-Li looked at the people who rolled into the river and shouted loudly. But she was just a weak person without weapons, and could not be their central support. No one listened to her. They just ran into the village, found a hidden place, and hid safely. It's best to hide in the cellar, where there is a lot of food stored, enough for them to survive this winter. Liangjia Township. Song Shi. Zhang Yuan. Song-Li called several people who followed her and told them, "Take them back in batches. Don't mess up the team. Don't mess up. If it messes up, it will really mess up." Looking at the people who fell into the river without struggling, she wanted to keep everyone as safe as possible. Liang Jiaxiang and others reacted quickly. They crossed the fields and ran to the riverside first to evacuate the crowded people. "Don't panic. We have the commander, soldiers, and food. We will be fine." Song-Li stood on the ridge of the field and shouted to the people who were gradually lining up below. After entering the village, follow the instructions of the commander. Don't hide or run away without permission. If anyone I find leaves the village without permission, I will not care about his life or death from now on. Someone turned back, seeing her looking at them, although there was a lot of coldness in her words. Her eyes were full of anxiety and worry when she looked at them. Obviously, she was also a human being who was very afraid of zombies. But she let them go first, and none of them had never thought of escaping. Everyone thought that if they had the chance, they would definitely escape from this place. Escape to the safe area. Today, the day of chaos in the village, is the best time for everyone to escape. If you can't escape today, you will never be able to leave again in the future. Everyone was looking for their companions, leaning towards them, and looking at them inquiringly. Silent tacit understanding was passed between each other. The scene was obviously very noisy and chaotic. But at this moment, it was quiet. Their panicked hearts also calmed down. Walking on the Lotus platform and the bridge, it seemed no different from going to work on weekdays. They crossed the narrow valley and returned to the village. The people in the river were pulled up, and the people who fell in the fields and sprained their feet were carried back. They saw that the village, which they thought was in chaos, was no different from usual. The only thing that was new was that the army commander stood on the steps of the sun-drying dam and spoke in a serious tone. The soldiers wore the dirty clothes they wore when they worked, but they held long guns in their hands. They did not lose their righteousness even without military uniforms. That was the mighty momentum that they were born with and engraved in their bones. And those construction teams, repairing pig pens, chicken pens, and cattle pens, in short, those who didn't know what they used to do, all picked up self-defense weapons and stood in the same row with the soldiers. At that moment, The people who came back from the terrace fields, the former survivors, suddenly realized that no matter where they went, if they could not pick up weapons to protect themselves, others would never protect them. They picked up all the weapons they had in hand, stood together in the sunbathing dam, and listened to the commander's orders. The sharp fence at the entrance of the village was erected, and the sharp iron wire stretched across the entire village, cutting off all entrances and exits. They were assigned to any place where they could attack or defend, and waited vigilantly for the arrival of zombies. Looking at each other's faces, they were all willing to stay here, guarding the food they planted, guarding their warm rooms, and guarding this peaceful and warm village. No one wanted to escape anymore. They all had to stay here. Where's Professor Shin? Hey, have you seen Professor Shin? No. We only saw Dr. He. Professor Shin was arrested and ran away now. What are you thinking? Professor Shin is Mr. Bai's friend. She came here voluntarily. Mr. Bai didn't see her either. The lady with big red wavy hair doesn't seem to be here either. Why do you care about her every day? You have to cook for her, and share the meat with her even if there are only a few pieces. Do you like her? No. No. I just didn't see Xiaoxi and the others. They play with her every day. Ah. That's right. The group driving the fishing truck is not here. They didn't really run away. But there are still a lot of cars. Boom. The sound of the engine with the accelerator pedal to the bottom resounded throughout the village. The people hiding in the dark saw an off-road vehicle drifting onto the road, and a stream of big red wavy hair floated out of the car window, dazzling everyone's eyes. It really ran away. Everyone suddenly reacted and wanted to chase it, but the SUV disappeared at the end of the road, leaving only dust in the sky. Chapter 67. Sister, where are we going? Xiaoxi sat in the passenger seat, curiously looking at the scenery outside the window, and asked the red-haired zombie who was driving. The red-haired zombie was not polite at all, and said shockingly, "Let's catch zombies for fun." After saying that, he laughed twice. Xiao Huang and others sitting in the back were shocked, as if they didn't expect it to be so crazy. So much so that they didn't fully react when they first heard this sentence. "We can't go. Zombies are very dangerous." And Xiao Huang retorted hastily, "From the sound, there are a lot of zombies this time. We can't beat them. And they haven't fully recovered after the operation." The other 5 little soldiers nodded repeatedly. Although they were soldiers who were recruited as exceptions due to social conditions, and their age did not keep up, they had the same idea when facing zombies. If they couldn't beat the zombies, they would run away. And they must not get close to the zombies. Don't be hurt by zombies. As long as there are green mountains, there is no fear of not being able to kill zombies. The words of the team leader seemed to float in front of my eyes. "Don't worry," the red-haired zombie vowed. "I'll take you to take a look and come back after you're done." It smiled confidently. The weak soldiers couldn't change its mind with words, and they were used to listening to it. Now they could only sit and watch the deep mountain scenery pass by the window nervously. And they were getting closer and closer to the zombies. They didn't know that on their way to the zombies, there were more than 40 level 5 zombies following behind them, and their figures that were flying away at a speed comparable to that of a Mercedes-Benz off-road vehicle. In their perception, it was not the roar of the zombie group attack, but the cry of submission. They were submitting to the strong, to their king. In this world, the only one who was stronger than them, and could make the zombies willingly lower their bloodthirsty heads was that. That word disappeared in their minds. They didn't dare to think about that word, and couldn't even shout it out. Shouting it out would be disrespectful to it. "You are like a flower that attracts bees and butterflies." Aqiao leaned over to the dog head and spoke. Thousands of zombies that chased after them from behind knelt down in front of the dog. They crawled on the ground in the most pious posture and shouted. Aqiao looked at the zombies curiously. There were so many zombies that she couldn't take them all in. They were densely packed all over the mountains, on the roads, in the forests, and in the weeds. "I don't know who is the flower." The dog turned around, and his eyes fell on the backpack she was sitting in. This backpack was more exquisite than any other backpack in the village, and the cotton cloth wrapped in it was extremely soft, and the pattern was exquisite. If it was a flower, it was the one sitting in the backpack. Aqiao carried the backpack. For the first time, Aqiao quickly understood the euphemism that the dog didn't say. But she didn't plan to answer and pretended that she couldn't hear it. She snorted twice and asked the dog, "Do you want to play with them?" If the dog went to play with them, she would have to go home by herself. and she would have to leave these 18 wild pigs. It was not very happy to think about it. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the zombies crawling on the ground retreated rapidly. Their faces pressed to the ground. Their bodies did not stand up. But their speed was amazing. They did not dare to ask it to play with them. They just came to see it and submit to it. The rest did not dare to think about it. Wow! Accio opened his eyes wide and looked at them. If you eat so fast, you won't starve to death. The tone was full of regret. Zombies, eh? Can't refute it. Facing it. This speed of retreating in fear is an instinct. Although biting is also an instinct. It cannot be compared. The dog couldn't understand the little thing on its back. A few days ago, it was so sad that Xiaoxi, a human, might die. Now it regretted that the zombies starved to death. I really don't understand her. When will she worry about whether she can't eat pork if she runs faster? The dog shook his head, turned around, carried Accio on his back, and went back to the village facing the 18 pigs in her hand. The surrendered zombies behind him followed closely behind at their fastest speed. Follow them. Are they going back to the village too? Accio frowned rarely. She thought of Sonli, who was afraid of zombies. If so many zombies went to the village, Sonli would be scared to death. If Sonli was scared to death, no one would take care of her in the future. Sonli can do many things. And she liked Sonli. The dog rolled his eyes. I don't know. It could feel that this group of zombies was not coming for it. It was just that they met and surrendered to the master. Now that the surrender was completed, they also had to go to where they were going. Maybe it was just on the way. Accio. Oh, she said twice. Turned around to look at the leading zombie running in front. And chatted with it. Where are you going? The leading zombie looked at her in confusion. She looked like a human. But she didn't smell like a zombie. But she could speak zombie language. It raised its hand and pointed to the distance. Accio looked in the direction. And the next second, her eyes widened. That was the direction of the village. Accio looked at it a few more times. What are you doing over there? To eat? What to eat? The zombie looked at her as if she were a fool. But because she was sitting on it, it didn't dare to get angry. Otherwise, it would have wanted to say, it's none of your business. White rice. Accio, ? A sense of crisis surged in her heart. Accio wanted to ask whose white rice it was. And the sharp brakes sounded in front of her. The off-road vehicle stopped with a cloud of dust. Sister Accio. Siusi. Xiao Wang and others looked out of the car window and saw Accio. And also saw the group of zombies chasing after Accio. So many that the mountain was full of zombies. They were terrified. Pointing behind Accio and shouting, Sister Accio. Run! They want to eat you. Looking at Siusi and the others' terrified faces, Accio didn't know which side to worry about first. Finally, she took out a notebook and wrote, they passed by. They didn't eat me. Siusi, oh. She didn't quite believe it. But when the dog and Sister Accio stopped, the zombies also stopped. So she believed it 90%. Press gently. Don't break my baby's hand. Accio glared at the red-haired zombie's hand. Its hand was pressing Su Sui, who wanted to pounce on Accio. Su Sui's thin and fragile body was like a willow in the wind, swaying unsteadily. The red-haired zombie sneered, glanced at the zombie group, rolled up the window, stepped on the accelerator, turned around on the spot, and returned the way he came. The notebook was thrown into the backpack, and Accio clung to the edge of the backpack, looking at Siusi, Xiao Wang and other humans who were looking out of the car in front, and looking at the zombies running behind him. Very tangled. She wanted to ask them whose house they were going to, and whose white rice they were eating. But as soon as she opened her mouth, Xiaoxi and the others would hear her zombie language. She couldn't let them hear it. They would kill you if they were mistaken for zombies. You must be careful. Sonli reminded Accio every now and then, because she accidentally heard Accio make zombie sounds. But Sonli raised 3 fingers and swore that she didn't believe Accio was a zombie. At that time, Accio was moved to death, because she really wasn't a zombie. Although she didn't know why she spoke zombie language. They were entangled to the entrance of the village. They entered the village. The zombies were approaching the village. And the workers with guns and knives jumped out of the village. They held weapons. Their hands and feet trembled. But they glared at the zombies outside the village. The zombies smelled the thick human breath in the air and roared loudly. Humans. Humans. Ah! So fragrant. So fragrant. Eat. So delicious. I want to eat. Slurp. Ah Qiao heard the sound of them swallowing saliva. The workers were also heard trembling and muttering. Oh my god. So many zombies. Fuck. Did Ah Qiao come back from the zombie den? Fuck. Fuck. There are not enough bullets. What should I do? It's over. It's over today. I can't survive. Woo woo woo. I haven't slept enough woo 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 just when Ah Qiao was struggling to let the dog chase the zombies away. Or what? The zombies outside the village suddenly knelt down. Not the kind of crawling to submit to the dog, but the kind of kneeling and begging. They shouted in unison. Please give us food. Ah Qiao widened her eyes, and couldn't help but open all her ears. What did they say? Please give us food. They shouted again. Ah Qiao heard it clearly. And then? Fell silent. It turned out. They came to eat her white rice. It turned out. They said it smelled good. It was her white rice that smelled good. Ah Qiao felt uncomfortable, and was very unhappy. Very unhappy. She shook the dog neck. I don't want to give it to them. The voice was only audible to the dog. They didn't grow it for me. They come here to eat my white rice for nothing. They are so greedy. The anger in the accusation was obvious. And the dog laughed. She didn't need to say it. Everyone knew she wouldn't give it. She had a strong possessiveness. As long as it was hers, she would eat it to death in her stomach. And no one else would think of taking it away. I don't know where she learned this kind of domineering and tyranny. The dog carried her back to the yard. As soon as she entered the yard, a gunshot was heard outside. The red-haired zombie raised his gun and killed a zombie. The zombies kneeling on the ground begging for mercy suddenly scattered like birds and beasts, as if they were scared to death. In the blink of an eye, those groups of zombies, thousands of them, retreated far away. Their staggering backs could no longer be seen at the entrance of the village, and only the roars of the zombies could be heard getting farther and farther away. The people holding weapons and preparing to fight to the death were stunned. They just left like that? Then, what are they doing here? They're here to kneel down? The villagers were terrified and refused to believe that the zombies just left like that. They stood there with their weapons in hand. And those level 5 zombies disappeared silently in the nearby forests. They intercepted tens of thousands of zombies at the fastest speed and evacuated them in the mountains. At midnight, tens of thousands of zombies were assigned to the terraces to do weeding. They didn't know how to get tired or thirsty. They only felt hungry and wanted to eat. They ate the ripe food in the fields and ignored the human smell coming from the village. This is a better labor force than humans. Ah Qiao was awakened by the movement of the terraces at night, smelling the stench of the zombies and listening to their work. Without opening his eyes, he turned over and continued to sleep with satisfaction and pleasure. The next day, the sun rose high. The workers passed through the Yizhi Valley and across the river. Their eyes touched the terraces that were as clean as new, and they were all dumbfounded. The endless terrace fields are clean and free of weeds. Those undeveloped wastelands were developed overnight by someone. The soil was turned over and watered. The cut weeds were tied into bundles and piled on the ridges. They were densely packed and shiny. The whole terrace field was so new that it shocked the eyes. Chapter 68. There is a legend in the village that at night, a god will manage the terraces for them, weeding, watering, controlling leaves, and managing them in an orderly manner. As a result, they are basically idle when they go to work the next day. They only need to check for omissions and catch insects. When people are idle, they tend to chat about anything. When Ah Qiao passes by, he always hears them guessing who the god who works at night is. It's so cold. They are not afraid of the cold. Not to mention at night. Even in the morning, I wish I could die in bed. The person who spoke held his hands in front of his mouth and breathed out hot air. The others tightened their clothes and echoed, "Who doesn't? It's the same. How about we go and take a look secretly tonight?" Ah Qiao passed by them again, with roasted melon seeds in her hand. When she heard this, she stopped and hesitated. The person who spoke saw Ah Qiao staring at them, thinking that she was impatient with them being lazy here, and hurried to run to the field, as if he was a thief. Ah Qiao didn't understand their hearts. She only knew that if they secretly came to watch in the middle of the night, they might be scared to death. Then she thought, the zombies worked for her at night. It was also very hard. They were all workers. Maybe they should meet and get to know each other? After all, half of the vegetables they ate were also grown by zombies. They should thank them. Otherwise, they would not have the opportunity to sleep in winter. Thinking of this, Achiao didn't plan to warn them not to go out at night. Sitting in front of the TV, cracking hot melon seeds, watching the new DVD that Su Sui had just changed. Midnight. There was a terrified scream from the other side of the terrace field. And the scream echoed in Yixi Valley, so loud that all the villagers were awakened. Everyone wrapped in thick cotton jackets and rushed to Yixi Valley. From the sound, is it Lao Zhou? When I slept, Zhong Chang didn't come back. I heard them say during the day that they were going to sneak a peek at the gods at night. I don't know what they saw. What can they see if they are so scared? Everyone talked about it and rushed over. Before reaching Yixi Valley, they saw several blurry figures stumbling out of the valley. They looked back as they ran, as if there was a beast chasing them. As they got closer, they saw the horror on Zhong Chang's face. Everyone supported him and asked him what happened. Zhong Chang's legs were trembling, and he looked up at Yixi Valley. The dark Yixi Valley was as quiet as an abyss. He reacted quickly and ran out. But those who went with him hadn't run out yet. I don't know what the situation is now. Inside, Lao Zhou and the others are still inside. Zhong Chang pointed in the direction of the terrace fields. Shaking badly, Song Qi went to the warehouse to get a few large flashlights and distributed them to some people. Go into Yixi Valley. The water vapor brought by the waterfall hit people with a kind of eerie coldness. Everyone couldn't help but hug their arms and huddle together, timidly moving forward, and saw Lao Zhou and others sitting on the ground in fear. They seemed to be scared silly, staying where they were, staring at the terrace fields motionlessly. Bright flashlights shone on the terraces, and corpses with holes all over them walked in the terraces. They were squatting, bending over, or carrying buckets, working for the entire terrace. However, at the moment the light shone, they all turned their heads, rotating their heads 180 degrees on their necks, and looked back at their group of uninvited guests at night from a weird angle. After seeing them, they turned back and continued to work. They were not interested in them. These humans. It seemed that in their eyes, these humans were not as interesting as the vegetables and grass in the fields. People were dumbfounded, and for a moment, they didn't know whether to scream in fear, turn around and run away, or do something. How did the villagers come? And how did they go back? It was just that their mood changed, from curiosity and fear of unknown things to sighing. What a bullshit god. It turns out to be a zombie. Back to the village, Song Qi asked everyone to go to bed. But they couldn't sleep when they lay on the bed. There were tens of thousands of zombies outside the village, and few people could sleep, except Achiao. She slept soundly in the dog fur. This place was warmer and more comfortable than the bed. She didn't have any dreams all night. She woke up naturally in the morning, stretched comfortably, looked at the green smoke coming out of the kitchen chimney, and smelled the smell of firewood in the clear cold air. She felt extremely happy. The toothpaste is ready. Come and brush your teeth. Song Li brought a basin to wash her face and pinched her cheeks. Achiao's face was very tender. She had never applied skin care products. In the cold wind, it was still very tender. She couldn't help pinching it every time she washed her face. Song Li couldn't figure out why Achiao was a zombie. But he was more human than humans. She often doubted herself, is Achiao the real human? And they are all subordinate humans. After cleaning up Achiao, the workers in the village started to work one after another. The weather was cold, so Song Li did not ask them to get up at dawn. She asked them to wait 2 hours until the fog cleared before going to work, so as not to get sick from the cold. Although they had food, medicine was a scarce commodity after all, so they tried to save as much as possible. Fortunately, there was not much work to do. But today, the working time was later than usual. They were still lingering in the village more than half an hour after breakfast, and they seemed reluctant to go out. Last night, the terraces were full of zombies, and everyone was afraid to go out. Song Li and Achiao explained. Achiao was very surprised and said oh loudly, with a smile on her face. She took out a small notebook and wrote on the spot, "You finally meet. They won't eat you. They are our good friends, helping us grow vegetables, so we can sleep in. You should thank them well. Go. Go to work. Go and continue the work they have finished. They won't eat people. They have changed their appetite to eat white rice. Eat white rice." The 4 words were heavily circled by Achiao. Song Li was shocked. This is too outrageous. The workers were eventually driven to work on the terraces. They walked out of the valley reluctantly and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the lush terraces and the empty vegetable fields. Then they went to work in the fields. After working like this for a few days, everyone gradually adapted to the yin-yang mode with the zombies. They and the zombies were the yin-yang labor force. They worked during the day. The zombies worked at night, taking turns to take care of the terraces. The winter vegetables gradually matured. The workers began to harvest the vegetables. All the projects of the construction team were completed before the middle of December. All the strong laborers were involved in the harvest. The winter vegetables were picked several times faster than the autumn harvest. Ah Qiao knew that the zombies came for her food when the vegetables were ripe. Even at night, she would not let the zombies go to her land. The zombies wandered in the mountains and forests every day, feeling wronged and pitiful, smelling the fragrant smell of vegetables in the air. The hunger in the body swept through the nerves like a wave hitting the shore. They couldn't help but move closer to the village and the terrace fields. Closer. Closer. They moved closer until they reached the entrance of the village. People who were sitting by the fire in the wind turned their heads and saw them. They were startled but didn't move. They just turned their heads back to the fire, as if they didn't see them. Only their stiff backs knew that they really saw them, and saw them clearly. Everyone's chatter gradually weakened, and they secretly glanced at what the zombies were doing. The zombies stopped at the entrance of the village, but didn't drive into the village. They looked up at the chimney and wandered back and forth, like a loving mother waiting for her son to return from Beijing, or like a wife who waited for her husband to come home every day. Although she was a little uglier, their dull faces and eyes ignited a faint hope at this moment. In the mountains, those level 5 zombies told them, white rice is not available. If you want to eat it, you have to fight for it yourself. How to fight for it? Go to the fields to work. If someone is satisfied with their work, they will be willing to give them white rice. The zombies with higher levels and self-awareness lurk above the terraces, spying on how humans work during the day and then taking them with them at night. At first, they didn't do a very good job, but after being taken with them, they became more and more skilled day by day, and did some work better than humans. They did such a good job and didn't hurt them. They harvested so many vegetables, so they could always share some with them. Even a little bit is fine. It's not a problem to eat leftovers. The zombies muttered in their minds. Baskets of steamed buns came out of the steamer, and tall men took the steamers out of the kitchen. Someone set up a large table at the entrance of the village. The steamers were put on, and the milky aroma of the steaming white steamed buns filled the whole village. The people who had just finished dinner were hungry again, licking their mouths and looking eagerly. What are they doing? To give us a snack? No. Look at those zombies. Oh my God! Why are they staring at the steamed buns? Those zombies stared at the steamed buns as if they were staring at delicious food. The bloodthirsty look on their faces was even more ferocious than when they had eaten humans. No matter how anxious and eager they were, they just stood at the entrance of the village, not daring to take a step forward. Their eyes greedily fixed on the white steamed buns, and their saliva flowed 3 feet away. Baskets of steamers were piled on the table higher than a person, and the whole big table was full. Steaming was still going on in the newly built big kitchen. Line up in 10 rows. Stand in line. Song Li picked up the loudspeaker, stood in front of the table, and yelled at the zombies. There were 3 or 4 level zombies in the zombie group, and they could understand human language. They usually led the zombie group. When they heard Song Li shouting, they turned around and yelled at the low-level zombies. Then, all the zombies seemed to have become intelligent, and they stood in rows one by one in a proper manner. No one fought for positions. No one cut in line. No one fought. And they gave way to each other, more harmonious than humans. Seeing this scene, not only the villagers were stunned, but Song Li was also very moved. Who would have thought that she was once so scared of zombies that she couldn't sleep well every day because she was worried about zombies? Now, she is holding a loudspeaker to command the vicious zombies, and is preparing to give them rations. Really, things are changing all the time, and no one knows who you will be, where you will be, and what you will do tomorrow. She sighed slightly, and then said loudly, from today on, you will have 1 meal a day, and come here on time at 6:30 every afternoon to get your meal. Queue up for the meal, and anyone who cuts in line or grabs food will be killed. The leading zombie turned around and roared to translate the words. The low-level zombies responded with howls. Today, eat milk buns. 1 per person. Howl. The zombies responded in waves, and the roars penetrated the sky. Song Li threw away the loudspeaker, and distributed buns to the zombies with Song Chi, Su Fang, Lu Dingyao and others. The steamed buns were just white steamed buns. They were called milk steamed buns to trick the zombies into thinking they were eating well. The zombies reached out to take the steamed buns handed to them by the tongs through the fence in front of the table, carefully held them with both hands, sniffed them again and again, licked them again and again, and then began to eat. They ate to their heart's content. Ah Qiao bit the real milk steamed buns covered with honey sauce, and looked at the zombies who were satisfied with the white steamed buns, and her heart was filled with joy. Look! They are so obedient. They eat whatever you tell them to eat. One more is enough for them. They eat little, work a lot, and never feel tired. Ah Qiao simply loves them to death. She was in a good mood and decided to make pancakes for them tomorrow. Chapter 69. With the help of zombies, the vegetables can be harvested quickly. Many times, the zombies picked the vegetables in the early morning, put them in boxes and put them by the river, and waited until the sun rose high in the sky to carry them back to the village. With the back and forth, people and zombies became familiar with each other miraculously, and the winter vegetables were almost harvested. With only some fruits and vegetables that could withstand the winter and store well left in the fields, the students said to the safe zone to learn technology were jealous when they saw the full warehouse of vegetables. They planted the vegetables themselves, watched them grow, and picked them by hand, but they couldn't tell the difference between them and those planted in the safe zone. They only knew that if they planted them in this way in the safe zone, they would definitely not get a single grain of rice. Unable to bear it any longer, they all asked Professor Shen to ask. In fact, many bold and clever students had asked Ah Qiao and Songli, and Songli told them everything she knew, and Ah Qiao also lent them her little notebook to look through. The small book was Ah Qiao's speech identification, which was filled with all the words he had ever said. They found many records of Ah Qiao instructing everyone to grow vegetables, trees and fruits, and copied them all down. They read and understood day and night, and combined them with the notes they wrote after planting every day. After thinking about it for 1,000 times, they still couldn't see the most special thing about planting in the safe zone. They just decided to review the various planting methods here when they returned to the safe zone. Professor Shen came back with exciting news. Ah Qiao was willing to go to the safe zone in person to teach them how to plant. But he only taught them this time, and they only had this opportunity. So, everyone must put in 120% of their energy and study hard. The students were so excited that they showed their learning spirit before returning to the safe zone. After all, it's not easy to find a teacher who teaches students in accordance with their aptitude, not to mention a teacher as good as Ah Qiao. The commander sent someone to pass the news back first. Professor Shen and the students were also ready to set off to return to the safe zone. Ah Qiao thought for a moment and divided a large batch of vegetables for them to take back with them. This was for their hard work in the past 2 months. Now that there are no zombies outside, the zombies are all moving to the village like moving. Professor Shen and others returned without any delay and returned to the safe zone as quickly as possible. The safe zone got the news first and had already set people to wait. As soon as Professor Shen arrived, the vegetables brought back were immediately put into storage. The damaged vegetables were quickly sent to the canteen. After 3 months, the canteen in the safe zone finally had a hot and fresh meal. Tomato and egg soup, sour stir-fried cabbage, crispy eggplant with chives, dry pot potato slices, cabbage and chives stew. One dish after another of home-cooked dishes in this cold winter. People feel comfortable and full of emotion. After the supplies became less and less, they were only used in this small canteen, and the survivors could only get nutritional supplements every day. At this moment, they thought of the survivors who were kidnapped. There were rumors in the safe zone that they were kidnapped to farm. The vegetables they planted were so delicious. They must have eaten them a long time ago. I was really envious. At the same time, I secretly regretted why I wasn't the one who was abducted in the first place. Was it really because I wasn't working hard enough? After that day, the people who planted in the safe zone worked like crazy to help the researchers. They divided 2 acres of land to turn the soil, cultivated the soil to the same quality as the soil on the other side of the village, and then selected the tenacious seeds of the season for sowing. When Ah Qiao came, their seeds had just sprouted and were ready to be transplanted into the soil. She wandered in front of the cultivation rack, looking at the sprouting seedlings in the cultivation pots. They imitated the planting model of the village one by one, and discarded the cultivation warehouse and planting soil. This pot is not good. Achio drew a big cross on the cultivation pot with a red paint pen. The students who had already become familiar with her took pens and notebooks and followed her to take notes. Sister Achio, what's wrong with this pot? Each seedling grew straight and tender, which was considered a good seedling. Achio took his notebook and wrote, some roots are damaged. The 10 plants on the right are too weak to survive the winter. The student took a look and said, then you can plant them in the greenhouse. Achio looked back at him and wrote with great disdain, what's so good about skinny plants? If you want to eat, eat the most beautiful ones. Planting these malnourished seedlings is a waste of soil. It's better to plant more other plants instead of planting them. Achio didn't bother about the pot and continued to walk between the cultivation racks. With a wave of his hand, he heroically pressed hundreds of pots of seedlings to death in the cradle. Looking at the dense red crosses, the students finally understood a little bit why the village could grow so many good vegetables. And the safe zone only had southeast, northwest winds. If they were not cruel, planting these fragile or rotten seedlings in the ground would not only cost manpower and financial resources, but also time, soil nutrients, and the survivors' expectations day after day. Achio went back to inspect the land. She wrote on wooden signs which fields were suitable for planting what, and stuck them in the fields to distinguish them. She would draw a cross on fields that were not suitable for planting. Sometimes students asked her why, and she could tell them that there was too much water or the soil was too sticky. But she couldn't tell them in detail. So, she could only let the students analyze it themselves. Students also knew that she mostly relied on her feelings. But this feeling was more advanced than their advanced detectors. On the one hand, they followed her instructions, planted vegetables, continued to cultivate seeds, and developed the land. On the other hand, they took the seedlings and soil she drew across onto the laboratory for analysis reports, and also compared the soil that could be planted with the soil that could not be planted. This comparison really revealed something. The soil that could be planted was extremely high quality in terms of soil nutrition, air permeability, water retention, mature layer, etc., and belonged to the category of top-quality fertile land. The eliminated soil was bad in all aspects, or had its own unsatisfactory features. There were bursts of exclamations in the laboratory. They were amazed at Achio's sharp eyes. Even those rotten roots that they could only see under the instrument. She pointed them out by feeling. None of them were wrong. What a talent no one can match. They typed the report into notes, observed from time to time, and memorized this extremely useful knowledge in their minds, so that they could distinguish what can be planted and what cannot be planted in the future. Achio lived in an excellent room in the center of the safe zone, with water and electricity, a small air conditioner, a small TV, and a small computer. The small canteen made the most delicious meals for her to eat, and made snacks for her from time to time. Some were not as delicious as Xiao Su's, and some were strange and novel. The dog would come at night, bring her snacks, lie on the bed and sleep with her. Of course, it was forcibly dragged to the bed by Achio. While it was sleeping, grab its 2 hind legs and drag it to the bed. The dog wanted to bite her to death several times, but the way she held the tablet and played standalone games really made the dog unable to bite. In the end, it always volunteered to go to bed first. In the next month, Achio taught them how to irrigate, fertilize, and catch insects. You have to catch them by hand, and don't use pesticides. This way, the crops will not be poisonous to people. Achio always said that the vegetables they grow are delicious. Before the insects eat the vegetables, they are already crushed to death by people's fingers. Therefore, every vegetable grows green and perfect. Achio also helped to classify all the fields in the planting area. And she also improved the fields that could not be planted so that they could be planted. Before New Year's Eve, the safe area harvested a lot of vegetables. Green onions, garlic, cabbage, cauliflower, leeks, green radish, pumpkin, sweet potato. Those vegetables are beautiful one by one. The planting area is full of joy in harvesting vegetables. Baskets of vegetables are weighed, and the children are clapping and cheering. Achio packed her small backpack and prepared to return to the village. The district head and the district officials came to give many gifts, all of which were small things and food of various kinds. Many toys Achio had never seen before looked interesting and played with them. So she packed them all and took them back. Are you really not going to spend the new year here? Then, come and play during the new year. You must come. Prepare all your favorite foods. The coconuts on the beach are ripe, and we will send them to you as soon as possible. A group of officers saw her off from behind, reluctant to leave, as if they were seeing off their own children. Achio took a sneak peek, and the scene was quite sad. Unfortunately, the next second she remembered that she could go back to the village to eat all kinds of delicious food made by Xiao Su and Songli, and go to the mountains to see her wild boars and sway sway. Thinking of those, she was particularly happy and couldn't wait. Sitting in the backpack, she stroked the dog head while looking at the village in the distance. The dog ran very fast. As soon as Achio had almost finished looking forward to it, the village was right in front of her, and she could hear the lively sounds of the village. They were preparing for the new year, and were still guessing when she would go back. It will definitely be here soon. Achio can fly. You know it will be here soon. What time will I say? 5 at the latest. We usually have dinner at 5:30. And Achio has a sharp nose. So how can he not be eager to eat? Then I guess 4:30. I guess 5:20. The group of people started to worry about the zombies again after guessing. Why don't we give the zombies food earlier tonight? It's New Year's Eve, so we will definitely eat for a long time. What if we forget to give the zombies food at 6 o'clock and they eat us? You make sense. Everyone went to talk to Songli about this. Songli also thought it was right. So she went to find Su Fang. Su Fang was the person in charge of the zombie group's food. Immediately, the big kitchen was opened to steam the steamer. This time, they really steamed milk buns for them. Real milk buns, plus some meat buns. When Achio arrived at the village, the fragrance from the big kitchen made the zombies waiting in line outside eager to move. It seemed as if they also knew that today was a big day and they would eat extra well. So they came early to wait. Sister Achio, you are finally back. Ha ha ha. Hurry up. I bet right. Take out the food. Take it out. Half of the people were smiling and collecting bets, while the other half were worried and happy. Songli ran up and took the sack she had packed and put it away. Su Sui smiled at her from a distance. Achio also smiled. The village was full of red lanterns and colorful flags, and it was very festive. On the night of New Year's Eve, a huge bonfire was lit. The table was spliced along the bonfire, and filled with a Manchu and Han banquet carefully cooked by Xiao Su. Song Chi reluctantly opened the wine, and allowed everyone to drink a little. Achio also joined in the fun. Her cheeks flushed with wine and her eyes smiling. She lay on the dog back, and Songli pulled her, saying that she was drunk and went back to sleep. She insisted that she was not drunk, and said it in a loud voice. Everyone was shocked and looked back at her, laughing at her. Achio also laughed and continued to eat the food, but the chopsticks she held could not hold it steadily. And finally she just put it in her hands, seeing that she was having so much fun. It was only once a year. Songli did not pull her again and let her play. Suddenly, Siusi sat next to Achio holding a juice cup. Sister Achio. She held the juice cup and looked at Achio. So obedient. As obedient as Su Sui. Achio couldn't help pinching her face and asked her, "What's wrong?" The sound she made was the roar of a zombie. The table was silent. Siusi was also stunned. Songli smiled and tried to smooth things over. Then everyone continued to drink and eat. But they couldn't stop being shocked. Many people always thought that Achio was a human. Siusi next to her was not scared. Instead, she grabbed Achio's hand and asked her curiously, "Does Sister Achio have a mother?" The wind on New Year's Eve was particularly cold, and it hurt when it blew on her face. Achio also felt pain. She broke free from Siusi's hand, rubbed her scratched face, and breathed in. Shashasha. Then, she threw herself on the dog and muttered, "Dog, I want to sleep." The orange bonfire sank in the dark night. The cold wind blew. Her voice was so soft that only she and the dog could hear it. Chapter 70. She stopped talking after she said that, as if she had really fallen asleep. In front of the bonfire, the sound of men drinking and playing finger-guessing games was particularly loud, and the younger soldiers were running around, and no one knew what they were playing. New Year's Eve was very lively. The dog stood up, and Xiao Shi also stood up. She raised her index finger to her lips and whispered to the dog, "Sister Achio is asleep." She smiled with her eyes curved, and ran away gently with the juice cup. The dog looked back and saw Achio lying on its back in the corner of her eyes, quietly. But the dog knew she was not asleep. It shook its back and said, "I'll take you out to play tomorrow." The person on its back did not move. Go find your mother. A sobbing voice came out of the thick hair, and the dog felt wet on its back. The action of taking her back to sleep stopped. It was the first time it saw Achio crying like this. In the past, when she met someone unhappy, she would cry directly, howling dryly, and most of the time it was fake howling. This time, she really cried, secretly crying, afraid that others would know. She stood there, at a loss for a moment. She racked her brains to think of how to coax her. Thinking of all the ways humans coax people, she softened her voice. Have you been to an amusement park? I'll take you there tomorrow. She was still sobbing on her back. Have you seen fireworks? I'll set off fireworks for you. Her eyelashes trembled. And Ah Chiao thought of the fireworks on TV. They exploded like flowers. So beautiful. She had never seen them before. Of course I want to see them. Ah Chiao roared silently in her heart. I want to play in the amusement park too. Can you stop talking and do it? Ah Chiao crying turned into anger. The dog paused for a moment while saying something else. And it stopped talking and looked back at Ah Chiao, who had raised his face from his thick fur. A pair of green eyes stared at it fiercely. There were still bright water drops on its face, which wet its fur. She glared at it fiercely, as if it had made her cry. The dog was forced to be a sinner, and finally shook his head with a smile, carried her on his back, and jumped out of the village. After leaving the village, the outside suddenly became quiet, between the dark sky and earth. It was so quiet that there were not many living things in the world. The moon was hanging brightly in the sky, and the light it sprinkled was a waterfall on the sky. It was a full moon. The dog running limbs turned in the air and rushed towards the moon. All those who spent the New Year's Eve of that year will never forget that night. They looked up and saw a silhouette passing by on the moon, as if Chang'e had secretly ridden on Xiaoyan dog. Shocked everyone. They landed in front of a broken iron gate. And the colorful playground. 3 big characters were hanging crookedly. The dog howled to the sky, and the zombies in the whole city fled out of the city at a speed faster than that of a cannibal. The amusement park was empty in an instant. Wait for me here. The dog put down Achio and ran forward a few steps. He looked back by chance and saw Achio standing there looking at him. She cried for a long time, very sadly. Her eyes were red from crying. And in the dark night, she looked at him alone, like an abandoned child, pitiful and helpless. A vague scene flashed through his mind, and the dog suddenly remembered the first time he saw Achio. She was wearing a hospital gown and standing in front of the ward door. In front of her was a long corridor. The incandescent light at the top of the corridor made her whiter than the wall and the morgue upstairs. She looked left and right helplessly, holding her clothes tightly with both hands. Finally, she chose to run out along the long corridor. She stumbled and woke him up with one foot. It screamed in pain and stood up and howled at her. She fell to the ground, trembling with fear, but still reached out to touch it. The doctor and nurse came and dragged her back the way she came. It shook its legs that were almost broken by being stepped on, and laid down to sleep again. Its duty was to go crazy when someone inside came out or a stranger outside approached here. Although the girl who was dragged back just now burst into screams of fear in the room. It heard this kind of sound every day, coming from different rooms and from different people's mouths. Later, it saw her again. She thought it was asleep, but it was actually taking a nap. As long as she crossed the line, it would bite her. But she squatted at an arm's length away, stretched out her hand, and gently touched its hair. It stopped. Then it touched its belly. It was icy cold, not much higher than a dead person. It shivered all over. It was about to jump up and bite her, but she rubbed its belly with her hand. Does it hurt? I'm sorry for stepping on you last time. I didn't see it. Her voice was low and gentle, totally different from the howl she made when she was dragged back that day. If it didn't remember that she was the only one in that ward, it would have thought that the person who screamed that day was not her. It didn't respond to her, so she squatted there and rubbed its belly. Gentle, careful rubbing, afraid of waking it up. That day, it didn't stand up until she quietly walked back to the ward. Later, she came often. She became bolder. And at first, she just rubbed its belly, touched its head, and pinched its hair. Later, she began to lie on the ground and sleep sideways looking at it. Later, she rolled into its belly while sleeping, and had to pull its hair as a quilt for her. Sometimes it was so domineering that it even used its paws as a pillow. When its paws were numb from being pressed, it wanted to bite her to death. But she became more and more fragile and thin day by day, and it looked like she would break if touched, like the dead leaves floating in autumn, without it biting. One day, she would die by herself. At that time, it had a very accurate grasp of the word death. It had seen too many people die here. She was not the first, and she would not be the last. Just like the needle holes on her hands and the hose wrapped around her ankles. Everyone in every room here has them. At the same time, everyone will die. The dog came back to his senses in a trance. It had its first memory. Looking at Aqiao standing alone in the dark night. The dog walked up with a deep expression, stopped in front of her, and lay down, waiting for her to come up. Aqiao, woo, crying loudly like before, hugged its neck and rode on it. She hugged it tightly and lay on its back. Through the clothes and thick hair, it felt the weak beating heart in her body, like a sad roar. I thought you were going to leave me again, she howled and cried, just like before, but different from just now. The dog didn't answer, stood up, and took her to the power room. The sharp claws activated the backup power supply. And the playground, snap, lit up. The sky suddenly brightened with colorful lights. Aqiao sat up straight with a wow, grabbed the dog fur, and looked at the stopped rides in amazement. Just like in the TV series, her eyes were full of the expectation of a child for the toys she had been looking forward to for a long time. The dog smiled and took her to one ride after another. Carousel, pirate ship, roller coaster. She was like a child who had never been out of the house, having a lot of fun. And the more she played, the more energetic she became. Joyful laughter drifted in the amusement park, and she played every ride 4 or 5 times and wanted to play it again. The dog sometimes played with her, and sometimes watched her from below. That. I want to play that. Dog. She sat on the big pendulum, swung up to the sky with the rotation, and shouted at the towering Ferris wheel in the distance that was emitting colorful lights. She had seen it many times on TV. Every time the male protagonist would take the female protagonist to ride. She wants to take the dog to ride too. The hero loves the heroine the most, and she loves the dog the most. Dog, ride the Ferris wheel. Before the pendulum completely stopped, she couldn't wait to unbuckle and jump off, knowing that she wouldn't get hurt. The dog still went up to pick her up, let her fall on his back, and carry her to ride the Ferris wheel. She chose the hatch painted with her favorite color, sat in it, and reached out to pull the dog up. The Ferris wheel started slowly. Aqiao stuck to the transparent window, looking at the ground farther and farther away, and the amusement park shrank into a small dot in her eyes. She also saw houses, viaducts, abandoned cars, long green trucks and high-speed trains hidden in the darkness in the distance. She was surprised that a small Ferris wheel could allow humans, who couldn't fly, to see so many things. No wonder the heroines on TV loved to ride it. If she were a human who couldn't fly, she would also love to ride it. And she would want to tie the Ferris wheel to her body and turn it every day to watch. She smiled and told the dog about her discovery. The dog was silent after hearing it. If it understood correctly, humans ride the Ferris wheel because of love? It opened its mouth, wanting to tell her that it was a love-ripening agent. But seeing her excited face, it didn't say it after all. She simply wanted to ride another 100 rounds. How could she understand what a love-ripening agent was? The Ferris wheel turned to the sky and stopped. Aqiao was not surprised, nor anxious, but she turned back from the window and looked at the dog shyly. The dog was confused by the look. Aqiao twisted her skirt and moved forward a little. Across from her was the dog. Her heart was beating like a drum. Aqiao thought of scenes from the TV series. The Ferris wheel stopped, and the hero secretly kissed the heroine. She raised her eyelids and secretly glanced at the dog. The dog was looking at her in confusion. What? Caught off guard, Aqiao pounced on it and kissed its mouth, drowning out its words. It widened its eyes in horror, and saw her do it again. It was just a light kiss. You? She suddenly came over again, held the dog face with both hands, kissed its mouth again, and stopped it from talking again. This time, she stayed on the dog mouth for a long time. It was soft, tender, and very fragrant, like a flower stamen covered with morning dew. It was incredibly soft. The dog was stunned, and its usually smart brain was confused at this moment. Bang! The fireworks exploded in the dark night, and the huge fireworks spread behind her, one after another, They bloomed, as gorgeous as 100 flowers blooming. She stared at it with a smile in her eyes, and imitated the male protagonist in the TV series, to say to the most beloved and important female protagonist, "Dog, I like you so much. Kiss." Bang. The sound on the mouth was covered by the blooming fireworks. But it exploded the dog head. It looked at the person who let go to watch the fireworks, and her back was coated with all the beautiful colors in the world in the gorgeous fireworks. It made her more beautiful than ever before. The dog spoke at an inappropriate time. "Achio, do you want to see your mother?" With both hands on the window, Achio looked at the fireworks blooming in the sky, her curved eyebrows smiling, and 2 lines of tears fell from her smile. She said softly, "Okay." Chapter 71. On the second day of the new year, a group of uninvited guests came to the village. They said they came from the northern safety zone. On the way to the mission, they heard that food could be grown here, so they came to investigate. Lu Xuanjun carefully asked the other party's number, and the other party reported it and showed him the certificate. Lu Xuanjun turned around and said to Achio, "If the safety zone grows vegetables, it will definitely report to the other safety zones to exchange information. After all, it is not enough to have enough food in one zone. The real thing is to have enough food for everyone in the country." Achio said "Oh," and continued to watch TV with Su Sui shoulder to shoulder. This is too lazy to care. Her heart is not here. Solemnly asked the key question, how to investigate. When she spoke, her brows were frowned, and she seemed to understand the word investigation very well. The village is a village, not a direct jurisdiction of anyone. So why investigate? If there is an investigation, it should be Achio. She always felt that everything about those people was strange. But Lu Xuanjun recognized their identities again. The leader seemed to realize that he used the wrong word at this time, and coughed dryly to ease the embarrassment. "We learned the same way before." His attitude was much more humble than when he came. There was an example of mutual learning with the Northwest Safety Zone before. And now it is not easy to drive away the people in the Northern Safety Zone. Only when the human food and clothing are solved, the higher-ups can solve the virus crisis faster, and the world can return to normal. Song Li was too lazy to care. So she nodded, and asked them to follow Lu Xuanjun. People in the safety zone teach people in the safety zone. No matter who comes to say it, there is no gossip. After thanking them, those people did not leave immediately, but looked at Achio, who was watching TV, and asked Lu Xuanjun, "Is she Achio?" Lu Xuanjun smiled and said, "Yes. But she has nothing to teach you. If you want to learn real skills, you have to go to the field and do it yourself. After doing it for a while, you must know everything you should know." He was afraid that the safety zone would tell the North about Achio, and these people would not let Achio go. Achio has a childish temper. If she gets angry and bites people directly, it will be bad. Now everyone in the village knows that Achio is a zombie that looks like a human. It's the same as usual. What about her? The man frowned in confusion and took a few steps forward, as if he wanted to see more clearly. His footsteps stopped in front of the brazier under the corridor. He looked back in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. Lu Xuanjun nodded. The man's face was horrified in an instant, and he took a few steps back and whispered to Lu Xuanjun, "Is it really a zombie? You raise zombies?" Lu Xuanjun smiled awkwardly. "They don't raise zombies. It's obvious that the zombies raise them." He glanced at Achio, who was watching TV intently and didn't notice anything here. He breathed a sigh of relief. "I'll take you to where you live." He didn't continue the topic, because later they would find that there were far more zombies here than they imagined. There are as many zombies as there are mountains, trees, and weeds. The number of zombies hiding here is no longer the 10,000 or 20,000 that came at the beginning. As time goes by, the zombies outside are bewitched and migrate here. Now there are more than 50,000. At first, they didn't know that the number of zombies was increasing, and the steamed buns they made were not enough for the zombies in line, which aroused the public outrage of the zombies. Later, they learned to let the zombie leader count the number of corpses, and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the number was written on the table for receiving food. This ensured that every zombie had food to eat. Lu Xuanjing took them to the workers' room, distributed 3 people to a room, and gave them quilts after receiving them. Because it was the second day of the Chinese New Year, Song Li gave everyone a holiday. They were not in a hurry to go to work, and Lu Xuanjing asked them to make their own arrangements. You can fish in the pond, catch chickens in the back mountain, or go to the terrace fields. If you need anything, come to me. Seeing the spacious and bright workers' room, several people said they didn't need it. Okay. You guys take a rest first. It's quite far from the north. We've already had lunch. Dinner will be at 5:30. You guys keep track of the time. After Lu Xuanzheng left, several people went into their respective rooms, put down their luggage, and gathered in one room again. The door was closed. A man couldn't wait to ask, "Did you see clearly? Is it her?" The heavy mink hat was taken off, and the leading man rubbed his flattened hair, saying in surprise, "It really is. I said it was a miracle that Achio was alive. But I didn't expect that she'd found Su Sui. TSK. I was right." The man behind him smiled and raised his glasses. He stood by the window, looking at the two people watching TV under the eaves. He turned around and smiled at the man holding the mink hat. It seems that Achio succeeded. Su Sui. He shook his head with a look of regret. Having Achio is enough. The man smoothed the fur on his mink hat and said to the people around him, "Send the new discovery back and let them prepare. We will take Achio back for examination in a while." Huh? The man in front of the window was surprised. Everyone in the room looked over. This one glance shocked everyone. That is, someone was so shocked that he dared not speak. After a long while, he murmured, "Ah, one. It looks much stronger and more robust than in the station." The man with glasses was surprised. This? Mutated? Can dogs mutate? The others were also shocked. Impossible. The man in the mink hat turned back and stared at the two men at the end. "Where did you throw her?" Just under the Yangtze River Bridge. Throwing her there can be treated as a fall into the water. The best way. There is no surveillance around. The man in the mink hat asked again, "Did she come back to the station later?" That's not the case. The man in the glasses shook his head. "I guess she met her somewhere else." The man in the mink hat sneered. "What a coincidence. She met the cats and dogs she loved when she was alive. Why didn't I meet anyone else?" No one in the room said anything, and they all looked at that place in shock. The yellow dog walked to Achiao and lay down. Achiao put her feet in its thick fur to keep warm. The vicious dog that had always been so ferocious that it would bite its owner was as docile as a toy dog in front of her. It was exactly the same as it was back then. "I'm afraid she still remembers it." The man in the mink hat snorted. He didn't say what he remembered, but they were all a little scared. Life in the institute was not good. If a zombie remembered it, anyone who held a grudge would have trouble escaping from this room. Time waits for no one. Take him back as soon as possible. The man in the mink hat said. Everyone agreed. They couldn't appear in front of her these days to avoid being recognized. But they had to deal with what they had to do before number 5 went to work. When they came, they didn't expect that a dead person would come back to life and still remember things before he died. What a trouble. The door of the room opened, and everyone avoided Achiao's side and hurried back to their own room. Dozens of workshops separated the red-haired zombie from the others. She held a cigarette between her fingers and tilted her head to look at the people and dogs in front of the TV. The sound of the 2 words disappeared between her lips and teeth. She couldn't shout it out, but she didn't get angry. She licked her red lips in amusement. Sister Hong, do you want to play? Xiao Shi and Xiao Huang were playing marbles in the sand of the parking lot in front. At this time, she grabbed a handful of marbles and ran to the red-haired zombie, stretched out her hand, and handed the marbles to it. There were 4 marbles lying quietly in the palm of her small hand, 2 of which were particularly beautiful. One was emerald green, as clear as a fine jade, and sparkled every time it turned. When I saw it, I thought of Achiao's eyes, which were also so beautiful. And that one. It picked up the amber one, which was crystal clear, and the amber was as beautiful as an ancient treasure. It looked at the bright but cold sky for a long time, and put the marble back in Xiao Shi's palm, picking up the other 2 marbles and shooting them out. The marbles rolled across the sand and went straight into the bullet hole they dug. Wow! Xiao Shi exclaimed. Sister Hong is so accurate. You hit the target from such a distance. You are really amazing. The red-haired zombie put out the half-smoked cigarette, flicked his long wavy hair, and smiled. Just SOSO. Xiao Shi looked up at it with sparkling eyes, as if looking up at some great person. The tongue licked a circle in his mouth, and the red-haired zombie asked a question. Do you like her more? Or do you like me more? Following the direction it pointed, Xiao Shi saw Sister Achio and Sister Sui Sui. She blinked and said, I like Sister Achio. Sister Hong, And Sister Sway Sway. The red-haired zombie squinted at her forehead. You are really eccentric. Then why do you stick to me all day long? And don't go to play with your sister Achio? She raised her delicate eyebrows. And it seemed difficult to answer. After a long time, she whispered, Sister likes her too. Sister doesn't like eating. Doesn't like skirts. Doesn't like anything. Only likes Sister Achio. She, of course, has to give in to Sister. She was very depressed. Emotionless zombies all felt her sadness. The red-haired zombie touched her head, pinched her tender little face, pointed to the 2 beautiful marbles in her palm, and asked her, Can you give them to me? She raised her head and nodded heavily. Sure. I won them. Thank you. I won a lot for you too. Go play. The 2 marbles that had just shot out hit a lot of marbles in the hole. And all the marbles that were hit were hers. Xiao Huang had already picked up the marbles, and was asking her to count them. She quickly put the marbles in its hand, and turned around to play. The night of the 2nd day of the new year was particularly dark. So dark that you couldn't see your fingers. The village was silent in the night, and the snoring of humans sleeping soundly was everywhere. Several doors quietly opened, and a group of people peeked out. They gathered together, and moved towards Achio yard. That night, the dog was not in the village. Achio slept in her bed. Song Li in the next room was fast asleep. Several shadows quietly sneaked into Achio room, and the thick quilt covered Achio, bulging high. TSK. You are afraid of cold after becoming a zombie? You are not so afraid of cold in the station. One of the shadows whispered. Stepped forward and raised his head to give the person on the bed a shot. The liquid was pushed. The people around frowned. Make sure it's her. Don't waste your time. He always had an inexplicable feeling. This was too smooth. The dog was not there? The sensitivity of the zombies is so low? Swish. The person on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. The green pupils glowed in the dark room, as beautiful as night treasures. It was like a last glimmer of light. Only opened his eyes for a moment, and then closed them again. The examiner chuckled. It's Achio. These eyes are unique in the world. The medicine is working. Come. Pack them up. Let's go. The sack was put over the head, and the person was taken away. The group hurried out of the village, and walked a long way. An off-road vehicle drove out of the woods, and took them away. In the deeper forest, a pair of green pupils were looming. Achio rode on the dog, looking at the disappearing car lights, with a surprised look on his face. Really? They caught me. Chapter 72. The off-road vehicle drove into the underground garage of the 2nd Municipal Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. The dirty and messy underground garage had a cleared lane leading directly to the elevator door. The people in the car jumped out. Some dragged the Achio in the trunk, and some went directly to press the elevator. The elevator, which had been powered off for a long time, lit up at this time. The elevator door opened, and they stepped into it carrying the sacks of people. Ding. The magnetic card was swiped. The elevator door closed, and it descended. It descended about 10 floors, and clang. Stopped. The elevator door opened again, and outside was a long corridor as bright as day. The metal door at the end of the corridor opened, and all of them were separate rooms separated by glass, filled with various containers. A dozen people in white coats sat behind their desks doing their own work. Someone finished his Coke, kicked his feet on the desk, and turned his chair. He saw the people coming in, raised his hand and threw the can into the trash can in the distance, and smiled at them. You're back, Director Yang. The man with the mink hat nodded, took the mink hat, and threw it on the table. The people behind him moved the sack into a glass room, and the people who were entertaining themselves in the office gathered around. Is it really Achio? The man looked surprised. At the time of the examination, he was really dead. Did he mutate into a zombie later? It shouldn't be. Achio is immune to all poisons. He has been tested for 14 years. It is impossible that he mutated at the last stage. And he looked at the man with glasses next to Director Yang. The deputy director said that Achio doesn't look mutated. Director Yang raised his head and gestured. Is he changed? Go and see if he has changed. Their colleagues were taking Achio out of the sack. And the bracelet, leather restraints, and drugs to block the perception of zombies were also ready. Even if they really become zombies, as long as the drug is injected into their bodies, they will not be able to sense the existence of humans, and will only treat them as their own kind. They have been studying this for a long time, and they are more adept at dealing with zombies than anyone else in the world. As a group of bright red wavy curls came out of the sack, everyone was stunned. Is Aqiao so fashionable? Some people were shocked, and Director Yang's face changed immediately, and he shouted, "Back off!" It was too late after all. The red-haired zombie jumped up directly, kicked the nearest man away, and reached out to grab the person who wanted to escape. The deputy director quickly pressed the emergency button. A red alarm flashed in the station immediately. The glass room where the red-haired zombie was imprisoned closed instantly, and white mist sprayed out from it. The red-haired zombie frowned, as if he didn't expect there were so many despicable means here. Just when she was distracted, the man she was holding suddenly raised the anesthetic needle in his hand and inserted it into its neck. Caught off guard, the red-haired zombie felt the cold liquid flowing rapidly through his body. This anesthetic needle is different from the usual ones. It is specially made to anesthetize zombies. It can block all the zombies' perceptions and make them powerless. Its body gradually lost strength, and its 5 fingers barely loosened the man's collar. The man reacted very quickly and escaped. He reached out to grab the restraints and bracelets, and fastened them tightly to it, until he saw it close its eyes in a hollow manner, and fall to the ground without any strength. The white smoke in the air stopped spraying, and the flashing alarms also stopped. The glass door opened. They covered their mouths and noses and ran out coughing. In just 2 minutes, the poisonous gas caused them to have difficulty breathing, and their coughs were bloody. The colleagues outside helped them into the lounge and injected them with detoxification drugs. Director Yang looked extremely bad. When they took Aqiao away, they were sure it was Aqiao. So, in the end, it has changed. Now, it is daylight outside. The villagers should know what happened, and it will be difficult for them to enter the village. Director Yang, what should we do? A researcher asked quietly beside him. Director Yang's face was frighteningly dark. After asking this question, he moved aside for fear of being affected. What to do? Director Yang snorted coldly, and then asked, "Where is the professor?" "Sleeping." The man looked at the clock on the wall. He should wake up now. Before he finished speaking, Director Yang strode to the lounge at the back. The professor was a 60-year-old man with pale hair, but he was in good spirits. He walked out with powerful steps, with glasses and a pin behind his work card on his chest. Standing in front of the glass room where the poison gas had dissipated, he saw the zombie inside lying silently on the single bed, with skin as intact as that of a human, and a ruddy complexion. From the appearance alone, ordinary people could not tell that this was a zombie, but he could tell them apart at a glance. No matter how much zombies resembled humans, their chests did not rise and fall, and their meridians and blood vessels were not clearly visible. They seemed to have lost the internal organs that humans should have, and only had a skin that resembled a human. After the poisonous gas in the glass room was diluted and the natural air was restored, the professor put on a mask and walked into the glass room. "Bring the serum," he said to Director Yang. Director Yang left quickly. The serum was quickly retrieved. The aluminum box was opened, and a stream of frozen cold air came out. "Will it be effective?" Director Yang asked. The professor injected the serum directly into the left arm of the red-haired zombie, and then left the room. "Observe for 30 minutes. He said. "Give me the test report." The deputy director handed the professor the test report on the zombie that had just been made. The professor put on his glasses and read it quickly. Then, he frowned. "Is there a problem with this report?" Director Yang asked. The professor shook his head and took the report to the test bench. "I'm afraid the serum we developed is ineffective." As soon as he finished speaking, a roar broke out in the glass room. The zombie woke up and struggled angrily. However, after struggling for a few times, it stopped and it had no strength. The after effect of the anesthetic will make the zombies completely powerless. The green eyeball stared at everyone outside. The man behind Director Yang cursed. It was her eyeball that caused them to kidnap the wrong person. Otherwise the one they brought back must be Aqiao. The professor was also a little surprised, looking at her eyeball. "What's going on?" "Director Yang, I don't know." The red-haired zombie suddenly laughed, glanced at them with disdain, and turned his head to the other side. As if he didn't see it, the contemptuous look seemed to say that they were rubbish. Those who had just caught it from the village were going to be pissed off. If it wasn't pretending to be Aqiao, there wouldn't be all these troubles. But because the professor was here, he didn't dare to get angry. "Professor, We've already caught it. Otherwise we can take it for experiments. We can definitely find a drug to cure the virus from it. Someone proposed unwillingly. They said they were looking for an antidote to the virus. But in fact they were just playing. The professor didn't care, and waved his hand, indicating that they were sent to the laboratory. Everyone in the institute showed excitement. They had stayed in the institute for too long, and they had long been tired of playing online entertainment day after day. Finally, a level 5 zombie came to entertain them, and everyone immediately started to prepare. They transferred the zombie to the laboratory, and a group of men in white coats stood by the operating table, with excited eyes on their masks. "What are you doing this time?" Someone laughed. "Do you want to see the heart or the brain first?" The scalpel turned at the fingertips, casting pieces of knife shadows on the wall. "Whatever. The materials for the experiment are ready anyway." Another man's eyes slid across its slender legs, and his hand pressed on its hip bone. "I want to see what's stuffed in its legs." So full. The scalpel opened a hole under her abdomen, and rotten black liquid flowed out. The group of people didn't find it unpleasant, but laughed out loud. The red-haired zombie raised his leg, but couldn't move it. He sneered and turned his head away. As soon as he turned, he was slapped straight. His eyes met the deputy director wearing glasses. He sneered. It turns out that they are not similar. The right eyeball was pried out by him. He grabbed the eyeball, a marble made of emerald green glass. The red-haired zombie saw his face suddenly become extremely bad with his other eye. He even said it with a gnashing of teeth. "We were deceived by a glass bead." He said "huh," and flicked the marble away. It looked like it wanted to eat people. The red-haired zombie stared at him straight, and suddenly, it laughed softly. The dark liquid flowed out of the eye socket where the eyeball was taken out, like the material stored in the sewer for thousands of years, slowly flowing out, and the stench was overwhelming. Even if they wore anti-odor masks, they were still choked. This zombie is really stinkier than any other zombie. It's like being fished out of gutter oil. Some people were so suffocated that they lost interest in playing and left the operating room in a hurry. "It's so damn stinky. Did you eat shit? It stinks like this." They took off their masks and wanted to go outside to breathe fresh air. Before they could take off their surgical gowns, the alarm above their heads suddenly sounded. The red alarm flashed the room into a false red. The originally closed door was kicked open from the outside with a bang. The heavy metal door hit the wall, and the wall was dented a little. The professor and Director Yang ran out in a hurry and saw a girl riding a dog slowly walking in the smoke. The red alarm flashed on their faces, like a butcher wearing a cassock but holding a knife. A fierce aura. "I don't remember this place." Aqiao lowered her head and whispered to the dog. She didn't find any memories of such a place in her only memory. "Aha, sure." A hesitant voice came from the other side. Aqiao looked up at him. A man in his 60s with white hair. "You know me." Aqiao immediately jumped off the dog back and ran towards him. She looked at him with surprise and asked. Halfway through the run, she suddenly stopped and saw the people coming out of the laboratory. The faces with masks removed were all familiar. The people who came to her village yesterday said they were from the northern base to learn planting. A bunch of dead liars. She cursed fiercely in her heart and continued to look at the professor. The professor's face turned from confusion to calm. The moment he saw Aqiao, he still had some doubts that Aqiao might not really be dead, but was a person. But when she spoke, he knew clearly that Aqiao had mutated. Extreme mutation. A seed of success. Some things seemed to have succeeded. He smiled and asked Aqiao, "Do you still like to eat candy?" Aqiao blinked. It turned out that this person really knew her. Aqiao nodded vigorously. "Love it." The professor smiled even more and turned to signal Director Yang to get the candy. Director Yang nodded and turned to leave, but Aqiao flew over to stop him. She looked at the group of people and was shocked. "I didn't believe it when Songli said you didn't look like good people." "What did you say?" Director Yang interrupted her. "Aqiao." "Ah." After 2 shouts, she remembered that they didn't understand her, and hurriedly took out her notebook to write. "Songli said you didn't look like good people. Xiaoxi said you were secretly looking at me. And Lu Xuanjin said you didn't look like a soldier. But the ID was real. Where did you get the ID?" After writing, she circulated the notebook to them. Director Yang smiled, and asked instead of answering, "Then what did you say?" As he spoke, a man suddenly rushed towards Aqiao. When Aqiao hurriedly dodged, the deputy director also rushed from behind her, and the raised syringe glowed with a cold silver light in the dark red alarm light. Achiu jumped up and was behind the deputy director when she landed. She grabbed the syringe from the deputy director's hand and stabbed him in the neck. The needle was pushed all the way in, and the liquid was injected into the deputy director's body. Bang! The deputy director fell straight to the ground. Achiu stepped on his chest and stared coldly at the group of people surrounding her. I say, you are all bad people. She was extremely angry, threw down the syringe, waved her hand, and shouted, dogs! Bite them to death. Chapter 73. The research institute was in chaos. The incandescent lamp went out. The red alarm light whirred and spun, and the light spots fell on people's frightened faces, making them look more like ghosts. Poisonous gas poured out from all directions, and those researchers in white coats took out gas masks from nowhere and put them on their faces, and fled in all directions in the sudden alarm light. A dog. A zombie. They are two pieces of trash. When people dispersed, they didn't know who to catch first, as long as they dispersed first. When they inhaled enough poison gas and fainted to death, no one could do anything to them. But Director Yang, who was protecting the professor and escaping, looked back and glanced at Achiu standing in the middle of the hall. He was the same as last year, without any change. It's a pity for Achiu. This is the child he raised together. Every day, in addition to his own life, he would revolve around her, observe her, feed her medicine, and talk to her. Although she is not his biological child, he spends more time and energy on her than on his biological children. He sighed. The professor seemed to have sensed something, raised his hand, and patted his shoulder, as if to comfort him. Don't worry about Achiu. We have a way to save her. Yes. Director Yang suddenly remembered that their Achiu was immune to all poisons. Even if she was poisoned, the poison gas was developed by them, and there would be an antidote to save Achiu, as long as they want Achiu to continue to live. The sadness in his heart suddenly disappeared. They hid in the professor's private office. The door was locked. The professor immediately ordered him, destroy all the data. There were 3 computers in the office, one of which was a monitoring device, and everything that happened outside was displayed on the screen. The big yellow dog that originally belonged to the institute was like crazy at this moment, chasing and biting everyone like a beast. Those who thought they were hiding quietly in the dark had no idea that they were exposed to the wild dog vision. They were caught by it, fresh and dripping. The corpses flew everywhere. The associate professor raised the sharp steel needle and stabbed it into the wild dog eyes. It was a desperate attempt, and everything happened in a split second. If he got stabbed, he would live. But he didn't have that kind of luck. Before the needle fell, a mouse hit his wrist accurately, and the needle that was originally stabbing the wild dog turned to himself along with his broken wrist. Puff, it hit the heart. It penetrated the entire chest. He widened his eyes in astonishment, and his enlarged pupils reflected the figure of Achiu looking down at him. She stared at him coldly, like the king of hell who came to collect souls. Bang! The body fell to the ground, knocking over the work chair, and the needle that pierced the chest was pushed back by the hard ground. Blood flowed all over the ground. Achiu stood on the desk. He turned his head and looked directly at the camera behind him. Director Yang only saw this one in many pictures. The coldness climbed up his back, and he felt the piercing murderous intent in her eyes. Hurry up, the professor's voice urged, and Director Yang suddenly came back to his senses. At some point, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't even dare to wipe the sweat off. He immediately touched the mouse, clicked on the main computer, entered the professor's account, and destroyed all their research data for nearly 30 years. There was no way to keep these data. Achiu had her own thoughts, and was no longer controlled by them. She came here not only for the zombie, but also for something else. Any person or thing that found this place would be a big trouble. They couldn't keep these data. But these were all their hard work. Click to permanently destroy. The 4-character fingers trembled slightly. Finally, he gritted his teeth and pressed the OK button. He pressed it quickly and hard, as if he was afraid of pressing it wrong, and even pressed it several times. Boom! A door spun out of the bookshelf against the wall. Director Yang turned around when he heard the sound, and stared at the passage that appeared out of thin air. Stunned. It was just a moment, and then he stared at the progress bar on the computer. Pray for it to run faster. Faster. After the destruction, he can follow the professor out. Hurry up. Hurry up. He heard the professor's footsteps in the corridor, and saw Ah Qiao and the dog who came with murderous intent stopped outside the office door. They stared at the closed door, and the next second, bang! The vibration of the door banging covered the gradually closing hidden passage, and the professor's figure gradually disappeared. Director Yang was so panicked that he might die at any time. He looked at the progress bar with 20% left, looked at the shaky door, and the half-closed bookshelf became the last line to strangle him. He suddenly threw away the mouse, and he didn't want anything, and rushed to the corridor in panic and staggering. He pressed his hands tightly against the closing door, and forced his somewhat strong body into the corridor with unprecedented force. Finally got in. At the same time, the office door hit the wall, and a person came flying in with her dog. Bang! She kicked the closing door away, and the bookshelf on the door fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The huge force made Director Yang's short hair stand up, and a terrifying hairy feeling crawled on his back. The door he tried his best to block was kicked over by her. He didn't have time to think about how she evolved such great strength, and was not even afraid of poison gas. He only knew to run. He had to run, and run with all his strength. Run faster. His feet rubbed sparks in the passage, and the uneven stone road was kicked into several pits by him. He could only run. Keep running forward. He saw a white figure, stumbling and breathing rapidly. It was the professor's back. He also felt the danger approaching from behind, and the smell of blood came from behind, getting stronger and stronger. He knew that it was the dog that bit more than a dozen of his colleagues to death. It tore open its mouth, and now there were still unchewed body parts of colleagues. Ugh! A feeling of nausea came over him. He had dissected so many experimental subjects, conducted countless experiments, and cut many internal organs, but none of them made him feel sick. Only now, only this moment. It was as disgusting as if a colleague's broken finger had dug into his throat, and his stomach was so sick that his head was about to explode. Crack! His disobedient foot kicked a large fallen rock. He tried to stabilize his body in a panic, but he couldn't reach anything. He grabbed with both hands randomly, bent his knees, and fell to the ground with an unstable center of gravity. The pain came later, and he was the first to feel it. The dog, a vicious dog that had been raised in the institute for 10 years, trampled over his body and pounced on the professor in front. The movement was fast and agile, and it was sure to hit the target. It didn't even stop to look at him. He heard the professor's terrified scream in his buzzing ears. He didn't know whether he should be terrified of his own death or relieved that the dog ignored him. The pain climbed up his sensory nerves little by little, but he didn't dare to stop. He climbed up with his worn palms supporting the ground. He didn't have time to look in the direction of the professor. He had only one way: to return to the office and escape from the emergency passage. He looked up, and before he fully stood up, he felt that the light on the way was dimming. The whole field of vision was covered by the shadow. The girl he had raised for 15 years stood in the passage, staring at him, curling the corners of her lips and smiling slowly. Her pupils were as beautiful as the green and clear pool deep in the old mountain, and the cold reflected his bloody and miserable appearance. The sound of a human body being dragged and slid behind him was approaching, and he knew that the dog was coming with the professor. At this moment, he had no way out. Achio. He looked at the girl in front of him, who was as pure and beautiful as ever, and whispered softly. The sound of a broken bellow sounded as if his throat was seriously injured, which was so unpleasant that it scratched his ears. The dog dug and pushed him to the ground, and then kicked him. The whole person seemed to be rolled into a ball along the passage. Achio subconsciously jumped up and let him roll. It was unobstructed. He ran for a long time with all his might, and just rolled back to the starting point so easily. It stopped only when it hit the desk. He held his head, and his arms were covered with wounds from the gravel rolling down, and blood was gushing out. His ears were buzzing. Stars were in his eyes. It took him a long time to regain consciousness and wake up. At this time, he was tied to the operating table. On the operating table next to him lay the unconscious professor. Their masks were taken off. The air was filled with poisonous gas that had not yet dissipated through the floor-to-ceiling glass. He saw Ah Qiao leaning in a chair. The chair was placed on the empty office. She kicked the desk with her feet and turned the chair around and around for fun, as if she was extremely bored. The dog, loyally lying at her feet. Around them, the office was in chaos, and his colleagues were lying dead on the ground. After a while, they climbed up again at a twisted angle, growled at the people and dogs on the desk, and followed the wall out of the underground research institute. Their voices were not like fierce roars against humans, but more like respectful salutes to the superiors. Their staggering steps were so hurried that they didn't seem like low-level zombies. It was a departure similar to clearing the field. Director Yang struggled to sit up, and when he moved his hands and feet, his whole body felt like it was run over by a car. "Hey, you're awake." A low voice sounded in his ears, and someone stood up from the chair beside the operating table. Long red waves swept across the wound on his face, causing bursts of stinging pain. The face without the right eye reflected in his pupils, and he was frightened to death. The sharp light of the scalpel slid quickly, and a wound fell under his eye. Before he could even feel the pain, blood flowed out first, flowing down his cheeks onto the operating table. "Come!" She smiled very gently. "One by one. Return it." The scalpel stood vertically on his eyeball, and his huge pupil was filled with this tiny bit of silver. Pain suddenly arose. The fear of being tortured to death that was approaching bit by bit gradually took over his heart. He could hear his own heartbeat, so loud that it drowned out all the sounds in the world. He couldn't even hear the zombies' roar or laughter. He just had a premonition that he was going to die. He was going to die. He was going to die miserably. He was screaming in his heart. And he suddenly shouted, "It's not me." He was not among the people who had touched it. He was studying its medical report with the professor outside at that time. "If you want revenge, go find the people outside. I didn't touch you." He didn't even enter the operating room, but he knew very well that it was going to take revenge. The red-haired zombie laughed. "Who said I want revenge?" Facing his slightly puzzled and painful eyes, it stabbed deeply into his eye socket with a knife. Bang! The eyeball burst, and the broken tissue of the ball drooped around the eye socket. The tip of the knife scraped along the eye socket again, and the broken eyeball was picked out completely. It caught it with one hand, and the human flesh and blood that was full of temptation to the zombies dripped to the ground in its palm. The red-haired zombie licked his bright red lips. His voice was sexy and seductive. If it was in the past. Now, the person on the operating table screamed hysterically in pain, struggling and rolling on his hands and feet. The leather restraints left purple marks on his body. The whole palm was swollen and deep red due to his strong struggle, as if it was filled with blood. It swallowed the broken eyeball in one gulp, watching his performance with a smile. After a long time, it seemed that he had suffered enough pain, or gave up, and gradually stopped struggling. Lying on the bed and gasping for breath, strings of sweat flowed down his forehead. It scraped the sweat with the tip of the knife, and said with heartache, "I just want to ask you about Achio." It sighed softly, feeling so painful for him. "Achio," he murmured, and suddenly laughed softly. "She? Want to know? Ha ha ha. I won't tell you. If you want to kill, do it quickly. Don't dilly-dally." He suddenly became tough, and the red-haired zombie lost interest. He threw away the scalpel, took out a cigarette from the leg ring, lit it, and took a puff. Smoke filled the air, and it sat in the chair next to him, staring at his angry face. Suddenly said, "You look like an angry bird." Director Yang was stunned for a moment, and suddenly jumped up again like a fish. The red-haired zombie laughed. "Suddenly I know why Achio likes to say this. It's really funny." After smoking a cigarette, it put out the cigarette but in his mouth. A burnt smell wafted out, and his mouth was burned. The cigarette was also extinguished. The red-haired zombie lifted his hair and stood up. "If you don't say it, someone else will." She glanced at the professor on the operating table next to her. Director Yang didn't even dare to cry out in pain, and hurriedly shouted with a hissing breath, "I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything I know." Chapter 74. Achio stepped on the table, and the chair stopped. She heard Director Yang speaking intermittently in the operating room. He said a lot, but it seemed as if he had said nothing. He said that she was sent down from above. Su Sui was also sent down from above, and there were many others who were also sent down from above. When Lu Xuanjing brought people in, the professor in the operating room had completely died, because he did not inject the antidote in time after inhaling the poison gas. He was too old and could not hold on. Director Yang was stunned for a moment, and this heartless man suddenly burst into tears. I don't know if he was crying for the professor or crying for his own death. "Your son?" The red-haired zombie played with a family portrait that he picked up from somewhere, facing his only remaining left eye. The crying stopped suddenly. He stared at the photo. His face was full of holes and expressionless, but his voice sounded calm. Dead. Zombies bit him to death? Yeah. My wife died too. Yeah. The red-haired zombie, TSK, squeaked. You hurt others and yourself. Director Yan curled his lips, wondering if he was going to laugh. The soldier guarding the door could no longer bear it, rushed in and punched him, knocking half of his face crooked. Scumbag. The soldier roared. You killed so many people, and you're still laughing. You're so fucking heartless. Antidote. Bring out the antidote. No one stopped him. Everyone watched. Director Yan laughed softly. We didn't create the zombie virus. Antidote. Antidote for poison gas? I don't have any either. Asked the professor. Oh, the professor is dead. Ha ha ha. Hiss. The bridge of his nose was broken by the soldier. He couldn't help but hiss in pain. He wrinkled his nose, and blood flowed from his nose. Lu Xuanjin was afraid that he would be killed, so he asked people to take the little soldier away. This man was the last person left in the institute, and he couldn't die. Commander, there is something down there. A soldier hurried over to report. Lu Xuanjing asked people to keep an eye on him, and strode in the direction the soldier pointed. That was deeper underground. There were 4 more stairs from here. The stairs were gloomy, and even with the lights on, it gave people a creepy illusion. At the end of the spiral staircase, there was a long narrow passage that branched off to the sides. Doors were closed together, extending into deeper places. Lu Xuanjing stopped in front of the half-open door. These rooms were covered with dust, and no one had lived there for a long time. But on the beds inside, people were lying quietly, 1 person per bed. Judging from the size of the human figure, it was a child of about 10 years old. There are more over there, the soldier said behind Lu Xuanjing. They pushed open doors one after another, and in every room and bed, there was a little person that big. Almost all of them were rotten, leaving only their shapes. The specific age, gender, and identity were completely indistinguishable. Lu Xuanjing looked solemn. Even though he had seen the battlefield, he couldn't help but tremble a little at this moment. The entire underground depth, 3,600 rooms. Only 2 beds were empty. In the same room, fingers scraped the dust on the name card at the end of the empty bed, and the thick dust fell, revealing the name. Su Sui, female, 12 years old. Xiao, female, 17 years old. Lu Xuanjing didn't dare to look at it a second time. Seal off the scene. No one is allowed to enter or leave, not even corpses. He left this sentence and strode away. Before coming, he had reported to the Central Security Zone. It said that a transfer flight would be sent to send people over. Arrive in 3 hours at the earliest, if there are no zombies. Lu Xuanjing returned to the office of the institute and heard Lu Dingyao cursing. The dog mouth is as hard as a steel plate, and it can't be pried open. The soldier next to him pulled his hand hard to stop him from cursing, and his eyes secretly looked at the dog. Lu Dingyao realized that he shouldn't curse like that, snorted coldly, and kicked the computer away. The soldier in the distance called him, Brother Yao. Don't kick it to pieces. We need to recover the data. Lu Xuanjing walked up and asked Lu Dingyao, what did he say? He refused to say anything. Lu Dingyao rolled his eyes. Just say that it was sent down by the superiors, and they just followed it. They don't know anything else, and they can't know it. As for the superiors, they are really superiors. He seemed to laugh in anger, and pointed his finger at the top of his head. It's this superior. The people in the hospital call the superiors for short. Others say the superiors. At least they are high-ranking officials with big capital or something. And he is really the superior. I think he is just being stubborn and won't say anything. He has become the director. How could he not know something? He is just stubborn. Lu Dingyao cursed. Lu Xuanjing knew that this matter was difficult to handle. The funds for virus research in the hospital are huge. The equipment is not ordinary equipment, and these section staff are not ordinary section staff. He didn't believe that the officials and the dean of this place were not aware of it. He was afraid that they knew but didn't report it. And he was even more afraid that the officials and the dean were just small shrimps. He was also afraid that there was something wrong with the people sent by the central government this time. Before he reported it, he didn't think it was so complicated. He just thought it was a hospital accident. solemnly asked him to bring people to the number 2 middle school of the city. He just thought it was to investigate the organ exchange between Su Sui and Su Shi. He sighed heavily and called 4 soldiers. Go back to the district quickly and find the district chief. He whispered a few words. The 4 soldiers left with a solemn face. The investigators from the central government arrived at 8 o'clock in the evening. Lu Xuanzheng personally took them down. There were 18 people in the group, including technicians who cracked computers, professors and scientific researchers who studied zombie viruses, and guards carrying the latest weapons. After telling them the situation here in detail, Lu Xuanzheng called a few soldiers and took them to their respective posts. Before these people arrived, Lu Xuanzheng personally reminded his soldiers. So at this time, those soldiers who were assigned to work with the central people all had a secret mission. Keep an eye on the people from the central government. Every move must be reported to the army commander. The people in the safe zone arrived at 4 in the morning. As soon as the people sent back by Lu Xuanzheng reported the situation, the district chief immediately arranged for personnel to be sent by special plane overnight. When facing the people from the central government, the people from the safe zone were cautious, modest and eager to learn, and the central government was particularly easy to use them. So, the destroyed files were all restored 10 hours later, and some passwords in the files were cracked. The office of the institute was temporarily requisitioned. Reports on human experiments were densely arranged on the whiteboard, which was shocking and numbing. There were 3,600 rooms under the laboratory, and 7,829 children, aged between 7 and 15 years old, once lived there. Of the 7,829 people, only 3,467 children are now lying in bed and have long died. The bodies of the remaining 4,362 people are missing. Su Sui. Lu Xuanzheng said a name. Turn out the information for me to see. Su Sui's information was projected separately, and the first time it was tested was on October 5th, 3029, the day when Su Sui officially disappeared. From now on, she will update her physical condition every week. There was a sigh in the office. Su Sui was only 7 years old when she disappeared. After that, she lived with various injections every day. There were several times when she almost died due to excessive dosage. Even later, Su Sui and Su Shi exchanged organs just because of the researchers' curiosity. At that time, the organs of 13-year-old Su Sui had already failed and lost their research value. Coincidentally, Su Shi was examined at the number 2 middle school in the city due to her physical condition. They started to think, that is also a scientific research for the safety of mankind, isn't it? Director Yan on the operating table tilted his head and looked at the red-haired zombie with his blood-coagulated pupils. He grinned. You see, the experiment was successful. A healthy body can carry a failed organ for 2 or 3 years. A healthy organ in a failed body. He paused for a moment, as if thinking, it depends on fate, right? As if seeking the approval of the red-haired zombie. He took out the previous experiments and told it, later. We did 2 similar experiments, and no one survived the operation. In fact, they were destined to die on the operating table. But if there are a few more pairs of people like Su Sui and Su Shi who are 100% matched, I believe that this transplant operation will definitely save more patients in the future. This is a correct experiment. An experiment for all patients in the world who need organ transplants. Why is it wrong? What's wrong? He suddenly yelled. The soldier guarding outside the operating room turned back and glared at him. What's right? They are only 10 years old. They are living lives. Why do you do this? The soldier clenched his fists and tried his best to restrain his urge to go up and beat him up. You are a pervert. Psychopath. There are so many ways to do experiments. But you choose to use people for experiments. You are killing people. Pervert. Director Yang corrected him with a smile. I am helping Xiaoxi. She has heart problems. The problem is because you changed her information. The initial examination report showed that Su Shi was very healthy. The technician called up Su Shi's first test report and magnified it several times for fear that Director Yang could not see it. Everyone present could see it clearly. Oh, really? Director Yang glanced at it and didn't care at all. But Su Sui has a problem. As a sister, she should save her sister. Really? Miss Zombie. He tilted his head and asked the red-haired zombie beside him. Through the curling green smoke, the red-haired zombie glanced at him. Suddenly she pinched his jaw, forcing his mouth to open. The scarlet cigarette but hit his tongue quickly and fiercely. The smell of burning spread immediately, mixed with his scream of pain. The cigarette butt was thrown into his mouth, and his jaw was loosened. The red-haired zombie clapped his hands, expressionless. I think there is something wrong with your tongue. I will help you cure it. She looked down at him and smiled. How does it feel? Director Yang tilted his head and coughed hard. His burned tongue stretched out like a hanged ghost, and the black circles on it were shocking. The operating room was full of his howling and pain. The soldier at the door was relieved, snorted angrily, and stood straight. The people outside pretended not to see the scene and continued to check Su Shi's information. Beast. Someone cursed. The whole office was filled with curses from all directions. On the projection, they saw not only what he said. 2 similar operations were performed later, but nearly 200 operations similar to Su Sui and Su Shi. 200 operations? He lightly said it with 2 zeros missing. 200 operations? 400 children on the operating table. 400 bodies off. All cremated. At this time, the soldiers exploring the underground of the laboratory sent back a photo, a 10-meter-high incinerator. The ashes inside were piled up to a full 5 meters thick. The office suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at the photo with a cold face. Everyone knew that it was the ashes left after something was burned. Where did the more than 4,000 children go? Everyone had a conclusion in their hearts. Achiao, Lu Xuanjing murmured, and suddenly shouted to the technicians to retrieve Achiao information. He entered the 2 words Achiao into the archive, but found nothing. Lu Xuanjing repeatedly confirmed whether the words he entered were correct, until he searched for the word Chiao alone, and more than 40 pieces of information came out, but none of them were about Achiao. Who is Achiao? The technical guy from the central government asked the soldier next to him. The soldier came from the village, and if he talked about Achiao, he would have countless things to say. But the scene was not suitable. So he simply said, important person. The technical guy glanced at him, and thought to himself, who here is not an important person? At this time, the central government's communication came over. Army. The central government has intelligence. The technical guy stood up and reported. The central government has detected a large number of zombies migrating here. And even the zombie tide that was besieging the Qing district has stopped besieging this side. The higher-ups asked what's going on here. Lu Xuanjing frowned. The large-scale migration of zombies is not a good thing. And coming here is even worse. He knew that the zombie tide had been attacking the Qing district safety zone for more than a month. And it was not lost because of the strong terrain and defense of the Qing district. Now that the siege has stopped, the image of zombies eating steamed buns flashed through his mind. And Lu Xuanjing had a very bold guess in his heart. Could it be that they came here to eat steamed buns? Since those zombies ate steamed buns, they don't even care about humans. His nephew Lu Dingyao once went to the toilet in the middle of the night and ran into a dozen low-level zombies with missing limbs. The zombies on the opposite side glanced at him and walked away with disgust. At that time, Lu Dingyao was both scared and happy. He spread the story everywhere. In order to prove the truth of the story, he went to the terrace fields in the middle of the night to play with zombies. There were tens of thousands of zombies, but none of them paid any attention to him. Every time he thought about it, Lu Xuanjing wanted to break his legs. If a zombie was hungry that night, he would not know where to go to collect the body for his nephew. Lu Xuanjing frowned. How could anyone believe such a thing about eating steamed buns? After hesitating for a while, he still said truthfully, you reply, the steamed buns here are delicious. Ah? Everyone who came down from the central government was confused. The technical guy was even more confused. But the soldiers around him, and the technical guy from the safe zone nodded repeatedly, and said to him with great certainty, really? The steamed buns here are loved by zombies. Technical guy, Technical guy, do you think I believe it? Chapter 75. The last batch of fruits and vegetables of winter began to be harvested. Lu Xuanjing took all the soldiers in the village out, resulting in a shortage of manpower in the village. 2 nests of sweet potatoes rotted. Achiao was so angry that he flew to the safe zone and tied up 200 people back. When the district chief learned that someone was missing again, Fui sent 2,000 people to the village as assistants. After the winter crops were harvested, they began to prepare the land for spring crops. There were not many spring crops, so Achiao planted a lot of each. Looking at the vast terrace fields, all were seedlings that grew tenaciously in the spring cold. The spring rain fell continuously, and Lu Xuanjing came back from the research institute in person to deliver the news. He said that all the computers in the research institute had been repaired, and he found information about her in the professor's built-in system. It was just all the reports and daily records after she was sent to the research institute. The records were very detailed, ranging from her every experiment to her daily diet. Lu Xuanjing put the printed report on a Xiao cart full of plates. The cart was almost unstable due to the heavy stacks of documents. These were confidential documents, and should not have been shown to her. Lu Xuanjing took the initiative to take them back. But there is an emergency case in the hospital system that is related to you. A Xiao stared at the comedy on TV and suddenly felt bored. She looked up and moved her eyes from the TV screen to Lu Xuanjing's face, looking at him, as if waiting for him to continue. Lu Xuanjing opened his mouth and suddenly wondered why he came in person. He could just send someone to tell him, but he wanted to tell him in person. Lu Xuanjing, who never knew how to write the word hesitation, used all his hesitation in his life here at this moment. After a long while, he said, 15 years ago, a car accident occurred across the street from the hospital, resulting in 3 deaths and 1 injury. The driver was drunk and was rescued. The dead were a family of 3, and there was a 3-year-old girl in the car. This happened the day before you showed up at the institute. According to the hospital records, someone claimed the body on the night of the accident, because he was traveling out of town. The hospital and traffic police assisted the claimant in sending the body to the funeral home for cremation. Later, I conducted a detailed investigation of the file. It was found that the file had been tampered with. The record before the tampering was 2 deaths and 2 injuries. The 3-year-old girl was only slightly scratched because she was held tightly in her mother's arms. I checked the traffic control system and found that the on-site report on the day of the accident had been revoked and rewritten. Just looking at these things, they cannot be linked to Achio. It was that one suspicious point that Achio showed up at the institute the day after the accident. Lu Xuanjing checked it carefully several times and found more suspicious points. A total of 17 people were sent to the institute in the days before and after, including 6 girls and 11 boys. And you are the only one who is exactly 3 years old. You are the youngest child in the institute. Those sent in are between 7 and 15 years old. Moreover, your blood type matches the blood type at the scene of the car accident. The 3-year-old girl who died in the car accident, according to speculation, 95% is Achio. As for the body that was claimed, the body of the 3-year-old girl cannot be verified. Maybe there is no body at all. Or maybe there is. The spring rain started to fall heavily at some point, and it covered us with a roar. The corridor was full of workers who had a holiday because of the rain. They stared at this side in a daze, their eyes full of compassion. A long time ago, they heard that Achio was looking for his family. Even the safe zone was helping to find them. Everyone thought that looking for family was the kind of family that was separated by the outbreak of the end of the world. No one expected that the family that Achio was looking for was in such a situation. The comedy on TV made people laugh. But the village was so quiet that it seemed dead. It was raining heavily, and the steps under the eaves were all wet. It took Achio a long time to say oh, lowered her head, and continued to watch TV with Su Sui, who was wearing a muzzle. 3 years old, she murmured softly, and then said oh again. I have taken a lot of medicine, and I get used to it after taking too much. But Achio sometimes has the kind of personality that says I won't take it even if you tell me to. She would ask the nurse to tell her a story, or chat with the nurse. The nurse said she came here when she was 3 years old. What about before the age of 3? Achio asked her at that time. The nurse told her, before the age of 3, you were in your mother's arms. Who is your mother? The nurse did not tell her, took the empty medicine cup, and left with a smile. The more Achio ate, the more things she remembered. Now, she can probably think of all the days in the institute. And the big yellow dog. Achio suddenly leaned over, picked up the huge dog with her tooth and arms, and dragged it between her legs. The back of the dog head rested on her stomach, and her chin rested on the dog head. They continued to watch the comedy. The rain lasted for a week. The river water rose to the point of flooding the bank. The dim river water rippled onto the lotus platform, and the sky finally cleared up. The blazing sun was high in the sky, and the sky was clear. Achio was lying in the tester, and Songli held her hand tightly, speaking softly. Don't be afraid. It's just a simple physical examination to see if you are healthy. I'm here with you. She was afraid that Ah would think of the past and get scared. So she repeatedly assured him, I will also do the examination later. Ah blinked. She had done this kind of examination countless times. And she was no longer afraid. Song looked more scared than her. Ah patted her hand to calm her down. A full-body examination. Political Commissar Lu Sun mentioned it to her tactfully, timidly, and carefully. She said that in the entire institute, she was the only one alive. He wanted to give her a physical examination to see if she was completely healthy, to see what made her different, and to find a medicine from her that could treat the zombie virus. They tested the serum in the institute, but it was ineffective. But the idea of the institute to develop the serum was right, and they wanted to conduct deeper and newer research based on the original serum idea. At this time, Achu became the key link, because her heart was beating. Song swore to the sky with 10 fingers that Achiao had no heartbeat before. She had slept with Achiao countless nights, and no one knew Achiao better than her. When drawing blood, the dog stood beside him, with a fierce aura rushing out, which frightened the nurse, who drew blood so much that her hands were shaking. In the end, it was Dr. He who had experienced wind and rain who came to draw blood. Pressing the cotton swab, the dog had an expressionless face, and his facial features were so tight that they seemed to be fixed with super glue. Everyone dared not breathe, and looked like they were about to face a disaster. Dr. He was not afraid that it was fake. He saw the fangs in the dog mouth that were about to be hidden. It was all supported by perseverance. Puff. Achiao couldn't help laughing at the dog face. The beautiful green eyes were curved, like a spring in the cold winter that finally melted under the bright sunshine, gently creating ripples. It was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off it. The dog tense face gradually relaxed in her smile, and he looked at her, and suddenly raised his front legs to scratch her head. His black hair was messed up by it. Achiao's smile was like light. The dark clouds that had shrouded the village for several days disappeared without a trace. The sun shone down, making people warm. Achiao threw away the cotton swab, rode on the dog and shouted to Xiao Su, I'm hungry. I want to eat big fish steaks. I want to eat fish balls. The zombie-like roar spread in the village. No one could understand it, but no one was afraid. Xiaoxi picked up the marble she had just won from the pit, looked up and asked the red-haired zombie, Sister Hong, what is Sister Qiao talking about? The red-haired zombie finished smoking a cigarette, flicked the cigarette butt into the trash can, and pouted. What else can she do besides eating? Sister Qiao eats when she's hungry, just like Sister Hong often smokes. Xiaoxi smiled and jumped into its arms, holding up the marble she had won and asked it if it was pretty. The amber marbles are like a dog eyes. It took a look and said casually, it's just SOSO. The physical examination report came out the next day. It was very surprising. The physical examination results showed that except for the slow heart rate, Xiao was actually within the health standard. Not only that, Songli, who had a physical examination with him, had a health index higher than the standard of her peers. Lu Xuanjing's mind inexplicably remembered the intelligence from the central government that a large number of zombies were migrating here. With a sudden thought, he asked all the villagers to have a physical examination. The results of the physical examination showed that the health values of the villagers were higher than the average. Some people's minor illnesses have slowly healed in these few months. The researchers were shocked and began to vigorously study the vegetables in the village. They wanted to draw blood from Achiao, but Lu Xuanjing strongly refuted them. Then, they used the small amount of blood drawn from Achiao physical examination for research in an extremely frugal manner. May 5th, 3037. The beginning of summer. The morning of early summer is chilly, but it is hot at noon. The sun is dazzling, but the villagers don't feel hot. They dare not feel hot, because the large-scale migration of zombies has arrived in the village, staring at them in the hot summer. The work in the village is done by humans during the day and zombies at night. But now the zombies at night are saturated. As a result, these migrating zombies have no work to do. No work means they have no steamed buns to eat. Without steamed buns to eat, they stare at the workers, as if they want to kill them, and they can abolish their jobs and get steamed buns. Today's humans are no longer attracted to them. However, they are still dangerous to humans, even more dangerous than before. The workers close their eyes and stiffen their necks. They would never give up their daytime work. They work 7 hours a day, starting at 6 in the morning, ending at 10. starting again at 4 in the afternoon, and ending at 7. But they worked 12 hours. From 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening. Everyone was tanned. But no one backed down. The new zombies were suppressed by the senior zombies, and dared not kill humans. They could only quietly compete with their compatriots for work at night. And later. They even competed for steamed buns. Have you seen zombies fight? Like humans. They pull hair. Slap. Kick. Bite faces. And pinch necks. They are as ferocious as humans. Aqiao was so annoyed by the sight that he asked the dog to send him to expand the village territory. Widen the road from the village to the city. Increase the cultivated land. Build a new orchard. Build playground. Chapter 76. September 10th. A hot summer day. The zombie migration across the country is over. The village becomes the only and largest zombie gathering place in the world. The security zone opens the access control, allowing humans to go out freely. On September 30th, the serum was successfully developed. On October 1st, the serum injection was fully implemented. In November, all humans were injected with zombie barrier agents, and no longer afraid of zombies. Although zombies are no longer interested in humans. In December, all human survivors were registered. The security zone called on the people to carry out urban cleanup and construction. In June 3038, urban construction was completed. Humans returned home. In August, society gradually got back on track. In September, a special investigation was conducted on all medical staff of the 2nd Municipal Hospital, all researchers and their families of the Underground Research Institute, city officials, and all personnel on the internal communication list of the institute. In November, the results of the investigation came out. In December, all the dead and alive people involved were brought to court. That day, the streets of the city were empty, and millions of people waited quietly at the door of the court. Hundreds of millions of people signed death sentences in blood. On the last day of 3038, all the people involved were shot, and their direct relatives for 3 generations were not allowed to take the civil service exam. Everyone shouted that it was unfair. But a few years later, when talking about the zombie virus, everyone would sigh and say that fate is reincarnation and heaven is fair. No one thought that long before the verdict came down, the relatives of those involved, all the relatives, died in the virus. Everyone applauded. Since then, the world has entered the new year and humans have resumed normal life. Chapter 77 Extra. What did you write? Somli neatly clipped 2 small flower-shaped clips on the tail of Aqiao braid. After putting on the headscarf, the golden warm sun fell on her fair and tender face, and she looked like a cute little girl from an oil painting. I didn't see it clearly. Look at it again. Somli twisted Aqiao's shoulders and looked left and right, as if she was dressing up her own daughter. She always felt that this light yellow pleated skirt was not so good looking. So she found a bright red skirt with a big hem for Aqiao to change. After the skirt was changed, she looked like a fresh little Red Riding Hood, except for a basket in her hands. It's so beautiful. Somli praised with satisfaction. She is really more beautiful than the little Red Riding Hood in the movie. Aqiao blinked her eyes, stood in front of the big floor-length mirror, and smiled. Yesterday she wore a white skirt, and Somli praised her for looking like Snow White. Today she wore a red skirt. Is she Snow White? Aqiao smiled secretly in her heart. You? An unbelievable voice suddenly erupted from behind. Somli held Aqiao's special notebook, her eyes wide open, her face full of disbelief. You are going on a long journey? Aqiao quietly shrunk her shoulders and took 2 steps away from Somli. A long journey? A long journey? Don't move. Somli grabbed her hand to prevent her from slipping away. Tell me clearly what this long journey means. Who told you to go on a long journey? She was so angry that her heart was heaving, because that long journey was followed by a line of extremely small words, undetermined return date. If Somli was 50 degrees myopic, she would not be able to see that line of small words. Who was stupid enough to teach her Aqiao? Her Aqiao has always been very well behaved. As long as the world returned to normal, she would go to the newly built playground outside the village at most to play, and go home on time every day to eat and sleep. If she went further, she would go to the city to stroll around and buy some small things. Aqiao never thought of going further. How could she bear to leave her fields? What if she left and other people's vegetables were ruined? The return date is still uncertain. Who told you to go far away? If she caught him, she would definitely slap him in the face. Achio raised her hand, extended her index finger, and pointed very lightly at the dog sleeping under the eaves outside the door. It's it. The dog said to take me to see the mountains and rivers. Songli almost choked up. She closed her eyes and pretended not to see the direction Achio pointed. The voice also slowed down a little. Where are you going? Achio shook her head. How long? Achio shook her head. Not coming back? Achio shook her head again. Songli was about to cry. She couldn't ask the dog. The dog would tear her apart. Songli took a deep breath. And then another deep breath. Suddenly, she found a key. How do you go? If you fly, you will come back quickly even if you fly around the world. Achio's eyes lit up. She knew this. Walk. Literally? Achio nodded. Wait a minute. Songli didn't want to believe it. Walk in the sky or walk step by step on the ground. Achio took 2 steps on the ground with both feet. Songli. The room was silent for a long time. Songli went from having difficulty breathing to breathing smoothly. She pulled Achio to sit down and said earnestly, Achio, it's tiring to travel far. And walking is even more tiring. Besides, now is different from before. You need money to eat outside, sleep, drink water, and do anything. You can't rob, steal, or take directly. Otherwise you will be put in jail. No. As she spoke, she looked up and saw Achio staring at her eagerly. Songli's mouth twitched and asked, Do you know how to use money? What is money? Songli, I'll go with you. 22-year-old unmarried single Songli transformed into an old woman. She stood up in a hurry and was about to pack her luggage. Achio hurriedly held her down and shook his head. Go with the dog. You stay at home. Since the society resumed operation, all the people who used to work here have self-redeemed. Back. Immediately afterwards, the country sent professional scientific researchers to learn planting. In the harvest months, soldiers were pulled in carloads to help with the harvest. The zombies are managed by senior zombies arranged by Gogo. But the people who come to the village are managed by Songli. Achio didn't want to go out to play and came back to find that her house had been robbed. So, without waiting for Songli to continue to refute, she ran out to find Gogo. Songli had no choice but to follow. She couldn't catch up with Achio. And this village really needs someone to manage it. Su Fang, Xiao Su and others didn't go home. But Su Fang was old and there were always times when he couldn't do it. Then don't sneak away. Wait for me to get you money. Songli called Achio loudly. Achio nodded at her from a distance. Songli ran to find her brother. Brother, have you received your salary this month? Get some for Achio. Now Songchi works in the armed police force. Driving to work every morning and driving back after get off work. Eat breakfast and dinner in the village. And lunch in the army. All the monthly salary is saved. He can be regarded as the richest person in the village. What happened to Achio? Songchi put down the dough in his hand, wiped it with a handkerchief, and went to see Achio. He would transfer money to Songli every month after receiving his salary, and let Songli take Achio to the city to play. Songli asked him for money, obviously because she didn't have enough money. Use a lot of money. Maybe she is sick. The idea was rejected as soon as it came to his mind. There is a hospital in the village, and doctor he did not leave, and he has been guarding the hospital. She is going to travel. Songli caught up with her brother. It takes a long time, and she only goes with the dog, and doesn't let us go. Give some money. Otherwise she has no money to eat. Songchi paused. Have you decided? Yes. That day, Songchi took out all his salary. A sack of banknotes. Xiaosu sat down with many snacks. Songli took the money and taught Achio how to recognize it. After recognizing the money, she reminded him again, don't be cheated. She also got a mobile phone to teach Achio how to use it. Remember to call when you get there. Achio agreed one by one. She put the money in the backpack, took the snacks made by Xiaosu, and rode the dog on the road. The whole village watched them leave. Oh no! After walking a long way, Songli finally realized it. I didn't take my phone. I didn't take my clothes. I didn't take my toiletries. She shouted loudly for Achio. But Achio had disappeared long ago. That night, the village was brightly lit. A fat pigeon flew in from afar. The pigeon held a photo in its mouth. It landed at the gate of the courtyard where Songli lived. And when Songli passed by, it spit out a photo. The photo rolled from Song Li's head to the ground. She picked it up. On the colorful Ferris wheel, Achiao and the dog sat side by side in the car, smiling brightly. There were also familiar words on the back. We bought a camera. The boss taught me how to use a camera. This is the first photo. Song Li smiled and touched the photo, looked up, and the pigeon flew away. Afterwards, she received many more things one after another. There were local specialties, postcards, clothes and fabrics, etc., all brought by the pigeons. Every time she arrived in a city, she would go on the Ferris wheel and sit high up to see the panoramic view of the city. On the snow on Route 318, she rolled on it, slid from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, and then let the dog carry her up to continue sliding. On the endless grassland, others galloped on horses, and she raced on her dog. She laughed when she ran past others. Her dog was so awesome. Eye of Jianyan. She flew into the sky, and then fell hard. The dog took a camera and took a bird's eye view of her. She was like a gesang flower in the eye. She wears Hanfu, Tibetan clothing, skirts, and goes to every place in the world. Sweden, Paris, Rome, to play all the fun things. Racing, diving, skydiving, rock climbing, to eat every dish. Butter tea, steak, beer. There are so many Indians. Paris smells so good. The colors of the Maldives are so beautiful. The seafood rice is so delicious. Song Li has endless letters to receive. Song Chi has a salary that will never arrive. And every salary is mailed to Achiu. Achiu spends money every month. Song Li's eyes moved to the scientific researchers who came to the village to learn planting. They eat, drink and live for free in the village. And sometimes they receive handmade gifts from old ladies and grandfathers. It can be said that they don't spend a penny. Behind the hospital, they built an office building specifically for them to study plants, so that they can extract substances that can increase human physique and immunity, using the water and electricity in the village. Although the Water and Electricity Bureau is free. But Song Li felt itchy when she thought of Achiu being a moonlighter outside. To realize value, you must first pay for it. So, Song Li began to charge them for study, accommodation, food and other expenses. All those who want to learn planting. Okay. Pay the fees first. 3,000 per person per month. The harvested vegetables are then sold to the country at a high price. Large sums of money are deposited into the account, and then transferred to Achiu in large sums. Seeing that the more things the fat pigeon brings back, the more places Achiu goes, and the happier he laughs. Song Li feels extremely proud. Her own children must have fun. Have fun. If they can't wash their hair, go to the barber shop. And if they can't wash clothes, throw them away. She wants Achiu to have endless skirts to wear and endless money to spend. Sometimes, on a whim, she lets the fat pigeon bring Achiu the snacks made by Xiao Su. I don't know if Achiu eats them, but Song Li saw her feeding the snacks into the mouth of an African lion. The dog and the lion are racing, and Achiu grabs the photographer who is taking pictures of the lion and records it and sends it to Song Li. Song Li looks at it with an anti smile. My own children are good. They always think about me wherever I go and whatever I do. Then, Song Li worked harder to make money. She tried all kinds of ways to make money in the village, and finally built a zombie culture exhibition park. Zombies work at night and exhibit during the day. After Song Li counted the money until her hands were tired, she gave the zombie an extra steamed bun as a reward. Zombie,